sophisticated man, resting in an elite club, thoughtfully reflects on his life. He recalls the path that brought him to the circle to the elite. A sudden flash blinds him. The world around disappears. Waking up, he discovers himself sitting on an ordinary bench, his thoughts confused. Looking at the reflection of the windows, he does not believe his eyes. In front of him is a young man, and he himself, again young. The shock fetters him. Is he really to go through the path, which he has once overcame to become a multi-millionaire? He is trying to refute what is happening, convincing himself that it is better to have a condition than changing the past. He notices a familiar force. The boy carefully examined the beauty. Her appearance was very native and gentle to him. This is his first school love. The girl looks at him with a slight reproach and says that he is the only classmate who never wrote to her, to which the guy ran silently. Walking down the street, he notices that nothing has changed here. The time seemed to be frozen. The old lanterns still shone dully. Memories of one after another flare up in his mind. The first fight, mother's care, carefree, childhood full of joy. He does not fully understand what is happening, but the idea that he can at least return to the past in a dream fills him with pleasant surprise. Passing under a familiar arch, he feels how everything turns over inside. The most important thing in his life began. Here he made mistakes that he still regrets. In search of the registration rack, the young man suddenly encounters a girl. The clash is so sharp that it loses its balance and almost falls, and the guy is a little annoying. Embarrassed, Malashka asks for forgiveness, but he only looks at her in bewilderment. In her gaze there is something painfully familiar, something from his past. Whether he can protect her, to save her from inevitable mistakes, he knows for sure. He recognized her. He was not just a familiar person in front of him. She was a bright beauty. In her image there was something attractive. She overshadowed everyone at the graduation evening, and then disappeared without a trace. 2019 evening, in one of the best nightclubs of the city, the young man spends time among the elite, next to influential men discussing business and success. The young man lazily raises a glass of wine, looks around the guys with a cold look, and dryly remarks that he did not come here to listen to empty conversations. The young man casts a look at everyone because he understands well that everything around is very false. The colleague tries to somehow support the situation and jokes the whole evening to get confidence from his boss. Another guest of the club with a call overturning the glass and continues to have fun, not paying attention to the tense atmosphere. The young man involuntarily catches his reflection in the glass. He tries to remember at what point he lost his name, who he is now, Mr. Chen or Director of Chen, but he understands one thing quite clearly. He will never be Hanshin again, and the only thing that can satisfy him now is wine. People around smile, laugh, behave courteously, but he knows the truth. They all wear masks, their politeness only cover. An attractive girl emitting confidence approaches him. She tells which woman will be the one that will marry Mr. Chan, but before he manages to answer, his colleagues intervene in the conversation. One of them with a grin declares that Boss is one of the 5 most enviable bachelors. The beauty is in the elo that it is now clear why Mr. Chan has such high standards, because he despises those who resort to plastic surgery. She sits next to him, approaching a little closer. Her eyes shine slyly. She suggests that she may be lucky to be noticed by him. With a slight smile, the beauty hands him her business card and claims that without a doubt the guy of the genius of business. But maybe it's time to find a balance in life. During the evening, dozens of girls leave him their business cards, record phone numbers, hoping for further acquaintance. Finally, when the night comes to an end, he goes to his luxurious car. His king is still trying to convince him to stay, but he calmly declares that he is sober and can reach himself. A new house of just a few quarters from here. Fatigue rolls in a wave when he opens the door of the car. But before the young man manages to sit down something, between the wheels, a tiny red kitten trembles, which presses to the ground. His little body shudders with fear. The young man carefully raises the baby in his arms. The kitten trembles, but does not resist, as if he understands that he is now safe. Having let go of the baby, the guy gets into the car. The day was heavily in his chest, but at the same time a strange feeling of relief. Soon he will be at home, where he can finally die after such a heavy and eventful day. Having turned the car, he glances out the window and freezes. The view was very cute and touching to the core. On the sidewalk there are a family of cats, among them the one whom the guy saved, literally a few minutes ago. This picture causes Chen Hanshin a strange wave of emotions. He suddenly realizes that he had not seen his parents for a long time. Having put his hand in his pocket, the guy stumbles upon a handful of business cards. There were so many of them. The girls handed him throughout the evening. The young man, slowly sorting out the cards, looks at the names, phone numbers, from beauties who want to get to know him closer. Then he opens the window and, without hesitation, throws them all away, because he does not see the meaning in such meetings. Paper business cards are slowly circling in the air and fall to the ground. The wind raised by the wheels of his car carries them away. All these girls, even the most beautiful, are not at all interested in him. Everything that now has a meaning for him is his career. They continued to lie on cold asphalt while all the cars drove past them. The guy rides around the night city, immersed in himself. An unemotional look is directed right in front of him. His favorite music plays in the cabin. Thousands of thoughts are carried in his head, not giving rest. Everything that he did is all that he achieved. What is it for? Suddenly, a blinding light cuts the darkness. Everything around disappears for a second. The last thing he manages to see is a huge truck rushing right at him. Waking up, the guy sees a slender girl in front of him. She looks at him displeased and strictly declares that you can't smoke here. The head is split in pain. The young man sits on the bench, panting, holding tightly to her, as if trying to stay in reality. In a cold voice, the guy asks who she is. What is in response to a surge of surprise? The teenagers around look at each other. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a sharp cough nearby. He mechanically turns his head and freezes. A friendly young man sits next to him and looks with a misunderstanding right at the guy, which still amazes him more. Chin does not understand what is happening to him. Perhaps this is all a dream, or maybe just a game of his mind. He again glances at the reflection of the window and sees himself there. Young, completely different. It even more confuses the boy. Cold sweat protrudes on his skin. Thoughts jump randomly. Fear slowly constrains him, because it is impossible. Is he really reborn? The girl looked at the young man worriedly. Her gaze expressed trevoga. She tried to understand what was happening to him, but he only dismissed irritably. The guy still could not recover. He ran a hand over his face as if trying to erase the obsession. His behavior was very different. A tall guy approached them, carefully studying the young man. He noted that he had never smoked before, and expressed the hope that he would cope with his emotions. The young man only squeezed a cigarette in his hand more, looking at the one who dared to give him advice with obvious bewilderment. His gaze became tough and incredulous. All his posture expressed contempt, and without a shadow of doubt made it clear that he did not intend to endure this. The boy was in complete shock from what he heard, because he could never have thought that Chen would behave like that. The guy, on the contrary, only grinned, but did not enter into a dispute. Instead, he turned to the girl, urging her not to waste his time on such people. The teenager looked at her, but still did not expect what he heard at the next moment. The girl directly stated that Aunt Liang would tell everything about everything. The beauty hesitated for a moment. She made it clear that if the young man was going to pretend, as if she did not recognize her, she would not insist on it. Having stretched out a bottle of water, she invited him to wash herself to come to his senses at least. The tall brunette, who watched the stage, with a slight mockery noticed that, despite the refusal, the guy's behavior had not changed. Not wanting to continue this conversation, the girl calmly set a bottle of water next to him and warned that she would later come for the survey results. The young man looked after the departing subrogation, and then, as if speaking to himself, he suddenly thought about whether he really confessed her love. But before he completely plunged into the past, he was interrupted by the presence of another person, a guy who was sitting nearby all this time. The boy turned around in surprise, trying to understand what his comrade had in mind. He once again asked who he had, without realizing that his best was sitting in front of him. Later, having met a middle-aged man who, with a slight smile, informed him that his certificate about the completion of the school was ready, and now he could take him. Suddenly, another memory surfaced in his head. He remembered that the school principal had died of lung cancer, and he could not come to his funeral. Gradually, awareness of reality rolled on him with renewed vigor. The guy really found himself in the past, but he still did not know what to do with this. Gending on an internal impulse, he suddenly turned to the director and advised him to smoke less in the future. The man was surprised at his words. The young man continued, saying that the work of a high school teacher is already hard enough, and smoking only undermines his health more. A few seconds later, to the surprise of the guy, the director nodded, but the moment was interrupted by an unexpected act. The boy sharply held out his hand and took a pack of cigarettes from the table. This gesture caused a wave of surprise among others. the teenagers who watched what was happening. A comrade in a complete stupor looked at the man expecting some reaction from him, but he ignored this action. Immediately, everyone began to discuss what had happened, expressing a variety of opinions. Someone admired his courage. Someone considered his act to be insolence. The girls who stood nearby also noticed this moment. One of them managed to insert a comment that Kuranik was addiction, but she was immediately interrupted. The tall brunette unexpectedly intervened in the conversation, arrogantly recalling that the guy was once a rebel who had been fighting more than once. However, the young man himself did not listen to his words. He quickly headed for the very beauty and directly asked her what university she was going to act. After the guy's face, he instantly changed. He smiled, sincerely rejoicing that their universities were nearby, and they would be able to see more often. However, Chen Hanshin did not allow the silence to drag out. He suddenly asked, "How much time is now?" The beauty awkwardly said 5:20, looking at her watch. And at that moment the boy realized, because it symbolizes the recognition of love. The classmate was furious from such a statement, because he considered it just rudeness. The girl, hearing these words, for a moment lowered her eyes to the floor, as if pondering something. But she silently turned around and followed the high brunette. The guy looked after her, but did not take a step to stop her. He again misses something important. But what exactly could not understand? At this moment, the school call cut through the air, urging students to disperse into classes. Adolescents gradually began to diverge. The young man slowly walked around the yard, but, passing by the basketball court, his gaze involuntarily lingered on the guys who drove the ball around the field with excitement. In his mind, Mislia flickered that the high school was always with something comfortable for him, something that brought a sense of security. Having crossed the threshold of the house, the guy ran into his mother, who met him with a warm smile, congratulating him that he was now a student. Passing by, he involuntarily overheard the conversation with someone on the phone. She talked about her plans 4 years later, when her son was finishing the Univitorate. The young man thoughtfully looked at his reflection in the mirror. A disturbing mead swept through the next 35 years to spend alone. Trying to understand his thoughts, the boy came to the conclusion that he had to do something. Perhaps he should have changed his father's future. He knew that in the future he would not be short of money, but only wealth could not replace family warmth. With these thoughts, he looked out of the room and saw Dad. His heart sank with joy. He had not seen him for so many years. The man stood in the corridor, straightening the cuffs of the gray shirt. His face remained strict, and the answer to the greeting of his son sounded dryly and detached. A moment later, he silently raised the remote control from the air conditioner and changed his temperature in the room without showing any emotions. However, the family scene was broken by an unexpected event. The mother suddenly raised a pack of cigarettes from the nightstand and stated that their son was smoking. The young man immediately began to make excuses, explaining that the school principal handed him cigarettes as a kind of reward for the successful passing of exams. However, her indignation only grew, and she immediately began to reproach her father for not following their son at all. When the evening began to move smoothly into night, his parents started a conversation about the upcoming move of the guy to the university. After a long conversation, the woman still surrendered. Regret sounded in her voice, but she admitted that with age their son became more stubborn and not listening. The father, in turn, expressed confidence that even if their son is not the best student, he surpasses many of his peers. The mother realized that it was pointless to argue further, and while he does nothing wrong, they should simply support him in any endeavors. After a tense day, the young man finally went to bed, looking at the ceiling, scrolling in his head everything that happened to him in a day, every event. Slowly but confidently, Madil arose in him. He will not be able to avoid this path, and you will have to live his life again. Go through her step by step. The next morning, faced with her mother in the bathroom, she looked at him in surprise, because the guy was already on his feet at such an early hour. Without attaching great importance to this, the woman said that if he is hungry, he could go and buy breakfast for herself. Soon he went to the local trading kiosks. The street was already quite lively. People were in a hurry for their business. The institutions were filled with visitors. Stopping in front of the counter, the guy chose for a long time what he would like to eat. In the end, his choice fell on a pie with an egg. When the young man asked the seller the price, he was covered by a slight confusion. Food was much cheaper than he expected. After asking the seller, he only noticed his surprise and realized that then this was not invented. But his mother did not give him small money, and his father did not even have a phone. Politely abandoning the seller's offer to buy a bun, he referred to his grandmother's words about the dangers of egg pies. Realizing that in this world there is no QR codes yet and will not be able to have breakfast, the young man went home. The boy was considering how difficult it would be for him to return to his former life and again pass everything alone. At that moment, his gaze suddenly stopped on a girl who ran past in a pink t-shirt, engaged in a morning run. A friend was shocked because she could not think that her classmate in this form and in such a situation. He was pleasantly surprised that he was able to see such a beauty, and waved her hand amiably in greeting. However, noticing this, she was amazed, because at such an early hour she did not expect to meet him, and tried to understand why he was not sleeping yet. Krasta turned around and froze, because the guy never went out early and suspected that he was following her. But still looking at the brunette with a slight pause, she greeted, with a little irritation in her face. Thoughts were confused, but, gathering her spirit, she stated that she did not want any relationship, looking directly into his eyes with bewilderment. Her words put the young man at a dead end, and he could not understand what was being discussed, and why the girl began to scream. The suburb, without retreating, reproached him for specifically stood up so early as to butt her here. The young man himself categorically disagreed with this, because what romance could be at 6 in the morning? She looked offended, recalling how he pretended to be the day before, as if he did not know her. It seemed that this was done only to attract her attention. Then Xiao Junya continued, saying that now she did not intend to discuss their relationship. She only wanted to calmly finish her studies. The guy, having heard her arguments, noted to himself that she was really smart, since he did not want to start a relationship before graduation. This distinguished her from the rest. To diffuse the situation, the boy suggested breakfast together in a shop with buns located opposite the police station. The girl was surprised by the offer, but hungry after an intensive run, she agreed. Approaching the establishment, they saw a cozy atmosphere by the police had breakfast before the workday. Having greeted the staff, the teenagers began to choose what they would have breakfast, after which they made an order and began eating. The young man with longing remembered the taste of this baking and eagerly attacked it, because for several years I had not eaten like that. The girl, watching him, did not miss the opportunity to make a remark, suggesting that he probably does not realize the harm of overeating, and such actions can very much harm his health and ruin the quality of the body in a few years. In response, the boy with a challenge stated that he would be in excellent form up to at least 35 years. His confidence was so unshakable. A friend did not understand why he said so, as if he had seen the future or when he had already lived this life. As an excuse, Chen Hanshin added that he met a fortune teller a few days ago, and now knows for sure that he was waiting ahead. Continuing the conversation, the young man with a grin said that he would become rich and successful, but the marriage line in his palm is absent. According to him, the fortune teller taught his palmistry, explaining that the patterns in the palm of his hand are unique, like the fate of each person. Having absorbed his bun, he noticed that the baking made by the owner and his wife differs in a man. They are smooth, and a woman with folds. The girl, having heard his observation, looked at the kitchen and really saw the difference in how the owner and hostess baked buns. The guys did not understand why the food was so different, because they used the recipe the same, but the implementation was different. The young man, grinning, invited her to tell her on her hand, saying that the lines of career and marriage were landmarks for lost souls. The guy was very interested in producing the plan, as he came up with a brilliant plan. Despite the easy distrust and contempt in her eyes, the beauty still extended her hand, expecting to hear the prediction. He explained that in this it is important to take into account the 3 principles of Confucianism: the sky line of marriage, a man of wisdom, and the earth line of fate. Her line of life turned out to be long, which spoke of good health and long years without much difficulty. It was young, beautiful, and full of energy. The line of wisdom pointed out a happy nature, a tendency to fantasies, and the habit of scratching in the clouds, taking a little care of reality. However, the winding line of marriage hinted at difficulties in finding an ideal partner. Having finished the analysis, the young man warned her to be careful tomorrow on the way to school. He confidently stated that he knew who was her perfect man. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her closer, saying that her ideal was standing right in front of her. The girl staggered sharply, accusing him of inappropriate jokes. But the young man only laughed, thanking for a delicious breakfast. When he was going to go home, his girlfriend asked him to wait for him to make her company. Leaving the establishment, Chen met with his wife's wife, who looked at him very strictly. A little embarrassed, he explained that his classmate paid for his breakfast, after which he was about to leave. However, his gaze was attracted by a harsh policeman, who looked at him with a slight contempt. Chen Hanshin looked back, but tried not to pay any attention to him. The young man thought about the situation and suddenly realized that the man's face seemed familiar to him. Perhaps this was his father's friend. Turning around to make sure that Xiao Junya was following, he saw how she was talking with a police officer, and even concerned him. The man's stern gaze continued to follow, and the woman's indifferent and cold look was the same piercing. When the young man realized that this policeman is a girlfriend, he hastily shouted that he had urgent affairs. He urgently needed to go home. In fact, he simply became stylish after his words. The huge bus, standing at the bus station, patiently waited for his passengers to take them to their destination. Two young people, located inside the bus, busily talked about the upcoming student life and about attractive girls. A friendly chatter of a friend soon began to annoy one of the young men. He suggested that he be naughty in order to pass the time on the road. Suddenly, their attention was attracted by a window in which something so amazing appeared that it instantly revived the guy. On the side of the road was Xiao Junye with his father near their car, which apparently broke. The guy recognized her immediately because, just recently, he spent time with her in a cafe at breakfast. Their eyes met, but the girl immediately turned away, obviously not wanting to return to the memories associated with him again. The bus driver, noticing people by the road, asked what happened, to which the man replied that their car stalled. Suddenly, the proposal followed to go to the beauty with all the guys, as they go to the same city. However, the head of the family did not look confused. He accepted the driver's offer with a friendly manner to take the girl by bus. Suddenly, a young guy from the car opposite intervened in the conversation. Interested in the situation, he decided to ask again what the problem arose. The young man, approaching them, began to tell that he and Xiao Junya studied at the same school, and this year entered the University of Aeronautics. Then, he offered to give her himself. He insisted with confidence that the bus was full, and his daughter would be much more comfortable to go with him. The girl herself had to resolve the situation. Uncle turned to her with a question with whom she prefers to go with a classmate or bus. The guy, having heard through the window her choice in favor of the bus, instantly decided to act. He turned to Van Zibo, asking him to transfer to the front seat. As an argument, he explained that it was necessary to give way to a beautiful lady. But a friend was not enthusiastic about such a proposal. But he also said that he could not do this himself, because he becomes bad in front. When the girl went to her place, the guy defiantly stared out the window, pretending not to notice her presence. The comrade was a little angry, but still agreed, because he had almost no choice, and he did not want to look up. Zibo, transplanting, cast an angry look at him and threatened that he would still regret his decision. The girl's father seemed to feel some trivogue. He asked the young man to look after his daughter. Upon learning that the universities of Chenhanshan and Shaojunya are very close to each other. Meanwhile, the boy, who had to transfer, clearly felt discomfort. His new place was unsuccessful. Having shown care, he asked the teacher to convey the sun trumped to the guy sitting in front so that he could close from the sunlight. Then he noticed that he got up very early today and decided to take a bit to restore strength. The girl, watching him, thought that he simply wanted to avoid communicating with her and deliberately silent all the way. She was sure that he was pretending to be sleeping, but soon noticed that the young man really dozed off, and so much that his head involuntarily bowed on her shoulder, and he continued to lie like that. Meanwhile, the father of the beauty, who remained outside, experienced inexplicable anxiety. He even noticed that his eye twitched involuntarily. The bus continued its way, driving through picturesque places. In the spring, these roads are especially beautiful bridges, under which yachts slowly swam. All passengers looked out with curiosity through the windows, enjoying the scenery. Their attention was especially attracted by the grandiose bridge over the Yangtze. When the girl bent to the window, Chen Hanshan, watching her, thought that nearby she looked even more beautiful. Unlike other passengers, the brunette remained completely calm. The beauty could not understand why the young man was not at all surprised by the landscapes. To answer her, the guy turned to the side and their faces suddenly turned out to be too close to each other. This moment caused the embarrassment among Xiao. But to determine what exactly she felt, anger or constraint, the tension between them grew. The boy, without missing the chance, noticed with a slight grin that she was not at all surprised by this appearance. The girl looked down. Her face was puzzled. In such a situation, it was difficult for her to maintain composure. She was interested in something completely different. She looked directly into his eyes, trying to understand whether he was so close to her. When the bus arrived at the place, the young man met his friend, who immediately began to complain. According to him, admission to the university was not easy because it was required to transport a huge number of things. The girl silently watched them, standing next to her suitcases. She did not know what to do next. At the same time, she was surprised by the fact that the guy had a rather modest baggage, and there was almost nothing from his clothes. Chen Hanshin explained that they will be given bedding at the university, and his mother will send warm clothes later. Then, without hesitation, he advised the beauty to take a taxi, get to the railway station, and from there to sit on Route 137 because its university was at the penultimate stop. Such words were surprised by Xiao Junya, but even more struck that the boys, instead of helping her, simply decided to go for a walk in the park. They only shouted after that they would certainly meet, leaving her in complete confusion. But having taken a couple of steps, they heard someone called them. The girl stood still. Her face expressed determination. She recalled that they promised her father to take care of her and spend the university. This scream attracted the attention of others, and everyone began to observe the young man's reaction to such a statement. Chen Hanshin turned sharply and headed for the beauty. He frowned and asked her not to scream, because she attracted too much attention. Then, the guy confidently stated that they should hurry, because if someone thinks that they are a couple, he will have problems with the search for a girl. His words outraged the beauty. She did not expect this and immediately flared up with indignation. Her voice trembled with indignation, and discontent flashed in her eyes. In order to somehow smooth out the situation, the guy offered a compromise that he would bring her to the station and make sure she got on the train, but this version of Xiao Junya did not suit. She made it clear that she considers his intention to throw her in an unfamiliar place the height of irresponsibility. The boy tried to calm her down. He assured that he would not disappear and help to convey luggage. This did not mean at all that he was throwing her. However, the beauty suddenly grabbed his hand and bit him, despite the fact that they were in the centers of his attention. There were whispers immediately around. Some people looked at them with condemnation. Someone whispered that the guy looked like a bandit. Chen Hanshin frowned, and Xiao Zhongge, meanwhile, sat on her suitcase, folding her arms over her chest. She clearly expected some actions from him. She also noticed that Chan had a trace on his hand. The young man suddenly realized that now his reputation was spoiled. It is unlikely that he will be able to easily find a couple, because rumors spread quickly. But despite this, his conscience did not allow him to just leave her alone. He slowly leaned toward her and softly asked whether she was angry at him. Be that as it were, he felt guilty. The girl pursed her lips, her eyes filled with tears. She cast her eyes at him, then to the side, as if not knowing what to do. Van Zibo, not hiding irritation, tried to convince him that they were wasting time, and it was better to go to unwind. But the guy made a different decision. He firmly stated that he would remain with a classmate and offered to transfer their meeting the other time. Having gathered his thoughts, the guy turned to the girl and calmly said that she should calm down, wipe the tears, and follow him. He also asked his friend to postpone their meeting the next day and sweetly said goodbye to Zibo. He in turn smiled and ran towards his new university. Not to mention the word, he raised her suitcases and confidently headed towards the railway station. The beauty was very surprised and at the same time upset, and silently watched all the actions. They continued their journey in complete silence, since after this service, the guys no longer had the mood. Arriving at the destination, the guy took off his glasses and exhaled, because the troubles and difficulties were already behind. Soon, a fair-haired beauty came up to them and handed the young man a hostel's phone number so that students could contact if there were any questions. Without thinking twice, the guy took the card, smiling sweetly, and replied that he could not refuse such a proposal. Stepping closer to the university, the young man saw a familiar place and realized that he was not here for more than 10 years and was very missing because a lot of teenagers passed him, heading for their offices and audiences. As a friend, the young man heard a sharp knock on the shoulder. It was a young girl who accidentally crashed into him. Turning around, the guy with discontent made a remark, because it scared him a little. The girl shyly apologized to him, to which she heard a compliment about her sweet appearance. The young man could not resist such a beauty, and convinced her that everything was fine and did not need to worry, but, not having time to finish, she ran away. His thoughts did not give rest, because the beautiful eyes were very familiar to him, and he did not understand why she left so quickly. Looking at her in the wake of some memories came to him. But Chen decided to forget about this situation. In the courtyard of the educational institution, there was a table at which a man with a girl who politely greeted all the students received. The guy approached them friendly, introduced himself and reported his course and specialty. The beauty, who was sitting at the table, smiled joyfully and stated that she also acted this year, and they would be classmates. She also introduced a man sitting nearby. It was their teacher, Fuel, who stated that it was necessary to fill out his data and go to the hostel. The guy leaned over to record personal information and soon finished, expecting to hear his place of residence. A sweet girl politely announced that his room number 602, which is located in the third building. Chen Hanshin was very polite with everyone. His thoughts were running and excitement to new student life only grew. Going to his block, the boy began to remember that this beauty was a curator for 3 years, and he decided that now he also wanted to try. He met a lot of beautiful girls in his path, and each time he was more and more surprised how beautiful they are here. The young man understood that in his current appearance he could not claim any of them, and decided that it was necessary to make money as soon as possible. Approaching the stand with announcements, he noticed that there were many of them. Having broken one of them, he believed that this could bring him earnings in the future. A large number of people tired him a little in a day, and while he was walking for his things, the evening had already come, and he was a little late. The number 602 was painfully familiar, since it was not here for a long time, and these numbers were very familiar to him. Thousands of memories flashed through his head. Opening the door, the guy greeted the new neighbors, feeling that he probably came the last. The guys welcomed him very joyfully, asking the name and how he was doing, because they were already eagerly to get acquainted with the new student. One of the young men stated that they expected him noon. He also introduced himself and told where he came from, and asked the same question to the guy. Everyone took turns calling their name and where they come from. The atmosphere in the room was very friendly and pleasant. The red-haired guy proudly stated that if his help would be needed in the future, so that they would not be shy and turn to him. After his words, everyone paid attention, namely, that his clothes were very expensive, and he had the last model of the phone. He began to recall that the comrade was always like that, and did not miss the moment to boast of everyone. The young man in a yellow t-shirt began to tell that he was the oldest here and handed a pack of cigarettes, offering them to the guys, conductingly taking one thing. The guy suggested the idea of numbering each of them by age to make it more convenient. 2 boys said they were grateful since the elder wants to be affected, but they do not smoke and do not want to take cigarettes. This was outraged by the young man, since they are already students. And why not try, since there are few species in the hostel, and the choice is not so big. The red-haired guy in response said that these are several yuan by the pack, and he does not consider them good. Someone gave advice that for the first time it is better to try Zhonghua and Suyan, since they are more light and fragrant. But the boy in his city smoked only these. The guy was very surprised at such a sight, because the guys can argue even about this, and even such a smallest. Chen Hanshin watched this conversation, and was surprised how the guys could look up for every trifle. Remembering that he would have to study here for 4 years, he was surrendering his memories of how everything smelled terribly during this time. These were not the most pleasant years, and, without thinking twice, he decided to call for all the children present. Turning, the guys saw him with a mop and a basin of water, which began to tell that they needed to observe cleanliness so that they could live in comfort. The guys were very surprised by this, and they offered to make him the main room so that he was responsible for order and discipline in it. Discussing that the duties of the main include a lot of things. He will have to be responsible for communication, food, sleep, and if someone arranges a fight, he will have to understand. The guy did not bother these statements, he simply politely agreed, and replied that these troubles would not cause him problems. The next morning, the loud ringtone of the red-haired one was heard throughout the room, from which the guys had to wake up. Looking in the mirror, the young guy announced that today you need to go for a class hour, and it would be good to put on a form. The guy abruptly jumped out of bed and proudly announced that in this case, we had to get acquainted with the girls from the group, to which he heard great support from everyone. Passing along the corridors, they saw many beautiful girls, but, going to their audience, they saw only a few not too attractive. The guys began to shut up, claiming that their group is the most terrible and not at all attractive students. The young man confidently suggested that he wanted to meet them, and asked if anyone wanted to join. Such an answer was very struck by the guys. They looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding why he objected to them. The young man ordered that the beauty should not always walk only in civilian form. The girls stood in a small circle, communicating about the future studies that they had to do, and how long they had been waiting. And now the guy was able to find a student who was sitting at the table when he only came here. She greeted him, and stated that this was the first guy who dared to approach them. The boy named his name and asked if there was someone from his city. A beautiful brunette opposite was surprised and said that she was she. The girlfriends of the girl immediately began to say that next time they could go home together, and, funny tearing, the beauty warned that there was a lot of work in the first year, and they sincerely hoped that he could take care of the boys. Turning to the already familiar girl, he asked who this young lady who stands behind her, and not from our group. Hu Linju turned around and said that she forgot to imagine her friend. But suddenly the cutie was fastened and confidently followed the other side of them. The beauty began to mention that when she registered her, she read that Sheng Yuich was left without parents and applied for credit training. Moreover, her self-esteem suffers greatly. The words shocked the guy. He began to remember that this is exactly the girl from the graduation who dumbfounded everyone with her beautiful appearance. This time the guy was decisively configured to her, because unfortunately, during their work, their connection broke. She was very beautiful and attractive. Her hair is long, the figure is gorgeous, and a very sweet smile. Chen Hanshan understood that this time he would definitely not miss his chance, and something would come up with their comprehension. Entering the audience, a middle-aged man coughed to attract the attention of all students and announced that the meeting was beginning. He sweetly offered to introduce himself to each other and so that everyone would tell a little about himself, his life, and hobbies. The first one came out a red-haired girl who greeted everyone and began her short-lived races. She was very beautiful. In the back desks, the guys began to inspect her and assess her appearance. It seems that she was very sunk into their soul. The next went Shy Beauty, who said only a few words to herself, after which she fell silent awkwardly and went in her place. The guys put a low appraisal, since her face was almost invisible. She was quite tall, and she had very soft, silky hair. After acquaintance, the teacher announced that it would be necessary to choose the old group, and the guys offered the candidacy of Chen Hanshan. After all, they were sure that it was he who could help them to deal with the passes of classes and tests. Hu Linju was very outraged, and she saw a real competitor in a guy. She realized that she would need to try properly to win him. Then she immediately turned to her friend, saying that she did not need to listen to anyone, and all the guys are idiots. The girl continued that the boy, just to quickly take off his clothes, and these words even more put her at a dead end and forced her to blush. Going out into the street, they were met by an evil mentor who, with a cry, ordered that the hair was too long and should be cut to comply with the code. The young man objected to him, because he considered it unfair, because he believed that his hair would not affect training. For a minute, the girls began to panic, because they were very dear to their hairstyles, and they did not want to say goodbye to them since they grew up all the summer holidays. They decided to send one of the beauties so that she could find out from the teacher whether they must cut her hair. Turning to the guy, she asked for help to go to the teacher and talk to him, as she would not allow the girls to part with their hair. Chen Hanshan thought out well and accused the girl of his inexperience and decided to show how the real headman and the detachment commander should behave. Seeing that a crowd of guys was approaching him, the man coldly and menacingly began to look in their direction, making it clear that he was not tuned to a friendly conversation. But the guy was seriously configured to solve the situation. Folding his hands in his pocket, he looked directly into the teacher's eyes. Such confidence really did not like a friend, and he angrily began to ask who the young man is. Introducing himself, the guy politely asked the scissors so that during the conversation it was not harmful to anyone. The instructor was furious from these words, and ordered that long hair was not allowed during military preparation, and he immediately needs to shave their heads. To which the student began to be indignant that he would not do this, and he would not dare to object to him, to which he heard in response that he would better silent. The young man began to explain amiably that the university invited a man only to study and nothing more is required of him. He threatened, wondering that the boss thought if he had seen him with scissors in his hands screaming at his students. The guy knew that the instructor was afraid of his authorities and could not even object to him, not to undertake. The young man said that it is forbidden to walk with long hair, but this is not to devour the students. If it is written somewhere, then he will be the first to shave. Such an answer was very puzzled by the instructor, because he knew that the boy was telling the truth, and he could not argue with him. The daredevil decided to offer a compromise as a cap in order to hide his hair, and then they will not interfere and distract. The teacher had no choice but to agree, and how a friend the guy asked the student to apologize to the man to settle the conflict. For a long time resisting and not understanding why he needs to do this, he still decides to approach him, and awkwardly, barely squeezing out his words, asks for forgiveness. They began to discuss that Chen was a little strange, but now they are in debt in front of him, to which her friend asked if she was now interested in a guy. For a minute the girl rejected these words and said that she was simply grateful to him for staring. Seeing that the guys did not listen to the instructor, the guy decided to take it into his own hands and shouted loudly so that everyone would immediately build in a row. Such amateur performances surprised the man, and he sharply called out the guy who stood in the crowd. The man remembered that he smoked during the preparation, thereby violating the rules, and in punishment, he should run 10 circles. Someone from the crowd shouted that Zhang Shichao also smoked. For some reason, he was not added for some reason too. 5 circles. The noise rose. Everyone began to argue that it was unfair, and he also needed to run 10 circles, and not piat, which the instructor agreed to. Soon, after the guys did their task, they were met by a red-haired boy and noted that the young man was cool when he argued with the teacher. He approved that this was not a dispute, who was to blame that Chanlun could not remove his hair, and also ran after 10 circles. The long-haired guy said that tonight he would treat him with dinner, and from now on could turn to him on any issue. At the same time, the beauty treated her classmates with cute little gifts, which cheer up their mood. The girls began to discuss that in this way she wants to become the main one and bribes people. It is not surprising that many are talking about the university, that this is a small society. The beauties agreed with such a statement, but they believe that Chen Hanshan was a little better than her. He looked confident when he spoke with the instructor. After listening to the conversation, the guy heard that thanks to a sweet gift, many guys intend to vote for the girl, and it would be difficult for him to prove himself as an elder. The young man conceived something and realized that there was no other way, and hopes that the classmate Hu would not blame him for this act. The man said that if there are misconduct in the future, the instructor needs to tell him right away, and as a public he invites him to dinner tomorrow. Going closer to an elderly man, he offered a cigarette, politely introducing himself. Having smoked her, he began to ask the guy how he resolved the conflict and why he considered it necessary. He began to tell that he must find a person who will help all students. In his opinion, the young man copes well with this. Suddenly, they called the man, and he began to discuss violently that today he had a very serious will, and he could not leave earlier. The woman was very unhappy and stated that she could not revoke either, and if a man does not do it, then he may not even come. He talked with his wife, who screamed in bewilderment that there was no one to meet their daughter from the kindergarten, and the guy offered his help. The man was very surprised at such a proposal and suggested that the guy does not even know the city and could not help him. But still he asked if he knew the one where the kindergarten of Gulu is located, where his little daughter walks. Confidently, the young man replied that it was necessary to sit on bus 737 and then 33 to get there. Besides, there is a noodles store next to the Gulu kindergarten. Such an answer was surprised by the man, and he decided to ask again if the young man lived in the far, to which he heard in response that he had guessed. The guy asked, he could not contact the teacher when he came there. He would provide a student so that they would be sure that someone else did not come, and he agreed. Looking at the company of girls, the guy noticed that no matter how well it was going, from time to time should resort to additional support. Closer to the building of the kindergarten, he saw many parents who took their happy children home. Having greeted the teacher, she asked displeasedly where the girl's father was and why the guy came for her, to which he claimed that he asked him to pick him up, and she could call to make this information. The woman soon took her phone, and turning to Kadyushka, asked if he instructed someone to pick up Jiahui, and to check the young man needs to say a special number. She carefully examined the guy, trying to understand if he was lying. She stated that he needed to say the number, to which the young man calmly dictated all the numbers. The little girl shyly held on to the dress of the teacher and looked at everything with great interest. After the number was confirmed, the girl apologized and said that she misunderstood everything. The teacher acquired the girl and said that it was her dad who conducts her. The baby, without objecting, began to approach the young man. The guy smiled at the baby and in greeting it acquired, saying that it was time for them to go. In parting, they waved to the girl and followed a cafe that is very close. Having ordered food, the guy began to ask the girl, first asking if he could ask a few questions. Jiahui sweetly ate her delicious burger and agreed to promise to answer everything only honestly. The young man politely asked if she knew the teacher of the teacher Xiao Yu, to which he heard that the girl did not know. The next question was the QQ number, but the baby was surprised because she did not even know what this means. And having drove several stops by bus, they arrived at the place where their parents were already waiting, who sincerely thanked them for the request fulfilled. As a sign of respect to the guy, they gave him a whole bag of fruits and invited him to his dinner another time. They also brought the young man to the stop, to which he was very grateful, and he did not have to go home to the hostel. It was already dark enough outside. The tired guy was sitting on the bench, lighting a cigarette, exhaled and looked into the distance. The beauty ran up to him, gently looking at him, said that it was too late and everyone was going to sleep. The guy pointed to the girl to the fruits lying nearby, which was very surprised by her, because in a university store they are not very fresh. An awkward silence pierced the air. The student asked that he really called her to pass this package to her, from which she blushed even more. A friend said that they were very expensive and so that the young man would no longer buy them, but in response he only smiled sweetly and said, "If she likes them, then everything is fine." Having managed to say these words, the guys heard someone passing near them and calls, to which the teenagers turned to the sound. A young man with dark hair came closer, who was surprised that he had met a young lady so late. The conversation began that the guy works at the Institute of Geology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The brunette noticed that some guy was behind the sink, and in surprise he asked who he was. The boy, lighting a cigarette, introduced himself and said that he was a classmate of Xiao Junye. Taking a pack of cigarettes, brunette, he suggested, but he, in turn, refused because he does not smoke. The smell from the young man was very struck by the young man, and he covered his mouth and nose with his hand because he felt bad. The conversation did not last long, since the brunette had to go, because tomorrow the teacher would say the topic, and he would need to prepare the documents. As soon as the young man moved away, the girl began to tell that he was a graduate of their university, and even before the end of training he wanted to pick up the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Turning to the girl, the boy became interested in what happened later and why he did not leave. To which the beauty, dropping her eyes to the floor after an awkward silence, said that they changed their minds and called her. The silence hung in the air. The young man only sighed monotonously, pondering the whole situation, as he heard that the beauty did not agree to their proposal. Immediately a friend said that she did not agree to this proposal, as she was sure that it was inappropriate now. The comrade did not understand why she did this, because it could help her a lot in the future. But he only said nothing in response. Tightened with a cigarette, the guy looked into the distance, and did not understand why the beauty was so unhappy looking in his direction. The companion felt a little uncertain, but continued to talk and asked why he smokes, since it was bad for his future. His subsequent words put the beauty in a stupor because he said that he plans to take a look after one girl. This was very embarrassed, and she asked what a girl, to which the guy nodded and told that he had never met such for all the years. She objected that if she wants to study and does not accept his feelings, he only muttered calmly that he would wait in any case and does not plan to give up. Such a self-confident answer struck the beauty. She was embarrassed and covered her face with her hand from surprise. Not knowing what to say, she decided to escape from the answer, only shouting after the gratitude and the fact that she needed to consider everything. The guy awkwardly watched her run away, not understanding why. And did he really say something superfluous? He could not understand why the beauty wanted to think why he was pursuing Shen Yuichi, and how she was generally involved in this. The next day, going to the audience, the teacher greeted all students and said that after a weekly communication, everyone could draw conclusions. The university encourages their own initiative, so everyone can nominate their candidacy. The guys encouraged the guy to hurry to take this position, because they could get high in the future only in this case. The young man looked at the guys displeasedly and objected that it was time to begin to nominate his candidacy. The first was a student Hu Linju, greeting everyone. She went to the teacher. Her friend was modestly sitting in her place and quietly fertilized while she was proud of her. Turning to all students, the girl began to talk about herself, how she helped everyone in registration and always answered their questions friendly. She began to say that complete enthusiasm always shows cheerfulness, respectfully and carefully communicates with classmates, and will help everyone learn. Milashka sat and silently listened to the repact, quietly clapping her hands to support the girl. Having told, Hu Linya went back to her place. Many thanked her for such a beautiful speech and praised her, supporting her. Immediately, the gaze of the shy beauty headed for a tall guy who passed her, which very surprised her. The young man, looking at the beauty, smiled slightly and winked, which even more embarrassed her. After such a gesture, Milashka lowered her eyes to the floor, her cheeks turned red, and she was afraid to even breathe. The guy confidently went to the middle of the class, which was with great surprise for everyone, because they did not expect such a candidate. All the rags were chained by the teenagers, whispering and discussing him. The whole audience heard the cries of his friends who encouraged and believed that the boy would win. The tension was in the air, and to diffuse the situation, the guy decided to joke that the teacher liked very much. The young man began to tell that if he becomes the headman, he would communicate with all the teachers so that everyone has confidence in his abilities before the exam. The girl carefully listened to the guy's story that he could overcome the explosion with other universities and accustom himself to discipline to ensure the future. Everyone applauded him and supported him, as deciding on such a responsible step is very cool. The teacher noted that Chen Hanshin has many advantages, including outstanding leadership qualities and organization. A short vote, and the man announced that the guy was gaining 27 points and was becoming the headman of the group. His beauty, The competitor was beside herself from what she heard and did not understand why it happened because she did everything that she could. The guy was very happy with this outcome of events. His friends congratulated, screaming how cool he is and the best student. The girl said that the men are very unreliable, and there is no need to forget about this to her friend. A frustrated beauty, going to her hostel, pondered everything, since she lost the meaning of life because she lost. Suddenly the young man called out to her, calling for her, thinking if she wanted to boast of his loss in front of him. His words shocked her. He wanted to invite her to dinner to chat together and discuss something. She allowed that his decision to become the head man is all in order to fall in love with her. The guy began to abruptly deny, because he did not mean, but he only wanted to just talk to her at the expense of management. And so that Hu Linju did not think so, he suggested calling her friend as evidence. Sitting at the dining table, the girl still could not accept her defeat and was very unhappy. The beauty began to tell what she heard, how he called the guys to eat a few days ago. But what about the girls? Taking the map, she quickly went to the rack with food and ordered her friend to sit and wait for her here with the guy. The silence enveloped the air. Such a tense atmosphere was very embarrassing the girl, and she silently looked at the floor, while the young man looked right at her. The rapid gaze of the young man more and more heated the situation. The cutie did not know where to put themselves, and her cheeks blushed every minute. Suddenly, their silence was interrupted by a classmate, who had already come with food, saying that she costs only 117 yuan. She asked what the guy wanted from her, and why he decided to call to eat together. Looking right at them, the young man grinned, saying that he has one very profitable offer. He proudly stated that he wanted to convey to the beauty his position of the head man, about which she had dreamed for so long. The girl was very outraged by such a proposal, and sincerely did not understand why he needed it. He calmly eating his dinner, he easily replied that before doing this, he wants to know why it was so important for her to become an old man. She stated in response that she simply wanted to help students. What the guy only began to laugh and said to stop telling nonsense, and simply told the truth. Hu Linju began to worry. Her eyes ran in. She turned her head to the side, trying to come up with her answer. The guy realized that she was doing this to build her career, but in response he heard a loud statement that she sincerely did not understand why he was doing these tricks. Chen Hanshan sincerely admitted that he only wanted more money, and the beauty offered her help, because she has a lot of connections. The position of the headman is very influential, and this is only one of the tools for achieving his goal and a successful future. Malashka silently ate and listened to their conversation, which was in very increased colors. The guy reassured that this work did not interest him, and needed only for a year. Unable to withstand such attention, the dear lady said that she had eaten and she had to leave, because there are so many more troubles. The guy cried out, and her body was curious with fear, and Shen Yuich quietly returned back. Her friend was furious from such rudeness. After Chen Hanshen handed a plate with shrimp to her, saying that he bought them for her, and it would be worth it to get it. This put Malashka at a dead end. She quickly began to make excuses that she had already eaten and did not want, and she really has everything good. After seeing a rice bun in the companion's hand, he came up with how to stay a little closer with her. He asked how tasty and gentle, biting him in her eyes. The situation was very awkward. The girl did not know where to put herself. Next to her friend was furious and shouted only curses. Hu Linju agreed to their future cooperation, but only on condition that it will not be as disgusting as it is now. Grinkling, the guy said that he always considered the most beautiful in the Shanyanyan group until today. But, without thinking twice, Chen Hanshen began to refute what was said. Because now he thinks that this is not so now, her place will take Shen Yuch. The girl said that few people know about the true appearance, and he should keep everything secret, because she is very timid. Otherwise she will be erased. The boy agreed with her words, only asked not to look at him when she pronounces the word perverts, to which he heard that there were only one thing in the men. The guy noticed in his head that it was the right decision to set up good relations with Hu Linju. The young man said that in his second year, he would refuse the headman and offers to occupy her as she wanted. The young man decided to advise the beauty to support him, thereby won the attention of students. Having offered such cooperation, the boy indicated that she would conduct minor affairs, and he is larger, and together they will be able to work. Such a proposal did not cause confidence in the girl, but Chen Hanshen insisted that if she did not agree, he would work even more diligent so that she had no chance. This very puzzled a student, as she will do her favorite thing, but not alone, but with a guy. He very confidently claimed that he would help her with all duties, and they would poke perfectly. The The young man, with a calm look and charming gaze, looked directly into his eyes and assured that he was completely sincere with her. The girl still did not trust and tried to understand where he deceives her, finding himself up for each word, studying every suction. Such perseverance was very puzzled by the beauty, and her cheeks began to blush, and her eyes ran to the guy or to the side. After the realization that he most likely does not lie to her, she looked with little surprise. He continued to persuade the trouble. She agreed in the same bewilderment and anger. Taking her friend, said that they were leaving immediately because you can't stay with the boy for a long time. This situation was very amusing him. Chen Hanshin was pleased with himself that he was able to achieve what he had planned, and so beautifully crank everything. The company of the guys gathered at a joint dinner to celebrate the end of military training. The guy sitting next to the beauty insisted on their frequent meetings, because the hostel is not so far away, and more lay the girl food. Chen Hanshin turned around and saw his best friend, very upset, and decided to ask what happened to him. Dipping his drink, he apprised that they had only 2 girls in a group of 62 people, and he feels like in a monastery. The guy was surprised at such a statement, but still decided to ask about those that are still. From this question, the young man was even more dumb. Looking into the distance, he devastated his glass, because they did not attract him at all. The guy tried to console his comrade, but it seemed that his words would not correct anything. Only time would help. From the next table, the brunette said that they go to the university in order to study and not think about this. The boy decided to pin the guy and invited him to sit closer to the girl. She asked his opinions about her. Gently pushing her shoulder, he leaned right in front of his face, stretching behind a toothpick, creating an ongoing. Van Zebo, pouring himself more drinking, began to think when he could already behave just as cheekily. Unable to withstand such awkwardness, the girl suggested talking about achievements, because they are not so often gathering because of their studies. The brunette is dry, with a grin, turning to Chen Hanshin, asked what he could boast of, and considers it true that he began his story. With a calm expression on his face, the young man took out a cigarette and smoked, tuning into his fascinating answer. His story about the fact that he was the head of the group very much surprised everyone. The eyes of the guys were riveted to him. No one could believe it. The student cried out that the guy was lying to him because it does not look at him at all and sounds delusional. The teenager immediately began to throw accusations, which he only does. How he pestering girls, drinks and smokes, and this is impossible. There was a turn of a frustrated guy. Everyone was waiting for his story while he was holding a languid pause and pondering the words that he needed to say. The guy said that in general, at the University of Tsibo, nothing to himself, since there is a restaurant in the city center in which there was one of the Michelinsky. The young man carefully listened to the story of his friend, pondering all his words, but to himself he knew that these guys were only a bunch of sentimental students, waiting for his turn to the story. The brunette scrolled in his head everything that he wrote out the whole evening. All the advantages of the university to conquer the girl sitting next to him. As soon as the guy started the conversation, someone sharply shouted the name Chen Hanshin to attract his attention. When everyone turned around, they stood in front of them, who angrily stated that after the start of classes, the headman should carry out various events. Everyone looked directly at the girl, not understanding what she was talking about. But our boyfriend was abruptly blew up and said that he needed to leave to talk. She collected money, but the beauty had no change to give, and the young man found an excellent option to convey to Mila Shenyuich. Such an answer put the girl in a stupor, but she nevertheless thought well and nodded her head, agreeing with such a proposal. The guys watched their conversation and were at a loss. Why he did this and that this young lady wants from him. By departing Hulinya, she took the outstretched bill and stated that she hopes that the headman would feel good. The guys expressed their surprise and support, since now they were accurately convinced that the boy did not lie to them when he said that he was taking such a position. Brunette did not like it all, and he stated that in fact the headman became cheap, fulfilling the positions of the servants. But, members of the student union, this is another. He joyfully turning to him, the young man approved that he was thinking in the same way and supports his every word. Sitting in his place, his friend in a whisper began to prove that the guy did not arrange Xiaojunya, and he simply went over to another. From the company they accused him that he does this only in order to attract the attention of the girl, because everyone knows that she likes purposeful guys. Already heading for his station to take the bus and go to the hostel, the young man sharply heard him hazed. Before him stood a beauty, who looked with a tender gaze directly into his eyes, as if she decided to ask him something. Suddenly she screamed loudly that she thanks the young man for his perseverance, and this is really very valuable and pleasant. These words put the guy in a stupor. He did not know what to answer, since he had no such plans, and just stood silently. The young man sat down on a bench, took out cigarettes, and began to think over all the words of the student, reproached himself for thinking so, and at the same time did not understand why. Approaching a large building, the young man checked with his piece of paper and became convinced that he had come for their intended purpose. He saw two men who sorted out the boxes and drove carts. There was no certain shape on this work, so it was possible to dress as the soul wanted. Approaching an elderly man, he handed him a cigarette and politely asked where the director of the company is now. Having thanked the guy, he kindly replied that his office on the second floor, and he, in turn, was ready to accept him. A serious man at the table was dealing with different documents and was pleasantly immersed in his thoughts. The young man showed an announcement that tore off the newspaper from the wall, that the company needs a worker for part-time. After asking the guy where he was, the director said that a man had already come from this university, and he was already late. The man tried not to pay attention to the boy anymore, because he still had a lot of work. Refusing the guy, he insisted to leave, because he can no longer help with the house since the place is borrowed. Chen Hanshin clearly and confidently asked the man what he needs to do to replace this man who came before him. The secretary, looking up, approved that this is not very good to go ahead, and he does not encourage such an act, so that it was better to leave his friend's office. The boy was persistent and explained that he only wanted to earn money, and does not see anything wrong with that. The man clarified that he sees the guy a little strange, but judging by his appearance, he lives well and sincerely does not understand why he was working. Holding a cigarette, the young man noticed that he simply wants to earn money, and this company is not too large to check the entire genealogy of the employee. The director really liked the boy, but unfortunately, he could not change employees only at his whim. As soon as he lit a cigarette, the secretary began to tell that things are going well at present. 60 parcels are delivered on average, but the only option to accept the guy is to raise the number of parcels to 100, and only then he will consider him as a candidate. Chen Hanshin liked such conditions. He asked for a business card and was strongly configured to act. Saying goodbye to the director, the young man followed further about his business in the city, because time was already running out. The man still remained in his chair, noting that the student was very interesting and promising, and it would not be bad that he got a job for them. Passing by the amusement park, the guy thought that he needed support to organize everything, because he would have to deal with many shops and people. He decided that he needed to join a public club, since there you can get acquainted with students from various universities. The puzzle clinked him, as they did not expect to see the young man here at all, and they were very interested in this. The girl looked out of the crowd and asked whether Chen Hanshin wanted to join the Association of Students. He stated that he really wishes, and all this for the sake of the future of his group. After all, someone should enter and keep abreast of all events. Saying goodbye to the guy, they stated that they wanted to go through other clubs, without lingering on one thing, to which he promised to treat them to breakfast tomorrow. Teenagers wished each other good luck in the struggle for the honorary place in the club and parted about their business. The young man noticed how some young man stands very close to him and stares right at him for several minutes. Entering the audience, the guy saw the introductory commission, which carefully examined him, expecting to hear his story. The man looked strictly, evaluating the appearance of the guy with little contempt, and he definitely did not like him. The boy nodded his head in greeting, and already wanted to begin to appear how he was suddenly killed. The young man said that their club is not interested in his candidacy, but are looking for only girls, so there is no need to waste time. One of the members of the commission was very surprised, whispering, asked the man what was the matter, because before there were no such conditions. A friend emphasized that the club often has to resolve issues on business and sponsorship, and, in his opinion, the girls are better than this role. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted that they had previously chosen a guy, to which she was quickly ordered to be silent and not to pour into the conversation. But the young man was not at a loss. With a strict gaze, looked at the man, confidently thinking that this was exactly what everyone needed. The young man was dumbfounded by such impudence, stood up from his chair and shouted that every year of freshmen it was increasingly difficult to keep under control. The members of the commission got up to reassure the guys. One of them introduced themselves as responsible for the public relations and asked to solve everything peacefully with a conversation. The man was furious to find out what the young man wants from him and why he does not listen to his order, since this is not permissible. The daredevil, in turn, quickly came up and, looking directly into his eyes, asked what the problem was, why he did not fit because of his gender, since this is already discrimination. The words of the young man were very angry with the boy, since the main goal in the club is good to fulfill the task, and this has nothing to do with the gender. Soon the guy emphasized that if only girls are required, then in such a thing the brunette forgot here. The guys began to scream and intercede, because the man was really time to leave. He has no place here with such an attitude to students. The voice from behind forced everyone to turn around, because he threatened that if this is repeated, he would have to report this guard. The guy turned slowly to consider who he said. With a cold look, he swept a man and asked who he was. The dark-haired young man proudly stated that he was deputy chairman of the student union Tzo Xiaoli. Stepping even closer to the guys, he once again named his name and position. His voice sounded very convincingly and seriously configured. With a grin, the young man said that in this case it was time for him to leave, looking directly into his friend's eyes. But the guy did not understand why he should leave, which even more angered him and infuriated him in such a thing. His eyes were filled with fury more and more. His shoulders clenched, and gritting his teeth, he looked at the guys with contempt. The dark-haired guy asked immediately to answer the name of the boy or from what group he was, to which he heard only a sharp answer. He was very surprised, since a freshman who is not afraid of anything, and even the headman, turned out to be very brave. The teenagers began to shout, so that the daredevil was not afraid of anything, and they are ready to stand up for him if someone touches him. Suddenly, the dispute was interrupted by a cute girl who said that the guys stopped quarreling, since he had already passed an interview. The guy turned to her with a smile, sincerely rejoiced, but did not have time to finish how he was killed. The young man still continued to shout off the insults in his direction, and noticed that this behavior is very arrogant and vile. Not bewildered, he asked why he thinks so, and where it is generally stated that freshmen could not enter. The teenagers began to express their dissatisfaction with the fact that he had every chance of joining, and there is no benefit from a young man if he was mocking students. With a grin, the Sedenik began to tell that the deputy was taking full responsibility. He is not sure that the boy will be able to guarantee sponsorship for events. After the question was whether he could be organized, the guy answered with confidence that yes, and he was very good at that. The guys still continued to support the young man and say that they should give the way to the young. Under such pressure, the young man could not stand it, and said that the candidate could try to help him with the dedication of freshmen. The event will help to determine who will receive more sponsorship and who is really worthy of this position. Everyone began to protest, since Tzo Xiao has more advantages, because he has been working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for more than a year, and this is dishonest. The tension was in the air, but this proposal sounded like a challenge for a guy, and he agreed to prove that he was better. The young man said that if the boy could defeat him, then he would take his place of the deputy in the club. Such an answer was delighted by the guy, and he warned that there were many witnesses, and he could not abandon his words after losing. The rules are very simple. Each participant is assigned a person who will calculate, who has more sponsorship, and thus everyone will recognize the winner. The boy was very embarrassed that the participant is appointed by chance, as this could be a kind of manipulation. But he is ready to accept the call. The judge said that Tzo Xiao would go to the hairdresser and his rival to the stationery store. The student after hearing was very pleased, because he was not doing the first time, and is completely sure. A guy's friend quietly noticed that the hairdresser opened recently and was not yet popular, while the stationery has been working for a long time. The young man proudly left the stall and stated that he was able to get 200 sponsorship contributions and a 300 yuan coupon as a gift. But the guy only calmly praised him, not showing any emotions except for indifference, as he was confident in himself 100%. The girl offered the young man help, since he is a freshman, and she can start with him. But everything else will only depend on him. The beauty went to the store and politely greeted the owner, apologizing for worrying him during working hours. She greeted the man and began to tell that the faculty was about to arrange a dedication, and for this they need sponsors. But the seller rudely replied that he himself and a bunch of debts, so he cannot help anything now. The teenagers, having heard this, specified that every time they ask for sponsorship, he takes out this book and begins to blame. The man put forward one condition: if they help him deal with his debts, he will agree to invest in the event. This statement greatly upset the sweet girl and put her into a dead end, since she could not even imagine what to do for this. Hearing this, the guy quickly started up and said that he was ready to help the owner, and he is confident in his abilities. The seller did not expect such an answer, and was very surprised. Looking at the student, he could not even say a word. Having discussed the details, the young man promised that he would cope until the afternoon, and the Durga showed the direction of the store he needed to go. He agreed, and stated that Chen Hanshin needed to go to the store opposite, and solve everything. At the entrance, they were met by a very frightening man with a knife who sold fruit. But everyone doubted this, since he was more like a seller of pork. The guys, seeing this picture, were very pleased, because they were sure that the young man could not cope with this, and the victory was already in their hands. The boy asked for a debt receipt on this score so that he could completely demand something. Having received it, together with friends, they went to the counter with fruits. But the students were still a little afraid from behind. Only one force, and the man's eyes made it clear that Chen Hanshin had very little chance of achieving something. The guys tried to dissuade the daredevil, as the amount of duty was very large, and they doubted until the end that the man would be listening to them at all. The guy reproached the teenagers that if they were afraid, then he could go alone, to which he heard outraged words that they would not give up so simply and would not leave him. Two young people began to doubt their victory, seeing such a serious mood of their rivals. The seller only watched and waited for the boys to approach him. He was very interested in what they planned. As soon as the guys approached the counter, the man immediately asked coldly what they want, and cast them with a serious look. He did not understand what a bunch of teenagers could demand from him, because they had it with very serious faces. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that he did not need fruit, he came for money, to which his comrade reacted very violently. The gaze was very cold and strict. He examined the young man and wanted to know where he got such confidence. Hearing with what question the guys came to him, the seller lost control of his motion. Chen Hanshin calmly took a strawberry from the table, and calmly said that he came from the owner of the office opposite. He presented the man that he owed him 3,500 yuan, and for an unknown reason did not return. It became interesting to him when the owner of the office managed to occupy such an amount and why he did not know about it. But the young man insisted on his statement about the duty. This situation was very angry for the seller. He insisted that he should not be 3,500 yuan. But the guy was not interested in the guy, since he was doing what he was told. The formidable young man only looked around the whole crowd and seriously asked who these people who surrounded him are. The youth's answer is that these are his fellow students, and if he does not return the money, they will take the fruits for this amount. Very angry, the seller. From anger, the man began to shout that the owner of the office is a scoundrel, and he owed him only 2,500 yuan, and he was very angry that he sent a group of students to him so that they would interfere with him. To confirm his case, the man went for evidence. The stranger took out a note that confirmed the debt of only 2,500 yuan, and this indicated that he really was not lying. Having carefully glanced at her, the young man was convinced of the seller's rightness, which is why the situation became even more tense. Chen Hanshin smiled amiably and apologized, saying that he probably just heard the amount incorrectly. But this note played the guys only into the hands, since now they had material evidence, and the man was obliged to return the duty. A crowd of teenagers began to scream, demanding that he return the money right at this hour, because this is not right in relation to others. An angry seller began to be indignant and impudently asking what would happen if he does not give anything. Passing by, the police noticed the crowd and decided to stop to find out what was happening. Men warned the seller that such an accumulation of people interferes with trade, and he needs to deal with it as soon as possible. The situation was hopeless, and under pressure from everyone, the man nevertheless gave the money that he once occupied. The office seller was very surprised that the guys still managed to complete the task, because he no longer hoped to return their money. But, not having time to pick them up, the guy sharply put his hand on the money, preventing them from doing anything, because they had an agreement. He confidently stated that the owner of Feng said that this was his money, and he, in turn, promised it a few hours ago. The man began to object, as the amount was too large, and invited the boy to take only 500 yuan. The teenagers remembered that he said that this money would go to the one who would return it, and the seller, in turn, confirmed their words. The young man looked around everyone and realized that it seemed that the chairman of Zhou received sponsorship in the amount of 500 yuan. He handed a bill to a sweet girl and said that he had taken 501 yuan as sponsorship for their event. From shock, the teenagers could not say a word of surprise directly read on their faces, since the freshman was able to make such a blessing. The disgruntled beauty grabbed the money from his hands and muttered quietly that she accepts them as a contribution for the event. Young people were very upset and suppressed due to loss in the dispute. They stood silently, listening to the words of congratulations from adolescents. Suddenly, someone from the crowd remembered that the liberation of the chairman's place was agreed, but the guy only objected, realizing that he would not allow this anyway. Everyone around was happy and wanted to celebrate such an event rather, watching the losers leave with dissatisfied faces. Everyone was outraged that Zhou Xiao ignores his promises. He needed to immediately leave the post. In such cases, he will lose his authority and will no longer be able to make any position at the university. The guy in a yellow t-shirt joyfully shouted about his victory because he gathered 4 king, thereby devoted his comrades. The boys were sitting in their room and playing cards for the cliques. It was one of their favorite entertainment. Suddenly, a dark-haired young man burst into the room and shouted loudly that Zhu Chenlun had fought with Zhu Xiao. Everyone was shocked by such a statement, because they did not even assume that this could happen to their friend. A crowd of teenagers has already gathered at the door, where everything happened, violently discussing that the boys got drunk and started a fight. The headman quickly went to the place of events. He really did not like it, because they did not have time to solve past problems, as new ones appeared. 2 men silently watched what was happening, trying to understand how this happened and what they should do next. The dark-haired young man sat in severe shock. His shirt was torn, and traces of blows were visible on his face. The guy went into the room and turned to the teacher, trying to find out what was the matter. But he only began to ask how he could allow this, because he had to control everything. The man was very angry, since such behavior in a hostel is strictly prohibited and always punished. The headman looked at the intake of a fight, who only silently watched everyone in order to somehow scatter suspicions. Chen Hanshin suggested that he might have slandered him, and his friend simply could not stand it and stood up. His gaze was very strict and evil, because it was precisely because of this incident that he will have big problems. He understood that if suspicions were removed from him, and Chen Moon would be accused of everything, this could lead to his exclusion. Men insisted that he rather give them an answer, since such antics should not close their eyes. The dark-haired young man began to stumble, turning to the teachers, but still was able to say that he knows everything and will decide now. The guy was reminded that he is the headman, which means that he should not be seen in fights, and he needs to write an explanatory. The student was ordered that after he writes it, he had a conversation with Zhao Xiao after the school day, where he will be sentenced. Without thinking twice, the guy apologized, hoping that this would smooth out the situation a little, and the men would be able to keep silent about her. He admitted that he was confused, but already realized his mistake. At that moment, the voice of a doctor was heard from behind, who stated that he needed to examine the students. The man leaned over the victims and began to carefully examine his wounds for serious damage. The doctor came to the conclusion that nothing special happened, and does not see the point of prescribing any medicines. Since the situation was already resolved, the guys began to disperse into their rooms, and the headman separately asked the guilty to go to bed. The boy did not understand why he had this, and confidently stated that he did not need to pretend to be a good man in relation to him. The guy carefully listened to the accusations against him, and carefully stacked books on the shelf, trying not to pass. But no one expected such an answer from the young man. He said that if the guy was not a student of their university, then even if he died before his eyes, he would not have moved. Chen Hanshin silently left the room and went along the corridor directly to his bed to relax after a heavy day. But at the entrance, he was met by a friend who was involved in a fight. With great regret and sincerity, he justified himself that he did not want this. The headman, unable to restrain himself, coldly kicked him on the leg, showing that he was extremely dissatisfied with what had happened, and this is not permissible. The young man fell to the floor, but to the question of whether he was in order, he replied that yes, because he understood that he deserved it and easily got off. The guys began to encourage him, saying that everything was not so bad, since his brother Chen took such a step. Perhaps he will be able to forgive him. The teachers stood on the street, smoked cigarettes, and discussed how the young man helps a lot. And the guys in the student council underestimate him, considering the Starom too wild. One of them noted that Zhu Xiao is very smart, but is wayward, and this time he went to a major step. And this is all in order to prove that besides him, no one is worthy of this position. And this is the Radiant Ritual. On the way home, they decided that the director was most likely busy, and did not bother him about the quarrel between the boys. The guy sat thoughtfully in a chair, smoked a cigarette and looked into the distance, when he suddenly heard the quiet steps from behind. The guys came again to apologize, because they were very sorry. But the young man was only silent to understand what was not in the mood. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin handed them a cigarette. The students were delighted, because this gesture meant that the conflict was exhausted. The guy said that he did not consider a quarrel a mistake, because now Zhao Xiao is seriously limited, and this will help him in the future. The boy is in the audience. He is seriously asking if he is ready to take the post of deputy chairman for public relations. He confidently nodded his head and said that he would cope with everything, and thanked for the trust because he had long wanted this. Recently, many events have occurred that have damaged the reputation of the student union. So Xiao made the initiative to resign, and it was unanimously decided to give the post of Cheng. After the national holiday, the young man will be able to officially take office and follow the agreements. The man turned to his former colleagues, stating that he saw what had happened with his own eyes. And this person is not so simple, so that it was worth being careful. The young man warned everyone that then they would definitely regret his decision. But it would be too late. The guy watched this and asked if there was something else important that he needs to hear. The guys began to discuss what had happened, and the girl with a slight disappointment clarified that she was asked to support the young man as a deputy, and she could not let her down. The guy was embarrassed that the girl's father would meet them, but at the same time he did not want to go alone on the bus. The car that drove up directly to them was very surprised. It was a luxurious 7-seater foreign car, owned by Uncle Xiao. The brunette with pride and knuckles in his voice warned that the guys behaved more mature, because they are already students. A middle-aged sweet man asked to sit faster and put his luggage back since they have little time. The guys took turns choosing a place for themselves. A sweet girl wanted to sit by the window, waiting for who would sit nearby. The brunette saw this and wanted to take advantage of the situation to sit around it, talk more, and spend time together. Suddenly, a young man interrupted his thoughts, who asked him to let him first so that he could sit behind him. He, with a slight smile on his face, missed him forward awaiting his turn. Suddenly he saw that Chen Hanshan sat near the beauty. He was greatly dumbfounded by such a situation, to which the boy said that he simply changed his mind. In bewilderment, as this happened, everyone began to ask him to sit faster, since he caused inconvenience on the road. The boy still had to sit on another place, but he realized for himself that he would never believe the student again. Watching the situation, the man thought that Chen Zhaojun was very kind, but his son was too comrade, asking everyone to fasten his belts. They went. The boy was still in a conversation with a girl and decided to ask if she entered the club after military training. Having received a cold answer that she was still in thought, he began to tell how he passed an entrance exam in the advertising club before the holidays, and he is sure that he would succeed. The young man from the front seat heard a conversation and decided to add that he wanted to join the organization's club, but he was not accepted. The guys asked what Chen was doing. Without thinking twice, he replied that he became deputy chairman of public relations. He heard all very surprised, because he was already an elder, and everyone understood where he was more than his position. The brunette did not believe him and said that if it was true and he is the deputy chairman, then he would drink all the urine in the city. The boy began to explain that this is impossible, and that no one would allow the freshman to take such a position, because he is not a Superman, capable of great exploits. But the guy was very tired, and did not want to talk about all kinds of nonsense anymore and prove his case. Soon the man stopped and told the guys that he would leave them here, since he still has important things in the city. The girl had too heavy a suitcase, and it was difficult for her to drag him alone to what the brunette decided to offer his help. Looking at him and seeing that his road bag was no less, she noted with a condemning gaze that the guy was not all right with her head. Xiao Junya said that Chen Hanshan would better help, because he has almost no things with him, and she will be so comfortable. Such an answer was very angry with the young man, because he was very jealous of Malashka to him, and proudly stated that he could also cope with this. Not wanting to leave the beauty, leaving her alone with the guy, he still had to leave as you. He did not resist. The guy was not delighted that he would have to carry things again. If he knew in advance, he could return yesterday. But Van Zibo saved on the road. While the young man dragged his suitcases, the girl joyfully walked, eating a sweet caramel on a stick. She kindly offered him one little thing so that he also tried how tasty and crisp. The beauty did not like his cold answer, and she calmly looked at him without understanding what happened. Still, the guy could not resist her gaze and agreed, gently leaning in front of her to bite off the treats from her hands. Not having time to try, he heard someone's voice right in front of him, which put him in a stupor. He was a well-groomed man in a gray shirt, who was the father of a boy who looked directly at them. He saw a picture of how some girl feed his son with sweets right from his hand and talks cute. To unwind, the guys decided to go to billiards, not even expecting that in their hometown there are such funny places. Without looking around, the young man saw two beautiful girls who passed by, looking directly into his eyes. The boy began to ask what the father said after he saw his son and the girl, to which he heard that they had been familiar for a long time. Passing key for the game, he announced that now the turn of his friend was so far that he only calmly looked at him. Their attention was attracted by the same girls who came closer. Their outfits were very open, and the guys were interested in whether they were cold in October in this form. Watching how his friend plays, The young man sat down on the bench, lighting a cigarette, and thought about important things taking place in life. One of the beauties violated his calm, asking why he was so drooping and why they could not drink together. But he was not interested in new acquaintances, and sent her right to his comrade in order to have fun. A sweet girl approached him, offering a glass with a drink and an evening in a pleasant company of her friends. The guy was very confused and almost began to stutter, because he was completely innocent and almost had no experience. Having fun, the guys decided to leave from there, heading for their homes. But the young man was upset, as he wanted to talk with a blonde. In his defense, he said that he could ever need a girl he simply met in a nightclub. Cooking a cigarette and pondering the words of a friend, he involuntarily said aloud his thoughts about a meeting in the campus. Suddenly, two young ladies were faced in front of them, who looked with contempt right at them as if they saw a ghost. Comrade whispered quietly that he could leave, and he would cover, to which he received in response that it was too late to run. The guy was not in a relationship, and there is nothing that he went to the bar. He should not feel guilty. Approaching closer, he greeted the beauties cute. The furious Xiao Junye showed that he said how he was going to visit the woman's ear and not have fun in the club. Not knowing what to say, the boy only silently looked straight into her eyes, pondering how to justify himself. A friend of the beauty said that when they chatted, Junye said that she could try her relationship with him. But after this was definitely not. She did not want to listen to some explanations of the guy and simply put a delicious drink on the ground with focusing on this. Then she called her friend to leave faster so as not to upset herself even more and not to see a liar. A friend shouted after that Chen acted like a bastard and that Xiao bought a new fruit drink specifically for him to try, and he was just having fun somewhere. The young man sincerely did not understand what he did bad and that he simply played billiards with his friend. His comrade suggested that he should have run after the girl. Otherwise, he could simply lose her. His heart sank even more when the wind turned the glass with a drink and it spilled. Without losing a minute, the guy ran to the rack with the phone and called the girl's home number, asking her father to talk to her. After hearing the request of the young man, the man decided to see where his daughter and what she is doing now. He stated that Junye is resting now, and he could only talk to her tomorrow and he better not to blame them for them. The guy was not tuned to give up. Only morning came to AK. He called again. But he heard that the beauty had already left and could not talk. During the day, he decided to try to talk with her again. But again his father picked up the phone and said that his daughter could not speak. Once again, he failed, as the girl had not returned yet, and her father recommended to call in the evening. The guy agreed and asked to warn her that in this case he was already returning to the university today. Father whispering this information to his daughter, who was sitting behind him, and simply did not want to hear the guy. She was very sad from the fact that he did this to her. Longing did not leave her, and the heart was very sick. The man decided to ask why they had a fight, because he knew that they were close to the entire high school. This situation was very pressing against the boy. He regretted that he could not explain everything and talk normally. Father warned the beauty that her mother was about to return, and she will have questions if she sees her in this state. She agreed with this statement and decided to go to the shower in order to put herself in order. Not having time to reach the room, her father's question was very shocked. He asked if they were in love with each other. With anger, the girl shouted that there was neither before nor now, and this would never happen in the future. The guy began to collect his things to return back to the university, while his mother said that she had a hard life, since she raised her son reverently, and now he was so ruthlessly leaving. The woman handed the bill in 1,000 yuan in the end, at least somehow supporting the boy with his new adult life. He began to deny for this, and stated that he did not need money. Despite the fact that study had just begun, he had already managed to earn 2,500. Saying goodbye to his parents, Chen Hanshan asked to take care of his health and quarrel less, because it was very decorating him. Hugging a woman, she looked her husband directly in her eyes and asked if they were really old that they should be left completely alone. She felt that Hanshan no longer needed them, does not take money, does not tell anything, and he already had his own life. The man said that this is very good, and now it is possible to worry less, because he is quite independent. Dissatisfied, she began to scream that she raised him and let her husband ask her colleagues if they had her daughter's age, so that after the university they could get married. He quietly said that probably there was, recalling the situation that he saw a few days ago with Xiao Junye. Heavy rain began, and the guy, so as not to get wet, was in a hurry as soon as possible to the hostel. He pondered that he did not have time to return to the university, as the weather was already meeting him not in the best way. Suddenly in the distance, he saw the silhouette of a sweet girl, who was wet, holding an umbrella just in her hands, and looked into the distance. She drew attention to the passing guy and recognized Chen Hanshin in him, her classmate. The guy quickly passed, and his gaze also fell on a real beauty, which he did not expect to see now. Shen Yuch began to recall all the moments that they spent together, and as the guy always embarrassed her, from this, she became even more embarrassed. Her eyes fell to the floor, the cheeks turned red, and she seemed to survive it again. The girl decided to run away so that none of these awkward situations would happen again, but did not have time to do it, as she heard that she was hailing. The young man turned to her, clarifying why she runs away from him all the time. Because he would not bite and does not do something bad. She assured that this was not so, but did not have time to turn, as she heard the offer to dinner together, because he did not want to remain alone. Chen acquired her with one hand, as the beauty trembled and all turned red, asked what happened, and perhaps she simply did not want to. Her eyes were directed to the floor, raindrops flowed through her hair, and awkward silence filled the air with every minute more and more. The boy said that they are classmates and should help each other, and if a bad mood, then they can just eat together. Recently, a new dish appeared in the second dining room, which costs about 50 yuan, but such an amount put the beauty in a dead end. Nevertheless, Shen Yuch agreed. She asked him to wait because at first it was necessary to go to the hostel. The girl, not expecting an answer, quickly ran to the building. The guy was waiting for her, when he suddenly saw that she was returning without her umbrella, covering her head with her hands. He asked where she did him, to which he heard in response that the neighbor was going to go somewhere around the room, so she gave it to her. These words put the young man in a stupor, and he asked why she did this, unless she needed him herself. She awkwardly replied that no, and everything was in order, to which the guy began to think about how simple she was, and was he really so miserable compared to her? Chen Hanshin could not allow the beauty to get wet. Therefore, having opened the umbrella, he suggested that go together under one. Approaching the buffet, they ordered 2 portions of lamb and 4 river shrimp, so that 53 yuan would be in total. The girl took out the money to pay, put it on the table, and heard that they could go to look for a place to eat. The guy awkwardly asked if his girlfriend went to the hostel for money, to which she nodded cute. Such an answer was very surprised by the young man, because he did not understand why she did this. He could pay for their dinner. Sitting at the table, the guys started food. Their dishes were already ready and looked just beautiful. The guy with great enthusiasm ate lamb, saying how tasty and juicy as it is in this place is prepared so cool. After looking at how the beauty is awkward and slowly eating, he decided to ask if she was hungry. In response, she said nothing, after which another question followed. Because this dish is the same as her accommodation, and what she is going to do. Shen Yuch said that she still had some money left that she put in a school bag, and she will also receive money for sorting books in the library. The guy asked if she would blame him for spending all her savings, but the beauty quickly nodded her head, making it clear that everything was in order. This behavior very much surprised him, because he did not understand why she was so kind to everyone, and was ready to sacrifice herself. Having considered everything, he confidently stated that in this case he wanted her to become his girlfriend right now. From these words, the beauty had a plate with food. She was not in herself, and could not squeeze a word back. Tears began to perform in her eyes. The body trembled, the cheeks blushed. She carefully pondered the whole situation. Not knowing what to answer, the beauty began to worry very much and barely audibly asked him not to force her. The young man sincerely understood why she had such a reaction, and in order to translate the topic, he calmly offered not to talk about it anymore. He only added that he likes to behave reasonably, not to force people, and calmly wait for an answer as much as he would need. The girl remembered the words of a friend who warned her about Chen Hanshin, saying that not a single guy could compare with him, and was sure that he was interested in her, so she advised to avoid meetings with him. Shen Yuch said that she had to go, to which the guy confirmed that she also plans to leave, as she had already eaten. He said that the dining room is located near the male dormitory, so he wants to give her an umbrella. He also suggested taking the remaining food, because she paid for her, and did not see the point of just leaving her. After that, he quickly turned around and headed for the exit without saying a word, leaving an unforgettable memory behind. Such behavior surprised the beauty. She did not understand in a sparkle, and could not predict a single step in advance. Looking back to the table, the student saw that he had forgotten the envelope, and already wanted to inform him of this, but he had already disappeared from sight. But as soon as she raised her head to return him, she noticed that her friend had no longer nearby. The beauty began to carefully examine the envelope, but conscience did not allow her to open and read what inside. Meanwhile, the guy decided to take several geese to his teacher, whom he brought from the house as a gift, to which he thanked him and offered to stay for dinner. The man, turning to his daughter, shouted loudly that her beloved brother Chen came, forcing her to turn around. As soon as she saw the guy, she gladly ran to greet him and hug him, as she really missed him. The girl stated that she recognized the teacher Xiaoyu in QQ, to which her father asked what it understood anything like that. The young man thanked the baby and thought that next time it would be necessary to bring her some gift. And if she wants, she could tell her father about this after dinner. As a cute woman called out, reporting that dinner was already ready, and the guys can start eating. Already about to leave, the teacher asked if he knew a girl named Shen Yuich. The man said that she had problems in the family, and before the holidays she filed a financial assistance for poor students. But it got stuck on the verification, and it would be good if he asked his status. Carefully listening to the request, the guy was surprised as he did not expect that the girl was in this position. The teacher asked if he understood everything, and, having heard an affirmative answer, he said goodbye and wished a good day, seeing off the guy. A week passed, and all students returned to training. The guys sat in the audience, listening to a boring lecture and discussing how hard it was to return after the holidays. Suddenly, Chen Hanshine approached a classmate, asking him to go out and seriously talk on one serious topic. The girl handed the envelope, the same one that he then left in the cafe, and asked what he means. Seeing him, the guy wondered why the letter addressed to Shen Yuich was at her. And did she really read everything? He calmly exhaled and offered not to discuss it here, since some could have thought too much about them. A friend, without restraining emotions, said that Yuich asked her to return the letter to the guy as he forgot him on the table. He was very surprised and asked if she opened him, to which he heard that there was no. She had read him well. The beauty was beside herself and claimed that such a person as he should not pursue her girlfriend, because there are a lot of other pretty girls, and threatened that he would not touch Malay Yuich. In bewilderment, the young man asked if he caused some harm, because he did not understand where so much hatred in his direction. The girl continued to scream that he gave her 500 yuan, and what it could mean because such a gesture could offend her friend, but fortunately, she never opened them. The guy claimed that he was simply kind to her, and having made a gesture with his hand, he vowed that he did not want to cause any harm. The beauty looked at him in disbelief and decided once again to ask if she did not lie to her at all. Such an atmosphere began to annoy the young man, and he decided to clarify whether she was too ignorant to him. He confidently stated that she was not in love with him, to which the beauty only looked into his eyes with contempt. The guy with a mockery offered to introduce her to his neighbor in the room, starting to praise him, telling how kind and helpful he was. Hulinju claimed that the girls feel remote from boys. Some believe that they need to become close. But one thing, just to be familiar, and another to work in a team. Thinking about what was said, the guy realized that this was a pretty good offer, and it would help him to contact Shan Yuich more, assuring that it is high time for guys from the 602nd room to get friends. The girl decided to turn to him, thereby tearing him out of Mislia, to which he said that she considered it a good idea to get together, eat and sing, but singing and food, too old-fashioned, and she does not think that this is suitable, since it is necessary to come up with something better. He said that when he returned to the hostel, he would write to her, saying goodbye. They were about to disperse. Suddenly, the young man called out the girl, claiming that she found him, and they decided the question that was interested in her. And now his turn to ask something. Before you say, he thought to formulate his thought correctly, and the beauty understood him correctly. The guy claimed that she and Shin Yuich and she turned to material support for the poor students before the holidays, and he did not understand why she did not inform him when problems appeared. Previously, they agreed that if she could not solve something alone, she would have to turn to him. Chen Hanshin knew that the girl had a great sense of self-esteem and self-motivation, but sometimes they should be crossed. In response, he heard that the beauty planned after classes to go to the youth committee, because she was sure that this time everything would work out. The guy said that in this case, after classes, he would go with her because he wants to personally deal with this situation. She did not really like this behavior because it emphasized that she could not cope alone. Having met her friend, Hulinjo said that the teacher of the GU was asked the guy to deal with the statement, and now he will go with them. The girl was very upset when she heard this, because until the last she did not understand his intentions to her and wanted to avoid him. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw a young man in the doorway who looked right at her. Not expecting this, Shen Yuich put her hands on the desk and tilted her head. For some reason, every time she saw a guy, she felt uneasy to such an extent that she did not even want to raise her eyes. Having finished classes, the guys, as agreed, went to find out about the statement of financial support. They were met by a strict man who immediately asked why they came, because he already said that he needed to wait. In addition to this, The data he received is not enough, and you need to contact the department. Such an answer did not satisfy the beauty, and she could not stand it, loudly asking how much time it could take, which he only said dryly, "It is impossible to determine the exact time." The beauty was simply furious, as she sent documents before the holidays, and she was informed that they had already begun to be considered, but there is still no result. It was still cold that he answered that there are certain rules of the financial system, and adolescents should understand and take this into account. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, while he was just sitting at the table and sorting out some documents, pretending that they were not nearby. The girl noticed in her thoughts that it should not be underestimated by Chen Hanxin and needs to ask for help. But young people did not give up and insisted that they already know everything about the situation. But they would not give up. Milashka worked daily in the library until 10 p.m. in order to somehow feed herself and survive. And now he is going to work in a cafeteria to save on dinner. Because for workers, there are personal discounts. The beauty shouted that the teacher should take this into account and immediately help promote the status of the application. The young man pondered everything that the teenagers shouted to him, not showing any emotions, only indifference. The girl was very angry and demanded at least some actions from him, because it cannot be left like that. Suddenly, he opened the far box of his table and began to rummage there, looking for something important in complete silence. Having taken out the red seal, he stated that he would give it, and the guys would bear further responsibility themselves. The girl already wanted to take her from the table with a quick movement, but the teenagers began to stop her and asked to be a little calmer in their actions. The guy, holding the beauty, heard that he should be on her side, because she knew that he liked her friend, at the same time asking the secretary to be a little calmer. Without thinking twice, they went to the exit, trying to smooth out the situation at least a little, and not to inflate an even greater conflict. The guys sat on the steps of the university and discussed why such an unfair attitude towards them. Because Shen Yuich fulfilled all the conditions, but in turn asked not to go there anymore and claimed that she no longer needed anything. A friend asked her what she was going to do, but in response she only heard that everything was in order, and somehow to cope herself. The guy could no longer listen to this, and asked him to give him documents, saying that he would try to do everything possible. He was not confident in his abilities, but he knew for sure that it was always worth trying, especially when it concerns UH. The girl still claimed that she considers all this useless, because the teacher does not even want to understand their situation. But if you do not add an increase, then you will never get anything. And no matter how hard it is necessary to fight to the end. For the second time in a day, the young man introduced himself to the office, and the girl who was with him today did not fully deal with the situation, so she spoke a lot of superfluous. After hearing an apology, the man only nodded calmly, pretending to accept them but did not want to prefer anything. The boy came up with a brilliant plan how to gain respect and the teacher's trust, and immediately began to act. Suddenly he heard some sounds behind him. Turning around, saw how the guy put things in order among his bookshelves. Then the young man took up the cleaning in his office, answering with a smile that he would not accept any objections. The guy knew that something needs to be done, and continued to fulfill what he was planning. Then he kindly brewed tea to the teacher, hoping for his further understanding of help in this matter. The man got up and announced that he was going to eat, and would be forced to leave the audience. Leaving, he slapped the door greatly, which made the young man very much surprised, and did not understand where so much hatred and ill wishes from. A little later, the teacher again saw the guy in his office and asked what he was doing here because he should have classes. He said that in the afternoon they did not have steam, but the man hastened to answer that everything was fine, and in the morning he went well, so he could go to the hostel. The guy with a smile stated that then he washed only the floor, but he never got to the closet, and now he wants to continue what he had begun. The man silently watched how he wipes the shelves with books, pondering that he doesn't care, and it all depends on how long he was going to persist. At the end of the day, the teacher announced that tomorrow he did not need to come, since the cabinet was already shed, and the office is clean. But the guy did not want to give up and said that this is not all. He wiped only the outside, and tomorrow he plans to continue the internal. The next day, Chen Henshin, as planned, continued the cleaning, wiping the floor again, and everything around. The young man came to clean every day. Despite all the reproaches of the man, he did not give up and continued to achieve his. There was not much work, but stubbornly prevailed, and the student did not even think to retreat now. He understood that he was doing all this for his girlfriend. One day, the man nevertheless decided to ask the name of the young man, because he saw what he was trying. Chen Hanshin began to tell that he was the head of the second group of public administration, simultaneously thanking the teacher for treating him to a cigarette. He kindly set him down a cigarette with his lighter, continuing the conversation about the student life. The man asked whether Shen Yuichi was really so bad with money and well-being. The girl is now trying his best to save, eats only rice, even without vegetables. And sometimes she gets free soup. Her costs per month do not exceed 50 yuan. Hearing this, the teacher began to understand what was such a rush and why they so want to achieve financial support. The next day, the guy came to the man again, brought him breakfast, and showed documents that encouraged students to start his business. Having bitten a bun, he began to explain that everything is not so simple, and in fact the university does not have many resources to support students, and the most that they can do this to free the rooms of the teachers. The guy confirmed that people come and leave, and currently students open their business just in order to become public. The man took out the paper from his table and said that tomorrow the young man was not necessary to come and let Shen Yuichi simply fill this form. The boy carefully looked at the document that was handed over to him and was very surprised. He continued that yesterday he talked with the teacher and he confirmed her situation. He asked to fill in and give him paper. Next week, the girl will be able to get money and provide herself with comfortable living conditions. The guy asked if documents from his hometown, Shen Yuichi, needed an answer. That these were only auxiliary documents, but their presence is not so important. He was overwhelmed by joy, since he understood that he was able to prove to his classmate that he was right and was able to achieve this. Entering his room, he was met by 3 guys who joyfully reminded him of how they helped. Chen Hanshin, with a smile on his face, replied that he was very grateful and their help was indispensable. The young man said that it would be good to organize an event for guys and girls for rallying. Such an answer incredibly raised the mood to all adolescents, and they were looking forward to the details. The boy said that the classmate proposed to sing and eat together, but he did not approve this idea. Such a statement shocked classmates a bit, because they already really wanted to spend the time with students. He explained that for singing they are still too young, and in the end, this will not particularly help the maximum. They will be able to drink a glass of wine and nothing more. Teenagers began to ask even more what the elder conceived, notwithstanding such a long intrigue. He voiced that it would be cool to go to the center of outdoor activities for students, where films are shown every Friday in the evening, and tickets are 3 yuan. The guys liked this proposal very much, and some began to think about who they would like to sit from the girls. He noticed that his cigarettes were over, and without them he could not think properly, and solve everything with the event. A friend offered to go down and buy them for him, so that he could concentrate well over the idea. The guy quickly ran down, shouting along the way that he would buy the best for Hanshin for him as his brother. A sweet girl was sitting at the table and was busy reading the book, as she loved this process very much. Suddenly Chen Hanshin sat down next to her with a grin, asking if she was missing him for these few days. He claimed that he had missed several pairs, and he needed her help to understand everything and keep up with everyone. Milashka did not give any answer, and he was forced to ask again if she heard his request. Suddenly, a girlfriend of a girl burst into the office with a cry, accusing the young man of being pestering her again. With a smile, he handed the document, saying that she had come in time, since he took the form to receive financial assistance to poor students, and asked her to help Shen Yuichi to fill her. Seeing this, Hu Linya was excessively glad, did not believe her eyes, and asked again whether the teacher helped him, and gave out a form to receive help. The young man said that he was not worth gratitude, and only Kolko joked that when there would be time, one would have to sleep together. The girl decided to ask with the usual distrust when the money would come, but in response she heard that it was still difficult to say. The boy reminded of their idea of cohesion of the team and proposed to jointly watch films. The beauty liked this method of rallying, but she decided to ask what would happen if feelings flashed between the guys. Without giving an answer, the young man got up and said that if no one objects, he would return to his place and will solve organizational moments. Looking at the cutie, he specified that this was a group event and no one was allowed to leave. A friend also insisted that the girl go, as this is just a film and the guy still helped her with financial help. It would be good to support him during the event. She was embarrassed by the fact that she had no choice, but the classmate warned that if he was pestering, she could scream. The guy stood in the center of the office, asking for a little attention. He began to tell that for the cohesion of the team, it was decided to organize a joint event, and in the evening everyone would go watch the film. Teenagers began to whisper and were very interested in this method of leisure. Everyone clarified that they had not been engaged in this for a very long time. The last time in the elementary grades, Milashka sat quietly at her desk and heard behind her joyful cries of classmates who shared their numbers among themselves. Looking carefully at a piece of paper, she remembered how Chen Hanshin told her plan on her today. The young man handed her number 706 and specified that he would have 707, so she did not need to pull the lots. The joyful behavior of adolescence was watched by their teacher, and did not understand where so much energy and enthusiasm where. The red-haired girl went to Chen Hansheng, deciding to kindly clarify his number as she wanted to sit with him. He decided Kolko to laugh it off that if she finds out, it would be boring. And when the light is already turning off, she would feel who is sitting nearby and will be able to start undressing. Which she laughed loudly. But the beauty did not plan to retreat and leaned abruptly in front of the guy to pick up a card with a number. She looked at her, as if trying to inspire herself that something else was written there and was doing that. It all seemed to her. Suddenly, she abruptly threw her boyfriend, apologized, asked to forget what had happened and left. It depends on how Shan Yanyan leaves the audience. The young man did not understand why she had such a reaction and what she wanted to see. The teenagers were eagerly preparing for this event, put on their best shirts, jewelry, and put themselves in order. Before leaving, the guys decided to ask the headman how he evaluates their appearance, as they tried very hard to like the girls. Approaching their destination, one could see many teenagers who rejoiced that they would spend this evening just like that. Chen Hanshin was pleased with himself, because everyone was very hungry, and he organized everything perfectly. He looked around, trying to find Shen Egi, simultaneously predicting how many new couples would appear after watching the film. Suddenly a voice called him back. It was a cute student who apologized for being late as she had been studying for too long. The guy only sighed and turned around to go towards the cinema, where everyone was already sitting in anticipation of the beginning. She caught up with him and began to ask if he wanted to drink or eat something, as the film would go for a long time, but he only shyly denied. Understanding that the beauty is shy, he invited her to go first and said that he would catch her up. She stood lonely in the corner of the room, waiting and pondering whether he got angry with her for what he had to wait. As a voice was heard from behind, a voice was heard, which quietly and coldly ordered to go. She understood that it was a boy, but nevertheless, having stolen the step, she slipped and began to lose balance. Dozens of thoughts ran in her head. Suddenly, she was picked up by strong male hands that held her by the waist so that she would not fall. Chen Hanshin whispered quietly, so that she would be more accurate than even more embarrassed her until redness in his cheeks. Taking the Sobanitsa by the wrist, the guy said that they needed to hurry as the film had already begun. The young man understood that the plot was quite familiar to him, but he would have to pretend that he sees it for the first time. The girl, in turn, was fascinated by viewing, as it was her favorite genre. Looking at her, the young man noticed that she did not eat meat at all, but her wrists were not so thin. He understood that as soon as she received financial assistance, everything would improve. Involuntarily, he reached for a pack of popcorn, hitting the beauty's hand, thereby scaring it a little. The guy decided to take advantage of the moment and did not let her hand out, still whispering quietly so that she would not mind. Since now there will be the most interesting moment in the film, but in fact, he just did not want it not to let him go. After the session, the teenagers walked around the night park, discussing the plot and the main characters. The young man politely turned to the girl, offering to go to view again since he really liked this pastime. He decided to discharge the awkward silence, noting that silence was a sign of consent, after which the girl tried to object. Such a gesture only touched the guy even more. He looked directly into her eyes, looking at her. She looked just beautiful. Delicate hair fell from her shoulders, and big eyes looked right at him. Suddenly, a young man who ran past pushed him directly towards Malashka, which is why he lost his balance. They were very close to each other. No one expected that this would happen. The tension between them increased sharply. The culprit of the confusion ran on, only shouting on the go that this was accidental and he apologizes. But from shock, the girl only pushed the guy towards the water, because of which he could not stand on his feet and fell. The water was very cold, and all the clothes were getting wet, which even more discomfort. The young man, seeing this, went back to them and asked if help needed to get out. The guy noticed that Malashka had a very specific reaction and held out his hand, offering to help him get up. She herself did not expect to do this. She was very sorry, but the guy was not offended. He just asked her to go to his hostel as he needed to change clothes. He turned and neatly went towards the building, at the same time sneezing and trembling from the cold. The girl smiled when she saw this and continued to look after Nosha, because he looked very cute and funny. Entering the room, his friend with tears in his eyes and the statement that he was very unhappy attacked the boy. Having come to his senses too, he saw that the elder was all wet, and looking at him inquiringly, he stated that he accidentally fell into the lake. The red-haired young man began to explain his condition. When watching the film, Shan Yanyan changed the ticket, and in the end, he sat with Aunt Su Guanzhen. He was in despair as he expected to spend time with a charming girl, but his plan failed. Listening to sad music on his phone, the boy sang every line, associating it with his situation. One of the guys threw a pillow, as he could no longer endure these screeching. He was disappointed that dear Yanyan did not understand him. When suddenly the headman could not stand it and said that he wanted to play a computer game. But now he changed his mind. The guys reassured him, saying that you just need to speak out, since this is not easy to fall in love with in adolescence. The young man immediately remembered that he had recently offended his first love, and she was very upset by his deception. He began to immediately think about the whole situation, as he did badly, disappointing the girl. Chen Kanxian threw it into cold sweat, and he immediately decided that he wanted to visit her and find out if everything was fine now. At the female hostel, he met the watchman and asked her to call, introducing himself to Xiao Hongwei. He did it on purpose, because he well understood that if he had not called her real name, the girl would never go down to him. The luxurious beauty went down in a delicate dress. Her hair was developed by the wind, and she gently asked why Dad was looking for her. Suddenly, the voice of her young man clicked. He warned that he had specially pretended because he understood well that this was the only way to talk. Such behavior was very angry. Xiao Junya wanted to go, shouting that the guy had acted incredibly vilely with her. The young man managed to intercept her and begged to discuss everything, to which he heard the answer that he better discuss everything with the beauties from the bar. But he was not at a loss, and suggested that if she leaves, then tomorrow he would come with a banner and hang him below, clarifying that he will write so that the whole Xiaojun, out of 303, could learn calmly, and he himself will be able to raise children. She could not resist such a set of words, and reconciled with what she had to listen, agreed. The young man began to tell that he called her many times, but never received an answer, so he did not have the opportunity to explain himself. Next was followed by the story that Zibo, his best friend, quarreled with his mother that day, and therefore asked him to walk with him. The beauty decided to ask again, specifying that he really went to the bar just because the comrade asked him. The young man confirmed his words and admitted his mistake that he agreed, since it was not necessary to succumb. Xiao Junya continued to ask what they were doing there, and in response, she heard about the game of billiards. For persuasiveness, the guy assured that she could ask Zibo, and he would confirm everything, so it was true. The beauty really wanted to believe, but still she was looking for a deception in every word, trying to protect herself. Turning around, she sighed loudly, not knowing whether it was possible to trust. Her thoughts did not give rest, and she could not just let go of the situation. But still, before leaving, the girl stated that Chen Hanshan could go to the library at 7:30 tomorrow, and so that he would not dare to be late. Not hearing the answer, she ran into the building, while the guy escorted her gaze, pondering everything that he heard. In the morning, as was said, he came to the female dormitory to go along with the beauty. He saw nearby guys who were waiting to give breakfast to his lover. It was a very famous scene. Suddenly, a girl came out of the building. She was pleasantly surprised that the young man was already waiting for her, and began to approach him closer. He, standing with the guys, understood that he was feeling one of them. This situation very touched him. Only everyone saw the beauty, and they all ran to her. It turns out that the students were waiting for her. They presented their food bags. The friend was shocked, but politely thanked and asked her to bring nothing else. The teenagers argued that if she does not want to pick up, they will leave here. Maybe someone will eat, because they don't throw out the products. The red-haired young man claimed that although she rejects him, he is sure that one day she would achieve her attention. Chen, not bewildered, took a little food and began eating, which very outraged the guy, to which he repeated his words that anyone could eat it. The girl quickly dragged her friend, saying that she had to go quickly, otherwise she would lose her reputation. Going to the library, the guys did not discuss the situation, and Xiao Junya asked if he was interested who these guys were. The boy decided to clarify out of politeness, but her friend noticed that it was insincere, and in this case, she did not even want to discuss this. Throwing her bags with things, she said that she wanted to find a book, and he should still find a place where they will sit. After a small search, the guy sat down at the table, waiting for the beauty, simultaneously pondering what happened. She kindly stated that she helped him and took several books related to his specialty, to which she heard that he did not read this, and he likes jurisprudence more. She was shocked by such a statement, since he had nothing to do with this area. But the guy began to tell that at the university you can start conducting his business, and ignorance of laws would not lead to anything good. He also noted that in fact, he does not have time to read all this, and it is better to ask for a pretty student from the law faculty who can help him. The guys began to read the books that the beauty brought in complete silence, focusing on textbooks. The guy noticed that all this time some young man was watching them, peering right from behind the rack. In order to somehow diffuse the situation, Chen asked what she believes, and she said that this is a book in his specialty, and now a lot of people are asking her for help. The young man began to remember how the girl covered him in the morning, and this situation was a little outraged by him. She raised her blue eyes, looked directly at him, smiled politely, and confirmed it. The guy said with confidence that in this case he would make sure that no one else bothers her. The classmate sincerely did not understand what he had in mind, and only looked directly into his eyes. He moved even closer, leaned over, and kissed the beauty on the lips. It was very unexpected for her. The awkwardness hung in the air. The handsome cheeks blushed, and her eyes opened widely, because it was very unexpected. When the young man had already entered his room, he saw that from the shock of Xiao Junye, he was bitten by his lip, and she was a little swollen. Remembering their kiss, he realized that perhaps this was her first, and now it became clear why she was so angry. The classmate noticed that something was wrong, and asked how he broke his lip. He only simply said that during breakfast he bit her. He warned that in this case it was necessary to be more accurate, and emphasized that there would be a check on the teacher's pair, and it was necessary to come. The dear Xiao Junyi was a little upset, and blamed herself for what had happened. So, in order to somehow settle the situation, she decided to call and ask if everything was in order. Realizing that his comrade is now eavesdropping on the conversation, he only coldly confirmed the words and said goodbye. The student managed to hear everything and noted to himself that his brother is so cool that even the girl bites his lips. He became curious how beautiful she was. The beauty quickly ran to her friend and, shining with joy, cried out that she was approved in financial support. Milashka was pleasantly surprised and modestly thanking Atench, as it really meant a lot for her. She, in turn, added that on Chen Hanshin, you can really rely on it is not as bad as it seems. Suddenly, the guys entered the audience, laughing loudly and attracting the attention of all students. As soon as the young man saw Milashka, he immediately remembered the cases that occurred the other day. He came closer and asked whether they approved her financial support or not, as he was a little worried. Crouching nearby, he threw his hand on her shoulder, commenting that he was welcoming and this is his chip. He began to tell that in the approval of her statement, there is his merit, but Hu Linju also contributed. The young man also noted that, despite the fact that the issue has already been resolved, you still need to somehow thank the teacher. The beauty asked what he had in mind, but he quickly replied that it would be good to bring something useful, for example, several folders from the group. The guy, looking directly at the cutie, said that, of course, she should also contribute to a small one. However, he had in mind that it would be good if she could bring any dishes from her hometown as a gift. The girl suggested that she had to buy something, and decided to ask what exactly she needed. Her friend remembered how a girl often eats dried chili pepper and hemp, and invited her to bring this. Then she continued to tell that she found just an amazing place next to the hostel where wild vegetables grow. And now she collects them, and waters them every day after work, because they are giving and require care. The guy suggested cleaning vegetables and peppers, and transferring them to the teacher, as it costs nothing, but would express gratitude. He got up and headed for his desk, along the way, that he does not even imagine what kind of chili tastes, like, probably, half of the group. This greatly surprised the cutie, and she quietly asked if no one had ever eaten him, because this is a very simple dish. 2 days later, the guys gathered together, discussing how they played the game and who was to blame for not saving it. Suddenly, a desperate beauty crashed into the young man. This very surprised him, since this did not happen before. He decided to ask if she was waiting for Jin Yanmin, but she confusedly stated that Yuich was crying now and is poorly sensing. The guy did not expect this. His face suddenly strained, and he asked for what happened because there was no reason for this. The girl said that that day he said that none of the group tried such a dish, and she took it seriously. While she was collecting vegetables to treat the guys, insects bit her all, and now she is not very good. Yuich was worried that chili would smell, so at night she carried him to the balcony so as not to disturb the others. The beauty continued the story that this morning she brought them to the audience, but the guy was worried, and he asked what happened next. But no one even tried. Some complained about a strong smell, which came from the bowl. The red-haired young man said that he did not want to try, since he had already had breakfast, and suddenly something was wrong there and he was poisoned. The guy was still worried that the girl was crying because of such a little thing, and he really did not like it. He saw her alone sat at her desk, sad, upset, looked at the floor, and did not raise her eyes. The teacher went into the office, reporting that everyone should take their places, as it is time to start the lesson. The guy turned to the teacher, saying that he needed to say something, and went to the center of the class so that all the students looked at him. Milashka raised her eyes and looked, not realizing that he was going to say a large audience at all. The bowl, which was still on the table, attracted his attention, and he carefully looked at her. The student was amazed that a friend did all this only so that she would not be wasted anymore. Suddenly he took a piece of chili, bit it right in front of everyone, and declared how tasty it was, and never tried anything like it. He invited his comrade to taste, and he agreed with pleasure since he became interested. Suddenly, all the guys attacked the dish and said that it was very tasty and cannot be judged by appearance. Sheng Yuich was shocked, hearing the joyful cries of the guys that they liked what she herself did. Such a gesture on his part was unexpected, and she watched what was happening, not understanding why he did this. Teenagers quickly ate and told what a tasty and sharp dish. They even joked that it could be sold. Someone shouted that this is a rare opportunity to try something like that because they had never seen it before. Milashka had tears, because she heard was very pleased because the classmates appreciated her work. The guys rode together on the bus, pondering that this was their first date, where they could only be together. The girl just looked into the distance in anticipation of a good pastime and cool memories. But everything turned out to be completely wrong, because there was still a baby's daughter with them, and she represented it differently. The curator of the guy had business, and he kindly asked to look after his daughter, which he could not refuse. The girl painted all the way and stated that now she knew the teacher's QQ, simultaneously showing a piece of paper. At first, Xiao Junya did not even understand what Milishka was talking about, and most importantly, why she should such information. The beauty was furious from what she heard, but did not have time to say anything to the young man as they announced their stop. The guy quickly took the girl in his arms and ran out of the bus, thinking that the situation was very awkward. Passing in the center of the city, the guys were surprised, because on the weekend there really were a lot of people. The young man said that since there are so many people, then it was necessary to hurry. But the girl did not agree, saying that at first she had to eat. The girls wanted the ice cream and began to beg Chen Hanshin, although he was against such a sweet dinner. But still they managed to persuade the guy, and he hesitated heavily, went to buy him the long-awaited varnish. When Chen Hanhen walked behind them, noting that, despite his age, they think the same, so in childhood and air, then the guys decided to go shopping, looking at new dresses and t-shirts to diversify their wardrobe. The long expectation of the girls was very tired of him, and the boy began to complain that it was boring to go shopping with them. The girl sadly said that she wanted to buy one thing, but already on November, and she was not sure that she could put it on. A cute consultant interrupted their conversation, noting that she would get colder soon, and offered to show winter clothes. Showing a wonderful down jacket, she added that this is their new design, fashionable and beautiful, and, in her opinion, he is very suitable for her. Xiao Junya noticed that this model is both in the female and in the male version, and offered to buy the same. But in response, I heard that he did not need clothes now. The consultant insisted, saying that it would be a wonderful pair for a couple, and would look very spectacular. In the end, the young man could not continue to defend his opinion, exhaled quietly, and agreed to buy two. While the beauty went to the fitting room, the consultant praised them, saying that in the cold season it is very difficult to find a good down jacket, and in November the temperature will fall below zero. He remembered how, in his first year, a sudden cooling led to the fact that half of the group fell ill. The young man did not understand how then Milashka Yuich survived this, and now he wondered if he could change the situation. He asked an employee of the store whether it was possible to send a purchase, and she kindly agreed, emphasizing that it was necessary to pay in advance. He asked to pack the blue down jacket, as he wanted to buy two at once, assuring him that there would be no problems with paying for problems. The consultant thought that he wants to make a surprise to the girl, having bought her a few, but he only looked coldly at her after these words. The guy asked to bring the pen and paper to write down the address, and at this time the beauty came out, who had just tried on the down jacket. The pink fabric was perfectly combined with her eyes and hair, and in it she looked simply flawless. He could not take his eyes off her, to which he heard the question in response why he was looking at Vedb. It is not decent. The baby watched the conversation, thinking what a complex world of adults, and how cool it is to be a child. The package successfully arrived at the indicated address, and, taking it, the girl was surprised, because she did not understand who could send her something from the Jianghu store. Opening the package, she saw a chic blue down jacket and began to carefully examine it. Realizing that this was a gift from the guy, she was deeply touched and pressed the down jacket without wanting to let go. At this time, the guy pondered that he needed to establish a good relationship with the Secretary Yu and enlist the support of the university. Entering the building, he was full of confidence, because he was preparing for a month, and it was time to act. Malashka went to the store where the package came to her, and looking at the price of a down jacket, was struck by because he cost more than 300 yuan, which exceeded her half-year expenses. Suddenly, a store employee approached her from behind and asked if she needed help in choosing. Shen Yuich asked if they have wool for knitting scarves and gloves, to which she got a positive answer. Suddenly, the employee asked whether their down jacket was their store, since he was very suitable for her, to which she answered so modestly that, most likely yes. The saleswoman noted that if she wants to knit for herself, then orange yarn is perfect, and if the guy is white. The cost of the purchase was very confused by the cutie, since even 15 yuan had a lot for her. But she had to buy. The worker did not understand why she was so surprised, and politely asked if she wanted to take something else. The girl decided to clarify whether the store was required, but in response, she received that at the moment there was no free vacancies. Sheng Yuch apologized for concern and quickly ran out of the store. She became very embarrassed because of this situation. She left the room covering her face with a bag of shame, really despite which direction she was heading. On the street, two girls passed each other. Suddenly the beauty felt something strange and stopped. A lot of thoughts flashed through her head. Xiao Junye turned and looked after the Malashka. Looking at her appearance and the blue down jacket exactly the same as her, the girl went to the store and turned to the consultant, to which she asked her sweetly. The beauty said that she had recently bought a thing here, but she found a marriage and would like to exchange it. The young man confidently laid a stack of papers on the table, expecting to hear the answer, although he was confident in himself. But the Basitovanovka was on a decay. Chen Hanshin asked if he prepared all this, and he confirmed in response, adding that he was preparing for a month. The student began to say that, as far as he knows, the current agent collects about 70 packs, and almost 6,000 workers study in the university campus. A serious man lit a cigarette and stated that 70 is not so little after all. It is possible to do it and more if you want to. The guy continued to tell that he had read all the documents, and the university can provide several facades with a convenient transport interchange, a stream of people and sites for free. Their company in this way will be able to extend its influence to other universities, causing great success. The director, who had already studied all the documents for a long time, decided to ask, but he made a Kanyu decision. The man clarified that frankly, he first sees such a smart and decisive student with excellent thinking. The guy heard that after what he read, he realized that this was not just empty conversations, but a serious plan, and now he is his new agent and could begin to work. In a new position, he was given the phone, carefully examining him. He immediately decided to call his parents. Having phoned his mother, he said that this was his new phone. But in response, he only heard many questions about his value and accusation of waste. The upset woman hung up, saying that their son said that he had bought the phone, but did not inform where he had taken the money, and completed the conversation on this. Getting angry, the young man thought to himself that only a mother could handle him and remain unpunished. In the store, the girl had already completed the design of the return of the spoiled down jacket, when she suddenly heard that someone was calling her. It was Chen Hanshin, who said that he had a new number now, and recommended to record it. She was very delighted that after the purchase she was the first to whom he wanted to inform, and he confirmed this. Xiao Junye hastened to tell how today she stumbled upon someone in the same down jacket, only blue. Hearing this, the guy was beside himself, because he did not know what to answer such a statement. Because he was afraid most of their meeting, he nevertheless gathered his thoughts, and decided to ask again if his owner was beautiful and attractive. The girl replied that her head was lowered, so she did not see her face, but she looked pretty good. The guy quickly said that it seems that down jackets are popular, and hung up, realizing that they should not allow them to be acquainted. If this happens someday, then it will be the end of everything, and everyone will learn about his actions and deceit. In the computer science lesson, the teacher said that for starters they need to learn more about the history of computers, because this is one of the greatest inventions of the 20th century. But the guys did not listen to him and played games, while at the same time discussing who will be in the team in the next round with whom. Suddenly his attention attracted his attention to his phone. Exhaling, the young man hastened to pick up the phone. The boy heard his mother's voice. and this surprised him a little because she might need her in White Day. The woman said that the cousin of Aunt's will take entrance exams next year, and that, in turn, asked him a few questions about QQ, to which she received some nonsense in response. The young man was very angry and said that this was just a mistake. But his mother was seriously configured and said that she was already leaving for him. The guy sat silently corresponding with his comrades. He was annoyed that everyone was writing to him, and he decided to turn on the invisible regime. He deeply thought about his morning conversation with a girl and scrolled the situation in his head. What would happen if they still met? Chen also understood that this situation would touch both of them, and was afraid that after that something could happen. Suddenly, something else attracted his attention, and he looked at the girl opposite himself with surprise. Shen Yuichi was sitting at the computer, but did nothing with him, and he sincerely did not understand why this was happening. The guy began to suspect that perhaps this is the first time she sees the gadget, because she did not even turn it on. He understood that she was very difficult for her because of the financial situation and complex childhood, and the young man became sorry for the classmate. Stepping closer, he sat next to her. The girl was a little scared and looked him directly in her eyes. Chen Hanshin politely asked if she had QQ, but in response, he saw only a negative nod of her head. Leaning towards her, the boy said that in this case he was ready to help. The more confused her. Bluting the mouse on the table, he performed settings, standing right above the student, putting it in a very awkward position. He really liked to be so close to his friend, since she was definitely not indifferent to him. He noticed this, and soon asked if she came up with the number of the account and the password necessary for entering the system. The girl replied that this would be her birthday, since she was afraid that she would not remember something more complicated. In response, she heard that in the future it was better not to change the password, since everything is connected, and in this case, the account will become invalid. Then their conversation switched to their favorite animals, hobbies, and various details of life to fill in the profile. The guy's parents were very concerned about the wounding of his son. They did not understand what he was doing at the university and how they could afford to buy a new phone. Mother was furious and screamed at her husband that he did not even understand what the problem is and how serious the situation is. She began to suspect that perhaps he meets with adult women who pay him all purchases. The beauty in a good mood put on her new down jacket and planned to meet with Chan to spend time together. In the computer class, the guy continued to explain how to use the computer and QQ. Looking at the girl standing opposite him, he supplemented that he was very glad that he had entered another city. He realized that the beauties had heard everything, and began to make excuses that the last time he considered them poorly. But now he sees that this was a real paradise. The young lady turned to Chen, asking why he was not in a down jacket, because it was very cold outside, which she heard that the guy washed him yesterday. She was worried and claimed that he could not be washed often. Otherwise he would stop maintaining warmth and would look bad. The guy did it on purpose. He was very worried that the girls would meet and understand everything, and then everything would collapse. The teacher, pointing to the audience, said that the university approved his idea and asked them to take them here. The girls began to suspect that he used them as assistants, losing his mouth for their own purposes. The student clarified that he promised to teach her to eat, but he ate almost everything himself. But the guy just joked that he was afraid that everyone would not succeed. Suddenly someone called to the guy, and everyone turned around to see who disturbed them during dinner. A charming red-haired classmate Shan Yanyan came up, stating that he was very glad to see everyone. She leaned right over the guy, asking who these guys are with him, suggesting that it was his classmates. The young man noticed that Xiao Junya was looking with distrust and jealousy of this situation, and it can be understood. The guy removed the girl's hand from his shoulder, confirming that these are the teenagers with whom he studied in high school. The beauty realized that she had created an awkward atmosphere as she saw the jealous glances of students. Saying goodbye, she stated that his classmates are many times prettier and she had to go. The boy began to joke that this is his classmate, and they had good relations in the group, so she could afford to do this. His best friend turned to him, stating that they need to discuss something important together. He began to whisper quietly that a neighbor in the room had recently broke up with a girl and now he was just looking for a new love. The boy believes that this girl is very suitable for him, as it was attractive and smart enough. He continued that if Chan does not have her number, then QQ will also be suitable, for which the guy sitting next to him suggested that the same neighbor in the room was himself. The young man, friendly, agreed to give her data, but warned that he did not write at the university, but only when he was already in the hostel. The guy invited everyone to go further to look at the lake, when suddenly one of the guys shouted that his mother was nearby. Chen did not believe at first, thinking that the student simply decided to play a trick on him. But it really was Aunt. Parents with a smile went into a cafe where everyone was sitting and joyfully shouted that this was their long-awaited surprise. The young man did not expect this and, trying not to show his surprise, asked when they managed to buy tickets and come here. Suddenly, his mother hit her son in the face, saying that he was a scoundrel and has no right to push her away. All the guys watched this with fright, but the woman did not embarrass it, and she screamed that she did not need to choose time for moralizing. A cute girl decided to intervene and politely asked the Aunt Liang not to be angry, as the guy just wanted to ask if they bought tickets in the opposite direction. Chen Hanshin confirmed this, inviting them to join the eating of the duck in order to somehow smooth out the conflict. The son politely looked after his mother, asking if she was tired of, and whether she prefers to go with them to the lake or sang at the hotel. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, which was very on time, since the situation was only working. The guys drew attention and clarified that someone was calling Chen to his new phone, which they had not yet seen. Immediately, the mother remembered that he did not tell where he had money for such purchases, but the guy quickly explained that he went to the part-time job, and besides, the company contributed. Together, they went to the lake and, having arrived in place, saw incredibly beautiful landscapes of nature. As soon as the guy exhaled that he was finally safe, he noticed a standing teacher nearby, which was very surprised. The young man was very worried that he could tell his mother about his activities, and began to insist that it was time to leave to rest. They called out by a man. The guy greeted him with a smile, telling how he spends time with his family and shows the university. The man asked if he would lead them to the entrepreneurial base, since this is rarely possible to see. And these words really did not like the attachment. The girl and the woman approached the door with number 101. It was the very door where Yuch and her friend had now spent time. Groups washed the floor in this office, stating that they were already a little tired and it was time to relax. The guy understood that this clash would be terrible, and with all his might tried to prevent them from going there. Mom did not retreat and said that she was insisting to enter there, even if she was not yet removed there, not listening to all her son's excuses that they could get dirty. The woman liked to watch something new for herself, and she shaved that she did not see anything wrong with that. She looked at the young man in bewilderment, realizing that he was lying to her and wanted to hide something, but only that was not resting to her rest. The son said that he was telling her the truth and is completely sincere with her, after which her mother confidently went forward. Opening the door, the woman shocked, seeing a girl who stood right in front of her and with a bag of garbage. The beauty was no less surprised, stopping on the spot. She only asked if she seemed strange to her. The guy quickly replied that he brought his parents and classmates to visit to show how everything works here. Xiao Junya silently watched what was happening, examining the boy's classmate, as she seemed to her familiar. Chen Hanshin turned, asking if she graduated from cleaning, hoping that Yuich had already gone home. The girl nodded positively and heard gratitude for the work done, simultaneously considering everyone who stood nearby. Hu Linju Vidurg noted that her neighbor in the room was still folding cleaning funds in the warehouse. Suddenly, the guy realized that what he was afraid of most happened because Yuich was still here. The boy turned sharply and stated that he was already noon, and I would like to drink something, turning to Xiao Junya so that she would go and bought a little water. The guys began to discuss who would happen, since someone wanted orange juice, while others wanted milk. But the guy prayed to God so that the girls would not collide, and was ready to give all the money for this. He handed the bills to his best friend, asking him to go with the beauty and not skimp on Gao Jialian. The woman entered the room first, saw that everything was so clean and spacious, and stated that it looks great. The guy exhaled and was glad that his mother liked, suspecting that Yuich simply took a cleaning remedy and had already gone into the hostel. Suddenly, the guys entered the room, joyfully saying that they had already returned with full bags of goodies. The beauty carefully examined everything, as she was here for the first time, drinking her orange juice. Suddenly, her attention attracted on the table, and she decided to ask who put him here, suspecting Shang Yanyan of this. The guy quickly reassured her, because he knew that she would be jealous, saying that that girl would not have done so. Toward evening, the guys parted in their hostels, saying goodbye. But the guy was forced to hold his parents. Parents began to discuss their son, his activities, as well as relations with Xiao Junya, as they suspected that she considered him not only a friend. The man quickly rejected her words, reporting that she would not invent too much because they are just classmates. But the mother did not plan to stop and only added that she feels how their son was nervous today. Over the next 2 days, Chen Hanshin drove his parents around the city, showing different attractions. The guys were photographed a lot against the backdrop of beautiful landscapes. Then, to review and remember all the moments, the pictures turned out to be very cheerful. Everyone liked to walk and talk a lot. The teenagers said that their hostel would close soon, and it was time for them to go, wishing a happy journey, after which they moved away from their parents. The woman said that she was happy to visit her son, and once offered to come again to the university. Passing by the building in which the son worked, they saw the light on, suspecting that he had come there again, not understanding what matters he could be so late. Quietly going inside, my mother was very surprised, and in a calm tone greeted those present. The girl cleaned under the table, and not expecting someone to enter, scared and hit her head very much. She got out to see who disturbed her, involuntarily stroking herself at the place of impact to soften the pain. Parents carefully examined her appearance and clothes, thinking to themselves how beautiful she was, and crib. The woman immediately asked her to sit down, to which she heard that she could not, since she had dirty hands. Mom brought her to the couch, in parallel, that this is not so important, because she tried for their son. It was decided to meet, and she asked what the name of such a sweet girl, to which she awkwardly replied that her name was Shen Yuich. In order to somehow discharge the situation, the woman smiled and said that the girl looks nice, and she has a very good name. After that, she reached closer to her new acquaintance, offering to wipe her tears, but it was just dust. Mom was very decisively tuned and asked that she would not be shy and not afraid of her, but spoke freely to her. The woman said that she was no longer necessary to clean, and offered to spend the girl, as it was already cold, her hands were frozen. It was time to relax. As soon as the cutie disappeared from sight, the mother began to shout to her husband that their son decided to sit on 2 chairs at the same time, even if at 10 o'clock they came to help him. The next day, the guy met Yuich, thanking her for help with cleaning yesterday. Kak himself would not have time to do this. The girl reached for her bag, took out cute gloves from there and handed them to the guy. He was very surprised, asking if they were addressed to him, and the cutie added that the Aunt Lion would freeze, and this is for her. The young man was very angry, asking why she had seen them. But Sheng Yuchi said that while she was cleaning, they arrived there. Mom and Beauty sat in the room and talked sweetly, recalling how fun they spent these days together. The young man entered and, seeing this, suggested that he could be superfluous in their enthusiastic conversation. The woman immediately began to be indignant that as soon as she arrived, her hands froze. But Xiao Junya was already going to the store and bought her leather gloves, and he did nothing at one time. The guy calmly replied that it was not necessary to go there, because there are shops much closer. The beauty abruptly jumped up, saying that the consultant called her and she had urgent affairs, so it's time to go. The guy took out the gloves from his pocket, handed them to his mother and said that yesterday Shen Yuich tied them specifically for her. Seeing them, the mother was very angry and screamed that the guy was behaving incorrectly and you can't do so. She continued that the day after tomorrow she was already returning to Hong Kong and could not control it. But also not very good to take gloves from 2 different girls. Entering the room, the guy saw a sitting sweet girl who filled out some documents. He looked at her with a smile and politely asked what she was so hard busy with what she did not pay attention to him. This question confused the girl, and she silently turned away, continuing her occupation, because she was very focused. The young man noticed that it would be nice if there was a computer at hand, with the help of which all the data could be recorded. He remembered that at the university it could be like that, and planned to meet with Xiao Junye, then to find a way to get to the computer. The girl sat in her room and was completely passionate about the book, when she heard a phone call. Having picked up the phone, she realized that she was calling Chen, with whom they had not contacted for several days. He immediately began to make excuses that he was very busy. The beauty replied that she understands everything, but she had no friends here, and he could at least sometimes visit her. The young man, as an apology, suggested that he dinner together and, in order to make amends, bring some gift. At the meeting she was very happy, and holding a bag in her hands, noted that the guy did not very often make her such surprises. Having carefully examined the thing, she found nothing there. But the young man began to explain that he himself designed this bag and even printed the logo. It was a biodegradable material made of polyoxyethylene glycol, which does not pollute the environment. But even after such an explanation, the girl was not satisfied. She continued to say that other guys give their lover flowers and sweets, and he is capable of only a package. In response, the student said that they were not a couple, and asked to allow it to prove it by touching her. But she quickly pulled her hand away. The young man decided to try to beg what he planned, namely, the computer, explaining this by the fact that he was very busy with business and he simply needed him. But the girlfriend did not agree. Chen Hanshan was very concerned about different thoughts in his head did not give him rest, and his heart began to beat with every minute faster. Everyone around, it seemed, were very angry with the guy and burned him with a silhouette with their floods, wishing everything bad. He tried not to pay attention to it and continued to eat his dinner, thinking that if their eyes were bullets, he would have been dead for a long time. The girl asked Cute whether he was afraid of, to which she heard a confident positive answer. Because there were many guys. She asked why he could not eat at that time, to which he proudly replied that for her sake was ready to go even to that. Chen Hanshan understood that if he had been in Kaiwan, nothing bad would happen, but that would be useless. When suddenly someone interrupted his thoughts. It was a nameplate Shu. She cutely introduced a nearby young man as her boyfriend. The young man held out his hand to the beauty, friendly welcoming her, and recalling that they had recently seen in the assembly hall. Xiao Junya noticed that Chen did not like such a gesture very much, and she only indifferently greeted the senior he. The young man did not understand what was the matter, and looked inquiringly at the guys sitting at the table, trying to see the answer in their eyes. With pride, he stated that the girl thought so, did not know how to choose guys, and today he was convinced of this again. The beauty did not like such rudeness very much, and she asked for a perplexity what he meant. The young man continued that you need to be more conscious, and do not communicate with everyone in a row. A cute blonde, understanding all the awkwardness of the situation, interrupted their conversation, offering to get acquainted with Chan. Understanding that greetings could not be avoided, the guy held out his hand to the young man, trying to make a friendly appearance. The guy slowly got up from his place, holding out his hand and starting to tell about himself. Suddenly, Chen grabbed the elder by the shoulder and pushed, and in the end he lost his balance and fell right to the floor. Trying to soften the blow, he grabbed the table but pulled him along, and all the food capsized right at him. Chen shook his hands, saying that he simply greeted, and with a grin stated that he did not understand what was the problem. The young man broke a jacket and the glasses broke. He was very angry and reported it, simultaneously rising to his feet. The guy looked at him with a very cold and strict look, because he realized that he had done everything right and would no longer allow someone to treat him like that. The beauty watched this situation in a little shock, as she did not expect that the boy would do just that. Unable to withstand such humiliation, the guys quickly gathered and ran away from the cafe, not even saying goodbye to everyone. They sat on a bench, ate ice cream, and discussed what happened. And a comrade jokingly noticed that it was too risky to walk in a cafe. Suddenly, someone very joyfully called out the beauty, trying to attract her attention faster. A sweet girl ran straight to the guys, inspiredly telling how she was at a meeting and heard that some guy was trying to humiliate her. But she was with another, and he was dark. The beauty immediately presented her classmate Xiaoli to her comrade to understand what was happening. As soon as she came closer, the boy introduced herself and said that he was the same dark-skinned young man, and his name is Chen Hanshan. He suspected something was amiss, because he was sure that that daredevil from the cafe was his lover, Shui Zhenxi. But the girl hastened to tell that, probably, the fact is that before Xiao Junye rejected him, and therefore he decided to pretend to be a guy Shui Zhenxi for revenge. Malashka began to observe the guys in the conversation that the guy, one might say, saved her life, and he was interested in whether she wanted to pay off. The beauty, slowly rising, said that she would rise to herself and would bring something to him as gratitude. Before she had time to take a step, he called her, asking what she had in mind. He was very eager to find out the intention of his girlfriend. Turning around, she replied that it was a computer, remembering how the guy asked her about such a favor in the morning. Soon the girl gave the promised, and thanking, the guy said goodbye and left for his business. The students looked after him, and suddenly the beauty remembered something terrible, which made her regret her act. There was a personal diary on the desktop, which she forgot to move, and now she is afraid that the young man will read everything. The classmate tried to console her, saying that it would once again remind him of how much she loves him, since he was completely addressed to Chen Hanshan. Entering his dormitory room, the young man was very horrified when he saw what was happening there, because it was not the best sight. The guys sat on their beds with alcohol bottles in a very tense and sad atmosphere, stating that the red-haired guy fell in love. Not so long ago, a beauty named Alien sent him a message, which said that she wanted to communicate with him. For a long time they spent time corresponding, since they had a lot of common topics for discussion, and it seemed that God himself sent them to each other. Tonight he could not restrain himself and decided to call her, but it turned out that she had a boyfriend, and he sincerely did not understand why she flirted with him then. He complained that not so much time had passed since the beginning of his studies, and his heart was already defeated 3 times. The guys tried to console his neighbor, saying that someday he would meet a girl who would be attentive, kind, and generous to him, and she will not need his money. He looked in surprise at his friends, asking where to look for such a thing to love him just like that. Chen only replied that if you need to look, then she did not need him. But before he had time to finish the begun, suddenly, unexpectedly, someone burst into the room. It was his classmate. She screamed with a cry, reporting that a fight was again in their audience, and urgently needed so that the headman helped her. The guy thought it was again Zhu Chenggong, but this time it turned out to be several foreign guys who beat Xiang Yanyan. Approaching the audience 107, the guys saw 3 boys who accused the girl of falling in love with one of them, and now meets the other. One of them, with a sharp movement of his hand, grabbed her by the jacket, continuing to scream at the innocent beauty, which could not breathe. The girl pushed the young man, reporting that they broke up yesterday and he used it for selfish purposes. She knew very well that while she loved him, he cheated on her with others, and in response to his tricks said that now they should not each other. These words strongly touched the young man, and raising his hand, he waved to the beauty, saying that she did not dare to talk about him like that. Xiang Yanyan was already ready to get a blow, when suddenly a miracle happened. Someone pushed off the offender with his foot, and he fell. The guy did not even have time to see anything before he lost his balance, and was very amazed that someone dared to do it. Chen Hanshin confidently stated that he did not understand how he dared to come to their audience and instill riots. Turning to the crowd, he began to find out why no one did anything, but simply looked at the fight. Then he threw an evil look at the girl, trying to figure out what was the matter, and what is the reason for such an act. The guy, as far as possible in a calm voice, asked him to close the door nearby. He silently obeyed, and as soon as he went out, he began to carefully examine the recording on the video camera, which he secretly brought. The company of the guys was confident in their abilities, and with a formidable look, they asked how they dared to create problems, saying that they were now obliged to take revenge on it. The guys quickly coped with the offenders, forcing them to regret the deed and lie on the floor almost without strength. Suddenly, a guard knocked on the audience's door with a demand to open it immediately to figure it out. The man entered them menacingly, claiming that there was a fight, and asking why no one called him to resolve the situation. But the headman only smiled sweetly and said that he had not heard anything like that, and they have everything fine. The guard looked at the whole crowd and noticed 3 guys lying on the ground in the not better condition. He strictly stated that everyone who participated in the incident should immediately follow him, as prescribed in the rules. Chen tried to intercede and offered to first figure out everything, but he did not listen to him, saying that he needed to conduct a conversation about this. The guy assured the man that neither he nor the others would go anywhere with him, because it was good to Pony that they did not need extra problems. Thinking well with how to resolve the situation, he called to himself a girl who was in the center of what had happened. The headman began to explain that these foreign students came here to beat one of their students, but the man still did not believe them. The young man continued that the second state administration group is witnesses, and the trace of Xiang Yanyan is the most significant proof. He explained that these 3 guys beat the girl, and after that he and his friends were forced to intercede. Chen claimed that since this student is studying at the university, which the man is obliged to guard, he will have problems if someone finds out that she was beaten right on the territory of the educational institution. Hearing this, the guard seriously thought if someone from the bosses finds out about it, he cannot be avoided. He made the right decision, sent the guys back to classes, but also held a strict conversation with the culprits, threatening that if this is repeated they will not be mercy. As soon as the headman finally came to his senses, he decided to go out to breathe fresh air, simultaneously lit a cigarette. Thoughts did not give him rest. He sincerely did not understand how to come here in order to beat someone on purpose. As luck would have it, his lighter stopped working, but the beauty standing next to him offered her help with this. Taking advantage of the case, she sincerely thanked the young man, because without him it is not known how it would end. He explained that he considers all this wrong, and if he were a different person, he would have done the same, moving away from the girl in parallel. Chen asked her to return to him, since he needed to solve a few more cases, after which he turned and left. Entering the audience number 101, he saw a sweet girl who was sitting at the computer and studied something carefully, but before he had time to say hello, she jumped up and ran away, not saying a word to him, but looked frustrated. The young man sincerely did not understand why she did this, but did not attach much importance to this, but simply sat behind the gadget to see what was open. On the desktop, he saw a document with his name, which greatly surprised him, and he decided to study it. Starting to read, The boy saw that the document described in detail all his meetings and calls with Xiaojun. This was the last thing he could expect, because his negative features were recorded there mainly. The girl wrote everything in such detail that the boy simply burst the patience to read this further. Chen was very angry with the fact that, despite everything that they survived and the time spent together, the girl paid attention only to the bad. Suddenly he realized that the computer was with Shen Yush, which means that perhaps she also read all this and found out what she should not. Thoughts were confused in his head. He suspected that she could do it by chance. But, knowing her character, he understood that she would not read other people's notes. Having stood up sharply and closing the computer, he firmly decided to find out if she could really read this document. Going out into the street to think about what happened, he heard a call of the phone that he knocked out from his thoughts. It was Shang Yanyan, who persistently asked for a meeting, promising that she was not going to do anything bad. They met near the building, and the girl was surprised. She thought that he would not come and simply deceived her when he agreed. The guy explained that he was the headman and could not move away from his students, while sitting down next to the beauty. Having taken out a pack of cigarettes, he offered her companion, but she refused, saying that she had already abandoned and smoked only in high school. Remembering that the young man had problems with the lighter in the morning, she quickly brought her own and set fire to him a cigarette. He noted that, it seems, the beauty took his lighter because he disappeared exactly the same. The guys sat, drank, and looked at the night city. But there was only one thing in the guy's thoughts if Xiaojun found out that he was spending time from another now. She would definitely be angry. For a moment, complete silence came. The girl turned to Chan and began to carefully monitor his every movement. He asked if her face hurt after such a strong blow, because not even every man would withstand him. In response, she again thanked him, because if not for him, she would go where the strong one, the modest young man, said that he would have done so with anyone who was in danger. She added that if he crosses the side of Shen Yuich, she would be a little offensive and slightly sad. Seeing that the guy was embarrassed, she hastened to say that she was just joking, and he should not take it seriously. In fact, she sincerely admired how the young man defended her. It looked noble and cute. The beauty remembered that the guy who hit her was her first love and they met in high school. Now her parents are engaged in business and simply give her money. But before she did not have it. Despite this, she was very conceited. Her young man saved up money and made her a surprise for the new year and gave her a mobile phone that she dreamed about. Continuing the story, the girl clarified that that night she was happy to spend time with him, since he became her first man. After an awkward silence, the guy noted that perhaps then they had sincere feelings. But something went wrong. The beginning of the problem was that in high school they went to different schools. Shang Yanyan thought that their love was unshakable. One high school student constantly admitted to her love. It flattered her, but she never accepted his courtship. Later, one of the summer days, the beauty decided to secretly visit her young man at his school, but found him with the other. After her story, silence reigned. The guys thought about how hard it was to find a person who would love mutually. But even after treason, their relationship continued. She began to act with him in the same way, which is why a fight occurred. The girl asked if he thought she had done wrong. In response, he said a little, but that's normal. Having looked at the young man, she admitted that she wanted to calmly study and not give anyone a chance for love. But met him. As soon as the beauty tried to lean on the guy's shoulder, he suddenly disappeared, leaving her in an awkward position. The boy stood up sharply and headed for the exit, throwing in the end that he was also far from a gift, but she does not suit him. Following, Shan Yanyan asked him for one service. She wanted him to betray her and force him to suffer from it. Busted, she stated that he would always belong to Shen Yuish, and she would not interfere between them. But he just wants him to spend at least a little time with her and create the appearance that someone needs her. The young man calmly waved away from her, saying that she would not be arrogant since he does not have time for her, and he should go. The beauty did not plan to give up and continued to shout that in any case she was good only with him, so she would try again. Approaching his hostel, he saw Milashka, who carefully looked right at him. It was very cold outside. Her cheeks turned red as the clothes were not at all for such weather. Stepping closer, the boy asked why she was standing here and freezes at that later time and does not go to the hostel. The girl continued to stand silently and handed the guy something white, thereby attracting his attention. The guy asked if she knitted it, since it was unexpected for him that the cutie did it with her own hands specifically for him. Joy overwhelmed him. He bent down right above her, claiming that if she wanted to surprise him, then she did it great. Sheng Yuch gave him a gift, asking him to try on, and he agreed with great pleasure. After such an unexpected meeting, the boy could not help but lead the cutie to the hostel, especially after she made him so happy. holding a twisted banner in his hand. The guy pondered that it was possible to hang it on the initiation, thereby attracting attention. Entering the large room of the assembly hall, he stumbled upon a fragile girl who set up projectors and lighting. Looking at the empty hall with surprise, he asked why no one came, but in response he heard that there were difficulties with the equipment, so the event was delayed. To cope faster, the young man offered his help and began setting up the projector for a faster result. Complete silence enveloped the situation. And to dilute the atmosphere, the guy asked why she came here alone so late and was not afraid of the ghosts. The girl objected that where they could come from here, but the young man had in mind another, speaking of a hungry ghost. Malashka did not understand what he had in mind, and only looked inquiringly in his direction, pondering what was said. Soon, the guys realized that they had not even met, and the friend asked what specialty her assistant was in. The guy introduced himself that his name was Li Zhonan, and he was from the second group of public administration at the Faculty of Humanitarian. After a short work, 2 more guys joined them, and, addressing them, the young man asked where the banners were hanging. The young man in response said that one is above the center of activity, one in the dining room and the other near the stadium. The teenagers noticed that Chen wants to hang his own, and asked to expand him to see if it could show this to all students. The guy did not want to prove anything to them and simply turned around. But he, in turn, ran to complain to the elders, saying that this banner had problems and cannot be hanged. With a little irritation, the young man opened his collar, asking what they did not like, because he was the most common. The girl emphasized that she did not see anything bad in him, but the young man insisted that everyone had such banners, and did not understand why they had so many identical ones. The young man continued to defend his work, telling that he had found a sponsor who gave him 1,000 yuan, and therefore the banner looks like this. Nowhere was reported about the rules or criteria regarding the design and regulations, so it does not violate anything. The young man got angry even stronger and shouted so that he did not even think to deceive him. Since the office 101, this is Chen. They continued to blame him for wanting to use the resources of the student union for his advertising. The dark-haired young man with a grin on his face stated that in this case he had no place for replacement and needs to leave. The teenagers began to have been shutting down that the chief chairman, who was leaving for studying for a while, recently returned, and he was not entirely clear the situation. The guys planned something wrong, discussing that it was time to get rid of Chen Hanshen and take his place. The next day, the young man met with the secretary Yu and decided to help with the documents, giving them to him in a bag with his own logo. The man suggested that in this way he wants to enlist the support of the youth committee. But for a start, he needs to be approved by his design. He stated that he heard the positions were dismissed in the youth committee and would like to file an application. But the teacher Guan Shuman, who only recently returned, is responsible for this. The man, in turn, kindly agreed to help, talking to her, and followed right into her office. Entering there, the young man was very surprised, as he saw the very girl that the projector helped to repair. She turned cute to them, asking what could be needed by the secretary Yu and Li Zhonan. But the secretary did not understand who she had in mind. The young man immediately introduced himself as Chen Hanshen, the head of the second group of public administration, the deputy public relations, and the applicant to participate in the support of entrepreneurs. The girl was a little furious, but he continued his story, recalling that that night he helped her establish equipment in the center of activity. She confirmed his words, but also added that he introduced himself like Li Zhunan, that the guy began to quickly deny. The secretary suggested that Guan is constantly meeting many people, and it is not surprising that she could get confused. The man began to recommend the guy, since he was really capable and hardworking, to which she only said that if he wants to help, she could go to the observation center. The secretary liked this proposal, because the duties and rights there are extensive, and he considered that the young man would be able to reveal his abilities. Having finished the conversation, the teacher left, leaving them alone, and such an awkward atmosphere was very strangled by the young man. So he politely said that it was time for him to leave. But after he heard that if Chen Hanshen joined the committee, then it was worth getting to know the work, making it clear that the guy was better off to stay. The girl showed a huge stack with books and documents, stating that he needed to finish them before she returned. The young man understood that he had no other choice, and with a sigh, he began to work, proposed. Sorting through the papers, he stumbled upon one that was very interested in, realizing what a great coincidence happened. Having entered the audience, he saw Shan Yanyan, who claimed to come here to work out for a part-time work. He did not understand what a classmate was doing here, because he knew that she did not need money, and most likely she was here only for his sake. The beauty confirmed his thoughts, reporting that love was not enough. He wondered how much she could hold out. Suddenly, a classmate entered the office. She was also very interested in what the girl was doing here. The beauty began to object that if she could come, so why she can't, and she just wants to earn extra money. After listening to their conversation, the guy confirmed that the proposal is very good, but they do not have the necessary funding. The beauty began to tell that by order of her family, they have a sewing factory, so she could make clothes for free only if she is allowed to come here. He stated that in this case, welcome to work for a part-time, and that her duty is now responsible for the form. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone. It was a sweet girl who stated that it was already noon, and the trade union is holding a plenary meeting. All members should be present there. The young man did not understand what kind of meeting it was, but it seemed that she concerned the internal affairs, and the deputy chairman notified that everyone should take part. There were already many guys in the audience, waiting for a start, when suddenly, someone called a guy by name, attracting his attention. The beauty was very unhappy that the young man asked for the echo, but he can be obtained only after her consent. She continued that So Xiaoli and Zhou Xiao were going to throw him out of here, and he should be very careful. Someone began to tell that the teacher Guan Shuman went to study, and only recently returned. He took advantage of the time between the signing of the documents and informed her that Chen was not suitable for this position. They planned that the guy himself abandon this position. So today they want to disgrace him right in front of everyone, and, most likely, this can no longer be avoided. Not having time to finish, as someone interrupted them, calling the young man to turn and pay attention to the center of the audience. The young man assured that the boy probably already heard about today's meeting, and if he is afraid, he could leave. A dark-haired guy went into the office asking to close the door, announced that he was ready to start their meeting, having gathered all his views on himself. He began the conversation that at today's meeting, he wanted to raise one unpleasant topic. The trade union has arrogant, uncontrollable people who abuse their powers, which strongly worries them. After long discussions, it was decided to exclude Chen Hanshin from the Public Relations Union. Young people looked at each other, experiencing an incredible feeling of satisfaction, as they dreamed about it for a long time. The guy did not endure such humiliation, getting up, loudly said that if he himself does not resign, no one had the right to exclude him because of such reasons. The young man, in turn, made it clear that this decision of the youth committee, and no evidence and grounds for this is required. They were sure that they thought everything out to the smallest detail, and with a grin repeated that the guy should voluntarily refuse, or they could provide evidence. Chen agreed that they proved him to be wrong. Because he knew for sure that all his activities were clean, the young man sent his colleague to go after them, parallel to pondering what is all and does he want to become a laughingstock. The partner returned with a stack of different documents, but before entering the audience, he asked Xiaoli to go out to him. The guy stated that he would give them as soon as possible, but he still insisted that he first went into the corridor. Going to the young man, he decided to establish himself at his expense, saying that a man should be more decisive and you cannot behave like that. Having picked up the paper, he began to read aloud that Chen Hanshin behaved carelessly, inexperably, abused his powers. This greatly influenced the stability of the trade union. It was decided to exclude it, but he still did not utter something to overall view. The secretary represented the guy as very hardworking and reliable, and considered that he would become an excellent assistant. The girl listened carefully to the man, nodding her head. She thought over everything and could not disagree with such a proposal. The latest reports provided by the trade unions of various spheres, she handed over to the young man, so that he could study everything in more detail. The guy dismantled the documents and stumbled upon one, where a statement was written about his exception. But suddenly he saw that he was not approved. The young man did not expect this at all, because he was sure that he thought out everything to the smallest detail, and did not understand how this happened. Chen only proudly looked at all the students, showing them the paper, demonstrating that he could predict and sort it out in advance. The girl was sitting in a cafe, when suddenly she heard a knock on the glass and saw someone's hand, which earnestly tried to attract her attention. It was a guy who proposed to go together to look at snowmen, as the first snow fell, to which she nevertheless agreed. She recalled these moments as something native and funny. They were very close and enjoyed a joint pastime. Now she also looked out the window, expecting the guy was about to come to him and call her for a walk. Xiao Junye decided to call, asking what he was doing all day, and reporting how cold it is in recent days, as they predict that there will be snowfall soon. He told how some students from time to time run out of time in the hope of seeing the snow, which the girl confirmed, because in her group they did the same. But it was just rain. She decided to remind you how once, when they studied in the second year, Snowfall also began, and she said that she wanted to look at the snowman, and the guy walked for the sake of her half-grade to show. The young man laughed and said that he was stupid, but the beauty did not like such an answer, because it was very cool, and she remembered for the rest of her life. Nevertheless, deciding, she offered to meet and walk together, as she wanted to repeat such a walk again. But the guy was busy. He had a meeting more. Such an answer was very upset by the beauty. She was sad that they did not spend time together, and the feeling of loneliness ate her little by little. The men sat and talked, discussing what one of them said last time at a meeting, and how appropriate it was. Someone added that they also have an acute lack of staff, so they have to go for the goods on their own. But the acquaintance immediately rejected this statement. Since the electronics processing plant belonging to Hong Kong is located in Cannes, the guy sat and listened to how serious businessmen discussed their areas of activity and the possibilities of expansion. Suddenly, he decided to turn to the director Jun, asking which factory we were talking about, because he was very interesting. The man began to explain that this is a subsidiary of a famous consortium, and recently they wanted to entrust Shetun to engage in delivery. He continued that in Hong Kong there was a constant increase in incidents, and one of their couriers refused to go there, because health is more expensive. As the snow on the street went, everyone was eager to see it, and even serious men got up to look at this beautiful natural phenomenon. The cute lady said that she was from Guangdong, where the temperature is always higher than 10 degrees, and she had not seen such beauty for a long time. The guy stood, watching what was happening, and recalled the words of Xiao Jun, who in the morning said that he wanted to see snow with him, as it was a few years ago. Approaching the female dormitory, he realized that he had acted incorrectly, and a feeling of guilt made itself felt. The time was already later, and the girl was asleep. But she was awakened by a phone call, which was very persistent. The young man said that she has only 3 minutes to get out, since he prepared a special surprise for her. Throwing out her outer clothing, the beauty ran out and looked in surprise at Chen Hanshin right in front of her. He stood next to 2 cute snowmen, who something reminded of themselves externally, and looked very nice. Xiao Junye did not expect to see this, and was pleasantly surprised that the young man, despite her employment, found time for her. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, thanked him, and admired what beautiful snowmen turned out. The beauty called him a fool, and admitted that she thought that he no longer liked the snow, because of which she was in a bad mood all day. The guy only laughed at such a statement, but suddenly the land on which they stood was covered with ice, and they began to lose balance. Teenagers fell on each other, which surprised them, and an awkward silence hung in the air, creating a tense atmosphere. The young man said that it seems that she broke his back, but Xiao did not bother the beauty, and she continued to laugh at what had happened. But soon the snowmen again attracted her attention, and without thinking twice, the girl asked to photograph her with them. Discarding a long time, the guy still could not resist her sweet request, and began fulfilling the student's desire. New Year's holidays sneaking closer to the young man, and he was thinking with whom to celebrate them, because he was sure that Xiaojun would definitely invite him to dinner. But suddenly a phone bell interrupted his thoughts. His girlfriend complained that he again brought her to tears. As an apology, the young man suggested meeting and dinner together, since today is the eve of Christmas. Entering the office, Chen saw a sweet girl sitting at the table and sorting through some documents. He did not understand why she was so excited, because she should not celebrate Christmas, since there was no one with. Chen carefully watched her actions, until Shen Yuich suddenly noticed him and blushed a little. Quickly collecting her things, she got up and headed for the exit, ignoring all his questions and the prevalence addressed to her. Having stopped abruptly, the cutie was still able to squeeze out the words. And it turned out to be an invitation to dinner. Cutie took out something from her bag and handed the young man. It was a beautiful large apple. The hero was really very surprised by such an act. It was her Christmas gift specially prepared for him. But their sweet moment was interrupted by a phone call. Without hesitation, the guy got up and politely asked that she wanted to eat, in response to hearing that hot peas would be an ideal option. Thus, they were already not far from the place. GDB make orders. As soon as the girl turned away to make an order, 1,000 thoughts flashed through the guy's head. He was afraid that Xiaojun could see them together. The beauty sent a message that she was ready to go, and did not understand why the young man still had not arrived. He, in turn, asked her to wait in the hostel. Yuich came up with a full food tray and asked what Chen was busy with. In response, he said that he was solving working issues. Without waiting for a short time, the guy started food. But the guy understood well that this was far from his first dinner in the evening. Trying to take care and look sweet in front of the girl, he could not stop thinking that Xiaojun, most likely, would get angry. The young man understood that he had only 4 minutes left to catch a meeting, and, without hesitation, ran. The beauty was in complete solitude, a little upset because she thought that Chen Hanshin decided to throw her today. Hearing some sounds, the beauty immediately turned around. Someone called to her. It was a tired and outcast guy who immediately began to sincerely apologize for waiting. The girl saw the state in what condition he came, and realized that the young man did not lie about his affairs, so she did not hold evil. She noticed a beautiful apple in his hand, and could not help but ask if it was intended for her. Xiaojunyi noted that, although he is stupid, she remembers the tradition of giving apples on Christmas Eve. To discharge the situation, the young man politely asked what his girlfriend wants to eat for dinner today. Without thinking twice, she replied that she would not refuse hot peas, since in winter, this is exactly what needed. Seeing how the guy reacted to her proposal, she looked inquiringly. But he only explained in response that he was strangled by the fact that he was running. Suddenly the companion handed him a bag, telling that at first she did not want to give him away, as she was offended. But now she had already changed her mind. It was a Christmas gift of the guy, and hoped that he would like him very much. The boy noticed that he was pink, and decided to go to the female dormitory to call Shan Yuich. Having stretched out the package straight to her, he said that this was her Christmas gift, from which the cutie was very surprised. He congratulated her on the holiday, smiled sweetly, and wished a good evening because it was already too late. Entering his room, he was finally able to exhale, and rejoiced that such a heavy day had come to an end. The guys began to welcome their neighbor, offering to join the table, because they had been waiting for him for so long and left a lot of delicious food. Hearing this, the guy was shocked, because he had dinner today more than once and could not even hear about food more. The teenagers were sitting at the next boring lesson, when suddenly the cutie lightly pushed her face on her cheek with a pen. Having asked the question of what she was doing, he heard that she just wanted to configure the focus, but her movements did not stop. However, the cutie did not plan to stop and continued to pull the guy, thereby trying to wake him. Soon the young man could not stand it, jumped up and began to scream in a rude voice, because it prevented him from sleeping, and very annoyed. The girl quickly covered herself with her textbook, focusing on Chen Hanshin to look there. The teacher seriously talked about science and economics, but no matter how the boy tried, he could not understand the new material. He decided to ask his desk neighbor how she managed to score 60 points, as he considered it almost impossible. Malashka began to explain that even if you do not write the last few questions, you can still earn a high score. The guy still continued to look inquiringly, hoping that once he would achieve such good results. Suddenly, a brilliant mead came into his head. He immediately invited the girl to go with him in the winter holidays. Shan Yuich was struck by such an invitation, but, having confused a little, she said that she had already promised her grandmother. Malashka continued that the old woman was sick, and she needs to help and take care of her, which was very surprised by the guy. From childhood, my grandmother brought up the girl alone, since her parents were not there, and she spent all her time with her. The young man listened carefully to the fact that the old woman could not earn money herself, and always left her everything tasty. Smiling, the beauty said that this time she saved a lot and could buy a lot of food to the old woman. This was very interested in the guy, and he decided to ask how much time it took to get home. In response, it sounded that about 30 hours. Realizing that the girl did not have much money and, besides, she always saves, the young man guessed that she did not even buy a sleeping place for herself. Chen Hanshin, without thinking twice, asked Malashka to buy a ticket for her and go with her. Watching how a friend is looking for a document, he began to assume that it was necessary to warn his parents about what would return later, and be sure to find a person with whom he would return. Vacation came. Many teenagers crowded at the station, waiting for their buses to get home as soon as possible. Having called Xiaojunya, the young man said that he had urgent affairs, and he could not go with her, but promises to visit her during the holiday of spring. Suddenly, his gaze attracted nearby, who waved, trying to attract the attention of the guy. The young man was very interested in where the comrade's luggage was, because he said that he was going to Sichuan and Chunzhen, but he foresaw everything and left him in his office. The animated conversation of teenagers was interrupted by a female voice, which very politely but persistently asked for help with suitcases. Soon, the guys were faced with a beautiful woman. She turned out to be Mom Shan Yanian. Realizing this, everyone introduced herself very friendly. The aunt nodded approvingly in respect, and thanked the guys for the help of her daughter with heavy bags. The comrade began to recall that it was the same girl with whom they wanted to reduce him, but even nearby she did not stand with Xiaojunya. Chen Hanshin, not even listening to the story, turned around and went the other way, simultaneously hearing his friend's cries that he should wait for him. Entering the room, friends continued to discuss that girl has a lot of money, but Xiao Junye is also not bad, and they are just used to eating big portions. The young man said that if Chen Hanshin contacts her, then it would be the end. But his friend almost did not listen to him. Finally, the guy added that he would do it anyway as he would consider fit, and does not want him to continue the moralizing. Seeing a cutie in front of him, the boy introduced her to his friend, who at one time did not even notice her. Shan Yuichi did not expect to see the guys so early and, very embarrassed, greeted them. The boy, with joy and admiration in his eyes, looked at her to say hello. To the answer smiled. Chen Hanshin, to discharge the situation and remove the tension, added that they studied with a friend at school. The girl carefully looked at the comrade directly in the eye, as it was surprised that it was his childhood friend. Malashka watched with great interest after everything that was happening, taking her eyes to the guys or the floor. Suddenly, having once again examined a new acquaintance, she gained courage and said that he reminded her of Pokemon. The young man finally decided to introduce his girlfriend, stating that this is exactly the girl for whom he does all this. From excitement, the guy began to carry complete nonsense, telling that they were before classmates, but met even before they were born. The beauty was a little in shock, but in his excuse he said that he had in mind that they have been friends since childhood. Young people went out to talk, and the friend was furious, as the guy exposed him as a fool. But he explained that he was just joking, and there was no need to take everything so close to his heart. Chen added that she was not stranger for him, and this very surprised the young man, because before that he had not heard anything about Shen Yuichi. The boy was furious, because he thought he liked Xiao Junye, and assured that he could not do so with her. The guy said that they should go to Sichuan and Chunzhen, visit the Malashka's house, and for motivation added that she has a younger sister, and he can introduce his Zibo to her. This young man came out, suggesting that the presence of a sister is not so important. But most of all, he wants to look at the sights of the village. Arriving at the station, the girl still did not believe that this time she would not go alone. Turning around, decided to clarify whether the guys wanted to accompany her. They looked at her with a smile, and joyfully replied that they would only be happy with such a pastime. The train had already arrived at its platform. People began to go a little, in parallel examining their seats. The guys went to their compartment. Shen Yuichi was very surprised, since she did not go in such comfortable conditions before. Having crouched on her bed, the girl was rapping, as she had never traveled in such conditions before. The young man turned so that she could not worry about everything and just sit down. But the price of transport did not give her rest. With a smile on his face, the guy fell on his bed, emphasizing that in the future he would still have to fly on airplanes. Teenagers rode in complete silence, carried away by their favorite magazines and books in order to somehow pass the time. The guy was interested in what kind of books Malash always read. The same when they were alone. In response, I heard that these are textbooks in English since it has some problems with it. This was very dumbfounded by the boy, because she always had high points in all subjects, and he did not understand what was the matter. But the cutie continued to read the ignorance of all questions, because she did not know what to say, as it was embarrassed. Not long resisting, she said that she received 0 scores on the exam since her grandfather died on this day. Arbitrarily, the boy listened to their conversation and was surprised after the addition that she was left alone with her grandmother. The guy wanted to add that if she could improve English, she would easily go to the University of Dong. But the guys considered his comments inappropriate, or asked to go to cook 3 noodles so that they could have a bite. Chen Hanshin, gathering her thoughts, decided to find out if the girl missed her grandfather, whom she had lost. Tears in her eyes began to appear faster, and she nodded positively, making it clear that she was very yearning. He supported her, wiping his tears of his friend, talking so that she would not worry, because now she has him. As a friend, a teenager entered the room, saying loudly that he had met a graduate of the University of Sudan Sciences, and for happiness, she was traveling with them in the same car. The guys sat and chatted for a long time, because they were connected by a lot of common topics for conversation, and did not even notice how time flies. Voices, but they forgot to close the door, from which the air conditioners blew right on the teenagers, from which they woke up. The girl, in order to at least somehow improve the situation, suggested pouring hot water to keep warm. Chen, slamming the doors loudly, went straight to the teenagers sitting, which they, in turn, asked to behave quieter. The guy was very angry and shouted that if he wanted to get married in the corridor, for this it is not necessary to open the door so that everyone would look at them. Having said this, he went further along the corridor, without waiting for an answer from his friends. But they managed to notice that he was very angry. The guys looked at him in the trail and could not say the word, because they unexpectedly such a reaction from a friend. The beauty managed to notice that his friend was most likely afraid of the guy, and he proposed to go with him to talk in order to settle the situation. Approaching where a comrade stood, he began to show that he was wiping his legs on him at outsiders. In his excuse, the young man said that it was just passers-by, and Shen Yuichi is more important for him, since the girl was frozen, and he cannot but be angry. Realizing and accepting his mistake, he decided to change, as he was passionate about a conversation, and did not even pay attention to it. And in order to make amends, he offered to treat it with dinner, as there are excellent chicken legs in the train. But they are considered fast food. The guys began to eat their delicious dinner, although it was not very useful, but everyone was happy. The phone was torn from some spam, but he tried not to pay attention to it. Suddenly, his new acquaintance decided to ask where the guy was studying. Looking into her eyes, he began to think about what to say, because a lot has happened lately. The young man began to tell that it was the University of Finance and the Kaiyuan economy. This very surprised the girl. But despite the fact that there is a very good atmosphere, the guy continued that the educational institution does not fully give. So he opened his business and left there. Such an answer, of course, poured her a little. But the beauty praised her, because in his years, he was able to buy himself a new laptop with a phone. The boy added that despite this, he contacted and still restored him to study again, although he did not really want to. Soon it was the turn of stopping the new girlfriend of the guys, and saying goodbye, she wished them a happy road, leaving the car. The young man decided to ask if his friend was sorry that she had already left, and in response only he heard a sad yes. But the guy tried not to be upset, because they exchanged their QQ, and in the future, they will be able to send letters to each other. After a few more hours, their train arrived at the destination. Collecting their things, the guys left the transport. Their path was unnecessary, and it was necessary to drive in several trolleybuses and buses before getting to the next stop. They rode cars in a mountainous area. The landscapes of nature fascinated, but sometimes everything was not as good as they would like. Winter in this area was very cold, but also beautiful. The guys passed the streets more examined by nature. Every 5 minutes, Zibo was interested in a friend how much they had to go to the house of Shen Yuichi. The tired young man could not wait until he could relax, but realized that he had to gain strength, because he still got acquainted with his sister. The girl joyfully said that they had already come. Her eyes were filled with joy, because she was not at home for a long time. Suddenly, the guys heard that someone was calling them. Turning around, were a little shocked when they saw a person in front of them. It was a little girl who was very glad to see her sister, and really missed her all this time. The young man was furious, because he was not at all, but his friend only said that he had not been lied, and the girl really has a sister. Malashka hugged the baby, simultaneously asking where the grandmother was located, because she did not tolerate her. Remembering that they were not alone, the beauty decided to introduce the guy's sister, saying that her name was Shen Annan. The guys hastened to lean and very friendly greeted the sister, Mila smiling. Malishka examined the guys and did not understand who they were, having stood a little more. She turned the other way, but for some reason, she ran away. And the guy, teasing a friend, said that he was scared of the child, but he did not even have time to say anything. Students pondered everything that happened. They were a little embarrassed, but the guys tried not to show. Suddenly, the teenagers heard someone's steps. Turning around, saw an elderly woman and was the girl's grandmother. Shan Yuichi froze, because she did not see her for a long time, and carefully looked, studying every wrinkle on her aunt standing in front of her. But still quickly picked up, she ran up and hugged her tightly, saying that she had finally returned and missed her very much. Malashka decided to introduce her friends, saying that they were classmates, and decided to lead her to the house. After everyone met and greeted each other, taking their things, continued the path to the house. The guy was a little nervous, but did not understand why, since he was not involved in the girl. And for the first time he saw her. But his excitement was because of yesterday's words, which was very surprised by the young man, and he looked at his friend with contempt. The boy suggested that he really wanted to take possession of Annan, but his comrade quickly denied his words, saying that there was no need to carry nonsense. Grandmother asked her granddaughter to first cook something for her classmates, but she found that the eggs were all over. An elderly woman said that she could go to the chicken coop and see, because they still had to stay there. The situation was a little awkward, but the guy suggested that you could cook just noodles, despite the fact that this is not enough. Their conversation was interrupted by a little girl, holding the eggs in her hands, holding them out to her sister. which she heard gratitude. Without waiting for a short time, the food was ready, and everyone began to eat after such a long and heavy road. The comrade looked at these dishes and was a little alarmed, so it was a little strange, but his friend quickly warned that they were treated to, and it was necessary to eat, because the grandmother could not afford more. The guy was very polite and took one plate, putting it with the little one as a sign of politeness and concern for her. The boy watched his sister's conversations, and the baby was very happy, eating food prepared by a girl. The night came, and the teenagers began to sleep, discussing that tomorrow they would already go to their home, because they promised their parents. The guy was haunted by the fact that Chen deceived him about meeting his sister, because she was too small. After returning to Hong Kong, the young man knew that Xiao would not necessarily ask what they did, and he was forced to warn his friend that he had to answer. The boy got out of bed, saying that he would send his friend to go by train, and then he would see how he would complain. Morning came. A sweet girl stood in warm, beautiful clothes, doing housework, plunging into her thoughts. She saw a young man in the doorway, delighted that he had already woken up. But he warned that he was leaving today and should not cook a lot of food. Chen Hanshen began the conversation that there is soon New Year, and there are too many people, so he would come after her after the winter holidays. Without listening to her excuses, he said that he had bought tickets, and the girl had to come to terms, reporting that he would wait for him. Sitting at the table to have breakfast, a friend decided to ask why only 2 plates and that, unless everyone else would eat. But the answer is that until they could not start. He was struck. The girl and grandmother were sitting in a chair, waiting for her turn, since they had only a few sets of dishes, and they could not afford more. This situation touched the comrade to the core, and he offered all his savings to the woman. She, in turn, refused, informing his friend. And he asked to give them to him, because he knows how to do it right. Without thinking twice, Chen Hanshen went to the baby, simultaneously asking if she wanted her grandmother to eat meat every day. The guy continued to ask if she wanted her sister to buy beautiful clothes, and Anine could not afford textbooks and stationery. The girl nodded positively what the guy handed her bills to her, asking them to take them to buy everything necessary. The baby thanked, joyfully telling that now she could buy a backpack, which she had dreamed about for so long. It has already come to go. The guy saw that the girl did not want to let him go, and offered to go with him. But you need to take more things for this. In turn, she sadly lowered her head, barely restraining her tears, saying that she could not do that. The guy put his hand on her cheek, informing her to wait for his arrival, and understands the whole situation. The guys were in a hurry to their train and saying goodbye, but the student did not want to melt with them so much. The guys left, and the girl was watching, looking at them, realizing that she had already reached the board of Chen Hanshen. Suddenly, the baby remembered the fact that she was given money, handing them to her sister. She called her. The girl was very surprised and asked where. Not after all, she gave all the finances to her grandmother as support. Awareness came to Malashka that it was a gift from the guys, and they did it on purpose. But she did not understand why they were doing this, although it was very pleasantly strangled, since any support was by the way. Arriving in his city, the guy went home, but saw the divided mother, and in order to somehow smooth out the situation, he handed her a gift. Seeing him, she smiled and asked her son to sit on the sofa, since she needed to tell him something. The young man also went to his father to say hello, watching him sitting on the couch and reading a newspaper. To prepare for a conversation with his mother, he decided from a man to find out what he managed to do. Surprisingly for everyone, the woman ran into the room with a bat in her hands, shouting along the way that you just need to endure it and not to disturb the neighbors. She was completely furious and did not even hear the request of her son not to do what she had long conceived and was determined. Its main reason was that her son had bad results, and the highest points are 12. Having gone into the room, the young man finally could exhale, and thought why they were sending the results right on the new year. It was also a good idea that during the winter holidays it was time to go to study for the rites. And for this, perhaps, it was worth visiting Uncle Xiao. A sweet girl sat at the table and read a very exciting book, when suddenly a phone call was distracted. The guy said that he had already arrived home and bought her a bracelet as a gift, and really wants to meet her parents. Having knocked on the door, cute people opened him. He greeted them with a smile, congratulating them on a new year. The man and the woman were glad to see the young man, and clarified that he had not visited them for a long time, and they had already shown to get bored. Going further into the house, the boy saw Aunt, introduced himself and said that he was very pleased to meet her. The cute old woman covered it on the table, because she was very happy to depart in such a comfortable family circle, Suddenly he noticed his close friend, who sat and looked directly at him, examining his communications with relatives. He approached her, leaned over and said that there were a lot of people at home, and she confirmed this with a smile on her face. The guy saw an elderly woman, asked who it was, and heard that it was a grandmother whom he had seen before. But now she had a hearing problem. The young man approached the old woman friendly, congratulating on the upcoming. But because of poor health, she thought that it was his father. The guy made such an answer, and he said that she thought about his dad, but he is his son, and they just have a little similar voices. The grandmother asked if he came with the dog. But in order to somehow settle these ridiculous questions, the boy decided to invite his grandmother to the table. Sitting at the dining table, relatives discussed that the girl said that she was not ready for her relationship. Everyone was interested in who would get such a beauty, and especially her father, because he had high demands. The guy ate silently, pondering that if he wanted, then a young man would have a young man in the next second. For the sake of entertainment, the young man wanted to tickle the girl with his foot under the table, touching her knee and driving along his pants. A friend tried to ignore this action. She restrained all her yemos as soon as she could. Suddenly she jumped up, saying that he did not dare to disturb her, which all sitting people paid attention to. Having said loudly that she was already tired, the handsome man went to her room, that no one expected, and silence hung in the room. This situation was very shocked by the guy, and he did not think that Xiao Junye did not even understand his jokes. The girl was very sad because such actions scared her, and she did not know how to react correctly. Entering the room, he saw how the girl was sitting at the table, covering her face with her hands, ignoring him, trying to somehow establish the situation that this is just a joke, but seeing tears in the eyes of a friend, he was shocked. Parents were worried about her daughter and in the next room asked if she was fine, because Chen Hanshin is already leaving, and she may not be nervous anymore. In order to somehow calm the beauty, he held out his hand with the bracelet, reporting that this is the same gift promised to her. Surviving around her, he stated that it was necessary to hurry, because a guy and a girl should not stay alone in the room for a long time. Xiao Junye did not fully understand what he had in mind, but still decided to simply ignore the words. Well, the guy had a very good mood, and in order to somehow amuse his girlfriend, he asked if she could bite her. Teenagers went to all relatives in the room, apologizing for such a trick, wishing them a pleasant appetite. The man who was the father of the girl was very not satisfied, because he thought that Chen Hanshen specifically forced his daughter to cry. Uncle Xiao was not delighted with such an offer, since he was very worried about his beloved daughter. The guys wanted to go for a walk, when suddenly a woman said that her son wanted to make a company for them. In order to somehow solve the situation, the young man told how an excellent internet cafe opened on Chenbi Square, and they are going there. The teenagers still managed to go together because the boy did not do his homework, and his mother was against him to go to have fun. I decided to ask why he offered to visit an internet cafe, because she has a laptop from which he can communicate. The guy said that he simply did not want to take someone with him, so he said so, and they would actually go to another place. The beauty noticed that her friend is very agile and knows how to solve the situation without offending anyone and leaving behind a good impression. Turning to the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had some kind of exhausted expression on his face, suggesting that he fell in love. The company of teenagers sat at the next table and very violently discussed all gossip about other students. Chen Hanshin accidentally overheard their conversation and thought how much students live a rich life now. The young man's best friend came up and told how he went to the internet cafe in the morning to add that girl from the train to QQ, but to the objection that he should wait a bit as he showed the initiative too much. The guy denied his words, proving that a girlfriend is not indifferent to him. He continued, stating that after several phrases the girl reported that she was going to the shower and would be a little busy. With a sigh, the comrade claimed that he watched the film, and when he finished, the time to send messages came out, and she never answered him. Trying to somehow console the old classmate, their conversation was interrupted by a loud cry, who asked to shut up. He was a fair-haired guy. He fled towards the company of teenagers, accusing them of the fact that they behave louder than anyone else. The guys began to justify themselves, bringing them to the argument that they had not seen each other for a long time and were now about to relax. Suddenly, right in front of the nose of the displeased young man, Qi fell to play billiards, from which he bounced off, chopping in shock. It was Chen Hanshin. He turned to the blonde, asking if he really wanted to set his own orders again, like at school. Raising his eyes, the boy got angry, because he saw who was turning to him, and already wanted to approach him closer. Suddenly, someone called them out, ordering to stand still and not continue this pointless dispute. The young man greeted the guy, to which he noticed with a smile that he did not care about his brother. And soon he would run into problems. The company of the guys did not understand what was happening and how they knew each other. But the guess was allowed by the boy, asking whether he remembers how Chen fought with the hooligans earlier. He continued his story, explaining that Zhang Weilai studied at the High School of Hong Kong, and the other was his brother Zhan Vayu. And he used to be a bandit, but once met a girl who refused him, as a result of which he began to pursue her. It just so happened that the boy stumbled upon him and expressed a couple of affectionate, from which he got angry. And this led to a fight. In the end, the guy won, almost killing Zhang Weilai. And even the school security could not stop them before the young man's brother came. At one time, this incident spread throughout the school, and even Chen wanted to make a reprimand. But they nevertheless hesitated. Everyone was very interested in what the girl looked like, and they only knew that she had been in her second year before. And now the graduate was already called her. One of the girls stated that her neighbor was coming out, and the grades were not bad, as she plans to enter Kaiyuan. But her mother was very worried. Hearing such information, all the guys turned, since it was a city where the guy's university was, and did she really want to follow him? Two young people left the cafe, continued to discuss the situation. The younger did not understand why his brother continued to talk with Chen Hanshin, despite the fact that he had a conflict with him. He, in turn, began to ask stupid questions according to the type, whether his brother believes that he would earn millions in the future. But he continued to say that he was beaten by the student. The boy did not give up, and proved that even if he did not support him, but he is sure that he was waiting for a great future. While hearing him was still beaten by the student, he continued that he would certainly become the best of all and would achieve everything himself. But his brother's reproaches did not stop. Finally, admitting his mistake, he was able to accept that the student broke him, and asked him no longer remind of it. The young man in his hand held a note with the phone number of Chen Hanshin, who asked him to call him later. The girl was very upset and even evil to the young man. With her appearance, she made it clear, looking directly into his eyes. But as soon as the guy asked what happened, she turned away sharply, saying that everything was in order and he should not worry. Watching all this, he decided to congratulate the boy that next year he would be able to see a pretty freshman. The young man emphasized that next year all this will be able to do, since every year students go to the university. She tried not to take the children's reproaches seriously about the fact that an old friend does not even listen to her family and is fully passionate about the idea of entering the very university where Chen Hanshin studies. The guy did not expect to hear this, and decided to ask again if the fact that Luo Xuan enters Kaiyuan for his sake. Suddenly the beauty hit the table with a glass, making it clear that it was unpleasant for her to hear it. They turned to her. She asked coldly whether he was already tolerant of seeing that girl, as he was very enthusiastic discussing this. The guy tried to explain with a smile on his face that he doesn't care, because he didn't even know her personally. He continued to tell that if he wants to get a girl, then Xiao is already a great option, and will be much better than Lo. The young man said that the specialty of the stewardess at their university is very prestigious, and he does not think that something is shining for the guy. But the first one who came to his mind was Shan Yuich, a cutie with beautiful eyes and long, silky hair. The whole family gathered at the festive table, celebrating the new year, asking the guy about his successes at the university and personal life. The woman said that there are more and more students. The salary of them at the Shanghai factory is not so high. Their things are not so bad, 1,500 yuan a month, and even gave the phone. But the guy's thoughts filled that everyone was congratulated, except for the cutie. Suddenly, the guy's gadget began to call strongly. Everyone paid attention to this and stopped discussing students' performance. The red-haired aunt said that there was no need to encourage the guy, buying him phones. But his mother said that he himself acquired his money. No one understood where he already got such income, because he only entered, and it was almost impossible to find a part-time job. The guy said that after 2 days he had to leave, as he first should go to Sichuan and Chunzhen to pick up his girlfriend, and he already bought tickets. Parents asked their son in 2003 to finally decide with whom and the girl he wants to be, as they considered it wrong. But the young man sincerely hoped that this would never have to be done, because both beauties sympathized with him. Saying goodbye to a man and a woman, he went to the station, and they watched how he leaves, gradually disappearing from the field of view. Mother, turning to her husband, said that she wanted to take care of herself and offers to have a second child. After a long road, the young man still reached his destination, where he was met by a baby who fled towards him. The guy joyfully greeted her, asking where the grandmother and sister now. Parallel to Annin now, she reported that the old woman went to her uncle, as her sister Sinchai arrived. and even secretly decided to share that UH was sleeping and saw dreams about him. The young man was surprised how she knew this, but she continued that she accidentally heard how her sister said while sleeping. In the morning, the girl had to do a lot of things to the house and, taking firewood, carried them to the room. Sister noticed Shan Yuich, and showing a finger, everyone paid attention to the fact that she was going to them with weights behind her back. The young man was very surprised, since the friend was very fragile, but still coped with such work. The eyes of the guys crossed. The teenagers stood alone opposite the other, looking directly into the eyes, and the time seemed to freeze. The young man with a smile examined her beautiful appearance, emphasizing how much she tries for the family. Suddenly he began to scream, saying that it was necessary to wear less, because it is very unsafe for her health. The girl was very embarrassed, saying that she had no other way out, because her grandmother could not do this after her departure. To somehow make amends, the cutie promised that next time she simply would not take so much. But most of all, Shangofch was struck by the fact that the guy kept his promise and really returned after her to go to the university together. Chen Hanshin said that he was afraid that Shen Yuich would start to miss him much, so he decided to come early. Arriving at the station, the young man said that the aircraft tickets are as much as the sleeping place on the train, and therefore they would fly. The girl was very afraid of heights, and the entire flight was nervous, in parallel, asking that next time they would go in another way. Taking advantage of the moment, the boy suggested that if she kisses him, he will listen and buy tickets for the train. Such a statement was very alarmed by the beauty. Her cheeks turned red, and her hands tightened even more with excitement. Chen Hanshin really wanted to go to the toilet and, after several requests to release his palm, understood that he had to endure a long time. Arriving at the female dormitory, the guys said goodbye, and the young man asked his friend to go to rest, as the road was quite restless. Teenagers began to report that they had already collected things and were waiting for him, and it was worth hurrying, because it was necessary to have time to visit relatives. The guys got into the car, but understood that there would be a lot to go, because studying and all the roads were crowded. Suddenly, outside the window, the young man saw Shen Yuich, who stood very close to them, and he did not understand why she was not in the hostel. The man said, communicating with Xiao Junye, that he sees the girl in almost the same clothes as she is dressed now. These words were terrified by the guy, because he was afraid of this more than anything else, and understood that the beauties could find out about each other. The beauty was smart and sensitive. They are familiar from childhood. This is the first love of a guy. Uncle Xiao, the commander of the Criminal Investigation Squad, a serious man who will tear any for the happiness of his daughter. Shen Yuich, a naive, sincere, and incredibly kind girl who conquers her simplicity and attitude to people. The young man understood that there was nothing more dangerous than the clash of all of them in such a tense environment as it is now. Without hesitation, the boy decided to hail Xiao Junye to switch her attention to herself. He held out his hand with a napkin, reporting that he wanted to wipe the remnants of the food that remained in the corner of his mouth, politely pronouncing that next time you need to eat more carefully so as not to get dirty after eating. The man noticed this action and asked why the guy's hand trembled so much, because it looked very strange. Chen Hanshin decided to laugh it off, saying that he first wiped the girl's mouth, and therefore was worried. Looking out the window, he noticed that the cutie had finally left, and the tension with fear was gradually subsided. Suddenly the beauty turned to him, stating that her face was already hurting, since this action had lasted several minutes. To accurately avoid a bad situation, the boy invited a man to stay near the eastern gate, explaining that the car could not drive there. The guy continued to tell that the hostel is not far from, and he will help his daughter with luggage, and he will soon begin to darken, and it will be difficult for a man to return home. The beauty confirmed the words of the teenager, asking her father to stop near the eastern gate, reporting that everything will be fine, and she will be held. Suddenly turning his head to the side, the young man again saw Shen Yuich, who stood and looked right at their car. But their car was toned to the night, and in any case, she did not see anything, even if she really wanted to. Arriving at the destination, the guys said goodbye to the man, wishing a successful and fast road. The girl went to the young man, trying to find out what was happening to him, but he explained that his legs were just numb. As soon as the teenagers were going to go towards the hostel, someone called them out, trying to attract attention. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous car stopped right in front of them, trying to find out the road to Industrial Naya Prospect. With Junye, she began to explain how to get to Dunshin, but she did not know how to get to the avenue. The boy began to carefully consider the request, because this location was very familiar to him, and he did not know why. He picked up and took out a piece of paper unexpectedly for everyone, starting to draw the exact route of the road. The guy held out the sheet with the direction, which was very shocked by the beauty, and she began to carefully examine him. But still, taking and thanking the guys, she noted that the young man had a very beautiful girl, wished a good day and left. Chen Hanshen finally recalled that the electronic equipment factory is located at this address. The beauty called out her friend, offering to continue their path, and asked if he wanted to take a bus to catch up with a woman. The boy was surprised by such a statement, and he began to make excuses that he did not see anything bad and that he simply showed the way. But even the fact that the stranger called her beautiful was not drowned out by her jealousy, since she never saw that he showed such an initiative to help someone. The man said that thanks to the support of the company, he had a new manager Kun, and things began to be very good. The young man offered his help as a driver, despite the fact that he did not even have rights. The man noticed that newcomers often fall in an accident, but still agreed to such a service. No one expected that the boy was able to drive well, and he decided to ask what the manager Kun thinks about his skills. The woman noticed that she is very convenient and comfortable to go in such an atmosphere and with such a driver. The guy decided to take advantage of the situation and asked if he wanted him to become her personal driver in the future, since the director of June has an old Santana, and if he does not mind, he could have lended to his manager. He continued that if the director permits, he would be ready to come to a cute lady on the first call. But if he does not want, he will not raise this topic anymore. The man said that his wife uses with the transport, and when he heard this, the boy asked to forget about this conversation, as some difficulties arose. But still, everyone liked this idea, and he added that his wife took her for a long time, so he would be happy to lend her manager Kun. The director began to realize that from the very beginning, the young man came up with this and considered him a shameless. The young man began the story that the task is to visit 3 administrative buildings from 8 to 10 daily and take an express delivery, check it, and send it. But this time was the most lively, and the comrades are simply afraid not to have time, and decided to ask to change the schedule. The man was very pleased with himself, as he made power over these students, and thought about their proposal. Listening to this conversation, the young man understood that a man did not have much authority. Therefore, he wanted to establish unspoken rules. Chen Hanshin suggested that it is better from 12 to 14, since everyone is resting, and they will be able to quietly come and leave, without disturbing anyone. One person said that he was immediately ready to quit smoking, and if the boy has money, he could not buy him fruits. He, in turn, handed a pack of bills, turning to take care of his whims. Without listening to the guy, he got up and went to the door, simultaneously saying that he agreed to work at such a time, since in any case it will be more convenient for everyone. The man asked to pay attention to the fact that Zhao Chunmin is a very slippery type, and you need to be carefully with him. The girl stood in the parking lot when she suddenly noticed that the boy was getting directly out of the premium car. He went straight to her, reports that he was walking along the sidelines and thought that the door was not locked, so he decided to check. The guy smoked a cigarette, but noticed that Malashka was looking directly into his eyes, not looking away and thinking something. She awkwardly asked if they would need to return the car, to which she heard a cold and indifferent refusal to. Shen Yuch once again looked towards the transport, not believing her eyes, and thought that the young man was lying to her. The boy did not want to listen to such a thing anymore. With a wave of his hand, he went towards the car. The only one, in order to somehow dilute the situation, took her cheeks, saying so that she would not wind himself, otherwise he would have to take her back to the hostel. Having talked a little, the guy said goodbye to the cutie, wishing her to rest well after a hard day. Suddenly after he heard the same request to return the car that knocked down the boy and shocked a little. Chen Hanshin turned slowly, asking what he would return home then, but the girl said that he would come up with something. The beauty hit the table with her hand, shouting that the young man was too busy with her entrepreneurial activity, which is why Shen Yuich returns to the hostel after 12 hours. He began to make excuses that he arrives as usual to 9 and has no idea why the cutie does it so late. The guys began to reason if she went to some strange places recently. Suddenly, the girl remembered that on her clothes there was a smell of oil from the dining room. But this is clearly not on the entrepreneurial base. Teenagers quickly ran to the university's kitchen and opened the doors wide, hoping that their guesses were false. But still they saw Shen Yuich, who squatted and washed the dishes, looking in surprise at them. The guy angrily looked straight into her eyes, trying to understand why I was here, and finally asked about it. The atmosphere was very awkward and tense, which put a cutie in a stupor, and she was afraid to say a word. She began to tell that she just wanted to earn money to buy a new, beautiful car, to buy a young man. Arriving at the car salon, they did not see Mercedes-Benz, which cost about 660,000 yuan, and that was the same as their 4-year training. The young man suggested touching the car and feel all the power of such expensive transport. Suddenly, an angry consultant asked them to move away if they are not going to buy anything, and they should not touch the goods. Approaching the next car, the guy said that this cost 225,000 yuan, and this is exactly the same car on which he then drove. He stated that even if the girl continues to work in the dining room, he would accumulate such a car when there will be the same age as her grandmother. But still, the young man thanked her for such care, since before for him only one woman tried so hard for him. This is his mother. Continuing his story, he explained that there are still quite a few cars and valuable cars. They all have different ones, but for some, it will not even be able to earn money until the end of her life. So suddenly someone responded, asking what they wanted to buy. The guy only thanked for the pleasant service and added that he could not afford it now. The girl added that this is not important, and she sincerely believes that in the future, he will succeed if she tries. The young lady handed her business card, which was made only in the morning, reporting that he was her first client. The boy looked at her carefully, thanked, claiming that this was a great honor for him. Suddenly, his eyes opened noticeably, but he couldn't expect what he saw on this business card. The name that was written on a piece of paper returned his memories from another life, as it was the same beauty from the club. In order to somehow explain his reaction, he hastened to declare that his acquaintance just had exactly the same name. After the teenagers left, the manager began to scream at the girl as she stood idle. The beauty was very surprised that the young man said goodbye, how to value simplicity. Xiao Junye stood near the road, when suddenly someone called to her, asking where she wanted to go and whether she could let her down. It was Chen Hanshan, who stated that he had bought a car. Answering the question asked, where did he come from? Teenagers sat down and continued their way in a pleasant and comfortable atmosphere, enjoying silence. The beauty asked the question, what she feels. There was some kind of extraneous smell, and the young man realized that Shen Yuich was sitting in front of her. The girl silently bent down, trying to find something, or it is better to feel female perfume to confirm her thoughts. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the boy, she took out her hair, asking who was sitting here to her because he is female. The guy was in complete shock, because he did not understand where she got such intuition as a dog, and the ability to create a problem from an empty place. Trying to justify himself somehow, he said that in fact it was not his car, but the boss simply lent her. The beauty said that this time she would believe. But in the future, she did not want to see women's hair in a car anymore. It was impossible, since the boy was only a driver. In this case, Xiao Junye asked not to promise anything else and wanted to discuss this issue, but later, seeing the beauty to the house, she said that the new epidemic is very serious, and it is better not to go outside without a mask. The guy understood that she had already become more sensitive, and in the future one needed to be more careful, when suddenly someone clicked him. It was the red-haired Shan Yanan, and she was interested in whether he decided to call on her and help a little. Fortunately, the beauty accepted the fact that not only one could sit on the neighboring chair, and now the guy may not worry about it. Starting the conversation, the girl said that in a few days she plans to leave an application at the local radio station and would like to put it up for her word. Bending closer to the guy, she said that in his car, there was a smell of several girls at once, but the answer of the young man struck her, since he really did not understand where women had such a sharp instinct and intuition. With a sigh, the beauty said that she hoped how, in a year, he would finally be able to notice and love her. Hearing this, the boy said that it was possible when he has no other worries. Then he may be able to fall in love with her. The girl suggested that this would probably happen only when one of the girls whom he does not like would have a child. After such a statement, the guy carefully looked at his girlfriend, realizing that he had once considered such an option. The beauty said that if such a day does not come, then he should find her, because she will help to pick up the baby. Continuing the story, she stated that she did not want to fall in love, get married, or get children, and in the future she wanted to open her coffee shop or flower shop, enjoying life alone. Such a statement shocked the guy, since he did not expect to hear it from Shen Yanyan, because she was not at all like girls who think so. The epidemic of pneumonia began to spread more and more, and in order to somehow protect herself, the cutie cooked the dried roots of Vida dying. The girl very much instructed him to drink it, despite all his resistance through an unpleasant odor. She was very upset that the young man did not want to do this, since she tried very hard and cared for his health. But still, he did not take a drink for long, saying that she was still able to defeat her perseverance. The boy noted that Shen Yuich is listening to him in many ways. But as for such questions, She always shows perseverance. Suddenly, an unknown number called the guy. It was his best friend Van Zibo, who took advantage of the city telephone. The guy was very anxious and with a trembling voice asked if he was now in the room, making it clear that he did not want someone else to hear their conversation. Chen Hanshin confirmed that there was no one nearby and is interested in what such a serious thing happened at such a time. In response, he heard the request to come to the Western restaurant, as Huan Hui warned that now he was also with him. The comrade continued to tell that the girl was officially working in Jiang, and she had to meet friends, but in the end she called him and jokingly asked if he could treat her, to which he gave a positive answer. But as it turned out, the dishes were very expensive, that almost 800 came out for 3, and he did not have much money, and it was already inconvenient to say about it. The guy explained that he told the guys that he would go to the toilet, but could not disappear there for so long, and very much waited for him to come to him. The young man nevertheless hastened to help a friend, and as soon as he came, he showed him that he was not doing this at all. But he only stood with sad, guilty eyes and looked at him, taking his mistake, but looking very innocent. Chen Hanshin still paid for the order and watched his friend eat a dish because there is a lot of delicious food left. The guy said that he had already eaten, just paid 800 yuan, but here he could not worry and not to fill the stomach very much. He decided to appear because he knew that Aunt Zhou gave him 600 yuan a month, and this was a little, and he well understood that I had to save 2 months for too long, offering to lend him again a little so that he would bring Wan Hui to dinner. Zibo smelled very badly and regretted his act, because now he looked helpless in the eye of his friend. Not hearing any answer, the guy asked to forget about their conversation and offered to take him back to the hostel. Approaching the car, the comrade was surprised because he did not know that a friend had a transport. Also not so bad. He became terribly interesting from where he had it, because it was not cheap, and it was not very difficult to buy a car at that age. The guys were driving in complete silence, a very tense atmosphere, and finally, Kanshan decided to ask what happened. Van Zibo handed him the bills, claiming that he has all that he has, and 500 yuan would return him next month. Suddenly, a comrade silently and confidently shoved the money directly into the chest, making it clear that he did not want to retreat. Such a gesture did not like the young man, and he asked why he was taking his anger on him since he, on the contrary, helped. A friend began to tell that he had previously been persecuted, but she did not reciprocate, and now they have changed roles. He explained what to understand, because if you don't like you, she will no longer do anything. But if you like it, she will even choose a regular paper bag with trepidation. This conversation was not from an empty place, since such a situation was already. And he remembered how the girl could not decide on this for a long time. Continuing his story, he mentioned that they had a completely different relationship, and besides, their parents were familiar, because they were classmates and have known each other for a very long time. The boy was surprised, asking why then he would destroy everything if they have everything so wonderful and they love each other. But Chen Hanshin did not do this on purpose, but now he only tries to glue everything back without harming anyone. Arriving at the destination, the young man subsequently said that he would not repeat his mistakes, and the money that should be better spent on training. Van Zibo was surprised at such a statement and sincerely did not understand why his friend did this and did not want to stop. Van Zibo entered the room. He sat down at the computer and saw a message from the girl, offering to repeat their dinner again. The girlfriend was very outraged, as the young man advanced Shan Yanyan on the radio, but previously promised her to shove to the trade union. With a mockery, the guy said that this is a small problem, and besides, she certainly could not work on the radio. Malashka brought tea to the young man while he was teasing her friend that if she was wearing a mask, then due to her eyes she would go for a pretty one. Chen Hanshin surprised such care, but he was concentrated in a conversation with a cooperation. The girl still insisted on the regular use of the dried roots of Vita dyeing. The beauty suggested that Shangavch pays too much attention to the guy and what could be if his feelings disappear in the future. The man looked at the guys who would have to deliver, but did not understand why they all looked like students. Someone from the crowd objected, stating that everyone was professionals in their business, and there is no need to doubt them. Hearing this, he added that in this case there would be no problems and he suits him so far. But this is before the first miss. With a smile on his face, the director said that a new seafood restaurant had opened nearby, and they can invite him to try food there. Without thinking twice, the young man realized that the profit from this factory is more than 30,000 per month for him. But the young man must pay the salary to his employees, and the dishes will cost more than 10,000 yuan. The director knew that it was expensive, but suddenly he was informed that as a result of scientific research, It turned out that in winter it is better to eat less seafood, especially men, as it was harmful. The guy continued that in the cold season the year should not eat cold, and they are often served in this form, and nothing good should be expected. In addition, in crab yellow meat there are absolutely no beneficial substances. The body will most likely be glue, so this will not benefit. After everything he heard, the man changed his mind about such a dinner, transferring him to the summer period, when it would already be safe. Chen Hanshin understood that they want to use it as an ATM, despite the fact that sometimes you can pamper, but not when it is already a habit. The boy went to the large building, carefully examining him, gathered his thoughts and opened the door. Entering the office, the young man gave barushi to his colleague, as he remembered that she was very unpleasant for the sounds that surrounded her. The girl noted that he is fundamentally different from others, as she shows care and sincerity to everyone. A chic red car drove up to the office, which collected the attention of everyone around, as it was very expensive. A beautiful woman suddenly came out of there. She looked just stunning, and all the eyes were riveted to her. The guy began to recall that this is the same stranger who last time asked his way, and thought it would be good to pretend that they were close. Suddenly, his thoughts interrupted the call of the phone, which was very much in such a tense situation. Chen Hanshin was asked to go to Tianshui, because their deputy agreed on a meeting there. The man got out of his car, asking the young man to stay here and wait a bit, as he wanted to settle everything himself. The young man looking through the mirror saw that his boss left his briefcase in the back seat of the car. Without hesitation, the boy ran out and called him out to surpass his attention, so he considered it necessary to do this. He waved a portfolio, making it clear that he left him in machine, and there were many important documents. Chen Hanshin, even when he noticed a bag in the seat, understood that right now it was necessary to act. Holding a small voice recorder in his hands, he carefully heard all the conversations of businessmen and fraud that the men spoke of. The boy was very cunning and, taking advantage of the situation, threw this gadget into the director's bag, realizing that, having learned all the information, he will be able to avenge him for all the problems and difficulties that he created. The guy sat behind his laptop, studied the information, realizing that all efforts are useless now. Shen Yuich was sitting near him, who studied the documents, and in order to at least somehow defuse the situation, the young man pinched the cutie's cheek. Suddenly, their carefree atmosphere was violated by the guard, going into the room, saying that there were two people who declared that they were his acquaintances. Two young people stood with abrasions on their faces, as if they had just fought with someone and looked a little tired. They said that they fled from the usual factory, and they didn't even have time to take their wallet. The brunette coughed, said that he was kicked out of there after a fight that he accidentally got into. Malashka, in order to somehow show respect for the guys, brought tea, for which they thanked her very much. The young man was interested in what they were going to do after this, but in response only he heard that they had not yet come up with. Chen Hanshin lit a cigarette and silently watched the students who were very depressed. As his help, the guy suggested paying for some expenses if they want to return to Hong Kong, and if not, he would find work here. In one voice, the guys said that they would never go there again, shook their heads in parallel as a sign of disagreement. The guy promised to come up with something, but for this, they must obey him on his territory. And first, Zheng Weilei needs to shave his hair. Hearing this, the boy jumped in a rage, claiming that he would not do this, and he only wants to mock him. The blonde really did not like the request, and he decided to leave, claiming that this is a stupid place, and he would never return here again. The guys silently watched how he leaves the room and overturning the standing flower to the side to show his anger even more. Chen Hanshin, turning to another guy, said that his brother respects him, but was not afraid. And if he was not afraid of anyone at all, it can affect him badly. From the house, the whole situation, he decided that it was he in this case that will become the most evil person for him. The young man was very interested in what he was going to do, because his brother ran away. But in response he heard that he could not, since Kaiyuan was his territory. The boy called the guard, saying that the blonde stole 200 wen from him, and even if he resisted, it was necessary to be detained by force. The guy walked along the streets of the city, saying that his brother needed to be very careful and not to fall for the tricks of Chen Hanshin. Suddenly he was stopped, which was very struck, because he did not understand what he could do wrong, and most importantly when. Two guards warned that he could leave only after he returned the stolen money. The men only added to all the objections that they know that the guys are from these places, and this means that they can easily call the police. After a small reprisal against him, they closed the young man in the room and went to notify the boss about it. They tied the blonde with a rope and put in the very corner of the room, forcing to expect a while and think about their behavior. Suddenly, the guy came into the room and heard the accusation of him that he brazenly lured him into a trap. Stepping closer with a small grin, Chen Hanshin said that no one thought to substitute him. The guy took out bills from his pocket and threw it right towards the boy, indicating that the money that he stole from him. Continuing his story, he said that his brother was smart and would not argue with him. Unlike him, grabbing the young man tightly by the hair, he began to cut his hair, not hearing all the requests not to do this. The young man recalled the time of the process, how it was still good for him in Hong Kong. Despite the fact that he did not even have the means, he was happy. Life then seemed easy, and there were no problems as now, but there was no time to return. The blonde shouted and cried loudly, but the guy only said to shut up because he just cut him off and did not kill him, adding that in 20 years he will have capital, which anyone will envy. And all due to the fact that in April 2003, Chen Hanshin Trostig, the guy left the room and saw in the corridor a man who began to carefully examine him. He handed a pack of cigarettes to the guard, reporting that there was a friend's younger brother, and, in order to educate, he should leave him in the back room for the night. The young man sat very sad and drooping. His brother regretted what had happened, but he realized that this was not what it was worth worrying about now. Malashka went to the guy, handing him a knee, which he began to carefully examine. Instead of taking it himself, he directed the girl to a drooping young man, and she obeyed. Approaching, Shan Yuich politely handed her packed baking to him, making it clear that she wanted to treat the guys. In the eyes of the blonde at that time, she looked like an angel who went down right from heaven to him. The teenager did not expect such a friendly action in his direction, and was very delighted with this gesture. The night came, the guys went to bed, but for a long time they could not fall asleep, pondering everything that happened today, and how to continue to live with it. The blonde began a conversation with his brother, mentioning a girl who was so kind for him these days. Suddenly the young man picked up, grabbed the guy by the shirt and said that he would not even think about it. After all, what happened last night should have taught him, at least, something. And he even has no right to think about this. But the young man quickly denied his accusations, saying that he simply wanted to notice how kind she was, and Chen Hanshin is not worthy of her. Seeing that his brother was very nervous, he decided to ask why he began to be so afraid of the boy so much that he didn't even say a word. The brunette said that he told him something today, and after he listened, he felt like an idiot. The guy talked on the phone, pondering that at noon there would be a meeting and he needs to pay it. But the most important task is to get acquainted with the other guys from the factory, because he needs good quies. The young man went into the room and ordered the guys to prepare, which they were very surprised, because they did not know what awaited them. The men stood in the aisle, saying goodbye and wishing each other health, simultaneously indicating who would pay their dinner. The director turned to Chen Hanshin, ordering him to close his account. But the young man did not like such a statement. The guy presented his friends, to familiarize them with work, but the man claimed that he would say only after payment. The boy did not give up and continued his story that Zhang Wei Yui is very calm and would look good around him, and Zhang Wei Lai could work as a guard, even despite all the reproaches of the director. The young man smiled, reporting that Madame Zheng Guanti was his boss, and believes that he does not need to speak about her badly, because she could find out. The man was surprised at such a statement and said with a grin that if he tells her she would not believe. In turn, Chen Hanshin took out a record from the recorder. Turning it on, was very pleased with himself, because there was a very approaching conversation. The director certainly did not expect this, and quickly jumping up with anger, he tried to pull the gadget from the guy's hands. Suddenly the brunette grabbed him, blocking his access and making it clear that he was in a hopeless situation. The young man threw the cassette on the floor, giving the young man the opportunity to choose it, but said that this is just a copy. The man began to ask if he wanted the boss to sue him, claiming that the boy had no idea what he was doing. But in response, the guy said that he asked the courier to check how often she came to the factory and track the location, which was very angry with the director. He sincerely did not understand where the boys came from such a depravity, because he even has no 20 years of experience in this area. The guy explained that he only wanted to earn money and expand his contacts, but there are not enough funds, because he constantly takes them to all kinds of nonsense. The man did not expect such an answer at all, and this put him in a stupor. But he was forced to come up with something in order to save himself. Without thinking for long, the director suggested that if he receives the original, he would be able to fulfill any condition and arrange other guys at the factory. The guy thought and presented that for starters, a man should return the money to him in the total amount, which are 4,700. But he decided to round to 10,000 yuan. Since he could not give them now, the young man gave them 3 days, and he will also have to organize the passage of people to the factory. Sitting already in the car, Chen Hanshen said that he could easily arrange them to work at 101 base, but it took a lot of effort to force Zhao Chunmin to attach them to the factory. The boy continued that, despite the fact that this is just a processing enterprise, some reforms are being carried out there. Also, after a year, two will become a real gold residential, and they will not be able to make a bad earn. Li Director does not have so many rights, and Zheng Guanti is generally a shareholder, and there is not much in common between them. The guys carefully listened to the whole plan of the boy, noting how cool and thought out he was. The man reflected on a few options for what to do. The first to shift all the blame to the guy, and the second to continue to pretend that he knew nothing. But both plans were too unreliable. An excited guy ran into the office, reporting that the courier was still wandering near the factory. On the street near the building, there was a young man, realizing that no one except the head of Zheng works at such a time. The director thought that if everyone found out about misconduct, then cleaning would immediately begin, and he would be put for all the divisions. While the guy was walking along the corridors, the man tried to come up with a plan to escape for his savior, solving problems. It was visited by a brilliant med, because now the pandemic begins, and by calling the Center for the Treatment of Diseases, we can report that everyone has been isolated. The young man pretended near the mirror, pondering that if you come into contact with high-ranking people, then the appearance needs to be monitored. Suddenly, 3 guys entered the room in full equipment and masks, which made the guy think that he was going crazy. The woman smiled sweetly, thanking employees for the work, agreeing to take all the measures set. In parting, the beauty asked not to turn off the electricity in the administrative building so that she could interact with the computer. The guy did not understand why this happened, and perhaps he should call the one he knew and talk. A sweet girl with a great mood dressed up near the mirror, going to call Chen Hanshan. Taking the phone, she said that she wanted to eat together, because she was very hungry, that he would get sick soon. But in response, she heard a statement about quarantine. The beauty did not believe this, and stated that the young man specially said so as not to spend time with her. But the guy quickly explained that he was not lying, since during the time he delivered the order, someone had a temperature, and therefore he was closed. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the beauty began to cry, because she was very worried, and said that she would come right now. Involuntarily, the woman overheard the conversation, and the last what was said was the request to stay in the hostel. The next person to whom the young man called was his mother. He decided to ask if she had any food. The young man began to explain that he was quarantined, and he just wants to discuss everything, claiming that he should not worry. Suddenly, the man grabbed the phone, preventing his son from finishing. He was very worried about his health. The next call was from Yuich, who herself had already learned everything, and the only thing the boy wanted from her was only that she would not cry. But in response, only a trembling voice and a story about how she worries about him and was afraid to lose him. The girl tried to somehow reassure her friend, offering to visit the young man together and make sure that everything is fine. But Malashka simply did not help the words of support, because she sincerely loved the guy, and suggested that she would never see him again. The beauty tried to somehow stop her, instructing the arguments that she could die if she was infected. Without listening to any advice and requests, Shen Yuich escaped and ran straight to the office of the guy, because she loved him very much. The young man still tried to make excuses and calm everyone on the phone, when he suddenly noticed that the woman was standing all this time and looking at him. She explained that everything is fine, and he could continue, because she just wanted to call and tell someone now. Only she had no one. She also began to thank the young man that he once showed the way, at which he looked very displeased, because he did not understand why she pretended not to recognize him. Entering the office, which was not in the best condition, the beauty suggested that he was the student who works part-time. The guy was a little shocked when he saw 3 computers on the table, because he did not understand why she had so much. Chen Hanshan was about to sit on the sofa, as his attention was attracted by the lying bed underwear. The girl explained that sometimes she works at night, and from time to time you have to relax like this. Suddenly, the guys realized that they did not even know each other's names, and in order to rectify the situation, they introduced themselves. The beauty, drinking coffee, suggested that he came here for a reason, because it was he who was put in quarantine. The young man confirmed the words, saying that despite the fact that he was responsible for delivery, he works for Zhao Chunmin. The days when the crisis comes, and therefore it is not easy. The guy added that he now wants to report on the director's behavior and expose him, because by a happy chance he managed to get a record. The beauty picked up the gadget, carefully examining, not understanding that the boy had in mind what was said. Suddenly, The head of Zheng asked how much he bought this recorder for how much he bought, and heard that for 300. She added that he was deceived, because their factory produces in 30 yuan, and he screwed up a little. In this case, the guy agreed that he was not a very honest seller, and offered his help in turning on the device. In turn, the girl took out sheets of paper, offering to look at them, because these were financial reports. The young man was very surprised at this, but still began to be examined and carefully studied them, since there was definitely something important. After reading everything, he realized that the rest was leaving Zhao Chunmin and others, and they purposefully robbed their subordinates. Chen Hanshin sincerely could not believe that the beauty knew everything and was silent, and gathering her thoughts, decided to find out from her why. The guy was very struck that she knew all this time, and was silent, pretending to be naive, but prepared a wonderful plan. The girl only silently pointed to the monitor, on which all the recordings from the cameras were visible, and suddenly, the runaway director attracted their attention. But the woman hastened to reassure her comrade, proving that he might not worry, because there is nowhere to rush. At the exit from the factory stood a serious man with guards who already knew everything and planned to detain him. And then all the puzzles came together to make sure. The boy asked the girl, "Is it true that the director was on her side?" The only thing that the young man could say at that moment was his admiration. But in response, he heard that her secret was that she never fell in love. Suddenly, the beauty looked at the monitor and was surprised to say that his lover had come. The young man did not believe his eyes, because he asked that she would not do this. But without listening to him, all did not eat at the gate. But this was not the whole surprise, since turning his head, he also saw Shen Yuichi and his girlfriend, who was also here. The woman once again confirmed the fact that the beauty was already here, and did not understand why the boy was not happy. She only added that the cutie is also very beautiful, and sees how much she worries about him, and does not find a place for himself. She wondered who she was because she had previously seen him with another, and smiling a little slyly, began to ask about it. A friend understood everything and began to laugh, saying that she did not think that the guy would be Alphonse and would turn this. After all, they are both very beautiful, and as if from heaven came off. And in order to somehow solve this problem, the girl offered help. These words were very interested in the guy. He asked what she wanted to do, but in response, he heard that she wanted to see who he would eventually choose. She insisted that someone decide faster, and there should be only one choice, because only in this way he could count on her. The beauty understood that it was very difficult to do this, and decided to provide a service, while stretching for the phone. The Xiao Junye helped to find the road the last time, so without hesitation, she ordered to miss her. As soon as the man heard the order to open the door, the girl ran inside, not paying attention to everyone nearby. A friend tried to somehow agree with the guard, but it was silent because they did not listen to anyone. Mylash, seeing this, was very sad and did not understand why the young man did not want to see her and miss her. The woman added once again that his friend is very attractive, and in one word, the beauty, when suddenly their conversation interrupted the call to the phone. Picked up the phone, he heard the voice of Xiao Junye, and with a small weight in his voice, asked her to find a place to sit down and wait for her parents. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She loudly proved that until he saw him, she would not go anywhere. The beauty continued to observe from the computer after everything that was happening, and the next picture was very struck by her. A crowd of teenagers gathered near the gate, saying loudly and demanding that they be passed to a burden, because they were his friends. The mobile phone was torn from calls and messages. The woman asked if they needed to let them all, but in response, she only heard cold and indifferent words that this should not be done now, because he is not ready for such. The guy continued to answer everyone, trying to somehow explain that everything is in order, and there is no need to draw so much noise. Chen Hanshin soon allowed his friend to enter, and while he was passing, he saw the cutie who looked after him. The girl looked very sad, and the pain she experienced in her eyes. Many people, including the boy's parents, have already arrived. Everyone was on the platoon and raised a lot of panic. Mom called her son, reporting that she was already under the building, but the answer only heard that Shen Yuichi also came. Having carefully examined everyone around, she did not see the girl, but the guy said that she was outside. Malashka sat with her friend on the curb, barely restraining her tears and trying to gather herself into his hands, at least somehow. The only thing the student came up with was to send his best friend to go to the girl and fulfill his request. Approaching Shan Yuichi, he broke the dead silence, handing her a phone so that she could talk to the boy. He said that his parents here, inviting her to leave the territory and return to the hostel, but she did not want to do this. Such stubbornness was very angry with the guy, and he began to scream that the cutie could not listen to him at least once. But the girl only wiped her tears in complete grief and begged so that he would not drive her away, explaining that she would wait outside and would not interfere with anyone. The guys began to calm the girlfriend, reporting that if he came out, it would definitely not be at night, and offered to return, but already in the morning. Suddenly, the voice from behind said that he had to return already, and turning to the cutie, indicated that she was sitting here for a long time. It was a drooping Xiaojun. She did not understand anything, and tried to somehow deny her assumptions. Milashka was a little in shock when she saw a stranger, because she was very beautiful and attractive. The girls stood, one opposite the other, carefully examining each other in complete silence, not understanding anything. The beauty, having gathered her spirit, decided to report that her new friend had a very beautiful down jacket, to which she, lowering her eyes from such a tense situation, thanked and added that she also had. A friend understood that she needed to somehow allow everything. Taking Shen Yuichi's hand, insisted that it was time to leave. As the guy was waiting for too many people, Van Zibo still talked with the guy, notifying him that these two girls met, but he himself saw it. The guys were very interested in why Xiao Junye came here, and they both did not understand this, since they asked her not to do this. The woman continued to watch the observation of cameras through the monitor, because she wanted to know how it would all end. Suddenly, she realized that video surveillance was writing down the sound, and she could hear everything that people are talking from outside. Passing through the gate, the girl heard the scream of the guys, and one of the voices, turning to the guard, said that beloved Chen Hanshin was standing here. Turning around, she realized who was talking about. Her heart was shaken in her chest, but she tried not to show it. Looking towards what was happening, she then saw Shen Yuich, upset and all in tears, and the puzzle in her head formed. The guys still stood near the computer, bowing their heads, thinking about what is better to do to solve the situation. The woman asked what the guy was going to do, because it should already be time to do something. From hopelessness, the young man took out a cigarette and already wanted to set fire to her, as he heard that it was impossible to smoke here. But the guy in response said that if not for her, then the girls did not meet, and now he has no choice. He continued that after quarantine he would no longer deliver, and in this case she certainly could not do anything. But such words were very struck by the beauty, because no one ever scolded her, and these sensations were something new. The young man, having heard this, only proudly stated that she would get used to this, simultaneously bringing the cigarette to her lips. Suddenly, a woman took a crossbow from somewhere, directing him to the guy. Why he was shocked, because he did not expect this at all. She said that she was practiced to shoot him when she studied in the USA, and now did not mind remembering the old. The young man jumped up quickly, ran up to the window, threw out a cigarette butt, telling that smoking is harmful to health, and in general he is a supporter of this. The girl continued, saying that his friends in any case would meet when they came to the factory, and such a combination of circumstances is only a fate with which you only need to come to terms and accept. The night came. The young man was preparing for bed, sitting on the couch and carefully examining his phone. A message came to his phone from Xiao Junya, which said that she had just had dinner with his parents, and since they were very tired, they were already going to sleep. The guy did not understand why the girl had no signs of mood difference, and it felt like she became wiser than in high school. And this is all because of him. The beauty raised the phone, reporting that Shen Yuich is now in her soul, and she would call back as soon as she came out. But suddenly a friend decided to find out what kind of girl was this day with whom they spoke, and how she was connected with him. The guy began to tell that regardless of her appearance and behavior, she can show impulsivity, so it is worth inventing something. Such information was a little shocked by her friend, but still she decided to listen to the advice. The beauty hung the phone, before hearing the words of gratitude for understanding, and asked not to call anymore so that the cutie could relax. The next morning, all the guys again gathered at the entrance to the building with the hope of at least today to see the guy. Seeing that his wife was going purposefully somewhere, the man grabbed her hand, wondering what she was about to do. The woman explained that she wants to eat with Xiao Junya, and then buy a little food for Shen Yuich, because she is worried about them. The husband presented that she was clearly nervous, and suggested that he really wanted to sit on 2 chairs at once. Mothers did not like such words very much, and she said that it was just classmates of her son, and could not afford to leave them hungry. The beauty asked me to wait for 2 girls, but in response she only heard the hope that there would be no fight. Smiling sweetly, the woman reported that tomorrow he could finally go out, with which she congratulated him. But the guy, frankly, did not really want to do this, because it will be necessary to solve a lot of problems. In turn, a friend only wished to make a good decision, no matter how correct it may be, taking advantage of the situation. The young man suggested the idea in the future to invest in his business. On the third day, the quarantine team measured the guy's temperature, saying that all indicators are normal. Having gathered with all his thoughts, he made a decision and followed the exit, realizing that he was waiting for a lot now. Opening the door, a crowd of people ran right at him with the cries of joy that everything was fine with him and he was alive. Friends all together hugged the boy, but he did not understand what happened, because he was not only a few days, but at that moment he was only interested in one, where Shen Yuichi was now. And did she really leave? All the guys stood near him, but only the cuties were nowhere. She did not lie when she said that she would leave when he would come out. The girl looked with very sad eyes right at the young man, as if she was going to say something important. Finally deciding, she stated that he was returning and visited Shen Yuichi, but the guy began to unlock. The beauty insisted on her own, suggesting that she and her parents would go to the hotel, and there they will wait for him. Her only request was not to linger, because she would say that he went to overdoing. Without thinking twice, Chen Hanshin ran towards the office, pondering everything that happened and what to do next. Mother asked the girl where he went, but she barely restrained her tears so as not to cry. Hearing that the young man went to surpass, was surprised, because he only returned, and his daughter was already crying again. The beauty leaned on the woman's shoulder and stood so in complete silence, because now she did not want anything. Malashka sat at the table, very upset, and had already lost the hope of seeing a young man. He approached her closer into the room, carefully examining, realizing that he had painted her. Hearing the steps behind me, the girl turned around, and was pleasant to be angry when she saw the boy. Having lowered his head, the comrade began to sincerely apologize. He is very sorry that everything turned out that way. Shen Yuichi suddenly began to nod negatively, making it clear that he was not offended by him. The guy already wanted to begin to make excuses, as she asked if he could just call him a Chang, because it is much more convenient. The young man was surprised at this issue and putting his hand on his girlfriend's head, approved that she was much older than him. He explained that there is no need to call him Chen, and even more so boss, since, in his opinion, it sounds so. Suddenly, Malashka asked if he told this to another girl, because she still did not understand what was happening between them. Smiling softly, the guy said that she was the first to whom he was saying, and might not worry. Shen Yuichi only nodded silently, making it clear that she believes his every word, barely restraining tears. There was a dead silence, but the guy exhaled and explained that he needed to return to the hotel, since everyone was waiting for him there. Leaving the building, the young man realized that the problem with the cutie was solved, and thought that everything could end much worse. Having come to the destination, he was surprised, as there were a lot of people. But the man explained that he was the first among the students who opposed the epidemic. And in this case, his educational institution plans to get all the laurels, and he can contribute to this. The girl saw that the guy was looking at her and looked back, smiling sweetly, not giving a look, which was very upset. All the guys were happy to end the quarantine, and on this occasion began to celebrate at the dining table. The man and the woman moved and suspected that their daughter was planning some kind of romance with Chen Hanshin. It depends on how they communicate sweetly. The father nevertheless refuted such guesses, thinking that they were simply in good relations, since classmates. The banquet finally ended, and the parents returned to Hong Kong and teachers in their educational institutions. A friend asked to stop the car near the building, which was very struck by the guy, because he planned to return to the hostel. But the beauty remembered that they had been familiar for a long time. But still there is not a single common photo. She continued that everything looks as if he had never been in her life. And this is strange, because they have been friends for many years. The guy suggested that they have a photograph from the graduation. But it was not the same thing, according to Xiao Junye. The guys became near the beautiful red background, smiling, waited for the male photographer to finish his work. The worker tried very hard, because he loved his work, but this process has made a lot of time from him. He did not succeed for a very long time. And to the question of what happened, he replied that the girl was crying all the time. Turning towards the beauty, the guy froze, because he did not understand why or tried to find out the reason. Looking at her, the beauty said that everything was in order. Do not worry, wiping her tears and trying to somehow defuse the situation. She continued that she was just very glad that everything was fine with him, and he returned whole and unharmed to his former life. On the way home, the guys talked a lot about the past, and the girl noted that she had always dreamed that they had to get along. In the summer, she wore clothes opening a line of shoulders and a collarbone when they went to watch a movie together. And in winter, she read books and chose his pajamas to her taste. The young man did not understand why she was talking about this now, because you can still crank all this." Without raising her head, she continued that in fact it was not very much, and she wanted to do this because it was too late. The teenagers continued to talk, discussing the news at the university and the general life of students. But the boys still could not come out of her words from the head. The beauty said that a beautiful flower is growing in her hometown and would like to go there with a guy. But now it seems there will be nothing like that. Hearing a girlfriend turn to him, he was alarmed and suggested that she still call him Chanam. These words reminded her again about the past, and she decided to finish their walk and go to the hostel. Seeing tears in the eyes of his girlfriend, he was surprised. And after such statements, he did not know what to say. The only thing that occurred to him then was to take a beauty by the hand. But at that very moment, she pushed him away. The guy had only one thing left. This is to watch after the girl who leaves without even saying goodbye to him. The young man tried to get in touch somehow, but she blocked his phone number and all social networks. Chen Hanshen met with his best friend, who said that the beauty changed his specialty from international trade for entrepreneurial law. But most importantly, the difference between them was that international trade in Cannes and entrepreneurial law in Xianan. Hearing this, the young man wanted to be alone and walk around the flower field to think everything over. Nature was beautiful. He sensed himself freely and easily. The boy was bored by such modifications. A light wind switched his hair, but thoughts still escaped, not giving rest and peace with nature. At the end of August, freshmen took place. The young man watched dozens of buses arrive at the station, bringing students. Memories surged on him. As a year ago, he stood in the same way and listened to the girl screaming at him, because he promised to take care of her and her father. Trying to somehow get away from all the turmoil, the boy silently sat on a bench and only heard a dispute between friends who would take care of and help an attractive student. Suddenly, someone disturbed his rest, coming closer and closer, creating a noise with his suitcase. Opening his eyes, he was shocked, because the one he saw considered almost impossible now. Dear Luo Xuan greeted the guy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how he was doing. The young man was very surprised and quickly asked why she came to him. But the answer put in a stupor even more as the cutie entered the university. The sister continued to tell that it was very difficult for her to get 500 points in the exam, but she tried well and overcame the barrier Kaiyuyan 550 points. After asking his friend where her family was, he heard the answer that his mother was familiar with the information at the registration stand. And, taking advantage of the situation, the girl invited the young man to the banquet. Previously, she sent an invitation, but he was not at home, and Uncle T said that the guy remained for the part-time job. Seeing a bottle of water, the beauty picked up and began to drink, which she heard the boy's reproaches, what he did not like when she drinks from his bottle. Unable to withstand such an atmosphere, Chen Hanshen decided to call the sixth to his aid. The young man came closer, wondering if Li Swan was going to go to their university. But the guy answered all the questions, saying that he, in turn, would take her mother and her to the bus. Malashki became interested in what was the attitude with the brother of Chan, and, having found out, she realized that the guys were best friends and lived together in a hostel. Suddenly, the beauty proudly stated that she was the beloved brother of Chan, and in the future it would be his bride, which surprised everyone. Hearing that the girl came here only for the sake of Chen Hanshen, he only coldly replied that she had some problems with her head. The guy asked to get her out of here faster so that she would not create problems for all others, and, including him. In order for the sixth to make it quickly, the young man offered in return the number or QQ number that he would like. Hearing this, a friend quickly agreed, but decided to ask what circumstances the guy has on the personal front, and he said that he had a dinner with a girl tonight. The red-haired comrade, as he promised, led Malashka and her mother right to the place. He was interested in why the beauty is not worried, because she declares that the girl, Chen Hanshen. But the answer was struck by the guy, because Luo Xuan stated that regardless of who his new lover was, she would remove her from her journey. Turning to the brother Jin, the beauty asked how much brother Chen was good. The answer was that he was a very popular person and holds many posts. It depends on the fact that he is just a Sortone year. The guy achieved a lot. And in addition, probably this year he will again join the trade union. Trying to somehow pin the girl, the young man asked why she was interested in this, because this is her boyfriend. But as soon as the mother heard this, she asked not to raise such a topic anymore, because this is complete nonsense. The comrade continued to tell that beloved Chen Hanshen is incredibly attractive, but however quite restrained, and otherwise, she would become the first beauty Kaiyuan if she were a little more confident in herself and more talkative. In the office of 101, The guys fulfilled their duties, resolving all the difficulties and problems with work, since there were many out of the way. Lo Xuan entered the building, when suddenly the beauty turned to her, wondering why she came. Having carefully examined everything, she began to say that she did not even think that her boyfriend's premises would be so good. Teenagers began to discuss what was happening, talking about the next fan of their domestic, since there were several girls who recently admitted to his feelings in the media. After listening to the conversation, the sister said that she was here the only one, but she quickly hastened to upset that many dreamed of making friends with a guy and running after him. There were thousands of attempts from fans, but everyone did not succeed due to the protection of the Office 101, which could not be broken. The girl told all this with pride, because even noting that her friend was beautiful, but Xiao was not an equal, since even she lost and is sure that this one has no chance. Even despite her perseverance, Lo Xuan was very interested in who the Xiao was and why. If she was so attractive, she failed. Not hearing any answer, she was nervous and began to scream, asking for at least some information. The guys did not pay attention to her and only discussed that most likely it would be rain soon, and the weather would be gloomy. Shen Yuichi had to urgently deliver the order, and, looking out the window, she still decided to continue. Quickly running out into the street, Milashka still realized that today she would not be able to finish the matter, and returned back to the office. She was upset, as she already promised to do the work, but weather conditions simply did not allow this to do this. A friend noticed, wondering in Luo Xuan whether she is still so confident in her abilities, and whether JDTI will be completely. Shen Yuichi was really irresistible. Long silky hair, a slender figure and beautiful eyes complemented her soft character. Hearing all this, the freshman was very upset. Her head bowed. She did not even know what to answer. Suddenly the Yamodi prevailed and she got angry. Without saying goodbye, ran out into the street, but outside there was also heavy rain, which prevented it from freely messing around it. Suddenly, someone came up behind. It was a cutie who held out the umbrella as politeness. She decided to ask why the girl gives her an umbrella, because she did not even know her. But she only quietly said that there was a rain on the street. The beauty failed to cope with her emotions and quickly ran forward, screaming, which would get wet better in the rain than to take the umbrella from her hands. A friend went to the cutie, saying that you should not be so kind, since her empathy is not particularly appreciated. Chen Tianyu, president of the trade union, told Chen Hanshan that he needed to speak to freshmen, because no one can compare with him. Noting that this was just for a while, the guy was interested in what he meant by his own words. Now there were not the lightest times, and the trade union is very lacking in labor, and thus they will be able to attract people. The young man was interested in how this position differs from his previous one, to which he heard that there were many other responsibilities. The guy understood that not everything was as fabulous as it seems, but still agreed to speak on the condition that someone else would write manuscripts, because he did not have time for this. The guys did not say goodbye for a short time, and were satisfied that they understood each other and were ready to start work. The boy met with a friend, recalling how he promised to offer her a qualitative path to the trade union, and the beginning of the conversation was very interested in her. Hearing all the conditions, the girl noticed that it was very good, as there were things and more complicated. Chen Hanshan convinced that in any case he could help her to settle everything if there were some difficulties. The girl was interested in another moment, whether two could start work, that the young man did not expect to hear, and noticed that she was so daring, almost like Jin Yangmin. The guys rested in their room, discussing how hell is the brotherly stingy, that he could not even buy an extra bottle of water. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a phone call from his father, who said that he went to the district center and saw Uncle Xiao, but he had a very cold expression on his face. The guy understood why he was not in the mood, since his daughter was now not in the best condition because of the young man. The boy was not empty-handed. He prepared gifts, namely 2 bottles of good alcohol. Chen Hanshan decided to personally meet with the father of the beauty. Having come to them home, the man said that now one, in parallel, taking out a bottle of alcohol. He put her on the table, saying that he wanted to spend well time, but the guy was a little scared, afraid that he wanted to drink him. Uncle picked up a glass and said that his daughter was not simple. She was especially in every way. The young man quickly hastened to explain himself that in fact he did nothing like that, and there was a slight misunderstanding, and he wants him to help explain everything. Well, the man's turn asked not to affectionately call him, and even if the guy calls him his dad, he would not help him anyway. Suddenly, the guy realized that in this way it was possible to appease, and the next time he turned to him just like a dad. These words put a man in a stupor. Besides, the young man continued to persuade to talk with Xiao Juni because she should not be angry with him. After the next drink of alcohol, his father fell his head on the table, making it clear that he could no longer say. The guy did not give up and stated that he knew well that a man is not so easy to give in alcohol. But he continued to make the sounds of a sleeping person. Chen Hanshin fell into a stupor from such a situation, pondering that it was just some kind of mockery of him. The guy decided that before leaving, it was necessary to get out and at least take his girlfriend's father to bed. Having completed his thought, he left the room, when suddenly a man jumped from arrogance and sincerely not understanding how his daughter could pay attention to him. Opening the door, he left the room, announcing that happiness only pretended to be drunk, and everything worked out. Sitting at the table, he saw how clean it was, and, without thinking twice, continued to drink alcohol. The young man went home, when suddenly a lot of questions and reproaches about his drunk condition fell on him. Parents were very concerned, but understood that if the guy came personally to Uncle Xiao, then he pleaded guilty. The guy was sitting in his room, reading a comic book. He loved this employment, because it was then that he could be distracted. Suddenly the door swung open and his mother came out of the corridor. She looked very calm. She began the conversation, reporting that since he chose Xiao Shen, then I need to immediately get along with her. The woman continued to talk about how beautiful the girl is and her character is just beautiful, but the word of his son that he did not choose anyone, and a small misunderstanding occurred between him and Xiao Jun. She was very surprised. With contempt, the mother looked at the young man, not understanding what he was planning. And did she really want to continue to meet with two at once? The young man continued to tell that they were just classmates, and does not see anything bad in that they will communicate further. Hearing this, the aunt quickly left the room, slamming the door, never bringing her son the promised soup. The dedication to the freshman was in full swing, when suddenly Chen Hanshin was invited to the stage to greet everyone. The guy began to tell that it seems recently he was the same as them, and, having arrived in unfamiliar, frightening situations, went on a completely new and colorful journey. The guys stood for several hours in unbearable heat, and could not wait until all this would end. Some were ready to faint from the fact that the sun was too bright and their forces were running out. The girl said that very soon Chen Hanshin will become her boyfriend, despite the fact that he is considered an important figure. No one will love him any more than she. In addition, she added that she has long been familiar with her brother, which the girls asked after military preparation to invite him to them to the hostel. Someone shouted loudly, ordering everyone to behave quietly and no longer talk, but listened carefully to the performance. The guy went to the gates of the university, pondering that he came here before he realized everything. He looked and understood that many memories were connected with this place, both bad and good. But still, this is a lot of experience. He sat on a bench, smoking a cigarette, recalled the past and what had happened, not understanding how all this happened. At this very place, he once talked with Xiao Jun after dinner, discussing their student life. Suddenly, a blonde disturbed his rest. She stated that she had not expected to see a handsome Chen in Dunhai once. The young man looked at her, asking why she always finds himself in those places where he wanted to come. But without answering these words, the girl accused the guy of the fact that he was a liar, because last year she gave him the number of his hostel and he never contacted her. The boy noticed that the girls are so touchy, and besides, when he needed a girlfriend, he just called the mobile, and he had nothing to have a hostel number. The guy became interested in where her lover, but the beauty hastened to answer that they broke up, and then he began to pester Xiao Junius. But she transferred to Shannon. Turning to her comrade, the beauty said that in fact she was not so sincere with him, and taking advantage of the moment, she added that later time, and would like to treat the young man with dinner. But the guy was going to go to him when he suddenly heard that Xiao Jun had only left, and they pressed him again, was in the spotlight. Such details were very interested in Chen Hanshin, and he still agreed to take a walk to find out more information. After dinner, they said goodbye to the girl, and the young man decided to call his best friend. He began to tell that this week he was going to go to Xianan and wants him to agree on a meeting with Xiao Jun, but did not specify that he would also be. Jabo doubted this regard, but he assured that if she knew, he would definitely not work, and in this case, nothing would work. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin asked if he had seen the sky when he heard a positive answer. The young man decided to ask, really looking at the clouds, does he think about 3,000 wen that he recently owed? And in this case, the guy offered a deal. Either he returns the money, or arranges a meeting with Xiao Junya. The boy understood that if he burned the girls, she would decide her trust, and she could never believe him again. The comrade explained the whole situation, asking if he knew why, after so much time, he could not kiss Huan Hui. Chen Hanshin explained that he does not understand the girls at all, since it is necessary to look for different ways of interaction and influence, and make them like a rapprochement. The young man confirmed that his friend is right, because the beauty always says that he first takes a shower, and then answers him a message, and he did not know what to do with it. The guy said that we need to change everything, and is sure that he does not want to continue to be an obedient dog and wait. In order to somehow attract her attention, he advised to tell the girl that at first she was taking a shower in order to come to his dreams. The guy claimed that although it was too straightforward, his lover would definitely like this. After listening to all the advice of the best friend, he went to his computer to finally make it clear to the girl that she was not indifferent to him. The beauty was furious, hearing that they wanted to replace all the employees of the public work department. The young man explained that he invited everyone to dinner, but no one came, and it seems that they do not really cope with their work. The young man said that this means that they were not fully notified of his abilities. But the guy was convinced that the one who disobedient would be replaced, nothing personal. He also continued that such an action will save several thousand yuan, and the Office 101 can help in this. The young man was tired of all this chatter, and he ordered this ridiculous conversation to end, since it was time to look for new people. Thus, since the creation of the Kaiyuan Trade Union, an amazing event has occurred. The new Minister for Public Relations fired all the deputy minister and lower officials. Looking at the list of people who wanted to join their team, the guy was pleasantly surprised that they had perfectly coped with his task. Suddenly he saw a familiar name and asked why the girl took her away. But in response he heard that Luo Xuan was a very good and attractive freshman. The guy did not like this, and he asked to dismiss. But there was no justification for this. In addition, the previous ones were dismissed recently, and this could not be done. Well, here is their decision. Nevertheless stood on his own and said that if there is no reasonable reason, then you can simply say that they changed. Hearing this, the girl said that she was just a deputy, and he should solve such issues himself. The team of the guys arranged a joint dinner in order to get acquainted with all the new employees. Everyone began to introduce themselves, calling their name and where they come from. But the guy, only with a stone expression on his face, sat and sometimes nodded. Then the turn reached the beauty, who stated that she entered Kaiyuan because of one guy. She continued to tell that one evening one person began to pester her, and at that time, a high school student accidentally appeared, who was fighting for her, and he was almost excluded. From that day on, her heart was only he. Then he entered the university, and she decided to follow him. They began to express their opinion that he should wait for her, and offered to move a new girl. To which the guy suggested that perhaps that high school student simply wanted to fight with someone. Teenagers began to refute his theory, proving that it was impossible, because he touched the girl's heart and should be responsible. One of the employees in a whisper asked if he was the hero of this story, to which he answered her that if he knew that all this could turn so, he would never have acted. After sitting a little more, the guys said goodbye and dispersed through the hostels. But the young man understood that he would not get away so simply. All the way the girl pursued him, asking stupid questions, trying to at least somehow attract attention. Suddenly, she decided to find out if a guy could fall in love with her if there weren't that girl in the 101 room. But Chen Hanshin claimed that she was not in his taste, and he could not do anything about it. She silently looked into the trace of the young man, and dozens of thoughts in her head were confusing her. From unhappy love, entering the room, Luo Xuan saw Malashka, came closer and decided to clarify whether she remembered her. In response, she heard only the frightened voice of her friend, who very friendly greeted her. Xian Yuich thought that she had come to send the courier and offered to sit down, promising that she would bring water now. Taking a glass, the girl began to tell that her name was Lu Xuan, and she was from the same school where Chen studied. Malashka looked at her and continued that today she went to dinner with him, and now came to see. Such words were very upset by the girl. She did not know how to react correctly and was just silent. Trying to be at least a little polite, she and her friend offered to go somewhere to eat. The teenagers came to the store, but suddenly Xin Yuich began to repeat the same words that very frightened everyone. The beauty explained that she is afraid to say something wrong, so it is better to prepare words in advance. Hearing this, Luo Xuan was interested in whether her boyfriend Chen Hanshin knew about such a feature, to which she heard a positive answer. Having climbed her thoughts, the girl turned to the cellar, but through her experiences she could not say correctly. Then the sister, who was standing behind, noticed that in this case she was loved for beauty and figure. Fortunately, the woman realized what Shen Yuich had in mind, and just asked to show the next time. From such a situation, surprise from the face of freshman did not pass, because she never saw such an alarming person. Having ordered food, the girls started eating, and Luo Xuan was wondering if Malashka behaves like that every time. Even during lunch, she was very modest and was afraid to make an extra movement, carefully studying the behavior, appearance, and character of her new acquaintance. She noticed that Chen did not suit her at all. Soon, teenagers went to buy a little fruit, choosing apples of different sizes. A friend carefully studied what she was better off to take because she had very little money. Suddenly, the girl was interested in why the sister takes two small and somewhat large, but soon the cutie explained that everything is very simple after all. She takes small for herself and more for the guy. The students returned to the office, but on the way there, Lu Xuan tried to convince herself that she was a side better than her companion. Approaching the table, Shen Yuichi began to clean the apples, which they bought together today in the store. The sister thought that she wanted to quietly eat a large apple. And with a young man to eat small ones, she was sure that she would be able to reveal the true face of hypocriteness and agility. But suddenly the cutie came up and handed the cleaned fruit to her, smiling softly as a sign of politeness. There was nothing left for the beauty, except how to thank and start eating the sweet fruit. The girl saw that her friend did not clean the apple for herself, and it seemed very strange to her. She decided to ask why the sister did this, and heard that she simply could not eat in this form. Luo Xuan began the conversation, telling that she was very beautiful, and no student can compare with her. Malashka thanked for the compliment made, but the sister said that she wanted to ask her something else. Suddenly, for everyone, she asked to leave Brother Chan, explaining this by the fact that she entered Kaiyuan just for his sake. She continued to tell that she likes him more than anyone else, and insists that Malashka leave them alone. Not having time to somehow respond to such a statement, the door swung open wide and the beauty went there. Lo Xuan turned in her direction and proudly asked why she came here at a time. The girl was shocked by such impudence, but did not have time to say something, as she heard that the sister was already leaving and would wait for an answer. She looked after her. Vedbi did not understand what just happened to them and why a student is sad. A friend turned to Shan Yuich, asking what they were talking about, and asked not to contact her anymore because she was some kind of non-normal. The cutie did not answer anything, only silently continued to eat an apple and think about everything said. The guys sat in a cafe drinking coffee when one Snow said that he had a mood that Chen Hanshin would not be today. A friend of the guy approached them, having managed to say that he wanted to upset Jiang because he still came out to come. The young man was asked why he was here, but his answer was put in a comrade stupor. Because he was invited by Xiao Junye. He argued that if he did not believe, he could ask himself, when suddenly their dispute was interrupted by a cute waitress. The guy took out the bill, adding that it was not necessary to change, but it was not his wallet, but a comrade who was already very angry because of such actions. The boy said that Jialian is too stingy, the girl works a lot, and he does not believe that he can spare money for her. He continued that if he wanted so, he could call back and say that he changed his mind. A comrade watched their disputes, simultaneously devastating his glass. Suddenly, the guy was blown up and began to wave his hands. He shouted loudly that Xiao Junye had come. In the doorway, there really were two beautiful girls who examined the cafe room to find a table for friends. The young man understood that if she told him that she had not seen each other for a long time, then this means only that she has already let him go. Standing closer, the sisters smiled at everyone and, turning to Zibo and Jiang, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. These actions only delighted the guy, because he knew that such a reaction of a girl meant only good. The guys greeted the stranger, introducing himself. She said that her name was Xiao Shi. The guy began to ask the beauty why she transferred to Xianan, suggesting that someone offended her in Cannes, but the girl only smiled at these words, refuting them that this could not even be. While the sister told all the advantages of her new specialty, the young man understood that she would do everything so as not to let him in. The young man was considering that he was again addicted to smoking, and from his nerves he began to quietly tap on the table. The student noticed this gesture, but tried not to pay attention and only turned away in the other direction. A friend of the beauty turned to Zibo, reporting that if he wants to smoke, then he could do it. They did not care about Shy, and after these words all the guys began to put pressure on him. A friend began to look carefully at him, recalling that he invited everyone, suggesting that this is the person who did not build with Xiao Junye. But then he realized that he was not at all like him. Then she turned her gaze to others, noting that a lighter guy and the one who was sitting nearby, more competitive. Suddenly, Jialian said loudly that he was not quite beautiful to smoke in front of such attractive girls. In order to somehow pin the young man, Chen Hanshin said, "What comrade gentleman, he doesn't smoke, does not drink, he also wants to pay for the beauties." The guy continued that in the evening Zhang invites everyone to eat hot peas, to which the sister, having heard this, agreed. Zibo watched everything that was happening, noting that even if Chen and Juen had conflicts, this is their personal file, and they should deal with everything on their own. After a snack, the guys decided to go to another institution, but not having time to cross the threshold, as someone called out. These were guys, and they were very happy that they met the girls so unexpectedly. But the sister said that if not for the Jun, they would pretend that she was not here. The time of dinner, many boys approached the beauty with various gifts, which Chen Hanshin really did not like. He understood that it seems he needed to cut off the thought that someone else could attract the attention of Xiao Jun. The fair-haired young man said that the University of Dong is not far from his university in airfield and astronautics, so he conducts a beauty to the hostel. Chen Hanshin did not like this statement, and he looked at all teenagers with a cold ragjawed. At the end of the verily, the teenagers began to disperse. Since Bilo already saying goodbye, friends decided to talk yet. The guys were sitting on a bench, discussing today and their plans for the future. How to win the attention of their lovers. He noticed that among the girls there is a difference, because Xiao Jun has only he. But in Huanjui most likely a comrade is not the only one. The young man began to object that he understands that he was not worth it. And next to him, even at school, he blushed with the girls, while a friend openly pursued them. Even though his lover loves to spend money, he has many advantages. She always knows how to choose the words so that you fall in front of her. But the friend said that this advantage applies not only to him, but also to all the other boys in her surroundings. Suddenly, a message came to the guy's phone with a request to come to the hotel at Lionbridge to pick him up, and he remembered their recent conversation. The man said that among 4 universities it was he who occupied the market for express delivery, and was interested in whether the guy was going to expand the territory after him. The young man said that he wants to capture the entire business of express delivery in the town of Cannes, and generally plans to earn more than anyone else. The gentleman, having heard this, confirmed the words that this is not particularly difficult, and he can become a general agent. Then they continued to discuss the name, and the boy insisted that the 101 missile was used, because this is easily perceived by students. The comrade noted that in the last advertising campaign was precisely its name for the project. It can say for sure that the young man will become the main courier agent, but this is not for the 101 rocket, since this limits him too much. Hearing this, the boy hastened to console that it was not worth being afraid of anything. Moreover, it was just an advertisement, since he understood that nothing would come of Kunjin without the consent of the Kunzin. Having sharply jumped, he told a friend that he still had business, and advised him to continue to act and look. Someday everything would work out. The woman was very drunk, but her colleague still insisted on returning and skipping a few more glasses. Suddenly they heard the voice of Chen Hanshin, who quickly ran up and was a little surprised when he saw his boss in this state. The man thanked the young man for working hard, and asked to deliver Mrs. Kun home. The director of Liu agreed to drink all the proposals, reporting that he was still not enough, and they can continue. King decided to stay and continue the joint evening that the employee did not like a little. Sitting in the car, the boy heard the disputes of directors about his driver's qualities. But one of them was able to convince everyone that the woman was completely safe. The lady was barely able to speak the address of her house, and warned that she could be sick during the road. The young man noticed that since she had seen her last time, she had changed a bit. And not only externally. Having reached his destination, the guy took his boss by the arm and earnestly helped her to go. The boy understood that if it were not for the status of a woman and the importance of his project, he would never have fiddled. Having laid the lady to sleep, Chen Hanshin decided to get out a little and wash the floors in the apartment. The woman was lying on the bed and only breathed quietly, moving away from such a difficult and eventful day. Suddenly he heard a very heavy breathing of the lady, and he realized that this could not be unsafe for her. To somehow help her, he decided to unfasten the button, but her hand quickly stopped him. The guy was very scared of this gesture because he was sure that the woman was sleeping for a long time and would not even feel anything. The mistress opened a little eye, as if asked her not to offend and not to touch her at all because she could not control it. But still, having gathered his thoughts and cringing with fear, as if at some torture, he continued to take off his jacket. The young man was angry that he had to do extra work and wanted to quickly leave there. Hearing that Chen Hanshin leaves the room, she opened her eyes a little to examine everything and make sure everything is fine. But suddenly his inner flair prompted that the woman was very drunk and could simply get up and leave somewhere, that it would be unsafe. He decided that he would remain to sleep on the couch, because you need to show that he does not want to harm. Suddenly the lady got up and went to the place where the guy was lying. The student noticed this, but pretended to be sleeping further. Chen Hanshin waited for her to sit around him, touch his forehead and talk to herself, since this is what could positively affect his career growth. But the woman only carefully examined the room and added a little temperature on the air conditioner so that she became more comfortable. Then, in order to be sure that the young man would not freeze, she covered him with a warm veil. Without saying a word, the woman went to her room and left the student in private to continue to sleep. Morning came. The young man woke up due to the noise that came from the kitchen. He was very loud. The lady saw that the guy woke up and politely greeted him, and he, in turn, made Toei the most. She looked very good, as if yesterday did not drink, and only said that she had prepared breakfast and wanted to eat together. Taking advantage of the situation, the young man began to talk about his win plan so that she would conclude a contract, thereby expanding her capabilities. But the woman said that this would not work. But if he will use the name Shantun, then she will be able to provide him with everything for development. The young man understood that he had no sense to further conduct a conversation and decided not to load and leave, but not having time to leave the apartment. As a woman said that in general everything is so bad and can expand the franchise. Hearing this, the boy was delighted, smiling, added that he was very grateful, and if something was needed from him, the lady could call at any time. Leaving the house, he was very proud that he was able to achieve, noting that everything was not so difficult for Young. Left alone, the woman began to remember yesterday's night, the way they tried to establish her, and how she ended up in the apartment. She realized that the young man was different from other men who wanted to use her condition yesterday. The guy was sitting on the couch, studying important documents. Like a friend, Malashka asked if he wanted a fruit. The beauty approached him, saying that something had happened in the group. They should discuss it very urgently. But she did not want to talk in the room, and offered to go outside so that there was less noise. The girl said that last night Yuich was waiting for him until 11 p.m. But he never dared to come to her. But besides this, that freshman was looking for him yesterday. And hearing it, the guy was a little in shock. The beauty said that she was pretty, but then changed her mind when she began to behave at home. The girl was a little furious since this is her second parish. But in any case, the young man should talk to her so as not to upset Shehen Yuich. After the conversation, Chen Hanshin returned to the room and sat next to his friend, pondering how to ask her everything. The guy was worried about the question why the beauty was waiting for him, and he decided to justify himself by going to the internet cafe yesterday. Milashka confirmed this fact that she was worried about him, but the boy only hoped that Luo Xuan did not tell her something offensive. Suddenly, Shen Yuich blushed noticeably, trying to formulate her thoughts. She tuned for a long time to squeeze out at least a word, and when the guy insisted on the answer, she said that she wanted to buy a phone for herself, asking for permission to do this. Hearing this, the guy said that there was no problem. If that's all, then he would buy her gadget. The girl was very happy and invited me to eat together. Having extended a mobile phone, the boy said that everything was fine with Simka, and added a number of several guys from the group to contacts. And even if she someday loses it, then it's okay, and he will be able to buy her different. The cutie was a little shocked and said that she did not need other numbers and only it would be enough. After these words, the young man came closer and kissed the girl on his forehead in respect and love for her. The cutie was very embarrassed, but the following words about the fact that he wants to try her put her in a stupor. The guy ordered not to move and took her neck, looking directly into his eyes, pondering his action. He bit her on the cheek, after which he added that it was time to teach to send messages and hope that everything would be fine. After these words, Milashka departed for a long time from this action, simultaneously tuning up to start gathering in the cinema. Starting today, the 101 missile will expand its business express delivery in all university cities of Canton. It plans to focus on his University of Science and Technology Jinlin. After what he heard, the young man was delighted and said that as soon as everything works out, he would buy a car for himself, to which Chen warned that he first needs to get a driver's license. The young man said that among his acquaintances there is a former deputy chairman of the student union, but this year she filed a vacation as she needs to take care of the sick mother. But the guy asked to organize a meeting, warned that the responsible person should follow his requirements and have an excellent reputation. Suddenly, the boy said that he thinks that they need the one who understands the law, since a few days ago 2 students and an aides were gone because of something, and this almost led to trouble. The young man, as promised, organized a meeting and introduced CYU Anpin, because she was the deputy chairman of the student union at their faculty. Liu Penfei noted that she had to work, but her mother developed uremia, because of which nothing happened when he heard this. The guy said that now she could not worry, because after creating the market, the salary would be much higher. After their short-term negotiations, the young man suggested going to the sister of CU, and everyone supported his idea. Entering the house, the girl said that her mother was still lying and could not approach them herself, and they need to go into the room. Looking carefully into the room, the guy saw a handful of drugs on the table. As a comrade turned to him, he asked Chen Hanshin to be friendly and be able to give an advance the next month now. Since the money for the dialysis of the mother did not enter this month, he promised to work hard to return everything. After asking how much they lack, the young man heard the amount of 2,000 yuan, but he knew that Penfei's monthly income is 1,500, and the difference is decent. It became interesting how they, in this case, planned to collect the remaining money for treatment. The guy began to explain that in this kind of business with work on a part-time work, advances were not provided, because after the opening of such a hole, it will not be possible to close it. Approaching an ATM, the young man was interested in why the brothers dragged him here since he raised his salary, to which the guy only silently took out the bills and handed them to the young man, to which he was very surprised. He was explained by the fact that he did not lack gratitude, so he can simply take money and become a hero. Such an act very touched the young man, but Chen assured that he did not need to promise or say anything, since everything is clear to him. Following, Penfei shouted so that the guy would not worry, because he would put all his strength so that the 101 missile took first place. Arriving at the house, the young man held out a pack of money, reporting that they were intended for Tatushkin dialysis. Answering the question where he took them, he explained that Chen Hanshin gave him them to pay for medicines when they went to the bank. Pleasantly surprised at such a gesture, she listened to instructions in her own expense, so as not to worry, since he was a debtor, and there is no need to return anything, but only to take care of the aunt. Suddenly her story was interrupted by the beauty, wondering if he knew why she rejected him last time. The guy said that he knew, because she said that he was too irresponsible, cynical, and could not be responsible for his lover. Hearing this, she proudly said that today he became a man in her eyes, which was very amusing her, and this thought visited it not because of 2,000 yuan, but because the guy did not even think that the money could be stolen, but plans to work out with honest labor. She also asked Chen Hansheng to convey that she was ready to become an agent of the 101 missiles, and would surely fulfill all his requirements. The young man only put his hand in the hands of the beauty, asking if they would return them together. But here was not only about money. His question was primarily based on their personal relations, to which he heard a positive answer. 3 days later, the guys met in the office, discussing the poor treatment of students who agree to participate in something, but then they simply take and copy information. The girl said that there is no legal advisor at their factory, because in this case, she could help them. The guy explained that in May of this year, a new trade site called Taobao was created, and in the future, the house of e-commerce will gradually reduce the living space of a real economy. In this case, Shang Yanyan said that she would find a rich leader and become his mistress, because being a wife is too boring for her. The guys began to discuss this topic even more, as they were interrupted by the voice of a guy who insisted first to deal with his problem. But the guys understood that they needed to turn to lawyers for this. Only one person came into his head, and it was Xiao Junye. He realized that it would be difficult to achieve her attention, but it was worth trying. The young man came up with a plan to get closer to the girl. He asked the baby to call her and say that he misses it very much, and even if she did not agree, then start. Seeing that the girl copes well with her role, he suggested that in the future he would invite her to her father to give her to acting or something like that. The beauty raised the phone and heard Jiahui's voice. She was very surprised and asked whom. The girl asked if someone next to the baby, to which she replied that her brother was now near her. Xiao Junye said that this week she had a lot of rehearsals, and she will not be able to meet. But the baby began to cry at the request of the guy, and say that she was very bored. Jiahui realized that she had to act more convincingly, and began to sob very loudly, to which the beauty could not resist and still agreed. To somehow thank the child, the young man suggested trying new premium ice cream for her. A beautiful girl went on stage, announcing a new musical work from a student of the Faculty of Law. The guys were sitting in the hall pondering that Xiao Junya still continues to make music and is now acting. Blue eyes, beautiful bisters, looked very harmonious. She was confident in herself 100%. The beauty was very attractive in her stage image, and her instrument only added charm to her. After she played her work, a young man with flowers in her hands ran up to her, thanking for such a wonderful performance. Having seen this, the boy realized that it was necessary to act, and persuaded the baby to a new, more ethnic plan. He said that her music was pleasant, like the sound of the goddess, And when he heard this, Chen Hanshin realized that he was clearly a bastard. Without thinking long, he sent the baby on the stage, which very surprised everyone present, and after several seconds of silence, she turned to the girl, but no way to her sister, but as her mother. These words were shocked and put in a stupor, because no one understood what was happening, and how this is possible. The young man had flowers from such a surprise, But the baby, in turn, was very happy, and held the beauty by the hands. The child still continued to call Xiaojunya a mother, and she sincerely did not understand why she behaved like that. But this did not end there. Jihui called the mother of all those present, pointing to each of the girls with a finger. The guy realized that his plan had failed, since everyone ate that the girl just calls them. He quickly ran to the stage, apologized for his sister, as the children are too naive, and you do not need to take everything close to heart. In a hurry, he took her in his arms and ran out of the hall, but, turning around, he saw the beauty's displeased gaze. The young man said that she worked well, but overwhelmed a little, because if the guys of other sisters are outraged, then he will have to leave the University of Dong. The girls changed clothes in the dressing room, and one of them suggested going to eat, but also clarified that the baby would be with them. A friend reminded her of the situation on stage, for which Xiaojun laughed and said that someday she would have the same lovely daughter. Also, a friend remembered that there was some guy with her, and it became interesting who she had him. The beauty, without thinking twice, abruptly replied that it was just classmates from school, and they did not really get along. The baby immediately stated that she would sit with Xiaojunya, but the boy immediately said that she belongs to him, and if she dares to take her away from him, she would immediately give an exercise in mathematics to her father. The girl saw two friends who approached the car and ran out, grabbing her sister's friend by the hand, led to transport. The girls had no choice but to sit around Chen Hanshin in front, and he noticed that in the midst of summer it was too hot to sit in the back. He invited her to help to fasten her belt, but only heard that she could handle it. The guys asked where they would go, and the young man said that he was planning to visit the confectionery in the Dakan Park. The beauty, turning to the girl, asked why she then called her a mother. She replied that she said the brother so, to which he hastened to quickly write. The head of Zheng silently sat, listening to conversations about the initiation of freshmen, and that they were a little late with this event. The young man also added that the guy who gave flowers today set himself the goal of getting Xiaojunius. The beauty looked out the window, when she suddenly saw the reflection of Shen Yuichi, and did not understand why she still pursues her, and was seen in every window or mirror. A friend was a little surprised, from such an incapacity and general actions of adolescents among themselves. The guys were sitting at the table together, eating delicious desserts, when suddenly the topic went behind the 101 missile, and the friend said that she had heard about such a courier company, and knows that she was founded by a student. The guy with a proud face stated that he was its founder, which very surprised all those present. He also continued that he needed the help of the best students of the University of Dong in one case. Since they plan to expand the influence, you need to carefully deal with the duties of students who will work in a part-time working day, and distribute all the commission. The young man decided to turn to the sister, because he knew that her specialty was the right in business, and asked for help in this. But the beauty asked why he should not ask Shishi, since she was recently busy with rehearsals and did not quite get used to it. The guy smiled and turned to his friend, saying that in this case he wanted to share details with her. He has repeatedly discussed this issue with some students studying in jurisprudence, but not very pleased with their results. He also noticed that he considers her work capable and would like to take 101 as a consultant for a rocket. The girl was delighted with such a proposal and unconditionally agreed, but added that she had no experience in work. Shishi knocked with the shower, and she was surprised after her friend still sat and worked. She almost did not waste time on herself. The beauty sat at the table and studied the book, when suddenly her friend asked why she was doing this, because usually she had completely different things at that time. She stated that she would be engaged in the preparation of the legal acts, which Chen Hanshin spoke of today, and her only request to no one to tell anyone about it, but at the end to simply give them on her own behalf. A friend did not understand why the girl needed to fill herself up with excess work, and asked what really the relationship between her and the guy. Gathering thoughts, Xiaojunya explained that he was the only guy in whom she was in love with all her 19 years. The guy stood on the street, smoking a cigarette, and pondered that Bian Shishi was not a member of the family, and the final results would be 2 days later. He also understood that it would be necessary to spend everything through a law firm. Suddenly, a phone call knocked him out of misly. The young man informed him that the head of Zheng had returned to the factory. When asked when, they told him that Viola had just seen her by accident. The young man thanked for such cooperation and asked if something else happens, he would definitely call him. He began to carefully think about how to convince her to invest 101 in the missile. And he realized that he would have to be very difficult. The guy decided to act and call the beauty, clarifying where she is now and what he is doing. He also invited tonight for dinner because they needed to urgently discuss something. The girl suggested that he needed either her money, the factory always used his services, and they have what they need. Or as for people, she personally saw two beauties, therefore she could not help. The young man listened to all these reproaches in his direction that he really did not like, because his plan could fail. But he was persistent and still wanted to have dinner together, clarifying that the head of Zheng was not so long in Cannes, and most likely had never eaten in the eatery. She did not understand what was so attractive in such institutions. But the boy was confident in his words and insisted. He also suggested calling several school friends, but it is better not to appear with his real name, but to be called a simple graduate student and order somewhat delicious and enjoy them. Nevertheless, Chen Hanshan persuaded her, and having finished the conversation, he began to ponder that she was only a 20-year-old Dewushka, even having a lot of money with her. He did not think that they would be able to lure real friends. The boy carefully chose candidates for a joint pastime. As you need to be an interesting person with a beautiful appearance and confident voice, he chose 3 guys and 2 attractive girls for his several friends, as he considered the best. These students were very good. They are confident and know how to support the conversation, which he needed. Arriving at the destination, the young man saw a mistress who was almost in home clothes. The first thing he said was that he thought that she would at least make lips. But she quickly replied that she would not spend lipstick for a few dollars for such an event. Also, the head of Zheng added that she would not pay for dinner, but grabbed several bottles of wine. Seeing this, the young man noticed that in their provinces there is usually not so many foreign alcohol, and, in addition, he does not know how to drink it. The beauty was a little surprised and did not understand what to do in this case, because she really wanted to try it. Chen Hanshan noticed that she was very kind and offered to try something else, but still taking 2 bottles with her. The red-haired girl was very happy. This is the first time the young man was the first to call her on a date. The company of the guys stood and discussed how long they had not seen each other and were not gathered together. Suddenly, the young man decided to present his friend, stating that she is a graduate student from Honey and her name is Zheng Guan. The guy saw that Zheng did not understand anything and said that he did not need to think about yourself as a princess, but it is better to take as an ordinary girl to merge with everyone. Hearing this, the beauty was surprised, because she did not even pay attention to such a behavior. Shengguan decided to suggest what would happen if she were a lover of a young man, but then she realized that people like him did not deserve such a girl. Suddenly one of the guys said that he was living with Chan in the same room and is very afraid that one day he would break his heart to someone. The girl, having heard these words, said that the guys would not worry, because she would never peck on the bastard. Suddenly, young people from a neighboring table called out of teenagers, asking if their alcohol is fake. The guys were very surprised and turned to them, thinking about what to say, because they did not want a conflict. The man came closer, pointing directly to the bottle, and the beauty hastened to answer that it was from his hometown. The stranger claimed that the drink was not real, since he had already drank this before, and he was a completely different color. Having ceremony for a short time, the guy pointed his finger at the bottle and warned that he wanted to try to take it to himself, went to the table. The young man soon returned, said that he had drank a little of their alcohol, and he liked him, and he would like to offer 3 sisters to spend the evening together. The guys did not like this statement, and they all looked in surprise in their eyes, not even knowing what to answer. The young man still decided, and coldly said that they would not drink with strangers in such a company. The guy listened and did not understand the students' so much confidence, because they looked weaker than him. The man did not like such an answer clearly, and he became furious, because he claimed that students could not look down on him. Chen Hanshan in a calm tone asked not to create problems, since he does not need conflicts now, but the comrade grinned and presented that there were only 2 of them, and they could not do anything to him. Suddenly, the stranger took his phone and called someone, reporting that he had come to relax, and he had to pull up the guys because it would be interesting. The young man asked his friend if she wanted to leave, or on the contrary, stay here. She was wondering what could happen, and she asked what would happen if they did not leave the institution. Not long waiting, 2 guys joined them. One was from Chen Hanshan, and the other from a stranger. The student knew that his person is very influential, and most importantly strong, and now they are in complete safety. The red-haired guy was a strong physique, and only from one of his species a man gave the back. The young man began to quickly explain that he simply went through a little with alcohol and wants to discuss everything peacefully. The boys began to talk, realizing that they did not need to mock them and offend. The guys also set the conditions that they would leave him alone only if he drinks the bottle in one gulp, and he quickly agreed. In gratitude to the red-haired guy, Chen Hanshin offered him a bottle, as they are already leaving. The girl watched everything that was happening, noting that the young man knows how to offer her services very well. The teenagers began to discuss where they would go, and stopped at the idea of going to karaoke, as it is very fun there. The beauty noticed that the young man was already tired and offered to empty the bottle of alcohol together to relax better. Everyone supported her, since in the last establishment the atmosphere was not suitable enough. But here is already much better. The guys sat all together, sang songs, ate and drank. The situation was very comfortable, and everyone liked everything. The guys continued to have fun, discuss their student life and play board games. Suddenly the young man heard a very pleasant voice. It was his friend who sang one of his favorite songs. Soon, adolescents could no longer have fun and generally talked at all, and tired. Chen Hanshin went out to the toilet, pondering that he had already drank too much, and it was time to leave home. But unexpectedly for him, the door in the restroom slammed shut. Turning around, he saw a classmate, which stood silently. The boy was very surprised because it was a male toilet, and she was very drunk and stood badly on her feet. Not having time to ask what she was doing here, the student ran to him, opening her hands. The beauty simply fell into the arms of the guy, from which she put him in a stupor, since he did not understand what she was planning. Their views crossed. They were very close to each other, from which awkwardness along with silence flew in the air. Shan Yanyan said that she was very good and comfortable with him, and she did not want to go back to the noisy hall. All the time, the student tried to kiss him, but the young man did not allow to do this as soon as he could, because she was indifferent to him. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. It scared the boy. He did not want someone to see them together. The voice reported that people inside copes with their affairs faster, as he also needed. The young man understood that if Chen Tianyu found out that the girl he loved so fond of kisses, his heart would be broken. Also, the guy outside the door was interested in whether Chen Hanshin Shanjun Yanyan saw, since she disappeared somewhere. But the boy quickly denied that she was not with him. The guy began to think about why the beauty was to him, since he was also drunk and could not control himself much. A few minutes later, the young man listened and realized that everything had already subsided and he could go out. But unexpectedly, he had a message from his girlfriend that everyone was not thinking, and he may not worry. The girl sat and continued to sing songs as she had never done this before, and she really liked such a pastime. Approaching her, the young man began to make excuses that it was just a misunderstanding, and they did nothing. But her friend said that everything was in order, and she would pretend that she had not even seen anything or heard anything. Having distributed everyone home, the guys decided to take a little walk, and the beauty noticed that the university of her comrade was very large. The guy decided to offer a walk along the campus, but by his girlfriend, he understood that she was not enthusiastic about that. Suddenly, someone's voice prevented their conversation, who clicked the young man, forcing to draw attention to himself. It was Luo Xuan, standing right in front of them and very suspiciously examining teenagers. Seeing this, the girl took her phone and said that she would ask the driver from the factory to pick her up. She also thanked the guy in the evening and said that it was very fun, and she was pleasantly surprised. The young man noticed that the beauty decided to merge very in time and, turning to Luo Xuan, asked why she was looking for him. But she, in turn, did not ceremony for long and shouted loudly that she wanted to meet him. The boy began to explain that he has a lover, and she should stop interfering in his life. Such a statement brought the girl a rage, and she asked whom it was he who was talking about a beauty out of 101, or about the current girl. She noticed that his face was left with lipstick, but Sister Song never uses her. In order to somehow get rid of his girlfriend, the young man explained to her that they did not fit each other at all. But the girl was persistent and said that while he was there, she could ignore all the little things. She also said that next week they had an event, and she promised that she could present people from his society to the children. Hearing this, the young man said that it was so, and in the 602nd room he would come, which very surprised her. Joy overwhelmed the beauty. She could not believe his words and asked for this several more times. The next day, the guys met with a girl. She was very modest and sweet, with an angelic smile. The guy decided to help a friend explain himself, telling how last night he accompanied him home, since he drank heavily and he needed help to get to Kaiwan, to which the cutie only nodded, saying that he was glad that he was with Mr. Chenham. He began to think about it, because he did not suspect that he would have to make excuses to his friend's friend, when she suddenly knocked him out of her thoughts, offering the noodles she prepared for them. The university created a special center for the development of entrepreneurial activity, to stimulate students to open their business. The guys discussed that students are managing all the institutions, but financing does not always come directly from them. The girl showed an entrepreneurship's office, which, for several semesters, was held by the president of their university, and after completing the training he was invited to lead here. The guy called to the beauty, forcing her to turn around to listen to his further story. He asked if she knew why Chen Hanshin ate her dish. Despite the fact that he had already had breakfast in Kaiwan, the boy said that despite the fact that the young man often walks dissatisfied, he is still a very good person because she cooked food herself, and even if there was no room left in his stomach, he would still eat. The guys began to discuss that they probably made the right choice, having come to him to work. Liu Shu, the head of the Center for Entrepreneurial Activities of the University of Jinlin, greeted teenagers. The girl was cutely introduced to Chen Hanshin, reporting that he was the founder of the 101 rocket and would like to settle in their center. She also turned to another young man to voice his name. But before saying, she hesitated a little. Gathering her thoughts, she approved that this is her young man, and his name is Liu Penfei. Gently looking at everyone, she understood that she said this for the first time, and she was even a little in shock that she decided on such a statement. What surprise the young people experienced, and they looked at each other with a little shock in their eyes. The student could not choose a friend from his head. He loved her very long, and right now it happened. The guy was immersed in his thoughts when he was distracted, and he was a little nervous. Greeted the elder. After a short acquaintance, Chen Hanshin offered to try what they feed here, and noticed that it would be necessary to somehow celebrate everything with a drink. The young man asked if all the discussions were completed, and the girl explained that she could not say so, since the guy invited the elder to dinner, but he refused. Liu Penfei did not understand that in this case the boy was going to celebrate, and looked inquiringly at the beauty. But suddenly in his consciousness it came to what Chen Hanshin had in mind. He wanted to celebrate the beginning of his relationship with the cutie. The teenagers decided to stay in a cafe nearby, and the guy began to ask how the guys met. Liu Penfei wanted to ask if his parents escorted the young man when he left to study, but he replied that he had arrived, so wanted. The boy began to remember that as soon as he arrived, there was a strong rain on the street, and there were no people at all. On that day at the station, he was deceived in 50 yuan, and then he got lost on the way to the university. He was completely alone, and did not even know who to turn to for help, because he had not yet known anyone in this Gorea. And at the moment when he was so wet and helpless, the girl approached him, wondering if everything was in order. The guy with great hope in his eyes looked at her and was surprised, because she was very attractive. On that day, the beauty was a member of the trade union, so her responsibilities were to assist freshmen. But in his eyes, she was the most charming creature in the world. Then the guy chased her for 2 years and already thought that he would not achieve anything. Such a story of acquaintance was very touched by Chen Hanshin. But suddenly the guys decided to ask about his personal life, to which the guy tried to somehow joke. The young man was interested in the hobby of the head of the Center for Entrepreneurship because he invited him to sit today. But he refused. Teenagers began to tell that older people from a rich family, but they have no shortage of money, as they like to collect calligraphy and painting and often walk near the Confucius Temple. Without thinking twice, the young man called his father with a request to buy him 2 sets for calligraphy, since he needed it for some. Having talked with a man, Chen Hanshin realized his mistake and noticed that the next time he would prepare better for the meeting. The guys were a little surprised at this and began to think about that he turned everything out so easily and quickly, probably for everything for the sake of business. Suddenly, the girl began to tell that after her mother fell ill, she realized that not everything in this world is so important and necessary. But she will never forget how Chen Hanshin borrowed money for dialysis this month, and will be grateful to him until the end of her days. The young man was sitting at his desk in the audience, but suddenly he heard a voice behind him, who claimed that there was no payment. He saw a beauty and offered to simply take 50 yuan herself, and if that, he can give out compensation. There is no particular difficulties in this, and she may no longer pester him with such trifles. The guy was a little boring, and he all this time looked at Shen Yuichi, who was sitting next to him. Such an action embarrassed her, because the young man was persistent and did not leave her powerful at rest, not for a second. He stated that this year she better not to apply for the help of the poor, but he wants to go differently, to which she agreed. The beauty said that in the second half of the year, It is necessary to organize events in order to strengthen the cohesion of the team. And the young man liked this offer. She also stated that she would like to choose a separate place, since the Fanshan in Can is too close. Suddenly, the idea came to her head to go to the capital of 6 dynasties, to the Purple Mountain. And having heard this, the guy noticed that she was acting for her benefit, because this location is not so far from her. The girl began to make excuses that the board is 100 yuan, and she just has a shortage, since you still need to leave a good impression and build a favorable atmosphere for promoting a career ladder. She also added that Huanshan is not only not in her city, but not even in the province. And, realizing this, the young man agreed, offering to arrange a reunion. Calling Lao Go, the beauty decided to go shopping and buy a roomy backpack for cuties so that you could put things there during a trip. In turn, a friend kept the bag in front of herself and saw that Shen Yuk did not do the way she was. A friend offered her help, as it is better to wear it in front, because it is safer. Changing places, the beauty assured that it was really comfortable, to which she heard that Malashka was inconvenient. From the mood of the figure, the backpack pressed her chest, thereby bringing difficulties in moving. Suddenly, a friend suspected that maybe Chen Hanshin liked Malashka because of her beautiful body. Seeing that her friend was alarmed a little, the girl asked what happened. But she replied that she should not think about it, because they could not control some things. But if this is true, then the guy acted very low. The beauty ran into the office, throwing the document on the table, simultaneously shouted that the headman was also a member of the trade union, and why he did this. She began to explain that the trade union revoked something from the trip, and first it is necessary to accept it, since otherwise the plan would not be approved, and they would not spend their money a dime. All buses have already been booked, and the time of gifts and recognition of love, so you can't make a mistake by considering this. The young man handed a sheet of paper to the girl, reporting that she needed to make a copy and send. She doubted that everything would work out. But nevertheless, she took their application and entered the pro-work. Despite the fact that the young man changed only 2 words, he explained this by the fact that his brains work better than some. It was about her, but she did not pay attention to it. The girl was very happy when she found out that they succeeded, and began to question what he did. Since the tourist program may not meet the safety requirements of the university, but the healing plan can. The education day has come. The guys were already waiting on the bus of everyone who was late, eagerly wanted to leave. The young man asked if everything was in place, and, having convinced of this, ordered the driver of the transport to go. Arriving at the destination, the boy, having examined everything, asked who chose such a location. He was surprised by such a condition, since the white walls, as in the village, greatly corresponded to their tourism program. But the guy quickly explained that the building was covered with tiles, and inside, everything is as in the hotel. And here it is convenient to climb the mountains, and even perhaps they can attract the guide. But not having time to completely tell all the privileges of this place, as someone called them out, being interested in whether they were guests, it was a very charming girl. She said that their hotel had already prepared everything and was looking forward to when they would be settled. As a sign of politeness, she offered to help them with things, which was very surprised by the guys, and put them in a stupor. Young people said they would not allow the lady to lead their luggage and offered to simply show the road. The beauty looked at them with enthusiasm, saying that Dad said that they were students, and she suggests that the red-haired guy was the headman. To make a positive impression of himself even more, the red-haired young man confirmed this fact that he is an elder. The guy began to command that it was time to eat, and was looking for everyone who had not yet come to breakfast. Chen Hanshin noted that the 6th had become some other, but he quickly began to blame the young man of the fact that he works the least in the group. The red-haired guy asked the sweet girl to take him to the kitchen so that he could check the quality of the food, which she agreed to. The man said that their headman is very responsible and organized, after which everyone agreed with his words. The young man turned around, trying to look like Shen Yuich, who, according to his calculations, had to be here for a long time. But suddenly her friend replied that the girl became ill, and now she is resting in the room and does not want to go out. The beauty began to explain that she never complained about her health, but after what happened 4 months ago, her well-being worsened a bit. She suggests that it was a heart wound. The young man began to remember what happened then, and it was the moment when he was closed on quarantine, and 2 girls met. In order to somehow help Malashka, he volunteered to take food directly to the room so that she would not load herself. Shaking on the door, the guy said that it was he, after which Shen Yuich hastened to open. She was a little surprised when she saw the guy, because he was very busy with the trip, and there was always little time. Milashka stood silently in the opening and did not look in the best way. But even in this form, she liked Chen Hanshin. He was very worried about her and asked how she now felt, to which he heard that her head was spinning a little and sick. All this time, the guy spent his lover near the bed, holding her hand, trying to somehow support. He insisted that the cutie at least eat a little, because she hadn't eaten all day. But she only continued to look into his eyes. The young man saw that she was very scared, so he also feels badly after such a long road. Suddenly, after a small pause, the guy moved closer and kissed the girl on the lips. After that, the young man really insisted that he wanted to feed her himself. Despite all her refusals in this, he did not like that a friend eats so little. Because she already had a beautiful figure, Chen stroked the beauty on the head, saying that today they would play cards, and she may not come. But tomorrow she wants to look at the sunrise. Having agreed, he simply got up and left, nor saying more in words. The student was surprised from their conversation and, in general, everything that happened. As soon as the girl was left alone with herself, she began to remember what had happened, from which her heart was beating very quickly. The red-haired young man gathered everyone, saying that even the guys could not leave the yard, and anyone who wants to go should ask for permission. Chen Hanshin was very hungry and decided to ask for a little food, because everything had already ended by then. The guy was a little shocked, because recently they had dinner, and he had already managed to get hungry for such a time. But the sixth nevertheless asked the beauty to prepare a plate of egg noodles to feed his friend. As soon as she left, the young man began to apologize to Chen Hanshin, explaining this by the fact that as soon as he saw the girl, he was demolished the roof, and he wants to somehow prove himself before her. The night came, and all the guys had been sleeping for a long time, but for some reason the guy woke up before all at 3:30 in the morning. He decided to go outside and admire the stars, at the same time to write Shen Yuichi about her well-being. The moon was just wonderful, and the stars lit all the houses. The atmosphere is comfortable, and only a light wind destroys the silence. The girl answered very quickly, and, at the request of the young man, went to his balcony to look at nature together. She was a little sleepy, but at the same time and happily that she could spend time with the boy together. He became interested in whether she had already woken up or had not yet fallen asleep, and in response he heard that she had only recently opened her eyes. Teenagers admired the views and enjoyed a friend, only sometimes pronouncing a few words. Milashka said that she had already slept, and he could not worry when he heard this. The young man invited her to sit next to him. Upon learning how she feels now, Shen Yuichi said that she was already much better than yesterday. The guys began to talk about different things, and the girl said that she liked the village more. The city has a lot of things that she had not seen before. The young man said that in the future he would take her where she wanted. Suddenly the noise began behind them, and all the guys already woke up to gather on an excursion. The teenagers were already impatiently standing on the street, waiting for them to go. But someone suggested taking a group photo before this. 2 days later, the guys met and began to discuss what the sixth in their hands, and he explained that this was a gift from BILLIONAIRE. Suddenly, the young man said that he did not plan to continue to communicate with the beauty after returning home. When asked why, he replied that they could not be together, because he believes that he does not suit her. Chen Hanshin began to tell that everything depends only on him, and why not take him and try. But the young man stood on his own, explaining this by the fact that they live too far from each other, and in this case, he cannot even touch her. And the university is full of other girls, and he cannot devote a whole forest for one tree. Arriving at the hostels, the young man turned to the beauty that he would need to go to the printing house and take photos for the album. The girl was very tired and suggested why he should do this himself, because he could knock out a discount. But the young man said that he was not in the city for too long, and other problems need to be solved, more and more important. He also said that he would not return to dinner today, to which the beauty noticed that he was very business and busy. The guy decided to start acting now and called the director Jung, offering to meet in the evening. The sweet lady did not understand how the guy did so, that whenever she returns, he is already here. She asked how to do the young man with a courier company, to which he said that there was not enough money now, and he would not have prevented her from supporting her. But the beauty quickly said that their relationship is not yet at the level to do this, and moreover, she does not enter them in business. The young man said that he was waiting for this, and in comparison with him, as a large manufacturer, she needs as much as possible. He also continued to tell that the management of its plant is randomly, and the logistics department every day is negotiating with the financial department, from which the production department is fighting for power and profit. But the girl was surprised by the fact that the deputies of the plant are responsible for each other, Because of this, the ability of cooperation is too weak. She sincerely did not understand where the guy knew all this, but he only joked that he had a rich experience. Offering to talk about other problems, the beauty said that she did not have time to solve these problems. Lee Bison and Zhao Chunmin hid her all the time. The young man was interested in why there was no planning and advertising department at the factory. That a friend explained that their factory is engaged only in research and production of microcircuits, and they do not need such departments. Suddenly, the head of Zheng realized that he did not even know when he had come up with this, because this is a very good idea. She said that she would try to conduct developments on the creation of advertising, and the young man was very delighted, because there should be at least innovations. The beauty also said that during quarantine the guy got acquainted with financial reports, and now he clearly has an understanding of them. Hearing this, Chen Hanshen suggested that the lady probably plans to release a new product, but the girl said that at the moment she does not have a specific goal and simply plans to go abroad to find out about electronics market trends. In this case, the guy suggested throwing one of his ideas for further implementation. He said that he had long thought about starting to produce MP3 products. The beauty was very surprised by this, and she asked if someone else knew about this idea. And the young man replied that he had already seen such things on Brainhui, but they just used the chips in their devices from her factory. He stated that as a support for the project, the girl needs to find people, and offered to take someone out of 36. He also added that the most important thing is interesting at any stage of creation, because this is the only way they can succeed. The mistress was pleasantly shocked, and tried to understand where the young man already knew so much in her years. She said that in her eyes he opens from a new side, and she would only have a pleasure to work with him in the future. In order to somehow interest the mistress even more, he said that when practicing MP3, she will be able to explore other objects. But she hastened to answer that she already knew about phones. The young man was a little surprised, but did not show it, but only noticed what comes out. The girl studied these devices abroad, and then the guy realized that she had already had ideas for a long time. And all this time, she just lied to him. Also, taking advantage of the case, the beauty suggested working for her at the factory. But the guy was interested in whether she saw her talent in him. A friend began to tell that his little courier company has no future, and there are many employees in their factory, and there are young girls who are not married, and there is always what would be interested in. Hearing this, the guy was a little in shock, because he did not think that the lady of such a terrible opinion about him. But when he was assembled, he replied that he was her subordinates, so he could not work at the factory, because he would take into account his interests during work. Jing realized that he was just waiting for something more, and tried again to lure the young man to himself. But he still refused. The guy explained that he acts as a consultant, and to present the relevant ideas, sentences, and necessity, can take a personal part. Such an initiative pleased the beauty, and she only silently linked to his eyes to show her surprise. It was already late enough, and the guys decided to go home on the way, having discussed everything else. The boy did not lose hope of financing the mistress about the development of MP3, as he considered this a good idea. But the girl, in order to somehow make it clear that she did not want to support this, asked if his project was worth at least 1 yuan. She stated that she could give 1 yuan for accompanied her tonight. But also, the beauty noted that he probably was so to spend time with her, because he himself has such a beautiful lover, and she was middle-aged. But the guy replied that everyone had his charm. And besides, it is not such a big difference in age, since they simply walk and discuss business things. Suddenly he added that it was all like a combat, which put a little stupor of the lady. And she asked what that means. The young man explained that the man mixes and creates different directions in communication, against which different emotional backgrounds are formed. Having said that, such a new term sounds quite interesting. The beauty waved her hand and said that this is all. She continued to tell what pays attention to the implementation of certain cases, but the guy did not understand what she had in mind. The beauty explained that if her study MP3 bears the fruit, then she will be rewarded with Chen Hanshen. Such words were very pleased with the young man, and he thought that it all sounds quite promising for him. Entering the office, the guy found a girlfriend who cried. But she explained that she was watching a drama since there is no computer in the bedroom, and she has to do it here. The student began to retell that the main character had to go a lot to get closer, and although they look very in love, they still did not even start meeting. While the beauty was considering, as to say, the young man noticed that it was strange for him to see this. A friend never fell in love even, but now she was experiencing such emotions from watching. She also said that once a guy had a guy, but a young man named Wenmi, who pretended to Unizuyun, interfered with him. Having rejected this, the girl attacked her friend, ordering her to remember that she would never be led to the womanizer. The guy came to the phone that he came to the office, and it was very urgent and important. Entering there, he saw a disheveled and tired mistress who said that she had studied MP3 and plans to make a sample. She began to say that the gadget consists of 3 parts, and in fact the factory used to produce central processors, and they can look for displays from the manufacturers with whom they collaborated, and memory cards are even easier to get. She stated that she wants to create a new department that would specialize directly on the MP3, and Chen Hanshin will be there as a consultant and will be able to receive commission for this. Since this time he really put forward a good offer that she in turn accepted, the girl extended the check where the amount of funding was written, from which the guy was surprised, because he did not expect that there would be so many. In order to somehow justify his emotions, he explained that on the scale of the electronics factory, 200,000 is a little. But since he is still a student, this amount is a little unexpected. The beauty said that he should sign the document at the consultation account, and only then can she transfer money. The young man suspected that she was planning something on him, but her friend quickly explained that she likes him and just wants to reward. Toward evening, the guy went to the local cafe to see Mr. and Boys. He began to tell them what he plans to establish the company, and therefore would like to use the 2nd floor. The man was surprised because he believed that it was too early to open an independent courier delivery, and he probably did not have resources for this. He also said that from the very beginning he was skeptical, since it was clear that in the future the young man would want to create an independent missile 101, and still did not understand how he was allowed. Chen Hanshin said he wanted to open a business consulting company and threw this idea to Zheng Guangdi, after which she agreed to pay for everything. He understood that now he has support from the outside, and in this case everything would go well. The boy was surprised that his comrade was paying money even for ideas, and decided to ask if he would also take it later. The man said that his plans are not so large scale, and he simply plunges into delivery with his head, since the volume of the new age of the business is very large, and one mistake can lead to the loss of a bunch of money. Having discussed all the plans, the guys decided to drink a little, and were surprised that today Chen Hanshin was not by car. The gentleman heard that he had come to return the car, because he would soon want to buy a new one, and was pleasantly surprised, because he could only afford this year. In parting, the man said that after some time he would sign a lease, and the guy will be able to take him to the industrial and commercial department for the agreement. The young man said that he thought the young man would open a courier company, to which his friend objected, because he knew that the guy was only gaining strength and after a while he would take off high. The original boy did not understand why Chen Hanshin was dissatisfied, because he earns more in a month than he was. But the man understood that this was not a lack of money, but simply a desire for success, and began to recall the first meeting. He noticed that such an ambitious and confident guy can be content with such small means. The young man went into his room and was surprised, because he completely forgot about the event at which he promised to be pierced. But he informed his friends that he would not go anywhere. Chen Hanshin logged to sleep, and then the guys realized that they had no chance to persuade him. But the red-haired boy noticed that this is even good, because they will have a great chance to meet someone. In their room, the beauties gathered in full swing, discussing that no matter how they make up, they would not have surpassed the innate facial features in any case, since they are much more important. The girl said that Swan probably at school was the most beautiful, and the boys in front of her went herders. Such a statement was pleasant to hear, but she was not her, because in the 3rd year of training there was another beauty. But then she released and went to the university. That sister is now studying opposite the Dawn University, and the friends asked why they had never seen her not walking like that, because it was very close. But the girl replied that she did not like her and asked to close the topic. Hearing this, her friend began to talk about how she saw Chen Hanshin and how attractive he was. But Swan's thoughts were only about one thing. And this is that her brother is now with the Sendyoch, and she needs to make him abandon her lover. The guys were already sitting in a cafe, discussing the girls, and clarified that they met one when there were fees, and she was very beautiful, but she had one not prosperity. She was in love with the 4th brother. Suddenly, the beauties came in, and all the eyes were attached to them, pondering how to approach the guys to spend the evening together. But not for a short time, the red-haired young man jumped and greeted them. Offering to order something to drink, he began to talk sweetly with them, to which his friends were a little angry, because they did not understand how he did all this so quickly. The boy was in a very good mood and smiled at everyone before introducing himself and telling something about himself. But his conversation interrupted Luo Xuan, asking, "Where is the brother of Chen and why he did not come?" And then the guys realized that the beauty really came only in order to see him, and not just relax. The young man took on the role of the main one and explained that his friend drank too much, and he has no strength, so now he is sleeping. Suddenly the girl caught fire, but a wonderful idea came to her, and she asked her to tell her the number of Chen Hanshen. The young man tried to ignore the phone for a long time, but still could not stand it, and picked up the phone. Full of rage, he asked who worries him, because right now he was not able to talk to someone. As soon as he heard his sister's voice, he realized that she would ask now why he did not come. In order to somehow save his reputation, he began to make excuses that he was all in business all day, forgot about her, and in the end, he simply agreed, but did not say that he would come. But unexpectedly for him, the freshman said that if Shen or Xiao had come here, he would definitely not forget. The young man did not want to continue such a meaningless conversation and said that he had to go to bed, after which he turned off the phone. In a complete misunderstanding what to do, the beauty went to the bar and turned to the staff. Having gathered her thoughts, she stated that she needed beer and, lowering her head, began to think about why he did this with her. At one time, the young man tried to fall asleep further, recalling what dream he had before the phone woke him up. The guys gathered in a computer club when suddenly the beauty reported that it was time to leave, but the boy said that he was completely focused on the game and offered to return to her alone. Such an answer did not console her, and she decided to stay with the guy to the end. But it turned out that she had to see home, not him. Chen Hanshin went over with alcohol and stated that he did not ask him to follow him. But the beauty said that he was his girlfriend. If she did not come after him, then no one would do it anymore. She insisted to lead him to the hostel, when suddenly the young man continued to claim that he had not yet finished the evening. And in this case, she had only one thing left for a friend back to the drink at his request, although the guy barely kept his feet. But to the statement that for his beauty he would also drink, he forbade her to do this. The young man was sleeping in his room, when suddenly his deep dream again disturbed a phone call from a friend. But someone else picked up the phone and said that the sister of Luo was pouring a drink all the time. No one can stop it, and if a little more, this will lead to the hospital. Hearing this, the guy realized that he needed to go and take her, because no one else could deal with this. The guys were very happy to see the fourth brother, as the beauty is already very bad, and she began work. The boy asked a comrade to call a taxi and said that he could take her to the hostel and take care. He tried to raise her somehow, to which he heard reproaches, and the fact that only Chen Hanshin can allow her to touch. The guy hastened to answer that he was him, and hearing this, the girl was able to open her eyes and look. The beauty raised her head and began to cry, simultaneously asking why the guy does not pay attention to her at all. After all, she entered the city just for his sake, but he all the time ran for Xiaojun, not noticing her. Teenagers went in a taxi and could no longer wait for them to arrive at the destination. Suddenly, near the gate, they were stopped by a guard who forbade a taxi entry into the university. But as soon as the man looked out the window of the car, he saw Chen Hanshin, greeted him, and let them into the hostel. The employee waved after them and opened the gate, as he knew that the student was very responsible and nothing bad happened. The boy asked the girl to spend his girlfriend, since he could no longer go with them. But the beauty did not agree to let him go, and very unexpectedly bit the young man by the hand, saying that she wanted to stay with him. But the guy did not stand on ceremony with them, but got into the car, ordering the driver to turn to the male hostel. A friend was interested in how Luo Xuan feels, and offered to go to her medical center for a cure for a hangover. But the girl said that she is in perfect order, and she, in turn, could return first, as she wants to take a walk alone. In fact, she was very bad at heart, and it was a shame, as she tried very hard and did everything to please the student. Shen Yuichi somehow tried to calm the beauty from the supplies of emotions, which caused a sad moment in the film. The student realized that recently it has been crying very often, and wants to go to the first aid post behind the eye drops. Malashka understood that it was too late. She also needed to gather home. But not having time to go to the exit, the door caught on. Lo Xuan stood in the opening and very carefully examined everything and everyone who was indoors. The freshman greeted the girl, saying that they met again, after a short time. She was very seriously configured, because she understood that the student was her main rival, and she had to act. Sheng Yuichi asked why you appeared at such a time, which she asked not to be nervous. Looking directly into her friend's eyes, she stated that she wanted to ask only one question that worries her for a very long time. Last night, during their conversation, she asked her to leave Brother Chan and hopes that Malashka made the right decision. The girl was very surprised at such a statement and said that she did not talk about such intentions and was not ready for such. The student was very shy and was afraid to say an extra word, so I even tried to get into Una's heads. But the beauty continued to tell that today she and the guy drank and left her mark. And as a sign of evidence, she could personally check it. She also continued that while she was sitting here and following the whole household, her lover has fun with other beauties. Luo Xuan began to press very much and insisting that Shen Yuichi abandoned the young man, as she claimed that they were from different worlds. She also asked a question that Malashka was in a dead end, because she asked if she had conceived her life if she had not met with brother Chani. The girl began to tell that when she studied at school, she worked hard and helped the boy in everything. After graduating from her studies, she found out where she went and followed him to see her more often. Lo Xuan also dared to say that she sincerely believes that she likes Chen Hanshin much more than her friend, and she is ready for the sake of their relationship for any victims and any acceptance of the situation. Only so that they are together. The beauty still continued to oppress the cutie, claiming that she did not suit him at all. But without waiting for an answer from the student, she looked into her eyes and just went to her hostel. The guy went into the building, and when he saw his girlfriend with a very alarmed face, he asked what happened to her, in order to somehow justify her condition. She lied that the room was just a little hot. Hearing this, the young man said that in the spring and autumn you could not dress like that, and before his mother always forced him to wear clothes with long sleeves. But her friend had no mood after a recent conversation, and therefore she just nodded her head. Chen Hanshin began to tell that today he plans to go to the electronics factory of the new century, since he needs to discuss the details. Suddenly, the cutie clicked him, offering to dinner in the evening and spend time in a pleasant environment. But in response, she heard only what he could not say yet, because the project is very important, and he will most likely have to stay until night. On the second day, the young man went into the office of 101 and was very surprised when he saw the condition of the girl. Sheng Yuichi was very pale and tired. She just lay on the table, did not utter a word, but in order to somehow dispel the excitement of the guy, she gathered her thoughts and handed him a bag of food, offering to eat. The young man understood that his lover was not feeling very well now. Her appearance is not the best, and offered to go to the hospital. The woman said that first you need to do an X-ray in order to exclude the disease of the organs, which the guy was surprised because he did not think that everything was so serious. The doctor tried to explain that this should be done only to exclude, and if there is no damage in the chest and lungs, then everything will be fine. The guys gave the infusion that after the picture, it was necessary to approach the window to get information, after which the doctor will be able to say his opinion, and then it will be necessary to return again, since the printing process is not fast. Milashka was very embarrassed. She offered to return, but the young man took her hand and said that he would get the results and find a doctor, and she could still sit and wait for him. The woman took the sheet from the paper and looked carefully, saying that there was no damage, but there should be something wrong with the chest. She stated that recently Shen Yuichi was most likely under high pressure, or a short anorexia is a complication that she experiences after moving. The guy sincerely understood how she could change the situation, except for moving to the apartment, since she was still a student. The doctor continued that a change in the environment does not necessarily mean a change in living conditions. Sometimes you just need to stay away from people who exert psychological pressure on it. She also offered to engage in sewing underwear for a girl to order, because with her figure, it is very difficult to choose a suitable set in ordinary stores. Hearing all the information, Chen Hanshin left the office, reporting that there was nothing wrong. Saying goodbye to the cutie, he claimed that he needed to go to the factory, since there are many more unresolved things. Sheng Yuichi stood in line, when suddenly a cute grandmother asked to become in front of her, as the doctor said that something was wrong with her and it was necessary to see everything faster. The girl did not have time to say the word. The woman stood in front of her, to which she heard reproaches from the men from behind. Finally, having gone into the office, the doctor asked if she came alone, but she replied that the guy was here too, but left for business. The student was sick to open up, and she was not even unable to raise her head to make it smoke at the doctor. Carefully glancing at the picture, the girl asked what symptoms the patient concerned. Gathering her thoughts, Malashka replied that she had problems with her chest, anorexia, and weakness. Sheng Yuichi was very surprised when she heard that the picture shows that everything spreads quite quickly. After the said that cancer cells absorb her body, she could not recover, because she understood that this did not depend on her. Suddenly, Malashka came to the head of her friend when she talked about similar stories in the film, suggesting that it was better to come up with some reason than say the truth about the disease. This idea really liked Shen Yuichi, and she began to think about all the options that can be said. The guy stood on the street, when suddenly the sky closed in clouds, and a strong, cool rain went. Behind the standing beauty noted that this is the first autumn rain, and offered to dinner together in the evening. But the young man had to refuse such a proposal, since his head was full of numbers, and he was very tired. Having wet a little, but still reaching the office, the boy carefully looked and saw the girl sitting there. He decided to ask to somehow dilute the situation. What does she do in addition to cleaning on rainy days? He was also bothered by the fact that he did not know whether his lover had made him today or not. But she hastened to answer that she had already eaten. A friend silently looked at the floor, because she knew that now there would be a very bad conversation. But it should be shy. The guy noticed a very drooping state of a girlfriend and said that she would not be silent if there is something to say. Having gathered her thoughts for a long time, Milashka was still able to squeeze out the words in which she said that she wanted to part with the young man. Hearing this, the guy fell into a stupor, because he did not expect such an answer and statements in his direction. He looked at her carefully, trying to realize that he had just, the student informed him. The student was also unpleasant to say this, because she made a decision not of her own free will. The girl decided to repeat this again, in case he heard incorrectly. At that time he began to scream, asking what was the matter. Milashka began to cry, explaining that Lo Suan bit her while she was sitting here, and whenever she was thinking about it, she could not stop worrying. He still could not realize that everything that was between them was now ending. It is on such a note, Shen Yuichi begged the young man to leave her alone and not to try to somehow settle everything, because she could no longer. Chen Hanshin began to indicate that there were such problems during quarantine, but she did not forget about him. And now she wants to throw it because of the traces of the wrist. He tried to justify himself by the fact that it was just a misunderstanding and a ridiculous situation happened. The young man claimed that he knew that her tears have a real reason and wants her to tell him everything, but the friend still continued to be silent, not like not singing the true reason, her choice. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Shan Yanyan, who went into the room, saying that he wanted to leave the downpour here. But not having time to finish, her attention switched to Milashka, who ran out into the street and informed her that she was better than her. The weather on the street was just terrible, strong wind and rain, very interfered with the girl. But she also continued to run away. She was surprised when she saw that the young man wanted to run after, despite such terrible weather. Having fled after the cutie, he began to scream that if she has any problems, then they could deal with them, and you can't just run away from them. He began to explain that no matter what happens, he will always be on her side, and she can completely rely on him. But if she decided to leave now, and in this case, she will no longer have a chance to return back to him. The girl did not listen to him and still left, realizing that she would still want to return, but could not do it. The beauty, seeing this state of a friend, ran to him and became behind in complete silence. As for Evil, due to very heavy rain, the boy could not even smoke a cigarette at such a difficult moment. Hugging him behind his back, she said that if he wants to cry, she could do it, because she would support him. Hearing this, the guy pushed her away. Vesb now he did not at all want to see and hear someone. He thought and said that from today he was lonely again, and this must be celebrated loudly. The guys were sitting in the office, and a sweet assistant noticed that the head of Chen was in a good mood today. Such words pleased the guy, and he said that in the future he would have many more girls, but for her, the probability of small. Not having time to answer the question about breaking up with Shen Yuichi, someone called him on the phone. It was the attending physician of Milashka from the district hospital, and she said that she wanted to convey something. Due to a number of errors, the pictures were confused and they were not sent out. But after everything was overdated, they are forced to call each patient and discuss all over again. After these words, the guy became furious and asked to say the right results faster, because this could change a lot. Having gathered her thoughts, the woman said that this was the spread of lung cancer. And exhaling, the young man realized what was the reason for the breakup. Doctors hoped that such a mistake did not affect life in any way. But the boy hastened to answer that because of this situation, he was no longer in a relationship, and no compensation would help him. The woman decided to double-check the pictures again, and as expected, nothing was revealed. But there are problems with pressure, and you need to change the lifestyle, because if this is not done, then depression or a number of other mental diseases will develop. Taking a reporting sheet, the guy understood that if Shen Yuichi saw him first, then perhaps nothing would happen. The beauty went into the building, and not even saying hello, asked what happened yesterday, because her friend did not come to class. But the guy only asked to transmit a letter from which Milashka was getting better. The girl said that she hopes that in the future they will have fewer reasons for quarrels, and she will not have to get into their life. The guy agreed with this, but warned not to open anything, because there was personal information. The young man drew attention to the guys who worked, and asked if they needed 2 chairs, and said that he plans to transfer his courier business in other different directions. He explained that he could not constantly be here, and it is necessary to promote the 101 missile among the stud universities. Suddenly, Shen Yuichi ran into the room. She looked very joyful and alarmed at the same time. The teenagers all turned to her and were a little surprised, because they did not see the girl in this state. She ran to the young man, and he realized why she came, and offered to take a walk to discuss everything. The guy asked what she felt when she found out that she had a cancer, and that she did then in the hostel in the evening. To which the cutie replied that she was collecting things and wanted to return home, looked down and changed for her act. Chen Hanshin turned to face her, exhaling, said that the root of the problem is in him. At the moment he could not change. He asked to return and change his lifestyle, establish a state of mind, and only after that they can think how to interact in the future. The young man also added to go and protect herself, and not hearing an answer, he simply turned around and began to leave. After all, he well understood that his girlfriend had poor health precisely through him and his actions in her direction. The girl screamed after him, but he tried not to pay attention or asked her to return. Shen Yuichi continued to ask for forgiveness for her mistake, which she had already realized for a long time, and wanted to return everything back. The boy said that everything is in order, but they just need to interact differently now. But the cutie did not want to let him go and strictly asked not to leave her alone after everything that was between them. The guy had long made his decision and, looking into his friend's eyes, said that yesterday she herself left. It was also difficult for him to say goodbye on such a note, but it was the right decision, and there was no other option. Following, he only said that he was going to the Academy of Science and Technology to expand the market, and now he is busy and nothing can change anything. The beauty was in complete shock from this, because she hoped that everything would go back. But she once again heard that she needed to leave. The teenagers were simply broken, but nothing could be done about it, because everything was already said and done, and there was nothing left but to look after his lover and cry, pondering everything that happened. So suddenly her attention attracted an unexpected sound. It was a sweet white cat who ran to the girl. She leaned toward him with her umbrella because the weather was terrible, and he was probably cold. The cutie raised him in her arms and said that now that they were left, they would grow hard together. The teacher told students that at the end of this month, the Autumn Sports Festival of the financial institution would be held, and their group should register for participation. The man said that Hanshin would be responsible for this, to which the guy agreed with pleasure. The young man said that students who want to take part can turn to Hulinju. The girl was a little confused, because the teacher leads the guy, and he, in turn, leads her, and she understood that she had the most difficult share. Suddenly the guy called out, and the beauty asked if everything suits him with Shen Yuichi now, because her friend became more silent. The boy said that the scale of this competition is relatively large, and many students from their group should take part in it, and statistics should be. Chen Hanshin still did not give up, and continued that after the statistics are ready, he needs to get a union and transfer to the student union in order to organize the best route or the venue of the competition. The beauty was very angry because she spoke about something completely different, and her friend did not hear her questions at all. Shan Yanyan, having heard the conversation of the guys, came up and asked what feelings they chat about. But realizing that adolescents did not want to share information with her, she said that she wanted to just take part in autumn games and register. As soon as the whole situation was settled, the beauty turned to the cutie and said that the guy was a very good pretender. She also said that Shen Yuichi made a mistake when she fell in love with such a person. Well, in order to somehow reassure her friend, Hulini began to say that in the future there would certainly be other chances to get closer. The beauty continued to cheer up, saying that Shen Yuichi is very attractive, obedient, with a good figure, and if she were in the place of the guy, she would never leave her. Shan Yanyan talked sweetly with the boy, reporting that his lover was a wonderful girl, but such is fate, and they are completely different, so they cannot be together. Chen Hanshin began to recall how his girlfriend had previously claimed that she wanted to make her mistress, and then why she now became ordinary. As soon as the young man filled out the necessary documents, he handed over to the guy, sentencing so that he tried not to bother him anymore for trifles. In parting, he told the beauty that he likes people with great ambitions, but you can't change his ideals by clicking his finger. Going out into the street, the young man saw beautiful weather and understood that it was time for career advancement. The young man gave papers to the director Liu, reporting that this was the work of Chen Fantun, which he was very surprised at, as the handwriting was beautiful. The guy said that this is the ink treasure of the teacher Van Nenjiang, the Secretary General of the Calligraphy Association of the City of Hong Kong. Chen Hanshan continued his story, claiming that in fact, he does not understand calligraphy and painting, but only collects. But if the director does not like these works, he can come up with something else. The young man thanked for such a surprise, but also said that he could not reduce the rent, because these are the rules. The young man continued to insist, stating that cultural people should discuss everything at once, and proposed to sign the contract now. After the work done, the guys proposed to go to eat and listen to a fascinating story about the study of ancient relics from the director. Young people claimed that they had already booked one place, and the guy had no choice but to agree with them. The next day, the boys went shopping and saw beautiful vases which were not cheap. The director of Liu said that he discovered her on the streets of the Confucius Temple. And although she is not an ancient relic, but a very beautiful decoration of good quality, and gave it to Chen Hanshan, the boy was very grateful for such a surprise. When suddenly someone heard a voice who claimed that it was strange to see how someone wanted to rob an abandoned school express machine ket. He was a man who, with anger and cunning in his voice, wanted to see who dared to stick here. As soon as he recognized Chen Hanshan, he was very surprised, because he did not expect to see him here. The stranger said that he was the owner of the store opposite, and this is a magnificent room that he wanted to take once, but did not dare. He also began to inspect the vases, saying that they are very good, just like a girl's skin is nearby. It was very unpleasant to hear in your address, and everyone around was noticeably tensed, as the situation was heated. But the young man hastened to joke over his friend, reporting that the other is very smooth, just like a man's bride. After what he heard, he became furious, and had already begun to run towards the boy to make reprisals with him for such words. The stranger attacked Chen Hanshan with his fists, and shouted loudly different calling in his direction. Seeing this, the guys quickly rushed to disconnect them, as it was unacceptable in such a place. The man was unhappy, and reported that time would tell who would win whom, and he did not want to stop so easy. The young men only stood as he left, but still continues to scream about his intention. The teenagers were outside themselves. From such rudeness, standing a little, they still could exhale and talk normally. The boy decided to apologize to the director for delivering such an unpleasant to him, but he replied that everything was fine, and just asked why the fight occurred. The guy began to explain that he is an honest person, and only wants to engage in business for half time. But that man thought that they wanted to shift him from work, and decided to demonstrate his power here. He began to serve obscene hints, after which the young man could no longer restrain himself, and defended the honor of the girl. The director asked if that stranger was pestering the Xiao Sai, and, if so, then what he told her. Seeing that the beauty simply looked down and said nothing, he began to understand that this did happen. The boy also said that he threatened that their department would not open, and he was a little concerned about such words, but he was hastened to console that the man could not do anything for this. The guy said that he wanted to return the money and could no longer work here. But the director of Liu claimed that the contract was signed. If something else happened, then they would simply drive the stranger from the center. The young man asked how influential is 101, and the guy hastened to answer that it was originally the Shentun market. But since Juntun rented a store, the influence has become smaller and less. The comrade was concerned and asked if they were going to retreat, to which Chen Hanshan smiled, making it clear that he was not. He also stated that he wanted to give a special task for Pen Fei, which was very intrigued by the young man. Chen Hanshan noted that there is no duty unit in this center, and the boys will need to do something at 2 a.m. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised because sincerely did not understand what he needed to be fulfilled, and most importantly, why. He suggested that the vase is not so expensive, and in addition, they should not protect property so much. Chen Hanshan hastened to answer that this is not their task, and he has a different goal for his comrade at all. The guy explained that the man lost, and after that he became cruel and went to extreme measures, which are now unsafe. The night came. Pen Fei, fulfilling his instructions, broke the glass in the store and headed for a standing vase, realizing that he was sorry to take such measures. In the morning, the guys ran into the barn and saw a broken dish, pretending that they did not know how this happened. The guy stared at the stranger who threatened him yesterday, making it clear that he was fully suspected of his deed. The man immediately began to make excuses that he did not do it, because yesterday he was on the massage with his brother. The young man, dropping his head down, said that in this case he needs to fix everything, and this would take a lot of time. He also decided to ask the director Liu what he should do with a vase. because he found her near the Confucius temple. The stranger still continued to claim that he was not involved in this and did not understand at all who would come to mind here. While the guys cursed, Penfei had only one thought in his head, and this is how Sweet Lady is next to him. Chen Hanshin was interested in what he was thinking, because he could not come to the center of the entrepreneur for a student in the middle of the night and smash everything. Listening to all the ridiculous explanations of the man, the guy said that the vase could not break, and the door too. Suddenly, the girl from behind began to laugh, which was even more angry with the young man, and he suggested that if it was ridiculous, then it could be involved in this. The beauty began to explain that she was just doing desserts, and she had nothing to compete with couriers, and yesterday she only supported their idea with opening. Hearing this, the guy began to think about that his girlfriend thinks well, and in the future they would be friends. The man said that he would no longer make excuses and simply pay the cost of a broken vase. Penfei told how the teacher explained that nothing could be compared with her, and the director of Li brought her from the temple. Since the soul was laid in it, she could not be bought for money. The stranger continued to claim that this is all ridiculous, and he wants to hear only the price of this decor. I understood that if he solves the problem with money, it would be too simple, and suddenly stated that he wanted to leave the project. After listening to their conversation, the man asked if he leaves for sure or to pay for the damage for the vase. The director of Lu was furious after these words and stated that the stranger was deceiving people too much. Calling the police, the stranger was detained for the attacked loss of a loss at the shop, as a result of which the contract was cancelled. The guys began to talk among themselves, saying that it was very surprising and well thought out. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin said that this is far from the end of his plan and only worse. Turning to the girl, the young man asked her to take a walk along the Temple of Confucius and find similar vases. The guy explained that the director of Lai gave them to them, but they were ruthlessly broken, and thus they should show that we honor their memory. Penfei offered his help in the search, but the boy said that he would have more important things to do today. The young man began to tell that even though the fat man left, others will come in his place, which would interfere with them. And in this way, the guy will need to trace and deal with everyone who wants to become on their way. The guys began to look around the area, studying whether something in the current atmosphere changed to invite students to earn extra money from them. On the second day, the work was in full swing. The teenagers dragged the boxes, and the man stood and watched it. He stated that everything is much more scale here than at the university. The young man really liked these words, because in the future he wants to speed up the process even more. The guy also asked what the director of Zhan was thinking about him, but he in turn ignored such a question. Penfei argued that when they launch a business at universities, it is best to create a circle around the Academy of Sciences and Technology in the near future. The young man began to ponder that now the scale of the express delivery is increasing, and it is necessary to clearly deal with the legal side. For this you need to contact Bian Shishi. Suddenly his thoughts interrupted his voice, who was interested in who made delivery to this place. The guy saw a green-haired girl and stated that it was he, and since all the guys worked hard, then the time to eat and return to the hostel. The teenagers were satisfied, as they considered the new boss to be very good and understanding. And when the beauty saw another portion, she asked if someone wanted her to eat her. Hearing this, Chen Hanshin stated that no one else would be and invited her to eat her, because it was too late. The guys watched all this, believing that a young man even treats people with a confectionery and is very kind to everyone. The guy was sitting on a bench, pondering that the location of the Academy of Sciences and Technology is not entirely successful, and at such a time he could no longer find a taxi. It remains only to wait for the bus. He thought that it was time to buy a car, but suddenly his thoughts switched to the fact that if a long-legged student came to the stop now and would begin to wait for the bus, he would start talking to her, discussing ideals in life. Suddenly, his thoughts were killed by the sounds of the car. It was a lady who drove past, because she had things to do on this side. She was interested in why he was waiting for the bus, because he used to think about buying, to which the guy replied that there was no money now and invited her to act as a sponsor. The girls said that there were no problems with this, soon going to visit MP3 production companies, and if there is time, then he needs to follow the instructions to get the money. Approaching the hostel, the young man realized that the time had come to find out how things were with Bian Shisha, and calling her, he greeted it sweetly. The beauty told her friend what she had just spoke with Chen Hanshin. Probably now he will ask about 101 missiles. Xiao Junye hastened to answer that she needed another day to finish her work, as tomorrow she wants to go to Professor San at advice. The girl told the young man that the preparation of the right base would take another day, to which he politely agreed. But a friend was interested in why Xiao Junye was so worried about the guy's affairs, because she even missed several parties to write a legal plan. And the beauty was going to even go to the professor, but it is not easy to maintain good relations with her. The student began to ask how far relations with Chen Hanshan advanced, whether they held hands or maybe kissed. Hearing this, the beauty began to recall all their joint points that brought unforgettable emotions. According to the face of Shishi's friend, she understood everything and said that she should argue with the guys, that the Xiao kiss was already stolen, and then force them to jump into the Dunshan lake. The girl very surprised such a statement, and she only carefully listened to all the assumptions about their relationship with the guy. This topic was not the most pleasant for discussion, and Xiao Junye asked not to affect it anymore. But her friend decided to ask if her friend still wanted to be with Chen Hanshan. The beauty only said nothing in response, holding out her work, which was very surprised by Shishi, because there were compiled samples of contracts of students working on a part-time work, and this is a very great work. In order to somehow cheer up a friend, she told how she and her mother often quarrel, and they cannot show the initiative when they encounter something. Closing her laptop, the beauty said that she did not want to touch him anymore, and when Shishi would give work, she must say what I did. The young man came to the automobile salon and began to inspect different cars, after which the director sent the consultant girl to him. He asked how much this model costs, to which the beauty greeted the guy, saying that she had not seen him for a long time. He remembered his girlfriend and asked why she was here, because she used to work in Volkswagen, to which she replied that she was fired. Suddenly, a cute consultant began to remember the words that Chen Hanshi once told her. They were about that we needed to appreciate simplicity. She began to tell that at her last work, the deputy manager of the last company invited her to have dinner after the end of work, and then invited her to stay overnight. And after the refusal received, the man found the reason to expel her. But the guy was interested in where the beautiful lover went, but she hastened to answer that it was just a classmate. She continued that that guy was going to return to his hometown to learn to cook and called her with her. But she refused. The main reason was that she did not want to return home, because she liked this city and would like to stay here. The young man began to ponder the fact that the beauty was very ambitious, but it seems in the future she would have to pay for her ambitions. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a manager who stated that Zhang should go to another client who wants to see the car. The girl began to explain that the man understands that the guy wants to buy a car, and therefore, if he sells him, he will receive all the commission. She also said that he had already taken away several customers from her, and even there is nothing to pay for rent. She suggested that she needs to return to the original company, but in any case she knows that she would succeed. Having examined the car a little more, the guy consulted about him and said that he would buy. The man was delighted and said that his comrade was quite young, and he had already decided on such a purchase. The young man also said that he himself would fill out all the documents, to which the manager was very happy. The guy wrote down not as his consultant, but a sweet girl, and stated that he decided not to contact him, figured it out for himself. The beauty called to thank for such actions, but the young man said that it was just trifles, and she would receive this money better than that man. There was no bounds to her, since now she will not have to go back, and she will be able to pay for her stay here. But the young man said that the girl had impressive eyes and offered to accompany him in the future. Hearing this, the beauty was very happy and, of course, agreed, saying that he could contact her at any time. Having risen to the female hostel, Chen Hanshan met with Shisha and told her that when he drove past, he noticed that the new confectionery had opened and took a treat for her to his taste. The beauty thanked and asked what kind of car it was, to which she heard in response that the young man had just bought her. The girl began to inspect him, realizing that the guy is very romantic herself, also with money. A brilliant thought came into her head, that the boy was the perfect partner to her friend Xiao Junye. Chen Hanshan began to carefully examine the work and noticed that the right base is very detailed, and even the college students working on a part-time working day have contracts. The guy asked if the cake was tasty, to which he heard the answer, that very much, and Shishi plans to buy like his neighbors around the room. He began to praise that the legal framework is very good, and would like to invite Shishi to join as a lawyer consultant in a Missile 101. Hearing this, the beauty began to get nervous and said that she should reveal one secret, but only on condition that she would not tell anyone. Having gathered her thoughts, the student said that she did not do these documents. But Xiao Junye, the beauty every evening worked hard on work and missed a lot of fun in classes because of this. For days and nights, the girl was sitting in the library, and even after its closure, finalized everything in the room. Her neighbor did not like that a friend was doing so late, and does not determine her time at all. But she explained that this document is very important for Chen Hanshen, and she wants to make sure that he was reliable. One day, the beauty went to the professor, saying that she had a question, but the woman ignored her. Xiao Junye was persistent, and despite all the refusals, continued to stand and wait for some interaction with her. The teacher stated that she was busy now, but this did not bother the cutie because she was ready for anything. The woman was surprised that the student was so confident in herself and did not even leave for lunch, and still agreed to see the files. She began to tell that recently a friend was busy with this document, missed a rehearsal of the party's party, and also passed several key questions to the professor, who was frightening to a woman. She took this matter very carefully and dismantled his own, which very surprised everyone. A friend asked why there are so many problems between the young man and Xiao Junye, and everything is so complicated, to which the guy replied that the girl is still thinking about him, but just independently to admit it. And even if she does something for him, she will never say. To somehow help the guys, her friend said that they had classes soon, and perhaps the guy wants to visit her. The beauty sat at the desk alone, waiting for the beginning of a tedious lesson, when she suddenly heard steps near herself. Chen Hanshen, who silently looked at her, sat down at her eyes, waiting for some reaction. Such an action was very outraged by the girl, and she asked displeasedly why he came here. All students in the class only looked at them, and the guy noticed that he could again enjoy the oppressive atmosphere. Holding a folder with documents, the young man said that the beauty prepared all this, and he was confident in his words. He explained his assumption by the fact that each leaf smells of her spirits and body. Such a statement was embarrassed by Xiao Junye, and her cheeks began to blush, and her eyes fell to the floor. The guy also said that now he was alone again, which put the beauty in an awkward position, and she looked at him in surprise and asked him, did he really use Shen Yuch? The guy hastened to answer that there was just a misunderstanding, and until they could be together. Hearing this, the beauty got up from the table and stated that other girls did not need him, however, like her. Suddenly, a guy came up to him and said with a mockery that he was not despair, and it is quite normal that Xiao Junye rejected him. Seeing that the student would not sit with him, he realized that there was no point in staying in the audience. When Chen Hanshen left, someone shouted to him that he took the opportunity, but did nothing. A girlfriend's friend reported that the young man had already left, to which she had not reacted in any way. She just lowered her eyes. Suddenly the girl could no longer restrain her tears, as the guy was very dear to her. But she could not let him again. She realized that Xiao Junye helped the guy for 2 weeks, and now they met as everything led to this. The guys gathered in the evening together in order to relax well, as they rarely see it. And Zibo said that his friend could not return, but simply leave the car near his university. Having talked a little, the guys called the waiter to them and asked them to bring them 2 more drinks. The young man was very happy, because now they rarely managed to have dinner together and talk on different topics as before. Raising a bottle of alcohol, he said that there was a very tasty beer. But in response to Chen asked why he was still dragging like a dog. Such words were a little angry with the guy, and he said that he no longer called him that, because he just wants to build a good relationship. The boy explained that in this case he did not need to look for Huan Hui, and he remembered that he had recently met Gao Yuanwan, and this is a great option. The guy continued to make fun of his friend, but he asked to stop and said that next week his lover was his birthday. He decided to consult what gift it is best to bring, and heard that girls love flowers, chocolate, or something like that. Suddenly, Chen decided to ask if they were a couple, since the guys did not even hold hands. In his defense, Zizbo said that one day it rained, and while he found an umbrella, their hands touched several times. But in order to somehow support a friend, the young man said that in this case, it was necessary to drink and celebrate such an event. Suddenly, a crowd of people from behind attracted their attention, who shouted loudly and waved their hands. The guys encouraged the guy. The girl said that they promised something, not listening to their requests to stop and not insist on it. The boys noticed that all this time the couple's friends walked for them to kiss for the first time. Which happened. Turning around, the guy said that he was still for such an event for a long time. But what about his friend's personal life? Despite the fact that Xiao had left, there is still Shen Yuich. The guy continued that she could not compare with other students, did not understand why his comrade had such a displeased face. From a beer, a little of his glass, the young man said that he and the cutie had some difficulties. The guy also continued that the character of Shen is very soft, and sometimes he is too close to other women, which is very upset, but she never admits it. Chen Hanshen was worried that in the future, there would be even more problems, so he decided that his lover was better to sit at his books. Hearing these words, Zibo was very surprised and asked if they had parted in the end, to which he heard the answer that yes, but the girl still belongs to him and no one dares to touch her. The young man began to laugh, stating that such behavior is very terrible and selfish, and you can't do this. The comrade explained that after all, a friend also mocked him, calling a dog, and now his turn has come. He also said that when he goes to Sichuan, he does not need to ride with him, because he only disgraces him. Chen Hanshin was a little surprised because he did not understand why his friend went there, because he did not know anyone there, but he only laughed. Entering the male dormitory, Zibo warned all the guys that his friend would stay overnight, and said that he was going on the bed and he would sleep on the floor. The guy did not like such a statement, and he began to claim that he did not want to create inconvenience and he would fall on the floor. The young man was a little surprised at this, but did not object, because he himself did not want to leave his bed. In the morning, the boy said that he needed to pass less exams in order to enter the School of Finance and Economics, or more to enter the foreign exchange, but he was able to recruit only to the Institute of Science and Technology. Sitting in the car, Chen Hanshin said that it was quite normal, and you just need to adhere to stability. The boy arrived at the Jinlin Institute of Science and Technology, saw many people who were engaged in their business. His gaze was attracted by Liu Pinfei and Cuanpin, noticed that they were still very responsible. Having greeted everyone, the young man turned to the guys, saying that there was a serious conversation and they need to discuss something. He also noticed that it was unbearably hot on the street. The guy said that 2 days later the air conditioner would be installed, and he would hang right here next to them. Hearing this, Penfei began to refuse sweetly, saying that there was no need, and they can use a simple fan. But Chen Hanshin continued to stand on his own, because he had already agreed with the master about installation. The guy began to praise the guys, saying that they worked hard these days, and he believes that if everyone is as serious and responsible, then the 101 missile will certainly become successful. But there are some difficulties, and it is necessary to take into account different formalities in the work, and extended the documents. The guys began to listen to what their company could do faster, and what procedures need to be completed. But in order to start working, then they would have to sign an employment contract if everyone agrees. Penfei saw the point that if you leave work for no good reason, then compensation was given, and it came to him that they were sold to Chen Hanshen. The young man also stated that if they are uncomfortable, they can simply forget. But he sincerely hopes that they will sign a contract and believe in a missile 101. Without thinking twice, the girl took the pen in her hands and decided to sign what her partner surprised a little. But still he repeated her action. The boy thanked for the support and, saying goodbye, went further about his business. The guys escorted her gaze, when suddenly the young man turned to the sister, trying to somehow console her or himself. He stated that if she wants to leave, he would try to somehow agree with Hanshin and solve everything peacefully. The beauty said that the content of the contract was severe, but they communicated with them without any coercion and convinced them rationally. But she also understood that if they had not signed him, then the guy would turn away from them. The young man pondered that several signatures were still left, because 3 people were excluded because they did not agree with each other's opinions and ideals. Seeing how much time it was now, Chen Hanshin realized that it was already too late, and the dining room closed. The guy decided to go to the store, when he suddenly heard the familiar voice of a beauty who asked his friend that she was going to buy. The girls discussed what they would have lunch, but Shen Yuch insisted that she was not hungry. Hu Linju said that she constantly helps her, but if the cutie decides to get out again, then Chen Hanshin will blame her for this. Seeing that the young man would listen to their conversation, they asked what he was doing here, but in response they only heard that it was not their house, and he had every right to be here. Having examined the girls and in order to somehow pin them, he asked why they buy bread if they do not eat now. But the beauty explained that they missed dinner and therefore came to eat, as the spring festival would begin soon, and one of her acquaintances promised to help. But if the guy can, then let Yuichu come to the rescue. Hearing this, the young man realized that he did not even suspect how serious and responsible would be. Raising his eyes to the cutie, he asked what her lunch consisted of, as he saw only a few fruits in her hands. But she was silent. The guy thought that the girl most likely supports her figure with vegetables and fruits, and this is a real talent. And in order to somehow dilute the silence, he said that he had not eaten anything else. Suddenly, for all, Shen Yuch opened the packaging and took out a bun from there, offering her young man, "Hold it in your hands." He was worried about one question, which he asked if she bought it with her money. Hearing a positive answer, the guy squeezed her in his hand and handed it back, reporting that he would not eat. The girl was a little upset, but tried not to show it and bit off a piece to taste. She asked again if he wouldn't be true, since she was really very appetizing. But the guy replied that he just liked to tease her and took it back. A friend could not restrain her emotions and stated that the cutie was the only one who never wanted to upset him. But even during her illness, he dares to mock her. The young man said that how he ate the dinner of Shen Yuich, he would definitely return the money and headed for the shelves with groceries. Having paid for everything, he brought a huge bag of food, telling the girls so that they would not even think of losing weight. The guy looked at her with sincerity and love in his eyes, breathing monotonously, as if any of his words were addressed to her. Hu Linju said that her friend was the only one who still cannot throw the young man out of her head, and this is her main reason for stress. The student began to reproach that he was able to earn money for a car, but Shen Yuich and in the library are working on. The guy was surprised at this and said that there was no shortage of money, because he gave a decent salary that should be enough until the end of the second year. Hearing such a conversation, Milashka quickly began to rush her friend, saying that they had to go, but the young man was not going to let them go. Hu Linju said that although he paid a salary, whether he knew that his girlfriend would protect her anyway. The beauty continued that any other can think that Chen is a noble person, but this is clearly not her. The guy was only interested in one where she spent all the money, to which he heard what she gave her grandmother and sister, and the rest was a little saved. Milashka voiced that it was 7,237 wen, and such an amount was very shocked by the young man, because it was a lot. The beauty asked her friend to bring her a savings bank on which she kept all her savings. The guy stood and looked after her, pondering everything that had happened and what to do next. The guy looked at his girlfriend and was going with his thoughts, because he did not understand what to do in such a situation. Suddenly he began to thank her, and the girl was very surprised, because in fact there was nothing. She stated that she did not need gratitude words, and it was better he, in turn, will deal with Shen Yuich. Seeing the girl, he suggested that she did not use the rest after she sent the money to her grandmother. She told how, after the incident with the hospital, her friend asked to give this account to him if something happened suddenly. Also, the name of the owner of this card was a guy, and every time he paid her salary, the money went here. Hu Linju began to shout that this is why she did not like the attitude of Chen Henshin to her friend, because she always took care of him, and he simply does not value her as a person. The guy began to feel guilty, as he understood that sometimes he could bend a stick. Having carefully studied everything, the young man said that since the savings bank is already decorated in his name, then nothing terrible would happen if he takes it to himself. Asking the cutie to go for food, he told the beauty that if the card is stored with her, then she still could not spend anything. The hero also stated that they were going to spend all the money on a store with milk tea specifically for them, and the beauty will be able to feel like a boss. Such a statement was extremely shocked by the girl, and she asked if he wanted to make her the owner. The young man said that, more precisely, then the general director and the boss will be Shen Yuich. But since there are two of them, there is no need to set some frames, and this is their happy ticket. Also, then they will be able to expand their influence. But in this case, it will be the main thing, because it is more versed in business. Hearing this, the beauty agreed and promised the guy not to tell her friend about it yet. Chen Hanshin explained that the girl should first clearly know how she works and get a job, so that there is no desire to return to the books, otherwise the story of the incident will be repeated. The beauty also began to understand that, it seems, she would have to completely cope alone. But the guy said that he would help with what he could. The guy watched this process through the gate, considering what would be great if it was possible to open a milk tea store at the stadium. Suddenly, from his thoughts, someone's voice pulled him out, attracting his attention and forcing him to turn around. It was Luo Xuan, who was unhappy interested in where he disappeared all these days, since she had not seen the boy anywhere. All the guys began to welcome Chen Hanshin, and one of his subordinates sat nearby that the guy was outraged, because at first, this is that only Jenin was working now. The girl explained that here in order to fulfill the task of the trade union and observe how the banner is hung out, and in the office 101 there are enough people now. The young man said that he has a task for his colleague. After autumn competitions, he will go to the university city of Sannan to develop a business. The guy understood that the place was far away, and offered to give an apartment or subsidy, and she would have to engage in different details there. However, as in the Academy of Science and Technology, Jinlin, the student was very surprised and asked which university was the first, to which she heard the answer that for a start, you can go to the technological Jingge. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Luo Xuan, She asked for help to her brother so that he would move the tables. His girlfriend noticed that the sister saw how they chatting animatedly, and therefore she specially approached them. Without any words, the guy began to help, but still chatted with his colleague, explaining other details of the plan. The young man said that she would have to work hard at the initial stage, and after the university market is completely occupied, he will come to conduct negotiations with others. And such a decision can help attract more experienced candidates. But now the young man is not really sure of this. The guy carefully examined the entire stadium, when suddenly his gaze attracted the room, and he thought that it would be nice to open a store with milk tea there. After all, the location is very successful. All students who come to play sports will definitely use their goods, but it is very difficult to get, and you need to take care well to crank everything. His thoughts were again interrupted by Lu Xuan, who went into the room without a knock and stood silently, looking into the eyes. Seeing her, he headed for the exit, realizing that now, he was not at all tuning to any conversation. But the girl continued to stand on her and her body did not give the passage, trying to block the exit to the corridor. Such actions greatly outraged Chen Hanshin, and he asked with anger in his voice what was happening. The beauty, without thinking twice, asked if he liked Xiao Yu, because he spent the whole day with her. She also asked that in the future he did not say that he was amiable with other beauties, to which he gave a negative answer. Leaving, the guy shouted that he needed not only to communicate with them, but also to eat, watch films, and, in general, would do what he wanted. Chen Hanshin went to the electronics factory of the new century, and opening the door, saw something. In the room where the beauty was sitting, it was very clean, and he decided to ask if she found a secretary, but she, in turn, said that she did not want to look for anyone. The girl continued that she feels that she could cope with everything herself, and in her heart was indescribable pleasure from cleaning. The lady noticed that her comrade did not look like a student at all, because they are usually different, and he can suppress and hide his emotions. And this surprises her. The guy explained that in fact there is no subtext in his words, and he simply says everything as it is. But the head of Zheng, recalling the situation with those two students, asked if she was better for them. Chen Hanshin kindly replied that it was difficult for him to say because he did not contact her so close. Even Chinese medicine pays attention to questioning, and even on the market you must first touch the goods. Hearing these words, the beauty smiled softly and asked if he wanted to do it right now. The young man was surprised, but asked to promise that in this case, nothing would happen to him, which a friend laughed and asked as soon as the girls were being conducted on him. A testament began. The beauty began to say that the MP3 production is required, and highlighted good suppliers, among which it is necessary to choose. Colleagues began to argue with each other who was better, and, realizing that such a discussion would not give results, the head of Zheng suggested bringing the goods to compare them. The young man took a stack of paper and threw it on the table, saying that this was a report on today's meeting. The beauty thanked him, and, asking an opinion about this, she heard that if representatives have a level below Samsung, then it is not particularly important who exactly would not be chosen, since from the point of view of quality, none of the four companies have outstanding advantages. The girl confirmed that she also thinks so, but unfortunately, they will not be able to buy Samsung for development. The guy came up with the idea that they began to proceed from other aspects and look for new criteria for evaluation. He offered to go to the factory and personally walk along it, as it would take a little time, but, having done a bypass, she will definitely pick up something suitable. The beauty got angry and asked why he only now talks about it. But the guy replied that he was just a consultant and did not want to get into their conversation. The lady said that she understood the essence of his thoughts, but he must go with her, despite the fact that he was busy on a Rocket 101. The young man said that although his project is very small compared to the new century, he embodies his own dreams and supports many students. In order for him to be able to make a request, you will have to add money, to which the beauty agreed. The head of Zheng claimed that some MP3 production costs are included in the plan, but in the future it would not just allow her to express her opinion, because her friend should show activity itself. The man was very surprised when he heard that the guys were going to do a bypass first, because companies might think that they want to do something negative against them. The lady said that such a proposal came from consultant Chan and invited him to explain everything to the director. The young man was shocked by such a request, but tried to get together with his thoughts and come up with something. He began to tell that in fact this is not a conspiracy. They are only the first side that paid for this for these four companies, and this would not end with anything bad. He also continued that they will act as parents who will go to check what their children do. The director agreed and left, but as soon as the guys were left alone, the girl presented that the real reason why the guy did not discuss everything with the elders in the factory. Jing continued to claim that the plan of the young man is that he changed the evaluation criteria and wants to start with non-technical details. The guy did not want to reveal his secrets, and, in order to somehow justify himself, he said that he simply offered this project, and the rest had completed most of the work, and he was a simple boy on the run. The beauty noted that despite the fact that her friend is an emotional bastard, but he is well-oriented in a general situation and is suitable for the general coordination of work. The guys decided the first to go to Chenman, and calling the owner of the factory, they heard that he was a little late. The guy laughed, because he heard a female voice on the phone, who was interested in whether his wife was calling a man, and young people decided to go to another place. But the young man insisted that because of this, they could not put Chenman to the death penalty. And in the end, the quality of the products is the key to their cooperation. And as for the style of work, they cannot intervene. Suddenly, a car arrived from there. An elderly man ran out, who greeted everyone and introduced himself as the owner of the factory. The guy hastened to answer that the lady in the car in the back seat. But he may not worry, because today he will organize the whole event. The man was a little puzzled, because he did not understand what such a young boy was talking about with him. Going inside, the comrade asked what Mr. Chen thinks about it. But the young man replied that so far it is difficult to say. The owner began to stuff some envelope into the guy's pocket and belittle his help. But he asked not to put him in such an awkward situation. Gathering already in the car, the girls were interested in why he did not take the money, which they heard that having received it, it would be necessary to be obliged to something, and this attitude is not suitable for long-term cooperation. The lady confirmed that this is really inappropriate, and if he wants to accept bribes, he cannot consider such people as candidates for long-term cooperation. The woman was surprised, because she did not think that Chen Hanshin could get along so well with the boss. Arriving at the next factory, they saw a crowd of people who staged a protest to return their money. The young man noticed that this is one of the main advantages to visit the company personally, to which the girl agreed, but explained that she did not have much time. Seeing how the guys communicate with each other, the woman suspected that she could lose sight of something, and they began to meet. Their further conversations were very disturbed by a colleague, especially when they discussed the order of money. Further, the young people went to another factory, and they were met by the head of Yu Guishan, who stated that he did not expect to see them today and offered to eat in a restaurant. The young man offered to dine in the dining room of their company, but the man hastened to answer that there were ordinary dishes, and they would most likely not like them. The guys laughed and said that they were satisfied with everything, and noticed that Mr. Yu is very diligent. The beauty said that there is much less sensation of the vein in their factory, to which the guy explained that 10 times fewer people work here, and this cannot be compared. The young man suggested walking after eating, because it is not necessary to go to the factory, since the master is obsessed with cleanliness, and in his office it is much cleaner than that of Zheng. But the guys did not have time to leave, as the director caught up with them, handing a small gift as politeness. Chen Hanshin asked if this was a bribe in order to influence the future choice. Hearing this, the man hastened to explain that he simply wanted to give several souvenirs, and does not think that this can be considered a bribe. The guy laughed and approved that since it was just a gift, it would be necessary to prove his innocence. The man calmly said goodbye, possibly with future king, but suddenly a thought came into his head. The director wondered what would happen if Mr. Chen did not help him, and investigators would have thought that he was giving a bribe. Already in the car, the guys began to consider the content of the package and saw the screen from the factory, noting that it was very good and gadgets made carefully. But the young man still insisted that they continue their way and visit another company. The boss ordered to quickly find an employee who speaks well and looks pretty, as a representative, which his assistant suggested by Huan Hui, because she graduated from the University of Science and Technology. Sitting at her workplace, she corresponded with Zibo and claimed that he would not even like a steak for 800 yuan, not to mention the phone, and she believed that she did not need such a guy since he could not provide her. She remembered Chen Hanshin, because he was much better and richer and looked like a boy of her dreams. The young man sat in an internet cafe and for a long time expected a response from his girlfriend, whom he loved so much. The boy was interested in what kind of favorite flowers she had, and offered to give them tomorrow at dinner, to which the student understood with discontent that he wants to spend her birthday with her, giving only a bouquet. Suddenly, her thoughts broke a phone call, and the young man said that he had already booked everything, and as a gift he prepared her phone, that the beauty really liked it. Their conversation was prevented by the boss, who entered and said that he had an important task for Huan Hui. The man said that today a group of important guests came to them, and this meeting was of great importance, and the owner asks him to escort him to a conference room. The colleague claimed that this is a very important matter, and it concerns the expansion of their scale. And for this, you need to talk well about their factory. The beauty really liked this task, and she proudly replied that they might not worry, and she would cope. Everyone gathered in the negotiation hall, studying the album in which the Jinzi process is recorded from scratch from the beginning to the present and the current recommended products. The man emphasized that he hopes to hear the opinion of this head of Zheng and others. Studying the brochures, the young man asked the mistress if there was such a thing at the factory of the new century. The mistress said that it is not so long at the leadership, and now she is also involved in the MP3 project, so nothing can say anything about this. The beauty suspected that her comrade had some kind of plan, seeing how sly he was studying everything. The guy, looking directly into his boss, suggested trying to crank something. She smiled softly and said that first you need to deal with pressing questions, and then go to a more important one. The head of Zheng noted that Lu Jinfeius is inscursing in speeches, and he has a very charming character. He is bolder than Yu Guixiang from Lianf. The young man said that this is later visible how the factory employees respect the first man more. A girlfriend was interested in whom he wanted to include more, to which she heard in response what was difficult to say, because the choice of Jinzi could only be founded on Lu Jinfen. The men stood and talked, discussing that they had known the beauty for a long time, but who had no idea next to her. His comrade replied that he himself did not know, but judging by their behavior, they are in a very good relationship. The owner noted that Zheng Guangdi says practically nothing, but Chen Hanshin is only the matter that he had communicated on behalf of the new century. The boss asked Huang Hui to hurry, because he could no longer make guests wait so long. The guys were a little in shock after they saw who went to them in the conference room. It was a sweet girl who politely greeted everyone and introduced herself, informing her name and position. Seeing a familiar guy in front of her, she was very strangled. She was wondering what he was doing here. Thoughts began to occur in the head that it seems that his friend's beloved works here. The beauty noticed that this subordinate glances at the young man and suggested that she was another one, whom he had abandoned. Hearing this, the guy said that he and the mistress, albeit in good relations, but he would gladly sue her for slander, after which the beauty thought that she was not attractive enough for the young man. Huan Hui tormented the question, as she was told that important guests would come, and this is just a sort of accounting of the financial academy. The guys went out into the street, noting that today several candidates had problems, and the owner of the factory began to shout after them that there was soon dinner and wanted to order a hotel room to chat for food. The guy said that they should prepare when they return, and they put this meal for later, since there will be many more opportunities for meetings. The man was a little upset, but tried not to show the look, when suddenly his voice rejected the young man behind him. A cute student ran up and stated that she wanted to see a guy at her birthday tomorrow. She also said that they were familiar for almost a year, but usually Chen Hanshin is very busy, and their joint pastime is relatively short. Hearing this, the beauty pushed the guy with his elbow and stated that if he did not want to recognize the status of Alphonse, then other girls show this so. The young man admitted that he met her several times at general events, but did not even pay attention, and he decided to ask if Zibo would be there. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that of course his friend would be there, and they would have a good time, after which Chen agreed. Young people went to their car, saying goodbye to future colleagues. As soon as the guys got into the car, the head of Zheng said that the guy needs to show himself from the best side. The beauty began to tell that her comrade was very talented in business, but in a relationship complete zero. The young man began to explain that he met Huan Hui on the train, and his best friend liked her very much. The boss asked his employee how she met such a person, to which she replied that she had once met him during. The girl said that they often meet in a jisan, and he did not stay until the evening, only because it is probably embarrassed, since there are many people here. The man said that tomorrow evening, a consumer company engaged in the celebration of its event will take everything on itself, and they will allocate another 50,000 yuan to deepen their feelings as much as possible. Zisbo was very glad that he was invited and fully gathered, boring flowers, expected his friend. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin drove up and dropping the window, he heard the accusations that he was very late and now they did not have time. On the way, a friend said that he had read many sources and found that it was considered a very courageous class of a cigarette in his mouth, but not to light it. But the guy in response continued to go silently, carefully following the road. His gaze was very serious. Tsibo asked why he could not approach the choice of clothes more responsible, which he heard that this costume was bought by Xiao Junya. Also, the young man watched the car and did not see the gift anywhere. Asking about it, Chen Hanshin replied that he would give a feather. The guys began to argue, and the comrade claimed that Wan Hui in the future could become his bride and does not need to lead himself so indifferent. Arriving at the destination, Zibo began to worry and rush very much, because they were a little late. Seeing a girl nearby, they ran to her to greet and congratulate her on birthday. The beauty waved her hand to attract the attention of the guys and direct them in the right direction. The young man began to make excuses that there were traffic jams in the city. They are very sorry that they made everyone wait. Hearing this, the young lady smiled softly and stated that everything was in order, and they could continue the fun. Also, the girl was separately greeted Chan, to which he asked to call him Hanshin. The beauty thanked that they still managed to come, and noticed that the young man was very affordable, and she would cope with the task of the company. Zispo said that everything was fine, and his friend came with him only for the company to support. The sister was a little surprised at what she said, but did not betray and asked everyone to go inside. The young man turned to a comrade, saying that today he did not say that they were late because of him. But the next time, this did not happen again. The guys almost went inside. The guy remembered that he had forgotten the flowers in the car, but he decided to return after them later. Loud music played in the club. A lot of people danced and had fun on this modest evening. Zibo began to realize that, most likely, Chen's outfit is more suitable for such an institution than him. The beauty introduced everyone to her friends, reporting that they are students and very interesting interlocutors. She continued to tell that one of them is Chen Hanshin, and he is from the Financial Academy, and the other from the Institute of Science and Technology. The young man from the crowd examined everyone with displeasure, and said that he did not understand why they had to wait for the event only because of these two. One of the guys, having heard this, asked, "Did the brothers look high at students?" The stranger turned to a cute girl and said that he had forgotten a little about her, and promised to treat him a little later. The brother did not understand why in the yard 2003, the atmosphere is the same as in the future, and nothing had changed much. Chen Hanshen was surrounded by cute girls of attractive appearance, and a chic figure who chatted sweetly with him. The boy turned to a nearby young man, asking if it was too arrogant that some students made them wait so much. The guy tried to not pay attention to all reproaches, but only continued to look for his lighter. In order to somehow diffuse the situation, Van Zibo once again introduced himself, telling that he was 20 years old, and he was from Hong Kong, and is currently studying at the University of Jiangun. But his comrade did not even let him go, as he said that he was mistaken in the address, and he looked more like a child who was only torn from his chest. After what was said, the young man also wanted to joke over Chen Hanshin, but not having time to say a word as he was interrupted. It was a birthday girl who smiled sweetly and said that she was very glad that everyone had already met. The boy smoked a cigarette and released smoke directly into the face of the impudent young man, which was very shocked. The guy began to scream that he did not dare to do so with him, and this is very disrespectful to the next sitting girls. The young man said that he was just joking and began to tell that he was deputy chairman of the Faculty of Humanitarian Faculty of the Humanitarian Faculty of Finance Academy. In the end, he also added that the majority calls him a dad, and held out his hand to the stranger. Chen Hanshin was very pleased with himself that he could answer the offender so beautifully and put him in an awkward position. After hearing that the young man was glad to get acquainted, the guy jumped up and began to declare that he was not clear what he was achieving. In turn, the boy pushed the standing table next to his foot, and all the dishes flew to the floor and crashed. The guy threw a stranger with a cold look and asked what he wanted to do in this case. The guys standing behind turned to their friend, reporting that today is the birthday of Xiao Hui, and he should better calm down. Ganji said that he wanted to fill his face to Brother Chan, otherwise everything would go awry, and his reputation will be lost. Suddenly, the guards approached the company of friends, and reported that if they continue in the same spirit, they would be forced to take measures. The beauty claimed that today is her birthday, and she appreciates very much that he came, but wants him to respect her other guests. The atmosphere in the company was very tense. Everyone was sitting silently, but someone offered to forget this incident and continue on. The girl in a whisper informed the guy that he was very cool, as he was able to put in the place of the bully. Chen Hanshin was very kind with his friend, and she asked if he had a lover, to which she heard the answer that no. The guy asked if he said that he has a mistress, whether his new girlfriend would believe, and she made his way and stated that he was simply amazing. The guys talked sweetly. The beauty invited the young man to feed the grapes, and they found a common language from the first words. The girl began to talk about all those present, calling their names and in which models they study. The conversation stated that he was already familiar with the Brotherhood of Ganja, but another guy from the second generation of the rich, and his name is Zhao. The young man began to ponder all the words and noticed that these teenagers were not so simple, otherwise they could get to the Xiaohui party. After asking the girl what such details to him, she leaned closer to the guy and stated that the whole point is that she loves such guys as he, with character. And the second reason, the beauty said that her friend says little, and she wants to complain to him since they always lack money, studying at an art school. The young man began to realize that for a beauty it doesn't matter what she would do, because it turns out to rest only in the bar. And then, if someone pays the bill, the guys began to shut up, and the friend said that there was no need to pay attention to the age of Chen Hanshin, because he very seriously approaches work, and her attempts at contact did not work out. Her comrade noted that, looking at how the guy deftly twists a glass, we can conclude that he is a frequent visitor to such institutions. Zibo was very sad because his lover spent time with another young man, and was so kind with him. The guy began to think about what his friend would do in his place, and realized that he would never have sank to the level of a fight. The young man realized that Chen Hanshin had a thread in his hands with which he could control the girls he liked. And if he feels that the relationship between them has become too close, he will simply step aside. But regardless of proximity, he will always control them, since he does not give them to what belongs to him. The guys talked very nicely and did not take their eyes off the young man, as they saw many prospects in him, and she called to change everyone, reporting that the time had come to the festive cake that she prepared. The beauty turned to Chen, asking if he had a good time and whether he liked everything, to which she heard the answer that yes. At the end of the evening, the girls were quite drunk, and the guy's friend said that she wanted to stay with him, but her friend claimed that it was time to return to the hostel. Sitting already in a taxi, the young lady remembered that she had forgotten to ask the number of her new friend with whom she spent the whole evening. The girl's companion said that she does not believe that in the bar you can meet responsible guys, and there is no need to reassure herself. The beauty began to explain that the guy simply left and even did not give them a farewell look. Looking out the window, Milashka realized that it was, and all that was tonight, it did nothing to him. Realizing the incident, she approached her friend and stated that in fact she really needed a young man's number, and she was ready for anything, but he did not give him. Zibo turned to Chen Hanshin, inviting him to spend the night today, because the young man was very dreary. Looking into the car, the boy saw a bouquet and asked why he did not give him Huan Hui. In a sad voice, the comrade replied that he was not in the mood, to which the guy offered to stand up and wait for her for another 10 minutes. The taxi driver said that he could not wait for so long, and the time is money, so they have a maximum of 5 minutes. Hearing this, Chen Hanshin looked out the window and handed the bills, informing him to cover his mouth and waited. Zibo was interested in what is happening with his friend, and what he wants to achieve in this way. But he, in turn, turned and said that the show would soon begin, and they should not see it. After a while, the sweet couple came out. They were in a good mood and laughed out loud. The comrade said that the video was already together, and this was very wounded by his heart, as he loved the girl. The guys continued to look out the window and noticed that after the gift of the gift, young people kissed. Zibo was just in shock because all his hopes and dreams fell in a moment, and he did not know what to do. Chen Hanshin turned to a friend, wondering if he knew the one where they would go that night. The young man continued to ask how he thinks where they would spend the rest of his happy evening. The comrade began to assume that perhaps they would go to the internet cafe, where they will lose to games or in karaoke all night. Young people looked very joyful, holding hands. They smiled and talked a lot. The guy suggested that they would be done by both, but they will definitely not go to the hotel. Zizbo said that girls and a guy have nothing to do at the hotel, since there is no computer there and it is impossible to play games. Realizing the whole situation, the boy tried to keep tears, but he did not succeed, because his heart was torn with longing. And without thinking twice, he turned away from his friend and began to cry, closing his face with his elbow trying to hide from the whole world. Suddenly the driver put his hand from the front seat with a roll of toilet paper, showing a gesture so that the young man would take it. The man said that once he was also young, so he understands him well what he was thanked. Zibo was very upset, and no words could convey inner pain, because his heart crashed. The guy sat on a curb near the stop, and in complete silence lit a cigarette and looked at the beautiful sky. The guy began to pour out his soul, saying that in this world there is no more place for romance for him. Chen Hanshin tried to somehow cheer up, answering that his friend's thinking was not entirely clear, because love comes differently. He said that his friend simply incorrectly showed his sympathy for Huan Hui, because he said not to hide in public, but he began to hold on to her. The boy listened to all the moralizing his comrade and noticed that he was talking so much. As if an order of magnitude older, Zibo began to recall how a comrade had previously pursued Xiao Junye, asking her stupid questions to attract attention. And having heard this, Chen asked if he knew why she constantly remained after classes. After thinking a little, the boy realized that she'd been waiting for him all this time, but refused because she simply did not understand her feelings. The guy confirmed that he realized his mistakes only later, but in fact, he really pursued the girl, because of which their relationship became only more confusing. But not having time to divert what happened later, the young man got up and offered to drink a little. The guys were driving in the car, and there was a very sad romantic song, which added even more tension in this situation. Having entered the institution and ordering food, Chen said that today the beauty spoke too much and now wants to see her. Such words were confused by a friend, and he asked if she would like to see him, because the girl was not easy. The young man came up with a plan. His friend had to call the hostel and say that he was very drunk and he was sick. As soon as the student picked up the phone, he began to worry very much. He did not like to lie and understood that the whole situation depends on him now. Zispo said that Chen drank him and was sick, and now he is not far from their dormitory standing and crying. The guy began to be indignant, as it was not like him, and tears very rarely saw anyone on his face. The young man was already standing near the appointed place, pondering why the girls changed their face so slowly. Losing their face, he remembered that he had forgotten his hands to wash his hands from the remains of the sauce. When the beauty came out, she really saw a friend's red melt eyes, because at first she did not even believe in it. Xiao Junye, not thinking for long, handed a pack of napkins, giving him to be able to wipe her face. Suddenly the guy got up and hugged his girlfriend, which put her in a stupor a little, and she could not even move. The guy whispered quietly that if he hadn't missed her so much, he wouldn't even reach that. Such sincerity was very shocked by the girl, which she could not say a word. Zibo stood nearby and watched everything that was happening. He was very surprised how his friend could act like that. The guys continued to stand in such a pose, and Chen Hanshin asked if his friend was angry with him, because a lot of time had passed. He said that the last time he cried as a child, but if he thought about her, then tears themselves are welling. The following words were very shocked by the girl, because the guy said that sometimes he wakes up in the middle of the night from the fact that the whole pillow was wet. He suddenly heard all these stories and pondered how he knows how to lie like that, because he carries with sharp crayfish from him for a kilometer. Suddenly the girl said that she found terrible, and she still could not calm down, and sincerely did not understand why he continues to look for her and could not leave her alone. The boy began to change strictly, but his comrade still could not understand how it came. Suddenly, the guys noticed that they were not alone, and turning towards Zibo, they began to closely look at him. The young man threw his head and said that they must become good people in the future. Joining a little, the guy replied that he was a good person, because his comrade owed him 4,137 yuan. But in any case, he was not going to talk about them. The deep night came. The teenagers were sitting on a bench, and the young man noticed that the university of a girlfriend was pretty good. The guy turned to the girl and asked if she had froze. Also noticed that she had very beautiful long hair. With a quick movement, the beauty repulsed the guy's hand from herself, saying so that he would not even touch her. The girl said that her dad said that they should no longer meet and see at all. The young man did not understand what the problem was, because he even came to their house to make amends, and asked what she was thinking about this. The beauty exhaled and suggested that she had already met with him, so the words here would be superfluous. The boy was considering whether this was that she would listen to the words of her father. Suddenly, Xiao Junye called out to her comrade and firmly asked that he had now with that girl. The guy did not like such a question, and he began to convince her that he was alone now. But if she did not believe, he could go to the missile 101. Hearing this, the beauty said that she needed to return to the hostel and think over everything, and then she will be able to make a decision. Chen Hanshin was a little surprised of such an answer, but nevertheless accepted and said that he was ready to wait. The girl also said that if something similar happens again, then she would immediately go abroad. Then, for the last time turning around, she approved that he would never find her again. The guy put his hand to his heart and promised that if they meet again, then this would never happen. Hearing this, the beauty continued her path to the hostel, but thoughts in her head were haunted. The young man returned to his friend and asked what he, in turn, wanted to do. Zibo began to explain that he simply did not want you to cause the pain of Xiao Junye again, because he understands well how it is. Chen Hanshin smiled sweetly and sat next to him, saying that he would never discuss his relationship with the girl again. The guy turned to a friend and asked if he helps to take revenge on Huan Hui, whether it will become easier for him in his soul. Such a proposal was interested in the young man, but he heard that he first needs to answer. Only after that he would find out all the details. Without thinking twice, the boy said that he had just hated her, but he still likes her. But if he was not satisfied after revenge, his friend will pay for it. Chen Hanshin, having heard this, agreed to such a deal, and dead silence hung in the air. But Zibo began to worry and was interested. Maybe I should do this. To which I heard the answer that the young man would not give up. The guy said that if his friend was not even pleased, then in any case he would be very happy about such an event. The guys arrived at the hotel and, going inside, heard that there was only one room with a large bed. The boy smiled softly and agreed to this, believing them. This was more than enough. The woman asked how two men would sleep in the same bed, but she heard that they had no other option. The employee began to think about what it turns out, and it happens, because she thought that this joke, but no. Two guys could really come to the hotel. Entering the room, Chen went into the shower and changed clothes. Approaching the bed, saw his friend there in a complete disconnection. The young man came up with a good idea, and he took the phone, called that he heard a little discontent, because it was too late. The boy apologized, because he did not think that his friend was already sleeping, but said that he wanted to ask one question. He asked what the beauty wants to choose, and her such a message surprised, because why did the young man interested this at such a time? The girl began to explain that, firstly, Mr. Liu is very charismatic, and secondly, their factory can clearly follow the plan and set tasks, and this is a rather humane company. The guy confirmed her words and said that it would really be much more comfortable for them to make contact with them. The beauty asked why she heard so. That today was a party on the occasion of the birthday of the employee Jinze. Chen Hanshin also raised the question of his place of renewal, which is now in the hotel, and called from a stationary phone. Hearing this, her friend said that she did not want to bother him anymore, and he needs to be more careful with such hobbies. After the conversation, the beauty began to torment thoughts whether the guy had a close contact with Jinze too much. The head of Zheng began to ponder that the guy was in the hotel, which means that the factory uses various methods to convince them of cooperation. And, looking at the packages from the second company, she noticed that at least Lianfa was not particularly large in scale, but also it will be much easier to control. Moreover, their director is a rather strong leader. The young man was very happy and was proud to crank up, because now Jinze is definitely knocking out of this race, and tomorrow he succumbs even more oil to the fire. Hearing the snoring of his comrade, he asked him to go washed, because he carries crayfish from him for a kilometer. The comrade noticed that Chen Hanshin intends to do something and is very hard to seek some object in his pocket. After he asked what he was up to, the young man smiled and said that he wanted to play a little trick on. The woman on the recipe asked the guys to wait a bit to spend the number, and then after that they could return their deposit. A radio worker reported that in general everything is normal, but they found only some garbage. After what he heard, the guy began to smile, because this put his girlfriend a little in an awkward position. The teenagers unfolded, and Zibo asked where they would go to breakfast, to which he heard that they were going to meet with Xiao Junye. On the way, the guys chatted, and the young man said that 2 days later he wanted to return home, to see loved ones. He decided to ask, he would not want his friend to go to Hong Kong with him, but he replied that there was no time for such. The girl ate, when she suddenly reported that after a while she needed to go to her parents, as she personally needs to draw up some documents. The beauty said that still most likely many will go home, but her father will probably take her girlfriend. Xiao Junye said that recently he is very busy, as she heard from his voice opposite that he, in turn, was not. The guy said that now study and entrepreneurship are given to him for lightness, and he plans to visit Hong Kong. A friend suggested that it would probably be much better for a girl if she was conducted. Zibo looked at his comrade with contempt, because literally a few minutes ago he told him completely different. The teenagers went, talked, but Chen Hanshin asked if his friend would behave like a dog. What he heard, that of course was not, because even this was not there before. The guy said that Huan Hui will not last long in the current company. The new lover would leave, and then she would run to the young man. The comrade replied that he understands everything, and he was completely different, and would not interfere in her personal affairs. Having said this, the boy turned away, making a proud look, depicting complete indifference to this situation. Chen Hanshin rode in his car, when suddenly his silence was torn a phone call from Madame Zheng. The girl said that after a conversation with him, she seriously got down to business, and in the morning a meeting was held, where workers analyzed the company Lianfa and Jinze. Some subordinates believe that Lianfa is much more flexible. Because it is more flexible, so the probability of successful cooperation is much higher. The young man said that it was not easy for him from her decision, and she asked if he promised his cooperation at the party yesterday. The head of Zheng claimed that he realized that such an action would show the guy not from the best side, but this is the opinion of the majority, and there is nothing to do with it. Chen agreed with this, to which he heard the advice not to take to heart, because we needed to pay due attention to the project with MP3. The boy began to think about what kind of man Zheng Guangdi was, because in the beginning she behaved ruthlessly, completely replacing the leadership in the factory. He was very interested in what decision she would finally take, and how tight she would tighten the collars, because she intends to choose another company to go against him. The young man noticed that his boss is very purposeful, but too insightful. Because of this, she has excessive self-confidence, and she does not value care at all. The beauty made a plan of her conversation, and all the actions that were performed during the choice of the factory, and realized that she was doing something wrong. Her thoughts broke a sudden knock on the door, and, opening her, the man asked why the lady was looking for him. The head of Zheng asked if that company Jessens knew, to which she heard in response, which is not really. But she also is engaged in the manufacture of electronic devices, so she enters a certain circle of manufacturers. The girl put a cup on the table, and gathering a little with her spirit, said that she wanted to ask for a short favor. The man had to transfer the company that their methods of doing business are not particularly convincing. The director of Jinzi sat in his office and heard his employee and asked what happened. The boss asked how she spent yesterday evening with Chen Hanshin, to which she replied that the guy liked everything according to him. He also continued to ask how confident she was in the future cooperation, and the girl with a smile noted that they had a good relationship. But taking into account the emotional connection at the party, she was sure that everything would go well. The beauty continued to reassure, claiming that the probability of success is more than 80%, and she did everything for this. To the financial question about yesterday's evening, the young lady replied that besides the bar, she did not spend money anywhere, and wanted to invite the young man again today. Hearing this, the man began to ponder the whole situation and did not understand what to do with what had happened. Suddenly, he ordered the rest of the money to return the other money to the financial department and bring here the manager of its department. The man asked his subordinate how long the contract with Huan Hui will last, and he replied that she had arrived this year, and a year of validity. The boss understood that he could not do anything now, and coldly replied that let him finalize before the end of the year. But turning, the boss ordered that as soon as the time came to an end, immediately dismiss her, because he did not understand her intentions, but they are clearly not positive. The young lady saw her manager with a smile, and he greeted him with a diploma in his voice. He stated that the girls should follow the order in the office and not to walk just like that here, and if there is nothing urgent, then she should not even contact him. Such words very much shocked the beauty, and she did not understand what happened, and decided to write to her lover, telling the whole situation. In the city, long-awaited autumn competitions began, and everyone encouraged teenagers, saying that they would be completely able to cope. The young man sat in the company of the guys and was very bored, because he had a lot of things, but he had to be present at this event. A sweet girl smiled at her friend, sending an air kiss as a greeting and support. Everyone who participated was very worried, but still they were confident in their abilities and went to meet the tests. Also, many teenagers helped with the organization, and when the young man saw that Shen Yuch was doing this, he could not understand why they had so much work. Suddenly, the guys clicked the girl. She stated that they should be ashamed, since they just sit the finances of the trade union. The comrades said that they should go, because Guanhuan is not particularly kind, and it is better not to run into, but to go about their business. Hearing this, Chen Hanshin said that let them be engaged. He now has his own plans. Suddenly, Malashka felt relief, because someone took a stack of papers right from her hands. It was a guy who did not even give a look, and without commenting on the action, simply continued to go. The girl said that she also wanted to bear, which she heard that it would be better if she supports his glasses. A friend looked a little funny in them, because the accessory was large, which added even more tenderness. The guy raised them on his head and proudly asked if he could kiss his girlfriend, thereby putting her in an awkward position, and she refused. Hearing this, the young man asked what he had just said, which she refused so shamelessly. The girl repeated his question about the kiss, and already blushed a little from such a sentence. The boy smiled softly, because he twisted the whole situation, as if she was asking him about it, and moved closer, pointing to his cheek. He said that he was already ready and waited for her to do this. But the sweet girl was very embarrassed. Her embarrassment prevailed, and Shen Yuichi simply touched her comrade's face with her finger. Chen Hanshin stated that he asked her not to poke, and their conversations turned around when a friend turned. She decided to ask what kind of performance it was, and why they did not continue to work. The guy hastened to explain himself that his cheek was just getting sick, so the cutie helped to knead it. The girl said that the main thing said that a lot of work, but they are not particularly visible on them, because the guys rest and eat in time. In order to somehow support adolescence, the young man claimed that a beautiful face was to blame, so there is no fatigue. Having cooked a cigarette, the guy listened to conversations around and watched how many guys rush and work. Suddenly, the elder saw that Chen Hanshin was idle and came closer, saying that he could not be smoked here because he shows a bad example to athletes. The young man replied that the Minister of Sports Wei Ziyunt also did not refuse cigarettes, and why then he should not. The man lended the lighter to the guy at the request and asked what the public work department was now doing. The young man was simply furious when he heard a story about the fact that there are many problems now, and sometimes treats what it is impossible to figure out at all, because he is the most popular member of the trade union. Following the man, the young man turned to the stranger, advising him to shake his mustache, because an ordinary girl at the university has a more mature look. If he further looks like this, he will not soon find his lover. All the guys gathered and sat on the steps in anticipation of the beginning of a sporting event. The girl looked very closed and constrained. She was embarrassed to be among so many people. The young man touched her hair and looked directly into her eyes, smiling softly to attract her attention. The man began to tell how good it is to be young, but this year he is produced, and an unemployed life is coming to an end. Chen Hanshin asked if he could name the most memorable girl of his youth, because he suggested that it was Chen Tianyu. Having gathered his thoughts, the young man said that most likely a beauty who left a mark in his memory of Guanhuan. Such an answer was very surprised by the guy, because this is the last person about whom he expected to hear. The boy asked what the point is, because it would be better to take a hurry, put some song and have a good time. The comrade thought after such words and replied that they definitely have some sense. The man liked the idea of music instead of tedious speech before the competition, and, gathering his spirit, he got up. The young man screamed with all his strength so that the girl began to sing, encouraging her and showing her support. Chen Hanshin decided to join, and also said loudly that he wanted to hear the singing of the sister of Gu. The beauty was in complete shock from the fact that many people began to call her, and reported that they were no longer tolerant of hearing her voice. A friend, turning to Shen Yuichi, noticed that it seems like Malashka's guy was clearly born at the wrong time. Having gathered her thoughts, Huan said to the whole stadium that, since the guys ask for so, she will sing a seeker's song. Teenagers began to enjoy every sound because working to music was much more pleasant. Young people were very happy that they did everything, and the athlete thanked the guy for such support. The girls were glad that they had finally finished all the work and now could relax after a hard day. Suddenly the young man called out to them, offering to have dinner or chatting about their life just as before. The guy was so convincing that he could even force her to change his decision and go together in a cafe. The beauty noticed that there were many strangers with them, and she guessed that it would be terribly uncomfortable. Chen Hanshin asked how things were to collect goods, to which Penfen replied that everything was stable, but they were still far from Kaiyuyan. Teenagers discussed their daily affairs, autumn games, and shared their fun situations. Returning to the office, the beauty noticed that perhaps Mr. Chen wanted to say that they might have problems, but her friend began to reassure her. The girl continued that it seems that it is necessary to report the boss about any incidents, and for this, it is worth preparing. The young man did not understand what was at stake, and his lover tried to explain that she had in mind. She told what needs to be calculated, how many orders for delivery are received, and it is necessary to fill out these key data. The boy said that Hanshin is his good friend, and most likely he just wants to meet. But the young lady continued to say that before the signing of the contract, they had complete freedom of action regarding work. But now they must follow the contract, because this is a corporate system, and they can simply be fired. She also clarified that the boss can turn to them as soon as she pleased, but they did not. The company of adolescents approached the building and began to very joyfully greet Chen Hanshin. The guy saw them and smiled, saying that since everyone had already come, they could start their plan. The young man asked Penfei to tell how things are now at the University of Science and Technology. Hearing such a question, the boy thought that he still needed to listen to the words of Anpin and prepare. But not having time to say a word, the girl began to explain that from the moment of creating the University of Delivery, the results have always been stable, and the most common orders are sending letters and small parcels. It was very pleasant to the boy that his friend took care of him so much, and he prepared everything herself. The beauty also continued that 4 universities are gaining more than 400 parcels daily. Chen Hanshin liked such an answer, and he praised the guys for showing good results, and they should learn from them. The guy said that everyone does not know how in the town of Cannon. There are 3 zones, 2 of which were occupied by their Missile 101, but they should occupy other sites, including telecommunications, economics, and trade. Suddenly, one of the guys called to Panfei, from which he jumped up and was a little scared, because he did not expect it at all. The teenagers laughed, because the young man's reaction was very ridiculous, after which they changed their behavior in front of him. Chen Hanshin noted that his comrade is unusually restrained today, and perhaps he wants to say something. The girl felt that her lover was now very worried, and took his hand. The guy said that he appoints Penfei, Shan Bina, and Sister CU for their new expansion in the project. The young man decided to stand up for his girlfriend, saying that his sister's mother was not very good health. After the end of their small meeting, Chen Hanshin said goodbye to all the guys and just left. Linya asked her friend what kind of relationship with the guy was now, because he behaves quite cold. Hearing this, Shen Yuich was a little sad, because she herself did not understand what was the matter and what was happening between them. The beauty said that in the afternoon the young man suddenly became gentle, and she thought that they would get better. But now he was again indifferent. The girls looked after him and thought about it for a long time, because it was so unusual. Young ladies understood that Chen Hanshin's such a person, and despite the fact that he is a very interesting friend and easily shocks the minds and hearts of the girls, his character is mixed with equanimity and vigilance. And most importantly for him, this earnings. Previously, Shen Yuich could not even stand calmly. She was constantly suppressed due to the strange attitude of the young man, and the erroneous diagnosis of cancer reminded him that the girl can be treated as it pleased. Then move her, then closer to him again. He cannot abandon the cutie, but he is unable to be nearby, and the blurry relationships control the distance well, since there is no pressure on Yuich. In the morning, work was in full swing in the stadium, and a serious man walked and welcomed everyone. He was pleased that the guys worked so for the sake of a sporting event, when suddenly someone's voice clicked him. The boy quickly ran up and asked if he could help him take his room and pointed her finger at her. The secretary said that in his current position it will be difficult, and he should ask the leader about it. Hearing the name, the young man understood that he was not familiar with him personally, and most likely would not come out directly. The man offered his help in the fact that he would make inquiries, but he could not promise a successful result yet. He also continued to tell that the director has no special taboos or hobbies, but if he wants to make a good impression, then you need to show specific skills. The boy asked to remind him of this tomorrow, and for starters, he just wants to say hello to the head of Lu because it would throw him a few points. The director was talking to someone on the phone, but his silence was torn by the voice from behind, who called his name. The man turned and was greeted with Chan, asking if he was taking part in autumn competitions, to which he heard a positive answer. The guy smiled sweetly and said that today, the competition for a distance of 4 by 100 would take place in the afternoon, and invited him to come to see. The leader said that he had a meeting, but in turn he wants to praise the young man, since that exemplary student. And hearing this, the guy thanked, saying that he wanted to share some thoughts with him in the future. Going back to the secretary, he asked why he did not ask now, because Mr. Lu was at a good disposal of the spirit. But the young man explained that the more he would say, the more mistakes we'll make, and you need to act more reasonably. Hearing that the leader was already leaving the stadium, the young man understood that he no longer had the need to stay here. Suddenly, someone's male hand grabbed him on the shoulder, saying that he would not be lazy and continue to work. The boy sat on the steps, lit a cigarette, began to expect the beginning of the long, awaited event. A sweet girl asked everyone to carefully hear her, because right now she was ready to announce the results. She began to congratulate the faculty and group that took first place, which meant a lot for them. Chen Hanshin sincerely did not understand what was the relationship of the competition to him, and realizing that he was spending a lot of time on this, he just got up and left. Suddenly one thought came to the young man. He stopped in place and turned back. There he saw Shen Yuich, who looked directly at him, a little embarrassed and trying to do it imperceptibly. The young man called out the girl and waved his hand in greeting, because he was very happy to see her friend. Going to Chen Hanshin, the girl heard after some were destined to fall in love with only once. And the young man was very lucky with this. Milashka sat down not very close to the guy, and he greeted her to somehow attract attention. He sat closer and began to consider the book that she held in her hands, and noticed that this was a dictionary in English for entrance exams in graduate school. The boy was very surprised and asked if she wanted to take the exams, which he heard Yun Shan simply asked to support her. The young man said that if she was taken to graduate school, then she will leave him, because many couples fall apart immediately after admission. Hearing this, the cutie was a little scared and said that she would not go there, because she could not leave him, and he should not be angry with it. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin said that he was very lazy, and after release would begin to cut into games. But its support will have to come in handy. After all, the salary of graduate students is higher. When asked if she would like this, Shen Yuich replied that she was not very. But in this case, he could have raised children. Hearing this, the guy laughed, because the girl in his eyes looked very defenseless and naive at the same time. He looked straight into his eyes and claimed that she was a little more child, if she thinks so superficially. The guy talked on the phone with the secretary, and he told how yesterday he asked Mr. Liu about the utility room of the stadium, and he said that as soon as he issued time, he would definitely show. Having tapped the door of the leader, the young man greeted him and heard a question about the competition, but quickly sold himself to the fact that they were not today. The man asked how the Missile 101 was doing, because when he goes to meetings to other universities, he sometimes comes into advertising. He noticed that now it is a fairly popular company among QN students, and it is very commendable. The boy smiled and said that this project is developing very well, and thanks for such concern. The leader said how he heard that they want to rent a premises in the stadium where the wounds are stored. The young man confirmed this, and said that in their group there is one student who lost her parents and remained only with her grandmother and younger sister. And now they have a very difficult time. He hired her on a part-time working day, but her character is not quite suitable for this work. And among freshmen there are also several poor students, since the young man is the deputy chairman of the trade union. He wants to help them. Chen began to explain that he needed this room to open a small shop with drinks, and the proceeds will go to cover the debts of poor students. Hearing all this, the dean of Lu began to ponder, as he initially believed that the guy was advocating for the development of his own business, and did not expect that he would be so noble. The man said that earlier some employees of the logistics department wanted to organize a snack there, but he refused. They had a fairly simple position. It was more money for themselves, not thinking about helping others. The guy smiled and said that everyone is striving to earn money, but it is very important to pay attention to people. Since the Missile 101 did a good job and not only earned a lot of money but also helped several students, the guy hastened to explain that students were trained at the university, and he simply provided them with conditions and work. The man said that he was sure that the guy was waiting for a great future, and KN students should learn from his business. The young man said that in turn he would never forget the teachings of the Dean of Lu, and he is very grateful for everything that he did for him. Having said goodbye to the man, the guy met with the secretary, who said that it was too early to talk about the results, and praised him for thinking about how to help poor students at a university. Chen Hanshin said that he did not see anything complicated in this, because it is necessary to just hire several people on a part-time working day, and he will cope with this. And in any case, the young man will try his best, so as not to bring the expectations of the leader. On the end of the autumn games, the secretary said that everyone at the meeting was dumbfounded by his request. But the Dean Lu said that the project would definitely bear fruit. But another boss said that this is prohibited by the rules for opening a store in the stadium. But ultimately, Tsai Tsinan made the final decision, and they will provide him with this room. But it will lease if something happens wrong. Everything will close right away. But even despite the fact that the dean will continue to stand on the side of the guy, it is not a fact that it will turn out to get out of the water. But such a statement did not scare him. Having met with his friend, Chen said that he had already agreed on everything, and there were a couple of questions, such as decor and cooking tea. The beauty suggested that a couple of months could take the opening, which very surprised her comrade. She began to believe that the design would take at least a month, and she and Shech and he have to work on his preparation technique, and that 2 months come out. The guy began to say that cooking tea is not so difficult, but the girls cannot distinguish between their varieties for 2 days. The next day, Linya went into the room to inspect everything and understand how much they had to work. Seeing a bunch of rubbish in front of him and the generally terrible state of the territory, she was in full shock. The guy began to reassure her that he was the main designer and already hired workers who normally implement the project. On the 3rd day, the young man was introduced by a green-haired girl who used to be a waitress of the Taiwanese dairy tea store in the city of Aiyu. Her name was Yedyan, and looking for such an employee was not easy, but from now on she would lead here. The beauty became very interested in how Chen Hanshin managed to fool such a good employee. But the guy explained that he would pay her a salary, and it came to her friend that this girl simply decided to change her job. Of course, there were also other reasons, and the young man asked if the student would work in the bar that they might think. And if the student plans to enter the university and for the sake of this works every evening, loading himself with a positive energy from tea is another matter. The same thing happened with Yadian. The guy asked her if she would like to enter this university. Her answer was positive. He told her that everything is quite easy to crank up. You just need to make milk tea and make money on this, and she will be able to visit the library at her discretion. Even with Malays, they will be able to provide a guide and record the entrance exams. As in any case, everyone wins. The young man suggested that perhaps such a store would become more sincere and comfortable for work. The beauty entered the room and asked where Chen Hanshin, to which she heard that he had left for Hong Kong and asked the young man to look here. Suddenly, a car drove up to Zbibo, which scared him a little, because he did not expect his friend now. The guy suggested that he hoped that he would first take Xiao Junya. But the young man knew, if she were the first, he would definitely sit in the front seat of a comrade, and such a location was not beneficial to Chen Hanshin, because he wanted to talk with her a whole road. The beauty was already standing near the gate and expected when the young man would come after her, because she was not going to go home. Somewhere in the distance, she saw the car and began to wave her hand to attract attention, and they did not pass it. The girl sat down and wished everyone a good morning, since her mood was just beautiful today. Then she decided to ask if the guys had breakfast. What she heard the answer from Chan. What, yes. The beauty did not have time to eat, as she was very in a hurry, and in order to somehow drown out the feeling of hunger, she decided to drink a milk cocktail. Suddenly, from the back seat, the voice of Zibo was heard, who claimed that he had not eaten yet, and his friend did not even think to share with him. Hearing this, Xiao Junya turned and laughed, because she did not think about her comrade at all. The road was not close, and everyone was engaged in their business. Zibo drank juice and carefully read the book. Chen Hanshin asked if his friend is really so uninteresting that he decided to plunge into reading. But this was a work that was called a solution to 50% of his problems of his life. Can a friend help him to decide them? To which the comrade replied that he was not. And he, in turn, asked him to close his mouth and not to interfere with him anymore. Nice music played in the car, and the girl noticed that she liked Jay Chow's song. But the guy knew that some songs were not suitable for listening to children, and only in adulthood people would be able to understand their meaning. The teenagers asked Chen what kind of song was the best for him, because he did not say a word during their reasoning. The young man said that it seems to him that all the songs are good, but something else is most concerned about. Having taken off his glasses, the guy exhaled and said that today is too sunny, and he is afraid that Xiao Juni could sunbathe. Therefore, in order to somehow solve this problem, he handed the accessory to the girl, hinting at her to wear it. The beauty resisted a bit because her friend is a car and he needed it, but still agreed. Young people stopped at the gas station to rest a little and smoke, because the road was not close. Zibo decided to clarify that the sun is not particularly bright and also windy. Why the guy is worried about Xiao, that she can be tanned. Chen Hanshin exhaled monotonously and said that he had just pretended. He began to explain that he just wanted to show his concern for the girl. And if there are no difficulties, then it is necessary to create them. The young man said that he now wants to go to the store and buy food for her friend, and asked if something else was needed for Zibo. The guy replied that he did not want anything and began to think about it, because if he behaved like that with Huan Hui, then everything would work out differently. Teenagers rode in the car, sang songs, talked a lot and spent very cool time together. Comrade began to ponder all Chan's actions, because he simply cannot demonstrate his sincere feelings. While the girls are too frivolous, the scum can easily manipulate them, and his friend can give them everything except feelings. And he, in turn, can nothing but feelings. The guys were no longer to come home, and the guy was interested in where they were going now. To calm his mother, he asked his friend's phone, because he knew that the woman was worried. The young man said that he was calling a friend from his phone, and she should give her dad that he will be at home in an hour. The beauty watched all this, and also decided to notify her parents about her imminent arrival. She convinced him that they had almost arrived, and he should not worry like that, because everything is behind. There was one problem. The girl's father did not know who she was traveling with, and she only now decided to report that Chen would take her. The man began to scream, not understanding why she did not want to go by bus. And in this case, he would come for her himself, no matter how busy he was. The beauty was a little upset in such words, but once again repeated that everything was in order, and she will soon be in Hong Kong. It was unpleasant for her that her parents spoke so about the young man. But at the same time, she understood why they had such a reaction. Chen Hanshin said that he had not called home yet, and therefore his mother does not know about his return. But he does not want to stay in private with her, and invited the girl to dinner at her house. The beauty was a little shocked, because she knew that her father would not be too happy with such guests. The young man continued to insist, and his friend was very confused, and could not squeeze out his word. The guy said that it was necessary to face the truth, and if she had not forgiven him yet, she could just say, and there is no need to be afraid of it. Xiao Junya was completely confused, because she herself could not figure out her feelings, and they had already demanded an answer from her. The beauty said that she thought it was better to do everything as they show on TV, so she did not say until her parents reconciled. The young man could not look at the tears of his girlfriend and said that she was unhappy, and it was necessary to urgently fix it. He continued that she should call her mother and ask to prepare another portion of rice, because he would then give everything. Zibo began to think about what he would do in such a situation, realizing that he most likely turned home and phoned the girl to find out how she was doing with his family. Any girl will be attracted by such a bold guy as Chen Hanshin, because she will know that she is definitely safe. The beauty called her father and said that today she would not be alone for dinner. But with a young man, the man was furious, because he did not understand what was happening with the current youth. Uncle asked if the guy would drink, to which he received an answer, that he was not, because he was driving today. The father also asked what would happen if he refuses such a dinner, to which the daughter replied that in this case he would turn Tiananmen, making it clear that the girl would not return home either. The wife came up and asked who her husband was talking to with, and she needed to know how much Xiao Juni would return to cook soup in time. The man said that he would have to cook more on a plate, as Chen Hanshin will come to them, and they will be in 20 minutes. The woman was a little surprised and asked if she seemed to her that her daughter was in love with this guy. To the silence of her husband, she loudly stated that she did not agree and would insist that they part. Mother began to tell that the young man was not so bad, but most likely the girl will have to go abroad after the completion of the training, and he will be in the background then, and they need to understand this. The man noticed that Chen Hanshin in his years achieved much success, because he opened his business and bought a car, to which the wife only shook her head, saying that he was just lucky and he has no ambitions. She knew that the perfect guy for her daughter should be a highly educated member of the Academy of Sciences, or an employee of a company. Be sure to be confident in the future, and it will not object, only on the condition that he can transfer 10 million to Xiaomi. The man did not like this, because their daughter is an invaluable treasure, and is it possible to measure her with money? The wife explained that she was just a threshold, and if someone still has that kind of money, but the girl does not like him, she will not be able to force her by force. Hearing all this, his uncle asked if in the future Chen Hanshin will have 10 million. Then they will also mind. The woman did not even think about such a layout of events, but immediately realized that this was quite real. The man thought that if his wife only knew that the guy was a big red flag that plays with the feelings of two girls at once, then most likely she would have served poison to the soup today. Mother began to argue that most likely the young man would not be able to earn so much that she heard that different things can happen. The woman got up and stated that she wanted to go to fry vegetables because they are from the garden, and there are no pesticides in them. Remaining in complete loneliness, the aunt pondered that the guys knew each other since childhood, and if she said today something is wrong, as she would look in her eyes later. She shouted to her husband that she wanted to discuss everything in private with her daughter, and as for the young man, she was not against his arrival. Covering on the table, the woman began to say that in fact, Chen Hanshin is a good guy, and at least no one would mock the future over their daughter. The man tried to restrain his emotions so as not to say too much, because he saw the opposite with his own eyes. But if his wife finds out about it, she would begin to kill. Mom Zibo was very in a good mood, and loudly informed everyone that she had fresh homemade eggs. The woman was very kind and treated Chan with her goods, knowing that he did not need anything, but she will be pleased with that. In parting with a friend, the guy said that he would not even dare to swear with his mother, because she is very good. The girl was very worried before their arrival home that her hands began to tremble, and she could not even press them. And the young man tried to somehow calm her friend. The beauty could not decide to knock on the door for a long time and heard from her comrade that if she was so worried, maybe he should leave. Suddenly, the man opened the door and said that he was about to throw out the garbage and did not think that they had already arrived. Entering the house, the guy greeted his parents cute, showing them his respect, and said that he was very glad to see. To the gifts from Chen Hanshin, Uncle Xiao did not respond too positively because he quit drinking and smoking, so he asked to give them to his father. The young man said that his dad also abandoned, so he did not need, and his parents asked why he had this. Smiling sweetly, the guy suggested that they could want to have a second child. Having washed their hands, everyone accepted to sit down at the table, and the parents asked the young man to feel at home. Chen Hanshin said that Aunt Lu prepares tastier than his house, and he wants to live with them on vacation. But the woman suggested that his mother would not be happy with this outcome of events, because they also miss him. The guy volunteered to help remove the dishes, but he was stopped and said to better sat down to watch TV with Uncle Xiao. A man and a boy sat in complete silence, trying to find a suitable television channel for their pastime. Father carefully looked at the TV, thinking about each program, and commenting on their actions in his head. Having stumbled upon one thing, he was surprised that in the series he had released the season 3 because he watched only the first. In order to somehow dilute their silence, the man decided to ask his cesspool how he was doing. The young man began to tell that the base was already laid down, and the rest is not so difficult. And when the time comes, it will develop at a fast pace. Uncle Xiao asked how much time would need to earn 10 million. Hearing this amount, Chen Hanshin was very surprised, because it was a lot of money, and he did not understand why they were to him. Having thought a little, the young man replied that in the worst case after release, and these words put a man in a stupor, because he knew that his guest was graduating from the university after 2.5 years. Chen Hanshin continued that if everything goes as expected, he thinks that he could earn them by the end of the year, which even more shocked his uncle. The girl and her mother went into their room, and she made it clear that the guy was already worth going home. Hearing that he already wants to leave, she stated that she wanted his friend to spend a little as respect. Leaving the house, the beauty said that her mother said that she would allow him to meet only if he accumulates 10 million. Hearing this, the guy thought, because now he understood why the man asked him. Xiao Junye was wondering why her friend was not angry, because she was beside herself with rage, to which she heard the answer that in fact he simply did not show her excitement. He also stated that if he knew about such a request from her mother, he would not affirm himself by the arrival, but would immediately bring 10 million. The woman drank coffee and said that she had talked with her daughter about money and hopes that in the future she would understand her. But so far only Chen Hanshin has in her head. The man was very tense, and his wife asked why he was silent, to which he replied that they could increase the amount several times. The young man said goodbye to the girl, and going inside the house, greeted the aunt, since they had not seen each other for a long time and missed. Sitting on the sofa, he asked his girlfriend when she managed to stop teaching. Mother went into the room and stated why the young man next time not to warn in advance when he is going to return home. He was a little upset, because the truth did not think that everything would happen just like that upon his return. The woman continued to say that the Chen family is very honest, correct people, and she does not understand how he turned out to be like that, as if not her child. The aunt tried to somehow protect, saying that it was not always good honest. And whenever there is an increase at the work of Lao Chen, it is safe to say that it is definitely not his increase. Mother began to listen that her son had a very positive character, and he does not even cause any trouble. The woman missed these words past her ears, or asked if the guy wanted to eat what she heard that he had already ate at Xiaojunya. She was very angry and did not understand how he still had the impudence for strangers to declare dinner. The young man no longer wanted to continue the conversation and said that he wanted to see the test about 8 heavenly dragons. Seeing the aunt, the boy heard that last night she spoke with his parents for a long time, and they were a little concerned that he thought so independently. But she supports him in this. Aunt continued that as soon as he stops asking for money for training, then he would become truly independent. But the young man understood that they could not even know about his finances. The woman handed the envelope and said that she supports it in everything. But one should not forget to have a good relationship with the neighbors around the room and not fall in love too early. After all, romantic relationships at this age are unstable, and they will part after release, most likely. Mother objected so that her son would not take money. But her friend hastened to reassure her that she just wanted to help the guy. Approaching the car, everyone was surprised and did not understand who she was, because they did not hear the neighbors to talk about the new thing. The woman, turning to the guy, presented that he had become too business and began to use the services, rent a car. The young man offered to give the aunt to the station, but the mother did not understand, because she thought that he had only a bicycle from the transport. Chen Hanshin went to the car and, opening it, said that he could use the car to do it. The father was in complete shock and barely squeezed out a few words, asking if he had leased it. The boy smiled a little and said that it was his car, and he bought it for honestly earned money. The guy led the woman, as promised, and returning home, saw his parents' displeased faces. Mother began to present that her son's ball is very small, and she does not understand what he was doing at her university, suggesting that she was running around the girls only. For all the reproaches of the aunts about the car, the young man explained that he wanted to simply become more independent. He had no desire to continue such a meaningless conversation, and warned that he was already leaving for the university. The woman was simply furious. She did not understand why her son behaved so negligently, and does not advise with them at all. In order to somehow cope with her emotions, she turned to her husband and presented that her son escaped from them because of him, because he began to ask him. But the man was actually silent all the time. Early in the morning, Xiao Junya slept sweetly in her bed, when suddenly her dream disturbed a phone call. Having picked up the phone, the girl heard the voice of Chen Hanshin, who said that she was waiting for a surprise, and she needed to get up. The beauty was very glad that the guy prepared for her some gift, and quickly gathering, ran out to the car. Parents watched everything that was happening, and the man said that there was no need to bend, because the young man should not be allowed to get their daughter freely. The woman supported this option and stated that until he has 10 million, they will not step over the face of classmates. Xiao Junya was pleasantly surprised when she saw a whole bag with the sweets that she loved so much. The guys noticed that this is not all, and the main surprise awaits her in a few minutes, where they were heading. Teenagers came to a very beautiful place. It was flower fields. Nature simply fascinated with their landscapes. The beauty asked where they were, to which she heard the question whether she remembers the avatar of Chen Hanshin in social networks. After thinking a lot, the friend remembered that it was an image of the Raps Flow field, and they were beautiful. He smiled softly and confirmed her words. But unfortunately, they bloom only in the summer, and therefore it will not work to see them. The student did not upset the student, because she really liked to spend time in nature. This added her life energy. The girl stood, breathed fresh air, opening her hands. A warm wind enveloped her body and hair. The boys stood near the car, watching all this, and reasoned what was pleasant in an empty field, because they did not understand this. The young man said that when they broke up, he came here and looked. But even if the field is overlapping next year, it will still be no more than a simple garden for him. Zibo asked what they were doing here then, because just looking at weeds does not make sense. Chen Hanshin said that therefore he does not understand the girls, because it doesn't matter that he does not consider this landscape beautiful. The main thing is that he would like his lover. After all, in this way, he shows his care and attention to her, and for the sake of this, it is not necessary to spend money or make some efforts. It is easier than smoking a cigarette. The beauty was completely delighted. She stated that she even felt the flowers of rapeseed, and they are very beautiful. The guy confirmed this, and added that he feels bees and butterflies circling around. And these are unforgettable emotions. Xiao Junya ran to the guys, thanking such a surprise and joint pastime, because this is not just a banal trip to the cafe. The guy hugged his girlfriend and whispered that if she likes it, then he too, because the main thing is that she was happy. The teenagers rode in complete silence, when suddenly the young man's voice asked why Zibo was crying. But on all the overwhelming of the guy, Chen Hanshin explained that there is nothing wrong with emotions, and he could relax. The comrade was in complete shock because he did not understand why he said so. And in addition, he turned on a sad song. All the way the guys showed some kind of gestures of attention to each other. They looked very cute and in love. The guy hastened to get out of the car and go right there. The teenagers did not understand why he was doing this. The beauty suggested that her Tovich had relatives here, and when he returned, she asked about it. The boy said that he actually went home to Zhang Weilei and Zhang Weiyu to leave 500 wen to the aid of their elderly mother. Zibo was shocked, because he did not understand why a friend went to these two, and even gives money between them were always not very good. On the way, the guy explained that he had attached them to the factory at the request, and in the future they will cooperate, which will help him advance and learn a lot of subtleties. A phone called Chen Hensheng, and he asked his girlfriend to support him, because it was inconvenient behind the wheel. Having picked up the phone, he said that he was currently leading a car, and everything was fine with him, because he just decided to hit home to see his relatives. He continued to tell that recently, Madame Jing has been working a lot, and most likely, the MP3 is about to appear on the network. Having finished the call, the young man warned the guys that everything said should remain confidential, and they should not chat excess. The young man saw that Xiao Junya was looking into his phone, and began to get a little nervous, because it is not clear what she could find there. He understood that in fact he was still very risking, turning such schemes with his friends, Suddenly, the guy decided to turn to Zibo, wondering if he knew why he did such a big hook to get to Zhang Weiyu and leave him money. The boy suggested that this is in order to look at the current state of affairs in their family and make sure that he works well. Chen Hanshin confirmed this, but said that this is only a superficial reason, and you need to think about the details. A friend did not understand what his comrade had in mind, and with misunderstanding in his eyes looked at him through the mirror. The guy decided to tell that this was done in order to express his sympathy, and also to hold back Zhang Weiyu. The young man began to tell that the brothers wrote to him, being in a limited state, if they shared with someone other information, it would not be very good. He helped them, and therefore the guys Zhang will now keep in mind to whom they can truly trust. To the question from Zibo, is it too cruel? He replied that it simply gives additional insurance, and in the end he could not always follow them. So, besides this, he gave them 500 yuan, but a friend still did not understand why he started it all. The girl was shocked when she heard that in fact this money was not so big, but he did not specifically give 5,000. Indeed, having given them a larger sum, they would immediately pump, and in their hearts there would be less than gratitude, and it was worth it to give quite a bit, as the brothers immediately call and fall asleep in good words. The young man understood well that the care of the family is much more effective than taking care of the prosperity of guys. Zibo was sincerely surprised, because he did not understand how such an insidious plan could have come to mind. At the same time, brilliant. Chen Henshin began to tell that the missile 101 is developing rapidly, and he believes that it is time to grow up. The girl listened to that. In the university town of Xianlin there are only 2 universities, and one of them science and technology, and the second pedagogical. October will soon come up to an end, and the young man plans to start the arrangement of the town in early November. And since the boy is studying at one of these universities, he can help solve some problems. The guy presented that this was at least his business, but that of his best friend, and his relationship is too indifferent. The boy did not understand why such words, because Truth wanted to help deal with the market in Jianlin. But Chen Hanshin continued to stand on his own, claiming that it was very low to think only about himself, forgetting about others. Suddenly the girl could not stand it, and said that she could also help with something because she wanted her lover to be fine, and he said that she would have a task where it was raised. The young man said that in fact, the 101 missile will soon acquire a wider scale, but if the Junin market is closed, then Shantun most likely will not help them. The beauty was a little surprised, and decided to ask again if she should help in expanding any situations. Comrade smiled sweetly and replied that he would really like if she could become his personal lawyer. Chen Hanshin understood that Shantun was a wonderful business, but it is not easy to establish relations with them, and therefore plans to conclude cooperation with the recently emerging Zhontun. He also added that soon the 101 rocket will become an official company. He will really need the help of Xiao Junye. Saying goodbye to Zibo, the guys remained only to go together in complete silence, thinking about the future. Suddenly the girl turned to her friend, because she was very much not resting with one serious question. The beauty sighed and asked how Malashka Shanyuchi was doing now. The boy thought a little and answered. He said that after she left the 101 missile, she began to work in a store with tea with milk. The student did not fully believe that she could leave, but if he says so, she wants to think that this is true. After a small pause, Xiao Junya said that the cutie is very good and attractive, and her soft character. This is something. Finally, the guys got to the university. After such a long road, the young man's phone was torn, and the girl said that she had to go. Suddenly, Chen Henshin took the beautiful hand and proudly stated that he really liked her. A friend did not expect such words now, and considered it amazing. She could not wait for her to offer her to meet. But instead, the young man only said that the weather is being spoiled lately, and the student needs to drink more warm water. Xiao Junye got angry, and presented that she wanted to hear this at all. Now it was very upset by her. The beauty tried to explain that at such a moment I need to ask if she wants to become his girlfriend. The boy laughed a little and said that he spoke so many things that he did not even understand where to insert it. Suddenly, such a beautiful and romantic atmosphere interrupted a sharp knock on the window, which scared teenagers a little. The young man said that the guys should drive, because they had already formed a large cork on the road. Chen Hanshin said that he was just about to admit love, and he knocked him out of his thought and ruined such a moment. The beauty packed her things, got out of the car, and stated that if the young man does not say the right phrase, then he would no longer touch her. The boy was shocked and did not understand what she had in mind. He shouted after her to return, but she no longer heard him. The young man walked along the streets of the city, and realized that the time had already come to discuss cases with delivery in Shanlin. Having dialed the right number, he heard the voice of the director Kun, but the woman was busy in the morning and was able to agree on a meeting only at noon. The student smiled sweetly and said that in this case he would call later when his girlfriend will have free time. It was noon, but the sister Jing was still busy, since in recent days she worked a lot, and asked to contact her next week. Chen Hanshen did not like to wait, and he was not rested with the fact that everything is going too slowly in the development of his project. Having called in the evening, he also heard that his friend was going on a business trip tomorrow, and in the evening another meeting would take place. She said that she would go to Shanghai in a corporate car at 5 o'clock, as the meeting will be in the morning, and she needs to be in time. The boy informed Hu Linzhou that he was leaving for business for 2 days, and therefore she should pay more attention to the shop, but if there are any questions, she could call. The girl understood everything, and suggested that it seems he could not come to study and miss important classes. The young man asked if there was someone next to his girlfriend, hinting at the fact that he wanted no one to hear their conversation. The beauty turned around and saw Shen Yuech near herself, but she realized that her friend would not eavesdrop. Suddenly, the guy asked the cutie to go to the phone, and the student did not understand why it was necessary to arrange this circus. Chen Hanshen welcomed his friend, but also asked what she did today and how she spent the day. She told how in the morning she read a book about the organization of work, was cleaned in a tea room during the day, and only returned to dry her hair. When asked what she ate today, Malashka said that she had breakfast with rice porridge, dined with vegetables and eggs, and in the evening again with rice porridge, to which the boy praised her. The guy ended his time, as he needed to rush, and he asked only to eat meat and warned that he was leaving for business. Shen Yuech was about to sleep, when suddenly a message came on her phone with a good night. There was an early morning. The boy stood under the house and called his boss, asking if she was sleeping this hour. The woman was surprised why he wanted to talk now, because he could just wait for her return. The boy said that right now stands under her windows and he has an urgent business for her, since he could not without her advice. Director Kun looked out and really saw a guy near his car. He said that he wanted to escort her, and her driver needs to give a little rest and sleep. The friend was touched by such care, but asked him to return, as she needed to attend his studies, and promised someday to treat him with breakfast. But the young man was very persistent, and he offered to at least help bring her suitcases to the car. Chen Hanshen did not listen to all the requests of the woman, and carried the bags to his car to finish what he planned. He told how he inflated the driver, so that he himself could take his boss on a business trip. Having called the man, he said that the young man from the headquarters came for the mistress, and he would be responsible for their trip, which he believed. Director Kun was beside himself, because she did not understand how this could be screwed up and entrusted with her first life. The guy said that now it is quite difficult to catch a taxi, and why not a woman just relax because he has good driving skills. A friend began to think about that. Most likely the young man was waiting for her for quite some time and completely frozen on the street. She had no way out, except to agree. And she also noticed that the boy was determined and was ready to go on the head to achieve his goals. Chen Hanshen tried to explain that he was still far from ideal, but he hopes that the sister Jing would give him a couple of good tips. The woman pondered that in such a hurry he found her, and the canine market must have already been filled, and something needs to be done. She also asked if he plans to further develop the delivery of a 101 missile, because it is very difficult without her help. Then she also decided to ask if the one that is now on the agenda, and the boy nodded negatively. Zhizhina said that this is the standardization of the express production industry, and the reasonable elimination of unskilled companies. Director Kun said that his project does not have the necessary qualifications, and most likely will be excluded in the future. And since the young man knows this, why he does everything for his promotion. Indeed, with such persistence that he came to her doors at 5 in the morning, he will not be difficult to succeed in any other field. The boy agreed with her words and promised to do something, but his friend realized that he said only out of politeness. Arriving at the right destination, the guys went inside and saw there a lot of people who already expected. Finding a free place, the young man and the woman sat down at the table and carefully examined all those present. A friend threw a note to the young man, where she said that this was a performance of the leaders of the transport department, and their opinion is very important in the industry of express delivery. He turned the same gesture in her direction, where he said that his opinion was not particularly concerned about, but more worried his sister Jing. And besides, he came here only for her. In order to somehow cheer up the guy, she wrote, motivating words that could not help but force to smile. The boy was bored of listening to all these reports, and under the influence of the fact that he had to get up so early, he dozing. relying on his hand. Looking at the woman, he noticed that a 30-year-old girl should be like a peony, as sophisticated and tender. She should not rush anywhere. She should only carefully enjoy life. The guy realized that he was the same, but so far he would just watch Shen Yuch and Xiao Junya, waiting for them to bloom. After such a tedious meeting, the guys went to eat, but the director of the Kun was called by her colleagues from another city to continue the evening for the glass of champagne. A strongly tired and crowded with different emotions from such a difficult day, the woman went up to her number. A friend of a kind of voice called out. Turning, she saw Chen Hanshin in front of her and was a little surprised. As it was too late, the girl decided to ask why he was here, because they had dinner together, and now he is holding some products in his hands. The boy handed a girlfriend warm milk, offering him to drink, as it helps best from a hangover. Then he offered to take a walk, because he noticed that there was a very beautiful park nearby. Walking around the evening city, the guy told how he had come here with classmates before, and they spent time. Smiling softly, the comrade said that he was once here with the guys, and now he was walking with his sister Jing. Such words were touched by the director of Kun, and she stated that this is a great honor for her. But she hopes that his lover was not jealous of this. Suddenly, a little girl ran to the guys, turning to her aunt. She asked to buy flowers from her. Chen Henshin leaned closer and asked how they would walk with them if it rains outside. The baby was very surprised and a little frightened that the moon was shining and the weather is very beautiful. The young man in response told her that there is only a sister and his friend, no aunt. But the girl did not confuse these words, and she reformulated her phrase, replacing it simply with places of circulation. The girl noted that she did not expect the guy to speak so beautifully, and it touched her very much. She also began to tell that she finished her studies, found out how easy it was at the university, and now she would have given a lot to return in those happy years. But, unfortunately, the beauty understood that this dream was not destined to come true, because it was impossible to rewind time back. The boy smiled and began to say that there was nothing impossible in the world, because he himself fell into such a situation. The guys walked around the park, enjoying each other's company, and a beautiful night sky that illuminated the trees. On the second day, the situation with the banquet repeated. The woman's colleagues again decided to fade her. The young man also took care of his sister. On the third and fourth day, everything was repeated in a circle. First dinner with businessmen, and then a comfortable pastime with Chen Hanshin. The woman said that a few days ago she could come up with an excuse in the form of an important meeting so as not to drink. But it would not be possible to do this at the ceremony, and if her friend has time, it would be good if he accompanied her. She noticed that she often heard Lao Zhong said that the young man could drink a lot, and suggested why he would not empty a couple of glasses today. The boy smiled, looked with good eyes, confirmed these words and agreed to compose the company in the evening. At dinner, a cute lady said that the food was already ready, and everyone was looking forward to when they would try such a delicious dish. The man began to tell that instead of chicken, they put onions, because the doctor told them about his effectiveness when they were preparing to have a child. The result was very positive. Triplets appeared, so you should not ask for the best. The manager Kun enjoyed such a cozy pastime, when suddenly someone called out and made her pay attention. The comrade handed her a glass, which she tried to politely refuse, because not one of the meetings did without alcohol. But he continued that, since the rest are not here now, it makes sense to drink 3 glasses instead. The woman tried to dodge as she could, reporting that it would be disrespectful, and she could not substitute her calg like that. The guy noticed that apparently it would not be possible to get drunk today, because the comrade was already impudent, and he would not stretch for a long time. Their conversation was very tedious, but still the guys heard a voice behind the manager Kun behind. The young man said that he heard about a meeting in Shanghai, so he decided to return to offer a project that is under development. All colleagues, as if having conspired, began to solder a woman, offering to drink another glass, despite her refusals. Meanwhile, the young man enjoyed a delicious food and watched everything that was happening, as it was funny to look at it. He understood that he had to wait until she drinks as much as he needed, and then he would already say when she stopped. The main reason for this plan was the order, because it is impossible to forbid the boss to do something against the rules. But it is also not good to watch how she suffers. At some point, Chen Hanshin offered to drink instead of a woman, because he understood that if she misses, he would feel discomfort. Such actions surprised the manager of Kun, and such a reasonable thinking was unusual to see in such a young man. But the guy was a cunning. He knew that only the drinkers could speak honestly, and this would play in his hand in the future. Arriving at the hotel, the woman fell on the bed, as the day turned out to be quite productive and saturated. The young man came up to turn off the light and leave her friend alone, noting that she did not have time to get intoxicated. To somehow improve her condition, the boy offered to drink hot water, as he knew that it helps well. After which, the guy said that he forgot to take off his shoes, Manager Kun, and reached for her feet. The sister Jing was very embarrassing from everything that was happening, since she was not spoiled and too high opinion of herself. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin asked whether she could help her socks, since it would be very inconvenient to sleep in them. But not having time to hear the answer, the boy did this, putting his girlfriend in an even more uncomfortable position. The guy covered her with a blanket and decided to ask if the Manager Kun often drinks and attends such events. The woman said that one day she drank before the working day, but now she does it exclusively after work. The young man could understand why this was done in the evening, but why did she do this? And in the morning, probably, there were good reasons for this. Sister Jing carefully examined her comrade sincerely, did not understand why he was so caring with her. She understood only one thing, that many events happened in his life, and decided to ask if he had a relationship someday. The boy smiled and looked with a warm look at the graceful girl, asking if she wanted to hear his story. The Manager Kun, to be honest, was very intrigued by this beginning, but still decided to clarify whether he would be comfortable from the story. The guy exhaled and said that when he studied in high school, he liked the girl about whom he knew all of it. But his recognition was rejected, and when he acted, their paths parted. Already in the second year of high school, he saved one beauty thereby. And when he joined the university, she found him there. That cutie had good points, and she could do where she wanted. But she came to him that he was very worried. But there was a big problem. The girl emotionally unbalanced her is very angry when she sees a young man with others, although she knows very well that their feelings are not mutual but cannot leave alone. The young man discovered that she still glances after him, planning their future wedding to grow children and a happy old age. Now he understood that he no longer wants to fall in love with it, since one is also good, and these are better conditions for a career. But mom persuaded Chan to find her lover on what he lied to say that it was already in a relationship. The woman admitted that the parents of the comrade were too alarmed because he was only in the second year. Turning to his girlfriend, the guy asked what to do in such a situation, and such a question was very struck by her. But now she began to understand where he got so much experience and knowledge. The Manager Kun began to assume that if he once could return the time back, then he should decide who more likes. If this is a girl who rejected his recognition, then you can try to return it, and if the second does not like it, then it is better to refuse immediately. And in the case of the appearance of the third, then it is good to understand your feelings. The young man listened to his girlfriend and noticed that she seemed to be really right, and he should think about it. The woman was sweetly surprised after all. She was sure that everyone who would ever fall in love with this. Chen Hanshin understood that if he had not heard this, he would think in a completely different way. The boy said that it was all too easy, and he wants to have everything at once, hinting that he would not cost one lover. The student noticed that he told himself everything, and now his girlfriend is to share some stories from life. The Manager Kun was surprised. After all years, for many years, she did not talk so sincerely and comfortably with anyone, and gathering her spirit, she began. In her time, everything was very simple, neither in elementary grades of high school nor in high school. She never talked about love, so everything happened at the university. The girl began to meet only in the last year. After 2 years in love, they were distributed to work in the bank. But she was boring, although stable. But still, her lover sought to go abroad and put a lot of effort, and in the end he succeeded, and the girl wished him return in marriage. One day she heard a phone. The guy reported that he would marry a foreigner, and that one would no longer need to clean up after him, after which she had to leave the bank because he got angry possible. If she had not helped him, he would not have achieved half of all that was Omel. The comrade was surprised, and decided to ask, really? The sister Jing helped him pay for his studies. The Manager Kun explained that she simply gave him 300 yuan, leaving her own to her own 30. She continued to tell that she was not holding his evil, and actually almost forgot how he looked. Now there were only regrets after she began to work in Shantung was very busy, so that there was no time in love. The guy offered a date blindly, but the woman replied that she went when she was 25 years old. Now he believes that this is not worth doing this because at the wrong age to attend such events. The young man added that it was never too late for him to love him, because the deep night, saying goodbye, he left her alone. Looking in the mirror, Sister Jing pondered that a girl was like a flower, and she would simply wipe her without proper care. Suddenly, from her thoughts, a knock was knocked out on the door. The beauty did not understand who could come to her so late. Chen Hanshin entered the room. She asked what was the matter, that he had left something with her. The boy held out a bag of milk and stated that he forgot to give it because he bought it specifically for his girlfriend. After dismissal from the bank, she already lost her account how many men were offered to drink it. But Chen is the only one who did not strive for this. It was time to return. The guys was waiting for a not too long road and plunged into their thoughts. They looked out the window. The manager Kun decided to report that she has time to discuss everything, and she wants to accept cooperation with a 101 missile. The young man thanked for such an answer, and offered to go together to the film A Hellish Road, because he only recently went out. A friend smiled sweetly and stated that everything depends only on time, because she has a lot of things to do. Arriving at the destination, the guy said goodbye, and the girl took the suitcase already went to her apartment. The windows opened through the windows were added in the room. A little wagging flowers stood on the tables. Seeing this whole picture, the guy noticed that it was very quiet, and it would be nice to stay for dinner. But unfortunately, they were not in those relationships. The young man understood that in fact, it was not so difficult to get along with the sister of Jing, because what she wants most of all is sincerity in relation to her. Not having time and drive a few minutes, Chen Hanshen called the manager Kun, offering to go to the film this week. The woman was surprised that her comrade is so persistent, and at the same time friendly with her. And having considered everything, she agreed to spend time together on Saturday and enjoy her weekend to the settlement. The guy understood that she had a rather long story, but he could throw a large fishing rod. At the university, the guys worked repairing the room, and each was responsible for a certain process so that everything was moving faster. The young man quietly came up behind his classmates and stated that the director of Hu is so despotistical and strict. Turning to him, she saw that the student smokes and said that here it was impossible to do this, otherwise a fine. The worker was struck by the worker, because even to the toilet, you can't calmly go calmly because the restrictions are everywhere, and if he is late, he will have to do not. He continued to tell that if not for Chen Hanshen would have long had abandoned this work, as it was unbearable. The student explained that Hulinya is approaching the matter with all seriousness, and such a boss still needs to be found. He continued that in addition, the team has 6 workers to each of which is presented with 3 meals a day, and they can drink and eat everything they wish. In order to have all these privileges and a good salary must only be more serious about your work. The boy said that tomorrow he would give out a reward, and the man in response said that he more like the head of Chen as an employer. The project was almost completed, and very soon the guys will be able to hand over it. But there was something else that the employee was silent about. The man asked for always such an angry girl, and even when at home he wants to command everyone. The young man hastened to answer that she was not the main thing here, but the mistress of all this is there, dear Shen Yuich. The employee was surprised because the director of Hu only does what he was chatting, and she immediately began to urinate. But he understood that in any case, the director needed to obey and went to continue to work, because his break was already dragging on. Chen Hanshen noticed that it was necessary to listen to the instructions, so we should stop smoking so much. The guy said that the director of Hu had worked well lately and hoped that nothing terrible for his absence had happened. The girl said that Shen Yuich knew that the store belongs to him, because she could not restrain herself, and admitted everything. The comrade began to claim that he did not see anything wrong with this, because if she wants to, at any time she could return to her books. She did not like such an answer, because she remembered well how Malashka was difficult there, and this was damaged by Healthy. Hu Linju noticed that the owner of the 24-hour store of the second dining room is constantly breaking circles, and asks who is the owner of this room. The boy smiled because it seemed that he had stolen someone's ideas, and now he would have to carefully follow everything that was happening. A few days ago, when an unfamiliar man noticed a glass of glass, he looked in surprise and began to call to find out if they had consent to the construction site. The beauty replied that she had no time then, and moreover, Xiaoyu was here too, and she said that she could take care of the store. In addition, a girlfriend did not understand if this piece of glass could serve as the main design of such an institution. The guy said that at least it is beautiful, but it makes no sense. He just decided to embody his dream into reality. Malashka listened to their conversation that they would be able to turn on cozy music and the corresponding light, be it a party or a stormy discussion. Suddenly, the boy approached Shen Yuich, because of his business trip she did not see her for several days. The student was very glad to meet him now, because she was very bored and could not believe her eyes. Chen Hanshen smiled sweetly and whispered that he had already returned. But he still has a lot of things today. A friend said that she was trying to help workers because they work so much, and she as soon as possible wants the repair to come to an end. The young man decided to ask if it is difficult for her to be given it a little observing. When she saw that she was very uncertainly holding a brush in her hands, The boy really wanted to help her friend and touching her. He began to create a look as if he directed her to the right action. Nearby, a standing beauty watched everything that was happening and was touched, because there is good when there is a loving person, be it a library or stadium. She was completely delighted and considered the life of students an amazing, rich, and complete different adventures. Suddenly, with her thoughts, someone was interested in a young man was interested in whether she managed to get used to their life to what she heard the answer that she had never regretted after she agreed to such an offer. The guys decided to go to the dining room to eat as they worked a lot for a lot and were probably already hungry. Having entered the room, many teenagers began to welcome Chen Hanshin, and Hu Linju said that he made a great contribution to the development of the university, so everyone knows him. Hearing this, guy hastened to answer that they were mistaken and everyone communicates with him only because he is probably the path to baggage. The company of friends began eating food. Everything was very tasty, and such a comfortable atmosphere added a good mood to them. Suddenly, the guy turned to Shen Yuk, having examined her, asked if she had recently. The girl was shocked by such a question, a little ashamed. She answered that it was just pouring over. The young man began to tell that she needed to weigh even more since it is very little, and she will not be able to help him with such weight. A friend began to intercede, reporting that the cutie is what it is, and also its weight varies from 47 to 48, and this is with a height of 170 centimeters. Hu Linju wanted to continue her story, but her attention was attracted by something else, why she was speechless. Chen Hanshin, clutching his girlfriend's back, said that it was necessary to push it very soon she would catch up with her classmate. But this was said with sarcasm. The girl was very surprised and frightened from such a thing, and said that in the evening there would not be to get even more. The young man continued to study the width of the student and asked her not to move so that he could better concentrate on this. The beauty could not stand it, and asked the guy to follow her behavior, because with such a status it is worthless to behave like that. Chen Hanshin turned and decided to feed his lover with shrimp, and from such a spectacle nearby, sitting, the girl was very touched. She stated that she was very admired by the guys, because a young man with such abilities and a very beautiful lady looked amazing. Hu Linju noticed that it was pure student love, and how great it is from school uniform to wedding outfits, because you can't dream of the best. Nearby, Luo Xuan was very shocked because the last time she saw Malashka was sure that she was not with a young man. The guy saw behind him a silhouette and turned out to be surprised because the last thing he wanted to see now is her. So, the student asked why they did not part to what the guys began to rudely answer her, from which the green-haired girl was even more happy to now be more interesting to watch this. A friend did not understand how this could be liked, and now the separation appeared, and what kind of student life is amazing. The night came. The boys in the room tried to entertain themselves somehow, and one of the options was a game of cards. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had acted very badly, because he forgot to say Xiaojuni that he had already returned from his business trip. The girl picked up the phone, began to listen that there was a traffic jam on the highway, so he immediately after returning had to go to study, and he did not have time to inform her. He continued that if he went to her, she was very tired, and would not have slept tomorrow, and this would not affect her performance. When asked why he at least did not call, the boy hastened to explain himself that the phone sat down on the way, and only recently charged him. Chen Hanshin understood that fortunately, the video call has not yet been invented, and otherwise he would have had to be very hard. In order to somehow confirm his words, the young man kicked a sitting friend next to him, so that he proved that he only recently returned. The guy was very passionate about the computer game, and not even realizing repeated everything that the comrade asked him. The girl was glad to hear this, and said that tomorrow she was engaged in tutoring, and on Saturday she was free, and they can go to the cinema. Suddenly, a comrade remembered that this particular film called The Manager Kun, and tried to come up with something to get out from such a situation. The young man asked, perhaps the beauty could be able to on the other day, but she insisted that he could not have something more important than her. Chen Hanshin was surprised because he did not even admit that he was in a relationship with her, and something might be of her. The student stated that she was looking forward to his call, but without waiting, she decided to show the initiative, because she didn't even have dinner today, and very soon she had important things to do, and she will only have time to eat milk with bread. Hearing this, the boy agreed on the condition that she would have to wait until he signs on Saturday with business, and then he will come to her. He accepted that he would spend the day and evening on them, and still what would have to be watched by the movie twice because the reviews are good there. The beauty said that she would like to go to the shopping center because he works at any time. The young man asked if she once watched a movie at night because it was then that there are not so many people, and the hall will be only them. A friend was not so happy with such an idea, but when he heard that the guy will be with her and promises that everything would be in order to think about it, he continued to insist, proving that their youth was alone and when to walk at night except not this hour. Suddenly, Xiao Junye suggested whether the student wanted to lure her in the hotel, but in fact the boy did not even think about it, although it sounds very cool. Chen once again explained that they would just go to the cinema, and then he would immediately take her home. The proposal was very tempting, and the girl promised to think and give an answer after a while. Nevertheless, the beauty reported that after the film she should be in the hostel if he will mock her dad and Aunt Liang. All the guys sat in the lesson carefully listening to the teacher. But the young man was very boring, and he considered his plans for the day. Teenagers were sitting in the car, and the beauty said that she was already starting to worry when she thinks that her children also have to study at the university too. Everyone agreed with her statement, only Malashka silently watched everything that was happening. Suddenly, the young man turned to Shen Yuich, stating that she had so much recovered that now no one would want to marry. The words hooked a girlfriend very much, and the tears began to roll on the cheeks despite the fact that the comrade claimed that he was just joking. Finally, having arrived at the wholesale center of tables and chairs, they went inside. The guy turned and once again asked for forgiveness, claiming that the girl looked wonderful. Suddenly he leaned over and offered his help to tie laces, and nearby guys understood that it was better for them to leave in order not to smoke. The student was flattered by this action, smiling softly. She said that he was not angry with him more than he did not need to apologize. Hu Linju went to her friend and seriously became interested in Li Hanshan, drawing conclusions from today. Milashka was very worried that she really got better, but the girl tried to console her because he was just teasing. She suggested that they needed to spend as much time as possible to go to the cinema or for walks. Looking at the stand, a friend saw that they showed a new film, Hellish Path, and in the main roles, Only Handsome. Shen Yuich really thought about buying several tickets to invite her lover. At the factory, the guys worked very hard. Everyone had a lot of work and duties that they were supposed to do today. The young man went to the man and asked if he was not busy today, whether it could see the promotion of the work. The boss stated that most likely everything was to blame, is an unexpected business trip to his comrade for which time took time. The gentleman rose sharply and said that he needed to return now in order to give Chen Henshin to give something. He put the phone on the table, adding that he opened new functions, and now the calls will be free, and then pay the necessary things. Not having time to say in the words as a guy was asked not to thank for such a gift because it is all for their future. The man knew that his look at several free students who could help in business and asked someone to advise. The guy smiled sweetly and promised to help with the search for the most suitable people for this. The director recalled that the manager Kun took the young man with her on a trip, and this is rather strange, such relations between them. Chen Hanshin returned in his car, pondering that today it was necessary to lie down early so that there was more strength. At noon, he needed to have lunch with Kun Jing, and then watch the film Hell's Way, and already in the evening to have dinner with Xiao Junye, because she had been waiting for this day for so long. The young man also planned that he will try to hold the girl with all his might, because who knows what will happen in the evening. The boy began to remember when he was still very small even to dream of such a thing, but now it is not a problem with several beauties at once. A phone call from Shen Yuich knocked him out of his thoughts and picked up the phone. He asked what was the matter. Milashka asked what plans he had for tomorrow, from what the young man was very surprised, because the day was painted from head to toe. He well understood that she rarely showed the initiative, and he could not refuse her sentence. A friend could not squeeze out her word for a long time, and her friend insisted that she said faster that she wanted to watch the film together. The young man heard it and was surprised because he was going to do this with two other Dawushki. Finally, gathering her spirit and closing her eyes, Milashka suggested going to the cinema and having fun. After hearing that the student had already managed to buy tickets to Chen Hanshin, as he thought that everyone had been crazy, the boy did not understand what to do in such a situation, because he did not want to offend his girlfriend once again. He had no choice but to agree, and the girlfriend's voice from behind said that she was sure of such a response or read a sea of books about relations. The guy began to carefully plan every minute while driving in the car, because it is impossible to allow all these girls to somehow find out about each other. Suddenly, again a phone call. Picked up the guy. The guy immediately said that he agreed to everything except for tomorrow's viewing the Hellish Path. The head of Zheng was very surprised how he understood that she wanted to invite him to watch this film together. The girl realized that he would not make her company, and she would have to go alone when the young man drove past the banner. He thought that he was pursuing him for karma. The guys stood in line for tickets, and the woman told how after work she often began to disappear. but heated food helped her to cope with this. Seeing her friend and popcorn, she reported that she was no longer small and why she had a bite. The young man understood that until she got married, it was still considered young, but he still became awkward, sitting already in their places. Manager Kun said that she saw the first part of the Canton in Hong Kong, but she is slightly different in ordinary turning. After watching, young people decided to go and eat a lot of time and they managed to get hungry. The guy's phone began to burst from different messages, which gave a little awkwardness of the whole situation. The guy could not stand it, and picked up the phone asking what is the matter, assuming that such perseverance means the seriousness of the situation. The girl carefully listened to the conversation in which it was reported that the young man urgently needed to come somewhere. Chen Hanshin began to apologize to her because he needed to leave, justifying himself that something happened at the university. A friend smiled sweetly and stated that everything was in order since they almost hit. But the guy felt embarrassed. Sitting already in the car, the boy calculated that he would go for about 50 minutes, and you need to urgently find out where his companion is. Malashka said that she thought that she was late. Therefore she came at 2:10, and now does not know what to do. The guy only sighed and asked if he was warm because it was cool on the street, but she continued to say that she was normal. Entering the store, the young man called Xiao Junye, interested in what she was doing, but her friend was at rehearsal. He asked what his friend wanted to eat because he invites her to dinner. And in response, he heard that sushi with salmon would be very cool. The boy said that he would suit everything, and she better wait for him in the hostel because it is better not to go to the street due to the weather. Leaving the store, Chen Hanshin drew attention to the time and understood that he had another 15 minutes, and he was in time. Suddenly, a message came to his phone from Zheng Guangdi, who claimed that she had just seen him. The guy understood that it was better not to ignore her and wrote that she would take care of himself and declared that he was taking care of everyone, without exception. Malashka stood in the very corner alone, holding 2 bottles of water and peering out where her sofatnik was. The guy came up and noticed that she finally dressed normally, and not as always in school uniform. Sheng Yuich invited him to drink a little water, but he chose her bottle, drunk a little, saying that they had an indirect kiss. He also handed a bag with purchases, stating that while they will watch the film can eat deliciously. The young man carefully examined his friend and asked why she came here so early. The student said that when she walked in a movie in the village, grandmother often brought them with her sister an hour before the session to have time to take places. Suddenly, the woman announced that everyone was preparing tickets, and hearing this, the guys sank into the room. Chen Hanshin said that the next time she came 20 minutes before the session, because this will be enough. The boy had already seen this film today and he was not at all interesting to him, but only sprinkled. Suddenly, the young man came up with an insidious plan. He began to carefully examine his girlfriend, from what she became embarrassed. With a light movement of his hand, he put her on the girl on his shoulder, and she, in turn, asked him to be more serious. The young man claimed that she was better not to move, but just enjoy watching the film, because he is very interesting. After the end of, Chen Hanshin asked her companion that she wants to eat tonight, and she was a little surprised. Xing Yuch noticed that she was not hungry, and in response heard that in this case the boy could take her back to the hostel. The girl was surprised because I thought that after the cinema, they would spend a little time together and would not go back. Saying goodbye, the guy shouted so that she went to bed earlier and climbed under a warm blanket, since many who are sick now. Malashka looked after and pondering that it always seems to her that something was happening, not so, but she just could not understand. The young man exhaled because he had only one more watching the film, after which he could relax and relax. There were terrible traffic jams on the road, because of which the student was late, and understood that Xiao Junye would probably be angry because of this. The girl read SMS from her companion that he would linger and was very unhappy, after which she almost blocked him. A friend asked where her boyfriend and heard in response that he was busy and warned about it during the day. The beauty understood that in such a situation of apology was enough, but still upset from this. The boy informed her that she would not be capricious, because Zibo and Gao Jiang are also waiting below. But it was a lie in order to check whether the Xiao messages looked. The student went down. She looked just a perfectly pink color, emphasized the beauty of her eyes. Sitting, Chen Hanshin in the car noticed that she looked incredibly, or silently watched the girl. He understood that his girlfriend was still offended by him and offered to calm down, extending a drink that he bought specifically for her. The beauty asked why he added ice, but it was such a type of strawberry milk cocktail, and it is served only. A friend said that such a surprise corrected the situation. After the young man he heard began to smile, because he was glad of this outcome of events. A friend began to tell that soon the party of freshmen and rehearsals is more and more. The following words about the fact that the girl announced to everyone that her boyfriend Chen Hanshin was very shocked by a young man. The boy tried not to show his surprise, but only asked what the reaction of classmates was, assuming that they jumped into the lake as dumplings one by one. A cute companion suggested feeding the guy out of her hands since it seemed very romantic at the moment. Chen Hanshin did not want to eat at all, but in order not to upset the beauty, he agreed, because she knew that she would be angry. Suddenly, the food turned out to be very sharp, and the student began to burn the whole mouth of the tears themselves began to steal into the eyes. The boy drank water and noticed that the girl, like a wind of change, now she makes him cry. But in the evening he will do it. Such a sight very touched the beauty. She laughed loudly and joked that he looked like a tomato, because the same red. The guys decided to go shopping when they suddenly saw a very beautiful white down jacket that was impressed by Xiaojunya. Approaching the cash desk to pay for the purchase, the girl said that she would not wear a jacket that she purchased last year and will never wear it again. A girlfriend begged the young man all the way to see men's clothes, but he claimed that he was not lacking in her now. The guy noticed that the beauty was really strange, because he forced him to buy a down jacket worth 500 yuan, and then bought him a full set worth 1,200. The packages were huge, and the boy decided to ask if she was sorry for her when he carries so many things. Xiaojunya reported that her heart hurts from such a spectacle. But at the same time she likes to observe this. Chen Hanshan seemed to be unkind, and he stated that in this case, he also wanted to see what else was impressing her. He didn't come up with anything better than starting to tickle the girl, hearing a loud and sonorous laughter from the companion. Having fun, the guys went into the car, and the beauty reported that she was very tired because the day was saturated. The boy told how the girls in high school were more likely to wear short haircuts in high school, and now, imperceptibly, the beauty asked if he liked it when she had short hair, but he replied that she looks great in any form. He began to recall those carefree days, and in the end, all 3 years, the student was with a short hairstyle, and now it will not work to look. Xiaojunya said that he could look at the final photographs and also in the family album. But in any case, it caused nostalgia for adolescence. For a moment, the young man really wanted to look at it, but in the photo in her student ID, it is already clear that she is with long hair. Suddenly, a friend was surprised and reported that if he had not said this, then she had almost forgotten B. The beauty began to get her certificate that she made in high school, and at that time, she had a short hairstyle. The boy said that such bisters betray youth, and when it is already long, it is manifested to become a female. The guys drove around the city at night, and the young man noticed that if she has a personality certificate with her, then he will be able to go to the hotel, and this is very cool. Sitting already in the cinema, Xiaojunya reported that the chair here is very low, and she could not straighten her legs. The young man came up with how to solve such a problem by offering to put them on him, because they would be short, and only then could stretch out. The beauty was very interested in this proposal, and it became nice that a comrade to take care of her. A friend listened to his advice and finally sat down comfortably. But such a situation was very embarrassing her because they were very close to each other. The guy remembered what they said, like beautiful girls, even a waist, and decided to personally see it. After the end of the film, the young man was tired, because 3 sessions per day, it is really very disgusting. The guys headed for the car, discussing the plot and the main characters. But the guy noticed that his companion was talking so easily and smoothly, as if he wanted to go to the magistracy. The beauty saw that the street was already late night, and there were almost no people. She stated that she wanted to quickly go back. But Chen Hanshin said that she was in no hurry, because he did not eat Japanese cuisine and wanted her to draw up a company for him. For all the objections of the girl that he promised to take her to the hostel immediately after the film, he suggested that it would take a little time, and after eating, they would immediately go. Going already out into the street, the boy said that now is almost 2 hours and he could not return to the hostel, but simply find a hotel nearby to die. Such words were incredibly confused by the beauty, because she did not understand what to do to her and how to get on her own. The guy looked his companion right in the eye and suggested why she would not join him, to which I heard a very sharp and solid denial, and he understood that when faced with such a situation, girls usually had the following reasons for disagreement. The main ones were the lack of replaceable clothing, not enough strong relations, and fear of throwing a neighbor around the room alone. The boy asked why she did not agree, unless their current relations are not enough to just sleep together. He began to explain that 3 years in high school, a year and a half at the university, and if you add to this a long acquaintance of their parents, then they already have the opportunity to rent housing together. Hearing all this, her friend asked who they were to each other. What she heard that they were a guy and Davushka, The guy cried out that he liked her and he loves her very much. That she did not expect to hear such a long-awaited answer so quickly. The silence hung in the air, and the young man added that, apparently, he is indifferent to her and does not cause any sense of calm. The beauty asked where he got such confidence about this, because if it were true, she would never agree to watch the film at such a time. After all the words, Chen Hanshin asked her not to leave today, but the companion suggested that everything was going too fast, and she was not ready for this step. The boy began to understand what he was driving at, and taking it tightly by the shoulder, said that she simply misunderstood him. He began to promise that he would not do anything with her tonight, but simply wanted to hug and talk about awkward things in high school and plan their only future. Hearing this, the beauty was flattered, because this is what any girl could be bribed, and she could not even dream of a better pastime. The young man was her first love. Their families were very close, and their parents knew each other very well. She more than once fantasized about their life after graduation, assuming whether they should immediately get married or work first, and then make a marriage. Suddenly, the guy suggested that she may not believe in him, and feels that he is not able to give her a worthy future. The beauty did not mean this at all, because she knew that he was a very good person, bought a car, made a career, and she was really proud of them. The girl began to pull out her hand and said that she could not, since she did not take replaceable clothes with her, she would be uncomfortable. But Chen did not give up and said that he had found a 5-star hotel and there are disposable pajamas, and her neighbor will survive one night herself in the room. She just needs to explain to her friend that if someone else asks, she goes for a walk with her classmate from high school. The beauty did not want to lie to someone, but she had no choice, because it was not the time when the young man can freely declare their relationship. The boy swore all the gods that tonight he would only hug her and talk about their joint future. Xiao Zhoni still continued to resist and break out, asking her comrade to return her to the hostel, but he was not going to do this. The hotel worker was a little excited when she saw what was happening, but tried not to show her appearance. After the guys went into the elevator, she began to think about that the girl was very beautiful. But, unfortunately, the guy is a bastard. Approaching the right number, the young man opened the door and was very glad that everything he planned finally came true. But the friends still continued to break out, reporting that they could talk tomorrow and wants to leave. The guy hesitated for a long time and then pushed her into the room, because he realized that he would not offend her, and she was only worried. Chen Hanshin acquired a student, reporting that she would not worry and everything would be fine, because he promised her. A friend said that she never wanted to fall in love at the university, not to mention trips to the hotel, but in the end he deceived her. The young man, seeing the refrigerator, invited her to drink a little red wine, but the girl refused, because she did not want to create the impression that there was a reason for the editor. The boy said that in fact all the rooms are the same, and there is nothing surprising in them, because many guests want to relax after a hard day. The guy looked at Xiao Junye and added that hotels, which are shown on TV and even in other cities, have a similar layout, because he saw it himself. The boy began to realize that if not acting now, the night could become long and in the future it would be more and more difficult to deal with her. Throwing off his pants, Chen Hanshin said that he was going to take a bath, but his companion quickly closed his eyes so as not to see something superfluous. She understood that the student was behaving like a bully, and looking at his clothes, decided to raise her and fold her beautifully. Suddenly a ticket fell out of there. The girl began to think about, why keep him? Because he was no longer suitable. But after she threw him away, the idea occurred to her that it was she who bought them today, and all the checks lay in her bag. The beauty launched it and began to carefully study it, reading each application, namely the time of the session. But what she saw there put a student in a stupor. She did not understand how it was possible and what happened at all. The girl stood under the doors to the bathroom and scrolled in her head that the inscription on the ticket indicated at the beginning at 3 in the afternoon. The young man came out of the shower, saying that his girlfriend should also be accepted, as it is very pleasant and relaxed. The boy saw the sad eyes of Xiao Junye and did not understand what happened, asking. Really, she did not take the bath before bedtime. A friend looked very drooping and upset. She muttered coldly that she was just about to do her evening procedures. Chen Henshin began to carefully examine the room, assuming that he could find answers to questions here. After some time, the beauty came out to him, wrapped in a bathrobe, all with the same longing and sadness in her eyes. She began to directly in front of him, trying to figure out her thoughts, throwing all the bad as she did not want to break her heart again. Suddenly the girl said loudly that she wanted to see Shen Yuich because she had something to talk about with her. The guy was in shock and asked what happened, but But in response only he heard that in any case it was not his business, and she just wants to meet her. He did not understand what could cause such a desire in the middle of the night without any reason for this. The boy pushed his girlfriend by reporting that if she did not want to sleep, then it can just say, and there is no need to look for any excuses. The girl shouted that it was, and quickly headed towards the front door. Chen Hanshin hastened to stop her, asking him to just tell first what kind of sudden idea arose in her head. He tried by any means to block her road because it was a late night on the street, and it was unsafe to leave the hotel. Unable to withstand this pressure, the beauty turned around and fell directly onto the bed without holding up her tears. The young man began to think about that he did not require more than 200 seconds to take a shower, how she could change her attitude in such a short period of time. He silently watched his companion beat in hysteria, because he sincerely did not understand why this was happening. Trying to somehow settle the situation, and finally find out what happened. He only heard insults in his direction, and not to touch the request. Such actions began to make the guys angry, and he said that if she does not tell him right now, then it could regret it, because this opportunity would leave. After these words, the beauty rose and asked what he wanted to say, because it was not her culprit for everything. Chen Hanshen said that this turn he would wait for her at the next, but he still did not understand that he had done bad. The girl gathered her thoughts and asked what he was doing today, and then the young man realized that she somehow found out about his pastime with Shen Yuich. He began to assume that maybe Shen Guan again intervened in his personal affairs and ruined everything. The boy tried to somehow justify himself, saying that he worked in the afternoon and was very busy. The girl could no longer listen to this and ran to the table shouting along the way that bastard, and could not recognize the obvious. She threw a movie ticket by reporting that he fell from his pocket, and the time of the session 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that is very unlike the work. The guys stood against each other pondering the whole situation in complete silence, because they did not expect that such a wonderful evening could deteriorate. Chen Hanshin understood that he had forgotten to destroy such evidence because of his dense schedule in the afternoon. Xiao Junye achieved so that he did not even deny that it was not his and Shen Yuch. But surprisingly in response, I heard that it was really his ticket. He also continued to explain that she correctly noticed everything except the companion, because he was with his superiors. And if she does not trust him, then he can personally verify this when he calls the woman when the young man understood the reason for him to come up with a decision to her. Getting his phone, the guy explained that besides this, she could also see that he did not have time to conspire. And this is the most true answer. The boy called the sister Jing by informing that it was very inconvenient for him to disturb her at so later time. But he simply cannot fall asleep and wants to talk to her. Chen Hanshin asked what she was thinking about today's hellish affairs, to which a friend answered that it was quite acceptable since the actors and the plot are good. The guy agreed with this and stated that he was worried that she did not like the film because if she was not satisfied, he would not want to recommend him a partner at the University of Shenin. The boss grinned and stated that he finally told the truth, because why did he still invite a middle-aged woman to watch? She continued that he was too polite, and in fact he has to work more than ordinary students since he works also communicates and communicates. These words a little embarrassed the boy, and he claimed that in fact it is not so important that he is getting tired and solves all the problems, because the main thing is that someone understands him. Having finished the conversation, Chen Hanshin stated that for him, communication is also part of the work, and invite a colleague for 40 years to watch a film. And even with others, he also does not really like it. The beauty began to apologize, but she heard that this is not worth it, because he is always wrong and should do it. The guy said that he would return to the hostel and she can sleep here, because if two people cannot trust each other, then there is no point in this. The beauty tried to stop her comrade. She was very sorry, and she pleaded her guilt in this situation. The boy began to claim that they did not fit each other anymore, and it makes no sense to continue this conversation. The student understood that he had almost reached the top, and it remained only to raise the emotional level. He accused Xiao that she deliberately behaved modestly to prevent him from touching her. In this case, he can fully guarantee that if he somehow touches her tonight, then he will turn into a puppy. Hearing this, girl was very happy and thanked, saying that she would go to take a bath and he could sleep at that time. In order to somehow show her feelings and correct the atmosphere between them, she kissed the young man on the cheek and quickly leaned. The boy was very upset because he simply pretended to be so cool and actually dreamed of touching his friend. Returning back to the room of Xiao Junye looked tired and she was already eager to plunge into a dream after such a tense day. The young man began to assert that moisture remained on her legs and she should wipe away before going to bed. But she ignored it. Finally fit, the guys were happy that all the situations finally decided, and they may not think about the bad. The girl asked to hug her in a dream and confirmed her words that she spoke in the afternoon that she really likes the boy. The teenagers slept sweetly because there was an early morning, but Chen Hanshin woke a phone call because he was very intrusive. Reaching for the gadget, the boy was very angry because he did not understand who needed to disturb them at such a time. Picked up the phone, he heard a male voice who was interested in whether his beloved daughter woke up. From the sounds that the guy made, the beauty opened one eye to see what is happening right above her. She stated that the young man was too close, which was getting hot, and the guy fell into a stupor after hearing. The beauty asked who was calling such an early, to which she heard in response that it was her father. The student began to realize all the seriousness of the situation, and that after what she said, her conversation with a man will be very difficult. The young man began to panic, because now his reputation costs nothing, and in the eyes of his uncle, he is an ordinary bachelor, and all the fault is that they have the same melodies of a call on phones. After 20 minutes, their calm again disturbed the nasty sound from the gadget. But this time, it was the guy's father. He said that when Xiao came to them early in the morning, the first thing he asked if he wanted to lose his son or get another daughter-in-law. The man said that he was sure that he was not joking, so he decided to call and say if the boy was going to do something, then he would better quickly collect things and run. Chen Hanshin said that they should always be reasonable and cannot casually bow to evil forces. The boy suggested that his father would not believe if he said that he had spent all night with a girl, but did nothing to her. But the comrade in turn decided to ask, was she really so ugly and unattractive? The young man explained that his companion is very sweet, and every year she was becoming more charming in his eyes. Suddenly, the mother intervened in the conversation, saying that she guesses that it was Xiao Junye and immediately wants to talk to her. The girl was not tuned to such communication and asked to lie that she is now taking a bath and could not take a phone. The son began to make excuses that they really had nothing with her, and they just lay on the bed and slept. The woman said that their attitude to this situation is not so important, and most importantly, this is the attitude of the old Xiao, because they are responsible people in their house, and if the young man did something, then you need to admit. After the conversation, the man said that his wife reminded the boy that if he really did nothing, then this should be understood properly. Mother said that her explanation is that everything will be in order with the marriage, and while everything is fine with 2 children, she is ready to give a ransom for the bride with both hands. The girl, looking for a young man directly in the eye, asked if he really wanted to put on his pants and refuse all responsibility. Chen Hanshin sincerely did not understand what was the matter, because he did not even touch her and did nothing wrong. The guys began to argue and racing to call the hands of a beauty to explain the situation with a part of them that had happened to one of them. The boy was lucky, and the man took the phone from him. He greeted and asked if his goods had already had breakfast. He began to tell that he wanted to explain to his uncle what had happened last night. Realizing that his father's tone was as if during the interrogation of the prisoner, the guy said that yesterday, a new film called Hellish Affairs was released, and they agreed to meet to watch it. But not having time to get tickets during the day, they had to buy for a night session. The beauty, sitting on the side, began to shout that the young man specially bought for such a time, explaining this by the fact that in his youth it was necessary to break into the fullest. Chen Hanshin quickly bounced off his girlfriend, not understanding what she was doing and why he wants to denigrate his reputation so much. The boy further said that after watching it was very late, so he agreed to temporarily stop at a neighboring hotel, and certainly specified that there was no double bed in the room. The girl ran up behind, saying that she did not want to go with him, and he forced her and specially ordered a large bed for their pastime. After such a long and intense conversation with a man, the student turned and asked to answer him clearly and honestly. When asked why the beauty tried to tarnish his innocence, she only rushed into his arms. The atmosphere was very romantic, and a light friend, clinging closer to a friend, asked if he would become her boyfriend. The guys stood for a long time in the middle of the room and simply hugged, because they did not want to interrupt such a touching moment. The girl began to worry why the young man did not answer her question, because it is very important and exciting for her. The guy asked, was it really in the eyes of the elders if he went to the hotel? He immediately became a bad child. But the friend asked not to deviate from the topic and whether they are really a couple from this reverent second. Continuing to be silent, Chen Hanshin began to think about that now almost 9 hours, and the hotel at 12, and given his abilities, then 3 hours should be enough. Suddenly, the young man realized that he had not answered the question posed, and softly laughing, agreed with his friend's offer to be her boyfriend. Suddenly, she asked what place occupies in his heart. because it was very important for her to know. She began to assume that uncle and aunt on the first, he himself is on the second, friends and relatives on the third, and a career on the fourth. But for her, it seems, there is no free space there. The boy smiled and stated that she himself knows how to count, which means that she occupies the fifth, but she did not like such an answer. The comrade said that he was just joking, and she is on the second, and if he deceives her, then let his car go to a nail, and all the traffic lights will always be red. The beauty suggested whether she could take the first, but he replied that there was no need to be so greedy, and this is already the limit, because she could not surpass her parents. The young man began to explain that the fact that she was already more important than him in his heart is a lot. Since no one came to this result, the guys understood that they had very little time left, and the student hastened to say that she was going to take a shower. Chen Hanshin was very surprised, as he hoped for some more romantic continuation. But he broke off so ruthlessly, seeing the spot on his robe. He did not understand when she managed to get wet, because he did not contact water in any way. But it was a trace of her lover's lips. The girl reported that he should hurry because she wants to invite Shishi to dinner and he can treat her with a big dinner. The boy understood that until his girlfriend is focusing on the issue of their relationship, he could agree to any conditions that she would put forward. A friend was very surprised that the young man has the opportunity to treat guests in such an elite and expensive restaurant. She began to assume that this is all in order to shut her mouth with her, since these two seemed to go through all the stages. The guys said goodbye to Chen Hanshin, because he needed to urgently leave to decide important things to work and business. The beauty turned to her room with a proposal to go shopping together and relax. Girls walked among a wonderful park admiring the landscapes of nature by discussing the relationship of a new long-awaited couple. Xiao Junya was very joyful and said that everything is excellent, since now it takes second place in his certe. But turning around, she added that she just doesn't know if there is someone else on him, or it belongs only to her. Teenagers sat in their room and were completely passionate about the computer game, commenting on their every step. Chen Hanshin noticed that in such stupid and harsh conditions, 3 students in college with normal IQ have fun and laugh. Approaching the window, he heard a question from his comrade about where he spent the night yesterday, because he did not come to the hostel to sleep. The 6th began to explain his position by the fact that his brother's hair is dry and neat, and this means that he took a shower, but he was not with them. Then he remained at the hotel. The second argument. This is the smell that came from the young man, but he did not like to use the spirits. And this means that someone touched him another. Summing up, the comrade asked to admit his sin that he went to spend time with some beautiful girl last night. All the guys turned to these words awaiting confirmation of those facts that the boy said, because he sounded very confident. The young man was really surprised by such a statement because he was directly at the point. But he was more interested in what happened to them if they were so worried. Teenagers began to rejoice at a friend and ask how his companion looked and how good she was. Chen Hanshin thought and stated that in all aspects, she far surpasses the beautiful Chu Shanyan. The student asked, really? They had a rapprochement, to which he heard that they had reproached that they did not go to backgammon to the hotel. The boy praised the comrade because he was very observant and even relying on the smell guessed the real essence of the events. Because yesterday and really the girl used a little spirits. The 4th said that at first he wanted to relax, because he went to bed too late. But he did not understand why he did not feel pleasure telling the truth. In the morning, Chen Hanshin woke a loudly working TV and a cool wind that blew right from the window to him. The young man was interested in why no one closed the balcony before leaving, because it is unsafe enough. But as soon as he looked out, he saw an evil aunt who screamed at his classmates, saying that the next time he would report their misconduct to the curator. The guy decided to joke and introduced himself to his friend's name that the aunt looks very beautiful and attractive today. The teenagers laughed from this that she was angry even more and claimed that the next time they had to write an explanatory. Having called the girl, the young man asked to bring him a little rice and a jar of beer as he just got up and he has a bad appetite. Going down, Chen Hanshin saw a woman who looked right at him and asked, "Really?" He deceived her, naming not his name, but the student quickly got out of the situation. Standing closer to the building, the boy saw cute Shen Yuich, who stood and was looking forward to meeting him. He asked why she did everything like a picnic, because this is just a joint breakfast. The guys started food watching the game of teenagers, and the comrade asked why she bought him not cold beer for what he heard that today the weather was too bad, and this could not be drunk. The girl took out a thermos, and pouring there a little tea handed her friend a glass, offering a drink hot. The young man was touched by such a care, but she did not stop and now began to cram it with rice. The guy said that he wanted to hear an honest answer now, and asked if she went to the hotel with him tonight. Hearing the silence of Chen Hanshan hastened to ask if he knew whether it means to go to such a place with a young man. A girlfriend nodded her head in a negative one that surprised the boy, because she agreed without even knowing what. Sheng Yuch explained that she answered so because he asked not to hesitate so she just trusted him. Such behavior was in earnest shocked the guy because she was so naive and simple with him that she did everything that he would say. The brother stated that eating and drinking he was ready to go back and proceed to his affairs, to which the girl answered that he would take everything after them. Toward evening, the cutie went to her friend and asked what it means to go to a hotel with a young man. Hulinya looked strictly at her friend and asked, "Really?" Chen Hanshan offered her and saw a positive nod of her head. She stated that if he offers this, then it is necessary to answer that she feels bad, since the news is predicted that the number of bachelors in their country is growing, and in the future every girl will be like a precious course. The guys greeted their comrade as it was a great surprise that he really decided to come to classes. Sitting in the car, the guy called the director, but he quickly stated that he was now busy, because he was at an important meeting. The boy continued to tell that this morning, the company Shantong in Jianguni is a meeting with representatives, and he needs to contact a person named Zhan Jiang. Chen Hanshan explained that he is now in a hurry to meet him and talk about cooperation on the development of the market of the university town, and he needs the director to accompany him. Young people began to quarrel because they could not understand each other, and the comrade boy doubted for a long time because he did not consider it necessary to do this. A middle-aged man stood welcoming the guests, when he suddenly heard his voice behind him, who attracted his attention. The woman said that she has time at noon and offers to have lunch together, in parallel to discuss something. Comrade agreed and began to tell that in truth, he envies to tears for that external earnings in Jianglin, and he simply could not refuse Chen to cooperate. The director began to explain that now in the courier services market in the city area, control is carried out by a missile 101, and they have an income of several tens of thousands a month. The boy continued that it used to be about 30,000. And now, with the participation of students from the university, it seems that they can reach 40,000. But still Zhongtu earns more. Businessmen discussed that as soon as the manager Kun would give green light, he would definitely support the young man, and would not crave benefits from the commission, but simply follow the agreed price. Young people began to drink, and the investor asked his brother Yang from this moment, since they were already legal colleagues. Sometime later the guys were not able to talk, just move, and fell asleep right on the table. Having gathered in spirit, Chen Hanshan found the strength and tried to somehow get out of the building to get to the hostel. He fell on the bed and noticed that she smells very pleasantly, and was glad that he would finally be able to relax after such a tense day. Waking up in the middle of the night, he said that he would no longer drink like that, because you can discuss everything behind a cup of tea. Looking around, he noticed that he was now in the female room, and she was completely unfamiliar to him. The boy suggested that he somehow got into the house of the sister of Jing, and after he called her, a completely different person suddenly entered the room. Seeing the head of Zheng in front of him, the young man was surprised and asked what she was doing here, but in response, he heard that she was living. The girl kindly prepared him coffee, but Chen Hanshan asked if she had hot water, as she helps greatly from a hangover. A friend explained that she herself rarely lives here, and if he does not drink a coffee drink, he will have to use water from the crane. The guy asked how he got here, to which the beauty stated that everything happened due to her unexpected intervention. She also dined in that restaurant and accidentally met him drunk, and thought that since they were the best friends, then why not say hello, but did not expect that his colleague would rely on her. Sister Jing informed the girl that he was drunk, and she needs to take care of him, and she could not let him go alone. But initially, she wanted to solve everything. But soon the woman said that since they are close friends, the beauty is obliged to help her friend in such a situation. Zheng Guanda continued to tell that his colleague was very kind to him, because she sent him straight to the door, and then hastily called a taxi to the office. The guy noticed that he had several missing and messages on his phone, and quickly hurried to everyone to answer that he was all right now. He also understood that if Xiao Junya did not call back, she would definitely be offended by him, and their relationship would be greatly spoiled. The beauty listened to their conversation, as the young man justifies her friend, that he drank a lot, overslept all day, and did not understand how she did not feel the smell of alcohol through the phone. Nevertheless, telling all the details of the evening of his beloved, he finished their conversation and drew attention to a nearby girl. Suddenly, she stated that I don't think that she could get to him too close, because the more she is in contact with him, the stronger her desire to stay lonely becomes. A friend decided to ask if he was talking to a girl with whom he went to the cinema recently. But it was a different one who once prompted her the way. The head of Zheng noticed that she remembers her and that very beautiful. But he didn't feel guilty for lifting her so without contracting that he was not in the hostel. The guy no longer wanted to listen to all these morals and said that he needed to make another urgent call, which even more surprised the beauty. The young man got up and stated that he was going to boil a little water. But unfortunately, there was not even an electric kettle in the house. Chen Hanshin approached the gas stove and said that for this action, he can simply use it because it is very easy. The boy said that when she is habitar, then they can drink, ignoring the question about possible problems with the stomach after this. After all, he was not very disgusting. And when he studied at school, the guys was too lazy to buy water after playing football, so they drank directly from the tap. Young people were very hungry, and the young man took up the preparation of noodles is the only thing in the apartment. A friend said that she saw him with a girl after she left the film, and his hand lay on the shoulder's shoulder. The boy stated that there is also a cinema in Dunshan, and if she had nothing to do next time, then she does not need to come to the university town of frightening people. The guys had already devastated their plates, and the student noticed that if he was preparing, then he would definitely not wash the dishes. The girl had never washed her in her life, but she couldn't agree to throw her away either, because she was very valuable for her. The young man suggested that none of them is suitable for washing due to their noble status, because the great people do not engage in repeating things. He continued that the dishes are used once, and throw their clothes put on once and change, and in the houses you need to sleep once and then sell it. The beauty was a little bewilderment, and said that this service was brought from the United States and is of memorable importance. The girl gathered her spirit began such a difficult task for her, and did not understand how she could help the bastard in such a matter. Chen Hanshin was surprised that she thought that he could replay him, but suddenly his attention was attracted by the MP3 player lying on the table. Having connected it, he realized that he could not compare with high-class Sony, but initially better than many available on the market today. Carefully studying it and listening to music, the boy began to think about what advantages he could get from this device. He decided to ask how many stages of testing have yet to go through the girl's gadget before he goes on sale. But not having time and answer how the guy said that he wanted to talk about it only after she carefully wipes out everything. A friend began to tell that his television advertisement successfully works, despite the leading with the Taiwan accent that scream on the whole throat and spray water 5 times a second. Although such ads are broadcast late in the evening, you can take this opportunity because at present people go to bed late and just watch TV. Hearing all these arguments, the head of Zheng said that she would call the advertising department and talk to them to discuss everything in detail. The student continued that the goods sold on television can be sent only by mail, and offered cooperation with a missile 101 to help in this. Here the beauty realized that this whole conversation was thought out in advance, but very effective, because in another way he could not deceive her. Chen Hanshin told that it is easy for students to start a business, and fortunately he has their help because they still have to earn food, and now they can only cover the costs of studying. The guys carefully listened to at least to buy a house in Jiang this way or 2 and 2, and tomorrow Ni Xiaoyu and he will go to Xianan to rent a room there. The young man noticed that unexpectedly they really need to prepare a company in the city, so that in the future they had a permanent organization. But for this, they need to make a lot of effort. Sibo managed to notice that Autumn was already coming to his friends, and watched some couple cursing. The girl there presented that it was necessary to return and prepare for the exam for the public service, because she did not see anything good in large cities, since they pay very little there in her opinion. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin said that he was planning to rent an apartment for Xiaoyu and all his other workers. The best friend wanted to tell something, but his attention was quickly attracted by the nearby beauty from which he was speechless. The guy saw that his comrade frozen on the spot and decided to ask what happened, but he only said that everything was in order, and there was a good residential complex ahead, and it was worth looking. There was a late night at the clock, but the young man could not fall asleep because he remembered the situation that had happened today. He began to assume that the girl had no work, and looking at her clothes seems to be looking for work. He was tormented by the thought that something was bad, but just because she had all the privileges and a pretty good financial situation. He began to remember how that evening he saw his beloved with the other guy under the pen, and then their kiss. After that, the phrase that Chen Hanshin said who warned him in advance, but he was too stubborn to realize it came to his mind. The young man was too kind, and could not withstand, decided to simply ask about the situation, promising himself that he would not worry about anything else. Arriving at the internet cafe, he once again swore that he would simply take an interest and immediately leave after the question, and this would not worry him. The boy set the conditions for himself that now there are 3-0, and if there is no answer until the 11:20, he will immediately leave. As soon as Tsibo sent a message, the girl immediately read it and answered twice, interested in how he had business. The young man was sincerely glad, but he saw that as soon as they started the conversation, immediately silence from the beauty. He began to think carefully, especially if Xiao Chen was in his place to make, and said, the guy decided to find out by writing this to a friend. But he could not tell him everything directly, and came up with the situation that he met a classmate near the school last week and wanted to know what she was doing, and asked how better to ask. To all the questions of a friend about the beauty of that girl, the young man stated that he does not know her at all and is not in her appearance, but that he urgently needs help. Chen Hanshan found out whether she was really peering after him, but these words only greatly aggravated the situation by putting a comrade in an awkward position. The girl walks rumors that they want to dismiss her, and she went to the city to search for a new job. And this happened after that Vichinka. Zibo recalled the words of a friend who suggested taking revenge on the beauty for breaking his heart and acting so coldly with him. But he could not even imagine that everything would turn so, and thought that it was only the tale of a comrade in front of him. Wishing her good night to her friend, she finally sent a message with an apology, and said that she accepted the fact that if a person who sincerely cared about her was him. These words were in earnest shocked the young man, because the student who he loved so much, and after her actions suffered, finally recognized his mistake. She said that she soon broke up with that guy, lost her job, and only after that she realized that he was so kind to her, and she simply did not know how to cherish it. With all his might, the young man tried to support his girlfriend, setting her up in a positive way. But he understood that he wanted to say something else, but he felt powerless. Zibo wanted to communicate with her at least all night, but he understood that it was necessary to forget about it, because it was too late, and they talked so much. Suddenly, his attention attracted the status on the social network of a girl, where there was an almost direct hint of him with a romantic subtext. Nearby, the sitting young man decided to look into the computer of the boys, because he himself did not expect such a turn of events in their history. The stranger said that he should remove the girl, because she plays to attract attention, and he will regret it later. Unable to withstand this pressure of others, the young man left, and on the way to the hostel was thinking where he could now make money to help his girlfriend. The next day, Chen Hanshan talked on the phone where he was informed that his best friend said yesterday that he wanted to join the correspondent student team of the 101 missile. The guy was surprised because he always felt that work on him would not bring him money, but was glad that his comrade had changed his opinion. Answering the employee's question, what the young man recalled how Sheng Yuich also did not have a special position. And, before asking again, it is better to recount the rules 10 times. The boy said that the store of tea with milk will open the day after tomorrow, and he will give the employee a weekend so that she would come early and could have fun. The young man also said that this institution will be called a meeting that very surprised his girlfriend. The girl thanked for such an understanding and a good attitude towards her. After all, not every employer will release her employees for fun. The beauty immediately began to think over the name. Maybe it meant something more than just a word, and sketched a bunch of options, realizing that it was a very successful marketing move. The young lady watched Van Zibo work hard, working for the company of his best friend Missile 101. She noticed that he looked too positive, and it seems to him really lacking money now. 2 days later, the long-awaited opening took place that a lot of people visited, and they were crazy about tea with milk. The guys were surprised that so many people came to visit such an institution, but they all looked like hooligans to the appearance. Suddenly, the girl noticed that most teenagers were familiar to her, and she was not with all her excellent relations right now. Approaching Chen Hanshan, the employee asked who, because the majority she sees for the first time all these workers. The guy began to represent Zhang Fanxi, Jisuza Yao Xue, and Xin. These were freshmen who received material assistance this year. But after they began to work, the situation improved. The boy agreed to help poor students, and such conditions were provided by the university leadership to use this room, because a noble reason was needed. The girl asked when there would be an official discovery. But it was for something that she intended to see some kind of fireworks or something like that. But this place was very successful, and it did not make sense to engage in such bizarre things, since all customers will already know about their establishment. A friend suggested that it was too expensive since their invited guests are really numerous. Passing by, Hulinya confirmed these words that, unfortunately, some people do not listen to her and call representatives of the student council without earning a cent on them. As expected, men cannot control shields and spend money during friendship with brothers. They ignore the costs added to beauty. The young man turned to the waitress, asking her to bring a whole cup of raspberry yogurt so that his friend appreciated and commented on his taste. The young man turned to ask if it was possible to leave a free table for the evening, as the sports department is going to hold a meeting to discuss the situation of autumn games here. But for such a request, you need to specify a specific time so that everything is reserved. And the man replied that it would be at about 6 p.m. Chen Hanshin managed to foresee the question and explained that in the evening, everyone will pay at the usual price, since he could not keep girls in this case. Shan Yunyan accidentally overheard their conversation about the benefit of the original free tea, because this will help to even acquaint people with their products and make a proper. The beauty said that she came here not only as a member of the student union, but also a member of the second grade of public administration. Crouching next to the guy, she was delighted to say that she was an annoying person finally left and they could be alone. A friend began to lively tell a comrade and with every word leaned closer to him, closer and closer. Hearing in his direction the assertion that she allows herself a lot and cannot really explain the purpose of her visit. The student was a little upset. The young man noticed that she was more dissolved than he, and for some reason all the time stares very closely in his eyes. Having gathered with the thoughts of Shani Yanyan, she reported that she wanted to ask the guy to provide her with a very important service. The eldest Guanhuan will go on an internship next year, and after departure, the position of the webmaster of the radio station will take another, as a result of which the position of deputy will remain vacant, and the girl would very much like to take such a good job. But she is afraid that one could not cope with such a task, and decided to turn to the boy. All this time, a student was watching them through the window, and Chen Hanshin put it that she would better contact him about helping him. The beauty said that when she shared this idea with him yesterday at dinner, he refused her support on this issue. The student, carefully looking at the stranger calling him a free agent, began to understand why the girl would not do this. She continued to tell that Chen Tianu is a real loafer, and at critical moments is completely useless. And from the very beginning, she saw the character of this weak man. The young man began to deny that he was still studying at the university, and his social experience is not so rich for such a thing. But he decided to ask why the beauty came to work on the radio was entertainment or a dream. A friend said that there is a colleague who always does not speak poorly behind, and now she plans to compete for this position, and now the work will not only bring fun but also money. After listening to Shang Yanyan, the guy asked, "Really, she came to him only because of such a little thing, because he does not even want to spend time on this?" The beauty continued to insist that she was ready to promise him everything if he could help, because it became a huge goal for her. After such words, a little uncomfortable, because he did not even suspect that the girl was so much needed, and she would be carried away by this type of activity. Chen Hanshin began to explain that a nasty colleague should have the right to vote in this matter, and if she can find a way to attract him to the public, then it will be halfway. Hulinya accidentally overheard their conversation at the moment when a friend claimed that she could get along only with guys, and she was difficult to communicate with girls. Approaching their table, a friend reported that now the guests are becoming more and more, and the guy should stop chatting. Hearing this, he jumped up saying that if the manager personally gives an indication, then he must surely listen to them. The beauty got up, suggested that in this case she would completely rely on him, because she no longer knows what to do. Tapping his fingers on the table, Chen Hanshen said that the material is so that it is usually not damaged if it does not make intensive movements on it. Going out into Shanyan Street, collided with a young man who was interested in what she was talking about there and looked so happy, but never received an answer. The girls sat and examined the flower, sweetly communicating on different topics, since both loved nature and animals. Seeing the young man, the employee jumped up and said that she saw Shen Yuich how he was talking to the beauty. The guy sat down to his girlfriend, and she was a little surprised because she did not expect him to see him near herself, because he was only at the table recently. He, in turn, decided to touch the ground with a finger. But he heard a sharp request not to do it because it would stain it and damage the flower. After the done, the boy said that in this case he wants the cutie to help him cleanse his hand. The girl had no choice but to take a napkin and really fulfill the request of her comrade. The young man began to tell their conversation with a classmate, because they were mocking the radio stations, and several colleagues from other departments were united to control it. Chen Hanshin said that he did not agree and help as these are ordinary problems that arise at work, and they do not matter much. Milashka also did not agree that her comrade acted so indifferently with the student, because she sincerely needed his help. A friend began to insist that he did not behave so coldly, and still undertook to solve this problem because it cost him nothing. The girl added that the beauty is very good and understanding, despite the fact that they are not too close to communicate. But she was a little mistaken. The guys went inside and found that lunchtime has already passed, and there are more and more people who will spend money in priority. Sister Jiyu shared that the taste of tea with milk is pretty good, and the main thing is that the atmosphere here is excellent, and in the future when there are meetings or something like that, they will be held here. The guy was glad to hear this, and thanked for such an honest and pleasant answer. But he suggested whether their radio station could make an advertisement. Unfortunately, it was impossible since it was a school charitable organization and advertising something independently inappropriate. The young man suggested writing 2 letters and send them to their work since such institutions often read them from listeners, including from students. But it is necessary to do everything efficiently. Shan Yanyan overheard the conversation of colleagues who discussed as Mr. Chen quite capable. And, in addition to the 101 missile, he also opened a tea store with milk at the school and bought a car himself and had many influential connections. But they also added that the guy was rather thick-skinned because literally just the head of the radio station refused to fulfill his request. But he still insisted to the end. The beauty could not stand it and turned to the girls, saying that the elder is much more beautiful than her boyfriend. And if Chen Hanshin would become Chen Xiachen, then her young man would be just Zenji Wei. A friend did not understand why she scolds her, but in fact she told only the truth. But someone's voice disturbed their quarrel. Sister Jiyu said that most likely in the future the boy will become the president of the student union, so there are some things that should not be said. Shan Yanyan suggested that after the lover of his colleague resigned next year, his place will be taken by the vice chairman Jiang Yuxian. While at the time Chen fought for his position, no one could even compete with him. Teenagers were completely concentrated at their work, because this is only the first day and already had to serve so many people. The young man was considering that tea shops with milk are indeed an extremely profitable industry, and the costs of them are very low. Suddenly, he pulled out his voice, Hu Linju, who said that the same uncle from the store opposite here. The girl suggested that he definitely brings bad intentions, because he has been following them since the repair and most likely continue to spy every day. The guys did not understand why, so they didn't even know him. But before the beauty often went to him for bread, Chen Hanshin suggested that their opening would have some influence on around-the-clock store, or perhaps the man initially wanted to rent this room. But the leadership did not agree, and now he is angry. The young man asked his girlfriend to go and bring the seller 2 cups of free tea with milk, and wished good luck, asking for valuable business tips. The girl obeyed her friend, and, going up to the stranger, handed him a small gift to somehow soften their relationship. She said that the boy's personality was also disclosed, but the man said that he knew this. Having called the colleague, the student said that everything is normal now, and the head of Zheng is in the research and development department, and he heard that the MP3 is tested and probably would soon be launched on the market. A comrade said that he has good friends at the factory, because Chen Hanshin wanted to invite them to his new tea store with milk in his free time. The blonde asked his brother what happened and with whom he just talked, because he looked very tense. The guy replied that it was a boss, and probably he ran into something serious. He has some unresolved problems. The boy said that relations with the young man and Mr. Zhang are very good, as they often drink coffee and talk about business in the office. But he still encounters difficulties. The brunette noticed that if they help to figure out a comrade, they will be able to show all the value of their existence in his life. He kindly agreed to provide assistance, because he understood that in the future it would play him only in the hands of any questions. After going to the new institution, the man returned to himself, but was very upset, because there were almost no customers. Going inside, the wife asked where he disappeared at the very peak time, but he only invited her to drink, putting a package on the table. A standing girl was noticed that it was a meeting of milk tea from a store. The woman took glasses, noticed that he was very beautiful and was clearly not cheap, since in a similar institution, but in another place, the cup is very thin and similar to one time, not like these. She asked what the meeting was opened for a place called, and her husband coldly replied that next to the sports ground. He was very angry, because he did not understand why he was not given this premises. And now they began to take it so easily to ordinary students. The directors were explained by the fact that the opening of a mini-market will affect the general image, and they cannot allow this at their stadium. The young man went inside and asked why the 4th uncle was so offended, and most importantly to whom. The wife noted that the whole mood of her comrade in recent days began to depend on the obsessive thought about that very room. She told how a renounced tea shop with milk has opened today, and their affairs are going relatively well, and her uncle envies this. The young man offered his help, offering to talk to the owner and point out his place. The man asked not to climb, because this is a student from the financial university. He is very famous and enters the top 3. The woman decided to ask for whether it was the same one who was studying in the second year and already managed to establish a missile 101. The boy shared that he had a friend who worked there with a courier, but he was deceived, kicked out, and at that time the whole territory was captured by Chen Hanshin, which even more upset his uncle. The student continued that the guy has a difficult relationship with the outside world, but after his comrade was deceived, he could not find the opportunity to avenge the company expressed. After all, if he only knew that this was a brother Chen, he would not even dare to contact him closely, but they could not compete, but only to inform the comrade, and he would deal. Who knows? Maybe it will be possible to take revenge through this store of milk tea, and ultimately it will not be able to successfully open, and a man will become easier on his soul. The woman suggested that he was just a university student, and everyone is trying in their own ability to earn a living, and it is better not to get into other people's affairs when there is enough trouble. But the young man was already seriously configured and stated that they did not fit, but simply provide information. And then, they would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. All this time, Uncle was silent, and the guys considered that such a gesture means an agreement with their insidious plan. The girl said that the MP3 prototypes are going to destroy, because some more programs are not fully improved and function poorly. The young man said that he wants to choose 10 samples that have no problems for testing, and pack them to pick them up. A friend gave permission for this, and suddenly Chen Hanshin went to the window to answer the phone. He looked very irritated and said that something was happening at the university, and he urgently needed to deal with it. In response to a proposal for help, the guy said that the beauty is a big bump. She does not need to get involved in affairs, but if she wants, she could lend her guard. Saying goodbye, the head of Zheng said that at the electronic plant of the new century, there are 3 guards, and she can give him 15 people and allocate 3 cars. The boy said that as soon as he opened the tea store with milk, then perhaps for no reason he offended some people. Today they want to take revenge on him. The young man answered the question of his comrade about a possible beating that everything is fine so far, but perhaps they first want to see his personal reaction. Today he will try to find a way to solve this problem once and for all, whether it is verbally or physically. But this should not be repeated anymore. Arriving at the destination, he was met by Hu Linyu, who said that each of the strangers took the table without ordering anything, and they only smoke, scaring many students. Chen Hanshin smiled sweetly and stated that he would solve the whole problem, which he had heard the report of Shen Yuich, because she was all right, and the beauty asked her not to go out. The guy went to the guard, assuming that they had a lot of garbage in their store, and he specially came here to dispose of it immediately. Departing from the car, he shouted to his brother to wait for the call, because he first wanted to go and chat personally, since perhaps everything would go peacefully. Stepping closer to the building, one could see how a crowd of strangers rests, throwing their legs on the table, and their behavior was very outrageous. All visitors, when they saw them, immediately dispersed, and the waitress did not know what they could do in such a situation, because they themselves were not able to deal with them. The 6th brother sat and read the book, when he suddenly remembered that in films and such scenes, when a gang of hooligans burst into a bar and arranges a fight, there is always a hero, and he wants to become them today. Approaching the bar, the boy remembered that the 4th brother told him that he could pay and replenish the cup, and asked him to make another drink. Having fulfilled the order, the beauty warned the master not to sit on the street, but he did not listen to her and said that good would never win the good. The young man imagined that he was now a movie star and, turning abruptly, said that his name was Jin Youngmin. The strangers began to shut up when they saw the boy because he looked too confident and began to show off. The comrade asked to sit in place because they did not have plans to beat ordinary students, as the police would create problems. The 6th understood that since his best friend is not here, the safety of girls in a store of tea with milk lies completely on it. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Chen Hanshin appeared. His gaze was aimed at visitors, and only with his gait he showed that he was seriously configured. Seeing the classmate, he asked what he was doing here, but the young man quickly replied that he did not need to be controlled and wanted to read the book right here. The guy did not object, but only went on, sitting down at the table to the main hooligan. Realizing that this fat man is really persistent, since he was not creating problems for the first time. The young man sat so confidently that his comrade began to doubt his own abilities and was simply shocked by such a behavior. Chen Hanshin said that the reason why the boy was beaten is that he does not want to exaggerate the situation. If he leaves here now, he will never hold him accountable, A friend of a young man who stood behind hit the guy with a curtain right on the head, from which he lost his balance a little. Such an action was even more angry with the owner, and he last suggested that they leave, because this was the only option to understand without consequences. The stranger, having heard this, laughed and said that he was not afraid of anyone, because he thought that his opponent was only some kind of student. Without thinking twice, the fourth brother called the comrade, saying that he began to act. The time of conversation ended, like his patience. Suddenly, for everyone, 3 huge cars arrived at the tea shop with milk. They were black and looked frightening. From there, many men began to come out, who only made it clear that now the hooligans have no roads back. The guys were very scared and did not understand what was happening, because they were set up only with adolescents. In order to somehow try to settle the situation, the fat man turned to the girl, trying to order a drink for himself, and said that he was in a hurry to go home. She needs to be done faster. The stranger continued to create the appearance that everything is fine, and assure the guards that he is actually here only to enjoy tea with milk. Chen Hanshin gave the team to bring the guys out of here, to which they began to hysteria and asked for permission to call mom. The owner smiled softly, and, turning to all customers, said that there was a small accident, but they should not worry, because the security department had already solved the problem. The man began to answer the question, saying that the situation that happened is very not simple. After all, the subordinates of his comrade found his studio employee and wanted to create difficulties. The businessman asked if it was true and what they were going to do, to which he heard the answer from the young man. What, even at the first incident, he wanted to report to the police, but decided to spare them and talk with him. The blonde added that people showed them goodwill, and they did not even express gratitude. Otherwise, they would really have to be given to law enforcement agencies. The culprit of the confusion listened to how his master justified himself and expresses gratitude to the guys for forgiving him. Chen Hanshin also interested how they were able to enter the territory with such arrogance, because the guard at the gate is very strict. The young man began to make excuses that he was held by the nephew of the owner of the 24-hour store, which delivered the goods by car, and he made his way there. Suddenly, the director invited his friend to have lunch together, but he did not agree, saying that there was still a lot of things in their company, and he has something to do. The man began to tell that now, in order to work in the courier service, it is necessary to first graduate from the university because, unlike them, such guys from the road usually believe that if there is an enemy, then you need to wait together, and this will create problems. He also continued that he saw how the missile 101 has a connection, and he has no other choice. But if the young man is going to create a new company in the field of courier service, will have to act boldly. They will immediately cover him right away. The next day, the elderly couple already wanted to start work as I saw that a red car was parked right in front of the entrance. They did not understand who was so incompetent in order to park the car here, because the railway interfered with trade. For all the cries of his wife, he stated that it was not necessary to make noise, because perhaps something happened to a person, and he left her here just for a minute. But this continued every day, and the whole student of those who wanted to buy something was forced to protest, and the sale suffered greatly from this. Seeing the car again, the woman threatened that she really wanted to break him and did not understand who so wants to annoy them. Upon learning that her owner was Chen Hanshin, and the woman decided to talk about how her nephew with her friends decided to visit the tea and milk store that day. But it ended badly. The lady also asked where this boy did not come here for a very long time. But once he was able to answer the call, the wife was furious and did not understand how this could happen. But the fool reassured her, offering to open the doors and start work. Otherwise, a big scandal would happen. The mistress suggested quietly to turn to their relative in the service department, because his word would certainly have weight. But it was already an extreme measure. The man said that he would call the nephew tomorrow and go to the tea store with milk to look for Chen Hanshin with him. And the next night, he saw him very beaten. In a store of tea with milk, a very pleasant atmosphere reigned. Many visitors enjoyed their drinks and spent a great time. Waiting for the employee to contact the student, the boy saw Shen Yuch and noticed that she was as beautiful as stars on TV. Having picked up the phone, Chen Hanshin heard that the owner of the 24-hour store went to the beauty and said that he urgently wanted to talk to him. But on this day, the young man had other plans. He was going to play cards and asked to say that he was not nearby now. Having without dealing with the situation, the guys returned by discussing that it was necessary to discuss this with his wife and prepare tomorrow to talk with the head of the security service. Suddenly, the next morning, the cars were not near the entrance, and then the man realized that their competitor simply wanted them to recognize their mistakes. From the building, women's cries were heard that she considered the young man her friend, and he turned spies around her. begged her to listen, and after several attempts she nevertheless agreed. He arranged 2 fellow countrymen next to her because he really likes her and wants to know her better, and be sure that she is safe. But not having time to finish how the beauty took the crossbow and directed directly to him, saying that she wanted to hear the truth, and not the fairy tales that he tells other girls. The guy gave up and said that he considers the electronics plant a new century as promising and relatively economically sustainable. But there were problems with paying wages. By that time, Brother Chen took the responsibilities of receiving and sending parcels at the factory, and, from the point of view of his own benefit, the expansion of knowledge about partnership companies could not be a bad business. The beauty said that if it were not for this event, she would not suspect that he had such a deep understanding regarding the factory for the production of electronics of the new century. A friend decided to laugh it off because in the end he was just a consultant. They just wanted more information to provide additional advice. The girl presented that now when he runs the promotion of the MP3 project, he should have some additional offers. After a little thought, the young man said that the preliminary work on this project has already been almost completed, and it is difficult to technically make improvements in a short time. But they could turn to the students for which this model was created. A friend remembered how he recently took 10 prototypes to ask, but heard in response that they were chosen for gifts for his girls. The head of Jung said that a few days later he was returning to Hong Kong to celebrate her family's elderly member's birthday. And the young man suggested really she wants her a boyfriend to cope with the dates blindly and calls for the wedding. From what the beauty he heard was shocked and did not understand how a young man could afford to even think about this. Chen Hanshin confirmed that this should be discussed, and there was no problem in this since they had a lot of time. The boy said that his services are worth expensive prices too, different for each level. There is an option to just hold on to hands with his parents and many others, but if she can show him the world, then the amount can be reduced, and he is ready to even incur some losses by providing free bonuses of a romantic nature. The girl decided to pretend that she did not hear all this, and continued that she wanted to return to Hong Kong, because the old man of her family celebrates her birthday and wants to ask her friend to do something. The boss also said that the young men's thoughts quickly jump, and she wants to ask him to control the preliminary advertising of the MP3, including the general situation with the development of the new century electronic plant. He was sorry that his assumptions began to play too much, but he understood that Zheng Guangdi was not leaving forever, and when he returned back to the city, he could control everything himself. The beauty said that their family has a special situation, and ordinary women are not given the opportunity to come to the fore. But she managed to achieve a chance to work here, which was not easy to abandon the inheritance. All relatives call her a forgotten princess, because she retired from all the only one who disobeyed and lost all the property and assets in Hong Kong. In the eyes of the guy, it all looked like a person who has been fighting for his chance for 20 years, or a doctor who treats himself. In any case, she was still on his opinion, and she extended a document that was created specifically for him, and he needs to get to know him carefully to study all meetings a few days in advance. The beauty was uncertain in the deadline, and especially for this, she turned to her friend, since according to plans, she would be in the city only in December, and the MP3 project had to be launched. At first, a friend thought that her relatives generally want to quietly miss her, but they, it turns out, even remembered her and invited her to such an event. The young man listened to everything, and pondering that Zheng believes that he had no interests related to the electronic factory of the new century. But at the same time, he is well versed in the situation, and their personal relations are also good. So she chose him. Thinking a little, Chen Hanshin decided to ask if it was true that his senior birthday was in December. A friend did not nod much, confirming his words, but unfortunately, she could not immediately return to the mainland after participating in the holiday. The guy said that this does not matter much. One way or another, there is a project schedule. But he noticed that the sign of the zodiac grandfather is at the same time romantic and interesting, and he likes him. The girl was in shock because she had never heard this from a student and had no idea what a symbol he had. He said this is not because he is afraid that someone will help to celebrate his birthday, since such a holiday is a kind of torture for him. And every time you want to be alone, the beauty carefully listened to that he usually answers to Western holidays, referring to patriotism, except when it is impossible to refuse. And he says that this day of the work of the mother, and every time the same date comes, he recalls all the problems that she survived, and he does not want to celebrate his birthday, and everyone understands him. The boy said that his lovers have signs of the zodiac of fish and Cancer, so everything is arranged well, and he suggested that the director of the plant does not excite the opinion of other people, The head of Jung confirmed this, but promised to explain everything, because she was simply afraid that they will join forces and deceive her. So she needs a confidential person who will help to control everything. Chen Hanshin was surprised, because when everything now depends on him, his girlfriend still dares to threaten him with a crossbow. The girl laughed and held out her hand with the key from her weapons, reporting that while she was not there, he could come to the meeting. The young man was shocked that she trusted him so much that she was ready to allow her to freely use her premises in her absence. The guy said that at the end of this or beginning of next year, his 101 can establish a new company and they will face great competitive pressure, and his time is also very valuable, but for the sake of such a thing he is ready to help. After the student grabbed her hand, she asked if he would really try to deceive her, since it was very stupid on his part. But the boy replied that if it were someone else, he would definitely be too lazy. And in addition, he could not disagree, because in this case, he would change his reputation in her eyes. The beauty listened to all this, smiling, noticed that he could no longer change and would always be a scum for her. He, in turn, suggested showing several interesting things, and one of this is fried lamb and foamy liquid, because it was interesting what effect these two chemicals would have on her body after mixing. There were a lot of people on the night market. The guys sat down at the table and began to eat. How her friend noticed that from that moment she would definitely no longer have a snack late at night. And if the guy has enough conscience, then he will no longer call her here. The girl raised a cup of drink and said that after she returned to Hong Kong, the MP3 project would only depend on the student. The young man, in turn, asked not to speak so beautifully, because she would still manage, and he just stand guard, like a guard. A friend laughed, because why he made such conclusions, since at least the inspector of 8 prefectures patrols and hunts on behalf of the sky. The boy said that in the end, he has administrative power, and he does not have a specific position in the new century, because just a consultant sitting in her office, and this is a small rarity. The head of Jung understood that Chen enjoys her great trust, and if he give him even more specific powers, then there will be no one at the factory who would control his actions. The guy walked along the streets of the city and pondering that the choice of a MP3 consumer group is also very important, because we need to find several students who can independently purchase a device and collect their opinion about the design. Suddenly he heard an announcement that teachers and students are invited to listen to the release of Youth at the Financial University in order to cheer up and spread the energy of youth. The young man entered the room of the radio station, and seeing his friend, immediately stated that he wanted to ask something right after she was completing a live broadcast. The girl smiled and sent him an air kiss in greeting and continued to engage in her work, announcing how lucky they were that they had 4 more years of youth. The boy did not like such a gesture, and he began to think about that it was time to get to know someone. Waiting for the end of the broadcast, the student sat on the bench and read the newspaper with the news. But suddenly someone else attracted his attention. Lo Xuan ran into the room and was very surprised, because she saw his lover here, since he had never entered before. She opened her eyes wide. She examined him and decided to ask what he was doing here. What she heard exactly the same question in her direction. The freshman said that she came to transfer the article to the radio station, as they demand that all departments of the student council provide materials on time, and several of them choose several for broadcasting. She continued to tell that she wrote all these papers that the young man in her hands personally, because she could not trust other notes. Chen Hanshin got angry with her to write about real situations since he never participated in the sponsorship of the Autumn Games, and others were responsible for everything, and his name is mentioned as much as 8 times. Hearing this, Beauty was surprised to think a little. She said that others did not deserve that she mentioned them in her article. The guy exhaled and said that in this case he himself would give the paper, and she might return, because he understood that they could not be read to the whole audience. Luo Xuan agreed, but she was not going to leave and continued to ask her comrade what he was doing here. Holding the player, the young man shared that his friend has a factory that produces MP3 players, and he helps to conduct a study of the body's design at the university. The student noticed that it was just a cylindrical form, definitely not suitable, but she does not like round and they should come up with something else. The boy remembered that the girl was a fan of such gadgets and also came to his head that the sister's family was quite rich. But the biggest difference between her and Xiao Junya is not only appearance and figure, but also family problems, because the lover spent happily her childhood, and that, in turn, quarreled with her relatives. Chen Hanshin thought that maybe Xiao could do something with her, and carefully continued to look at his girlfriend. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Shan Yanyan, reporting that their external relations department came to the radio station alternately, and it looks like their internal connection is very bad. The guy noticed that he had a personal file, and the freshman has an article about the performance of external relations in the autumn games, and the beauty hearing it promised that she would give the eldest for consideration later. The young man was glad that his records were accepted, but understood that because of his status they would be considered very, very carefully. The student was sitting on the bench and silently watched the guys talk because they looked pretty funny, and she was angry, because jealousy was a very strong feeling. The young man extended the gadget to his girlfriend, saying that if she wants to see, in any case, he can do it, and he has business now. A friend began to comment that she did not like the color, and there are no jewelry from which the design looks too simple. Suddenly, Luo Xuan reported that she had nothing to do here, and quickly ran away from these words surprised, and addressing the guy said that he was too rude to her subordinates. She continued to tell that the younger sister had just looked at him with a possessive look, and even though she does not mind, but if he meets several more girls, then it will not be very good in one department. Chen Hanshin was angry with what he heard, and he loudly stated that his relationship with the freshman is cleaner than even the relationship between them. The beauty smiled softly, and noticed that she hoped as the relationship between them is not so clean. The guy was very surprised at his girlfriend's ability to beat everything like that, but tried not to betray and simply handed the gadget to give him to the sister-of-law. He understood that she wouldn't take him just like that, and you need to download a few songs from her favorite star, and then she may understand our attention and Shan Yanyan will be useful with her problem. The girl was very moved and carefully looked at her friend, reporting that he was feeling that he was the first boy who cares so much about her in a long time. The young man did not want to listen to it and asked to stop this conversation because he still wanted him to say it because he was there and not constantly play. A friend continued that she would not act and is very touching, and is afraid that if it continues, then she will feel dependence on him. The boy noticed that since she knows, now she should not come to him about these things. From this moment, she can call him either a complete name or a dad, or even a department commander, but she definitely cannot even be randomly addressed him with Xiao Chen. The beauty suggested that perhaps she could no longer overcome this abyss, and still does not know how to get its full location to herself. Having phoned a little later, a friend said that the eldest Gu was too unethical, and in the end she recommended her competitor with her. The guy said that his girlfriend was really stupid, because two people at once is to recommend this for publicity, and in fact, she helps her, and as soon as the list is sent, their relationship will become much deeper than others. The young man decided to call his lover, but unfortunately she still slept, and he woke her with his phone call. Xiao Junya said that the young man was so annoying that she did not even let her sleep on Saturday early in the morning. Chen Hanshin invited her to lie down for another half hour because in this case, he would first take Zibo and then come to her, and they will meet for lunch at noon. The beauty was upset because she still wanted to sleep, did not understand why he gives her so little time now. From a hopeless situation, the student was covered with a blanket with his head to throw out all his emotions, and hoped that it was just a dream. The guy said that she needed to get up and then ask him about food, and he could no longer talk as there were important things. Xiao Junya felt bad because her eyes were open, but her body still needed to sleep a bit, and she offered her neighbor in the room to have lunch, because Chen treats it. A friend said that this is not a date, and she can calmly go with them because there will be another classmates of a high school. The beauty came up with that since today, all the acquaintances she will not dress up, and she will lie up to that time until she arrives behind her. She also remembered that she had already been to a hotel with a young man, and saw the most sloppy appearance of each other when they woke up together. After what she heard, the girl got a little angry since the situation was straining her, and asked not to joke about her in such a vein anymore. Zibo suggested just a bite to eat in the university dining room because he agreed with the guys from the hostel that he would send the parcel after lunch. But now he was worried that they will not come. Suddenly he asked how much he earned in the last days that he answered that this would not even be enough for lunch and they need to hurry, because he should still return after the sullen. Chen Hanshin told how his comrade was very devoted to his new work for what he began to get nervous, and explained that he was simply seriously treating his duties. But he did not have time to listen to his friend as he called Xiaoyu, warning that she would not eat at noon in the dining room, and because he would wait for her at the southern gate. The guy said that his employee is very capable and has good moral qualities, and he wants to introduce her into his circle of communication. The girl got into the car, saying hello to the guys, and Zibo did not understand how she could be responsible, straight, and capable of, because she saw how she works. The young man informed her that they plan to expand the circulation circuit between the Eastern Sports University with the Audit Faculty and the Art Institute. This will allow the light of 101 missiles for all. A friend smiled and suggested that they might have to wait since the circle of the pressed dusk was quite large, and she was already discussing this with Shanbin. The boy stated that there are many branches and she needs to monitor the progress of the case, and keep everything under control, and discuss minor issues with her employees, and to contact him in a timely manner. The beauty explained that neither her nor the eldest had completed their studies, so they will have to return to classes, and first it is necessary to determine the responsible person, as this is due to the management of cash accounts. The guy was interested in this proposal, and he asked if there was one who she could recommend for such a position. But also the student suggested discussing this later, even if she had candidates, and one of them was sitting nearby. The girls were fooling around and laughed a lot, but their attention was attracted by a phone call that came from a next bed. After she heard that there would be a girlfriend from the Rocket 101 Beauty, she began to get nervous, because she was not going to dress up and apply makeup at all. In order to somehow disguise herself, the sister dressed a cap and a mask, because then she can go to the bathroom to make up. But for a start, she should look like this. No matter how much the girl she was in any case, she looked great, be it an evening dress or tracksuit. Sitting in the car, she heard a question from the young man who was interested in why she was so dressed. Are they really going to rob the bank? She turned to her comrade, saying that he did not understand the girls at all, for which she was a little offended by him. Chen Hanshan asked how he could understand them if she did not even speak with him, and does not explain anything. But in response, the boy heard that in the real sense, and there is no need to inform him himself. The guys sat silently and listened to as teenagers in front found out their relationship, and this really touched them. The guy said that no more should argue and handed the bun, said that he bought it specifically for the beauty. He also continued to say hello to a new friend from behind, because it was very impolite to ignore her presence. Xiao Junya turned back and greeted a stranger calling her name and smiling very friendly to her. The girl did the same when she suddenly heard that her friend was a girl, Chen Hanshan. These words very much surprised Xiao Yu, and took her speechlessness, since she did not understand how it was possible, but tried not to give a look. She began to ask her how much she has been working in a 101 rocket, and she said that for more than a year now, and Mr. Chen has become an idol for her. The beauty laughed, and noticed that with his character, he could become an idol of any person. But the friend still did not let the thought about the status of her new friend, because she thought that the lover of the boss was Shen Yuich. The employee also suggested that the guy specially informed her of this, but she did not understand why he did it then. Xiao Junye was really beautiful, and was not much inferior to Milashka with her appearance. But if she is the second half of the young man who then is Shen Yuich for him, these questions did not get out of his head. Suddenly, the boy said that his friend calls himself his lover, but he does not even recognize this. These words surprised her, and she replied that she did not think that someone was ready to become his couple and agree to meet. After the hard, Xiao Yu understood that she was even more confused and which of their statements is the truth, and which is false. Arriving at a beautiful institution, the guys chose a beautiful table with a good view of the street, and started tea drinking. Teenagers ordered 7 dishes with a special taste for 5 people should be enough, and continued to admire the beauty of the lake. Suddenly, the young man out of his thoughts pulled out a sudden knock on the shoulder who made it clear that he should turn out. Xiao Junye said that she really wanted to try food that an elderly man on the street sells, and pointed a finger right at him. Chen Hanshan began to explain that after a while there would be a dinner, and he ordered pork ribs in a sweet and sour sauce of about the same taste. But the beauty did not plan to give up, and looking directly into her eyes, she continued to beg from her comrade this treat, and he agreed. While a friend left Zibo, he noticed that his brother was not as lazy as the girl said, because he obediently went and bought what she asked, and it was very good. After some time, the boy returned with goodies for everyone, because he understood that the guys would also want to try this. Shishi thanked very much and said that she was sorry that the guy was not studying at their university. Chen Hanshan laughed, and said that if he had been from the Eastern, he would probably meet with a girl from Tsinghua or Beijing University. Hearing this, beauty asked if he had entered these universities would probably have met with a young lady from Harvard. A friend told how from the first year it works under the leadership of Mr. and for the first time enjoys such attention. This is really the moment that is worth remembering. The guy also bought a treat for his friend. Pulling it, he said that it was really addressed to Zibo, but the young man refused and asked to quickly dine, because he still has very important things to have very important things. A friend did not understand why he was in such a drooping mood today that he didn't even want to laugh and talk at all. All the dishes were ready. They looked just amazing, and the smell enveloped everyone around, and the guys were eager to try them. Chen Hanshan saw that his comrade eats very little, and he was interested in knowing the reason for this. The young man suggested going to smoke out into the street, but his friends said that they could just stand by the window and not go far. The boy stated that he would leave for business as soon as he finished smoking this cigarette, and this surprised his friend because they did not stay here for long. But he said that he wanted to invite him and Xiao Yuer to have dinner together the next time. Without hearing and the answer from his brother, Hao Zibo hurried to the exit even without saying goodbye to anyone. The girl noticed his departure and turned to her beloved, saying that he could come and chat with them. The guy came to the entrance to the university and was very nervous very much all the time, glancing at his watch, as if what would happen now will greatly affect his future. He could not wait for his plan to fulfill. But suddenly his attention was attracted by something else. Looking aside, he saw hot pies exactly the same as Chen Hanshin gave his beloved in the morning to somehow make amends. Approaching a cute old woman, he asked for 2 fried battles, because he also wanted to surprise his companion with such a surprise today. Suddenly, he heard someone call to him. Turning in front of him stood a beauty apologizing for her long delay. She tried to joke that the young man could come punctually even in such cold weather at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to somehow dilute the tension in the atmosphere, the boy extended to his girlfriend bought goodies, stating that it was addressed to her. But in response, he heard that how he could still be, because it is old-fashioned and for the poor who cannot afford normal food and eat to quench hunger. Despite the fact that the product was very sweet and tasting, a soft and sticky girl proudly stated that it would not even try if it did not want to. It could just throw it away. She began to tell that yesterday during her interview she saw Starbucks and would like to go there and sit together. The boy did not have time to say in the word how she pulled him. But he was shocked, because this is an expensive institution and he was not affordable now. Going closer to the room, the young man accidentally began to stare at the people sitting there, and they were a little scared of this. Of course, he knew about this coffee shop, but he never went there and heard that the drinks there are very expensive, and only foreign teachers or rich students often go there. A friend said that Zibo is very old-fashioned, but his brother Chen Hanshin probably comes here often as it looks like a regular client of such an institution. But the young man was not sure of this since they once passed by when they were looking for where they could drink something. Having seen 1 cup of coffee for 20 yuan, the brother said that such expensive drinks, but it is better he will pour in the tubes from which the rich fell. On what the girl laughed. The comrade did not understand why his friend was not in a cafe, and what he said looked even worse. But he received an assessment of the comedian, and Zibo became old-fashioned. The boy did not understand what the sister thinks about, because she would soon be fired and will have to look for work everywhere. But at such times when it is necessary to save, she still visits such places. Going inside, the guys found a free table and began to study the menu. The satellite immediately determined that she wanted a cappuccino. Suddenly, the guy shouted that he had lost the card, on which all the visitors to Starbucks turned, because they did not understand why such a noise. The girl said that she did not see the problem in this and she could treat the guy. But this put him in a very awkward position. He was ashamed. The beauty began to tell that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she had 2 more companies on the territory of a pedagogical university, and they conduct an interview for students. Even the conditions were bad. But this is better than nothing. Zibo asked if that of his message yesterday, since he sent her a summary of the interview experience in the QQ chat. A friend began to say that even if she finds a job, it doesn't change anything, because she will still be a girl without money and a guy. After all, given the state of Sisters Yahweh, it was very difficult to find a lover, but she continued to search. The companion also said that now there are a lot of liars, and her Zhao Zheng turned out to be a scum, and she needed a reliable and calm young man. Hearing this, comrade began to smile because he was perfect for these criteria and thought that she was now describing him. Time was already suitable, and it was time to go for an interview, because it was about to begin and cannot be late. Approaching the building, she carefully examined and studied where the entrance, but the voice from behind called forced her to turn around. The boy was very confused, and a little even scared. He tried to say something but could not, because he was very worried. Suddenly gathered his thoughts, he firmly stated that in fact he was quite calm and reliable, to which she agreed after an awkward pause. She began to tell that he is a very good person and just a great friend. Saying goodbye, warned that he was better to see herself a little later. The young man did not understand what was happening to him, and why his companion did not say anything good, because he was already in his head already invented a happy future with her. In the end, Chen Hanshin shouted that she would return to Jianglia late in the evening, and he wants to spend her to the hostel. She realized that these words were said not just like that, but the boss wants to tell her something serious alone. The beauty compared 2 MP3 players, explaining that a little metal should be added to their sample to give it a more fashionable structure. but the costs will grow through this. The student listened to that. If a person was about to spend 900 wen on the purchase of a gadget, then it is likely not to add another 100 to purchase a more beautiful model. Suddenly, in the sense of him, the girl distracted him that a friend had just thanked for the treat and even praised him that he was a good person. The young man showed that she could not scold people, because he did not even offend her. But it was the other way around him. A friend watched everything that was happening as the guys quarrel, and found where to argue literally out of the blue, and it looked funny. The girls reported that it was time for them to return to the hostel and asked Chen Hanshin to be neat on the road to follow the safety rules during driving. A friend understood that the young man wants to say something to her. So she left her, and of course she has some doubts about this. Suddenly he turned to her by name that she was very frightened by the beauty, because she was afraid that the next conversation would be unpleasant. The student asked why she thinks to get a job on a Missile 101 immediately after graduating from her studies. A friend said that this would depend only on what responsibilities will be assigned to her by Mr. Chen. Hearing this guy suggested why she would not take the place of the secretary or his personal assistant. But in another way it can be called an administrative manager. Chen Hanshin continued that the power is natural, and many have to manage therefore in his personal ones. The young man warned that he had heard his story. She could never escape from this position. So he first wants to discuss today. The boy with Xiao Junya is both from Hong Kong and know each other for many years, and even his parents are familiar with her, and probably it is mutually. A friend noticed that the girl was really in love with him in her opinion, because since she looks, it becomes immediately clear because the look was exactly the same as that of Shen Yuich. The guy touched on the topic with Malashka, asking what life would have now with her if then she had not met him. The employee was not very clear how everything would have been spinning, but in any case, she noticed that her friend was very modest, despite the fact that so beautiful. Chen Hanshin asked if he constantly talked with these two girls. She could continue to work on him. The sister suggested that he loves to joke and flirt with the beauties, but he had no feelings, and he was sincere with Shen Yuich. The comrade asked not to talk about this moral nonsense, because he just wanted to listen to the opinion about the work and their cooperation in the future. The student said that she doesn't know, because it may be agreed. Maybe she has no very soft character, and she is always ready to think about problems from a female point of view. The guy continued that after the official creation of the company Missile 101, if it still does not decide, it will be necessary to provide a voluntary statement of care. Based on their joint work, he promised that he would not hold her salary, making it clear that he would accept any of her choice. After the words that she agrees only if the young man can be responsible for Sheng Yuich, because she really had a really kind and pure heart, Chen Hanshin on whose side she was. The comrade noticed that his mother is exactly the same, and his father seems to be more interested in Xiao Juni, which looks very interesting. Leaving the car, the guy added his companion that he had a feeling that his views on life and humanity were subjected to a strong impact, and all because he is going to open the express market in Dunda, and given the character of Xiao Yue, it will certainly intervene and will not let it hide. The boy noticed that if she became his assistant in the future, then she should maintain neutrality and cannot clearly support someone, because the only person with whom she could do it was him. Saying goodbye, the guys parted, and the son decided to call his mother. But she was not in the mood at all, and even threatened him to throw on the blacklist so that he did not interfere with enjoying life. The guy began to explain that in the morning, he already apologized to Xiao Yue, and later he no longer wanted to explain anything to her since he had no reason. The woman was not enthusiastic about what she heard and stated that he was simply too lazy and irresponsible in such a situation. Chen Hanshin began to understand that he had nothing more to prove to her, and stated that he was going on heavy rain and poorly catching the signal, after which he dropped the phone. Mother was very angry from the fact that she spoke so in Ahamian and also dared to drop the phone. Suddenly, her standing TV was attracted by her attention, where the weather forecast for this week in different cities was reported. The woman heard that there was no inconvenience in Jianguni, and the sky is completely clear, and why she realized that he lied to her. Suddenly, his wife said that he had already told him not to throw his legs on the sofa many times, since he could get dirty, and she did not want to wash him later. The uncle was upset, since in any situation he comes out extreme, and even after so many years, through the antics of his son, he still gets different restrictions. The next day, the young man woke the phone, and he quickly said that there was still a teenager, and he needed more rest to grow well, and the body develop normally. Suddenly, the girl reported that he soon flew to Hong Kong, from which a friend came to a stupor, because she promised that it would be in December, and now only in the middle of November. But the tickets were already booked. The head of Zheng claimed that he needs to come to the plant to begin with, because she must introduce him to the leadership, and then he could take her to the airport. The room's neighbor woke up from the noise and asked where the young man was going, because last night he promised that they would play games together. Chen Hanshin began to explain that a slightly special situation appeared, and everything happens one after another as a series of surprises in his life. The guys informed him that on the next Tuesday, a welcome evening should take place, and they really want to see their comrade, because they had not spent time together for a long time as before. The girl told her colleagues that this time she returned, the chief engineer will take work on herself. MP3 should be paid to record attention. Chen Hanshin also should be familiar with everyone, because he will deliver all the information to her about the factory. Sitting in the car, the beauty said that she knew that the student has many questions, but this trip would take only about 30 minutes, and it is interesting what data he can find out during this. He told how he recently collected an opinion on the design of the core and offered to listen to the offer before they went on sale. But the market entrance was very soon. The girl understood that if she had not made a decision before leaving, then it could be postponed for a long time, because a lot of money was spent on this project, and it was necessary to return funds as soon as possible. But the young man still insisted and claimed that there was a problem, offering to replace the naked white MP3 with a buttons panel, with a brilliant light, or sparkling red emerald. A friend knew that the conditions did not allow them to be, and after they explored the current market, even such ordinary devices would not bring them any losses. Such perseverance made me think about it, but she well understood that she had already decided everything, and gave a lot of instructions that now it is almost impossible to correct. The girl asked if the boy had any more questions, because they almost reached the airport, and they had no time left. The beauty said that she does not know when she comes back, and he must understand that if she personally does not lead this large project and will not actively support it, then everything may slow down due to bureaucracy. She claimed that in the new century 1,000 people, and in the leadership only 30, and there was definitely not continuous harmony. But the boy was interested in another question. What could happen if she does not return back on time? A friend said that in this case she would allow Chen Hanshin to take the initiative and give him the Emperor's sword a second time. The young man was surprised, because she just said that only she could promote the project, and now she is deceiving decent people. A friend suggested that he was going to form a group or faction for the sake of uniting all employees. In addition, the student was interested in if the factory has influential personalities that can be interacted with, because if you do not arrange some kind of horizontal hierarchy, then he will not be able to feel confident. The girl began to remember whether she had come to her head. He studied in the USA and was a chief technology engineer in the MP3 project. He is also relatively young and it is easy to communicate with him. And the beauty noticed that she found such a treasure with great difficulty. Getting out of the car, the guy joked that from the new century to the airport a total of only 40 yuan for a taxi, and she should pay him. But still, the young man showed care and spent it right inside, since despite all their jokes, they were in close relations. The head of Zheng just looked wonderful. Her clothes fit the body. The glasses added seriousness in the image, and red lipstick focused on her lips. The young man confirmed the fact that she looked beautiful, but stated that she could not be proud of it, because it was he who was elegant and magnificent. In turn, a friend stated that he says as an old man, but the guy was not at a loss and replied that only the rich calls himself an uncle, and the poor can only be old people. The beauty could not stand such a company more, and said that she would not talk to him, and they would see her next year. In parting, she only waved his hand and went to look for the registration stand in order to finally fly to Hong Kong. Chen Hanshin stood in a tea store with milk and pondered that since the boss left, he began to live a little bored without her. The white kitten met visitors and touched them with his feet, from which all standing girls simply died of emotion. He lowered his head down and he still saw that this very cat was picked up by his friend Shen Yuich. Stroking him, he said that the pet lives more freely than he walks carelessly every day under the skirts of young ladies without even knowing responsibility. But he has a lot of worries. The girls informed Malashka that it looks like a boss was mocking the kitten, and looking at the street, she saw that he was holding him in her hands. The guy was talking to him, reporting that he was the same as his mother, stupid and not running away and still lies at his feet. A friend ran up and grabbed the animal, but he managed to explain that he was only foster as he constantly climbed under the skirts. The employee hearing their conversation stated that it was a cat, from which her comrade was very surprised because he was confident in another. The boy began to iron and said that he was asking for forgiveness from such a small white princess. The young man turned to a nearby employee why she was standing and looking as she should get down to business, and then immediately, Chen Hanshin smiled sweetly and asked her friend what she called such a sweet cat. The girl replied that her name was. He began to think about that he should now communicate with a cutie with responsible but not too close relations. The boy smiled and said that they needed to make efforts to become members of the party, because last year a friend filed an application for the entry, and in this, Shen Yuich could do the same. The guys continued to talk when suddenly the guy wanted to take a cat in his arms and hug her because she was very sweet. In the girl's eyes, it looked even more exciting as her beloved man treated animals so gently and carefully. Suddenly, Hu Linya looked out of the store, because she wanted to call Chen Hanshin, but as soon as she saw them, she was speechless. Nearby, a standing employee noted that this picture looks very beautiful, for which the girl reported that it was just brother Chen and sister Yu Chu teasing reunification. But if you look closely, the sun shines on them too. One is free and relaxed, and the other shy and beautiful, and even their shadows look great. The employee continued that there is no shortage of beauty in the world, but there is not enough eye to see this, and she noticed that the sister is so wonderful that she really deserves the position of deputy director. The student reported that this should be practiced slowly because she was also bewildered as she was when she was a freshman, but now she could just calm down and think. The girls still continued to discuss that the sky seemed to praise them on what from a friend he heard praise, because she was very smart, and she liked the most in the store. The young man did not like that he had to somehow cover himself all the time, and he offered to return inside. Hu Linju noticed that the guy rarely has such a leisurely and relaxed mood. His style improves. She continued that courage is a sign of recognition and believes that every person has good and beauty simply needs a certain incentive. For all the questions of the boys, what does she need from him? She stated that the store of tea with milk has been open for a week and wants to choose the time to spend the final meeting tomorrow. The girl did not like to listen to reproaches in turn, and she stated that he just needed to come to the first meeting and added that some students had already noticed Yuich's appearance. Chen Hanshen dismissed these words with his hand and said that Milashka did not need to wear a mask, so that tomorrow he would come and everything would be fine. A friend said that the young man had such a bad character. They need to work more hard to get to the bottom of the truth of good and beauty in his heart. For students of the university library, it can be just a familiar place in memory, but a happy pastime in the internet cafe deep in their bones. After all, even before the rebirth he was busy, but still often visited him, and the reason was simple. He just wanted to remember his youth. The guys decided to go to play games today, and searched for free places a little discussing. Agreed who would sit where it would sit more conveniently to form teams. The sixth said that this year plans to buy Nokia 6650, because now his phone works very poorly. Chen Hanshin heard about this new model, but its price was almost 10,000, and it was a lot. He invited a friend to find something more budgetary. But the young man only snapped by saying that it was necessary to buy new and not the old, and suggested that he had never even heard of this. Despite all the advice of a friend, he was persistent, and decided that in any case he was going to buy a phone during the winter holidays. The boy invited the girls to smoke a cigarette and handing them out to the monitor, and enjoyed such a comfortable atmosphere. The comrade was a little angry with such a boorish behavior of his neighbor, and said that he could only brag. Chen Hanshin offered to somehow settle the older sixth, so that he understood that it was not always good to lead himself like that. They came up with a plan that you need to go to take cigarettes and smoke them for what a friend can't say, because then he will have to recognize the defeat and fall his face in the mud before strangers. And a little more pondering each action so that everything works out, since they want the guys to begin to execute. The comrade first simply went to the sixth and looked at him on top, that he did not understand what happened. Having gathered his thoughts, he said that they forgot cigarettes with them, and he should just give them a pack. The boy got angry, because it was precisely these are the dozens of yuan, and he usually takes them only to boast. Chen Hanshin thanked Brother Yang and stated that as expected he was the richest tycoon in their Shost's second room. The guy said that they simply did not forget to bring their own to take their own from other people. The boy did not understand why he was constantly pursued and killed in the game, his players, since this should not be. The guys were too passionate about the game, but the young man noticed that there are girls with them in the team. The comrade replied that she probably plays with her young man, but there is nothing wrong with that, and they will introduce them to the company. The young man was furious because this cute couple did not know how to play at all, and only studied from what they lost every time. The sixth, who was in the opponent's team, asked what happened to them, because one boy had just undermined himself with a grenade. Chen Hanshin noticed that you need to forget about it, because when the girls play games with their guys, should behave more sophisticated and forced. The fourth brother could not choose emotions after he lost and heard from his allies that the young man took revenge on his lover. The guy could not stand it and shouted that if they do not know how to play, it was better not to sit on what they began to quarrel with him. The comrade supported his friend and offered to go and deal with him because he knew that the guys were somewhere in the internet cafe. The young man did not understand how he could endure such a disgrace, because they had already spent a lot of resources, but they didn't even enjoy the game. Suddenly, Chen Hanshin began to inform the team of opponents where that cute couple is located to take revenge. The girl was very upset and suppressed, and every minute asked her sweet why she died again, and she was wounded through the wall. The student understood that the game could be lost, but a love manifestation always in the foreground. Having thought a little, he lit a cigarette. Friends offered to stay in the institution for the whole night, but the young man had a lot of things tomorrow, and he said that he would cover them in front of the aunt. Seeing nearby, they noticed a sitting pair nearby that it looked like a sweet lady who just watched the game came to spend the night with him. He began to recall that this is youth, but after many years someone else remembers the girl with whom he spent so much time in the internet cafe, and for him it was Luo Xuan. The guys rushed the fourth brother because they wanted to return to the hostel and play the cards together. A friend said that let them go themselves because he urgently needs to make one important phone call right now. The young man began to dial the right number, because for some reason he considered it a good idea to talk to his friend. The freshman's phone rang, and when she lifted him, it was just in shock because she did not expect this at all. The first thing she said so is this statement that Chen Hanshen for the first time calls her, and this is a very unusual feeling. He asked her to think about him as his half-brother, that he had a little angry his friend, because he called so late to discuss such a stupid issue. The boy confirmed her every word and said that he would now put the phone. But suddenly the student said that he wanted to tell something important. She told how Shen's older sister works in a tea store with milk. She wondered what will happen if all the guys from the college recognize her real appearance. The young man asked if she had threatened him to do something in response, what simply suggests and does not speak of real situations. The guy did not want to leave it, and explained that she was better to find something more significant, since she and the cutie have known each other for a year and a half, and once faced a question of life and death, and now nothing is scary for them. On Monday, during lunch, the boy said that some time ago he was busy and could not talk well with his girlfriend. He said that Xiaoyu has recently led a business not in a university town and neglected this aspect, and he will definitely criticize it when it will return. Chen Hanshin said that the next semester of the first year of study of the companion will come soon, and she is now waiting for the university to organize some internship for her. He continued that if the older sister has any ideas, he can be happy to help, and a simple part-time job will not be any problem for him. Indeed, at the electronics factory, a new century when he was on quarantine, more than 1,000 people worked, and she worked very efficiently if the lady wishes he tried to contact the administrative department. The theme of today's final meeting is a discussion of a special relationship between costs and profits since the opening of a tea store with milk. The girl began to represent the full owner of the shares of this institution, including the main Chen Hanshin. But officially the boss here is Shen Yuch, although she herself never realized this and does not use her great capabilities. He Zulan, a professional master in his business and with a huge purpose to enter the desired university for education. 4 freshmen working not for a full time, which help a lot to prosper business and stay afloat. The beauty noticed that the guy almost does not listen to her, and asked to show patience and concentration, because they are discussing the future direction of the tea store with milk. Having rubbed his eyes, the young man agreed, but presented that Yan Shichao was to blame for everything, who got up last night to cook noodles, and the sound of pots and pans was too loud and interfered with everyone. A friend presented that the next time the 6th brother would do it again, he must express his opinion and not break his vacation. But the student hastened to answer that he did not sleep at this time, and the girl was surprised, because what could be done so late? The boy shared that he was preparing dumplings at that time, and his friend got up to prepare something to eat something when he heard the noise in the kitchen. He said that Xiao Hu was so cruel, because he just joked, and asked for a freshman not to imitate his sister Hu, because she has been studying for the 2nd year, and no one ran after her. The beauty understood that she could not allow Chen Hanshin to confuse her, so she offered to further hold their meeting. Having betrayed all the papers, she noticed that it was income and profit from the moment of opening a tea store with milk, and asked if they saw any problems in this report. The young man saw that the decline trend was probably connected with the moment when a fat boy with security came and ruined everything. But, despite the increase in income, the costs are also growing, and in the end the profit was small. Looking at everyone with a serious look, Hu Linju saw the excited eyes of the girls and asked if any of them knew the reason for this problem. The first is the cost of the purchase of fruits and milk, because they bought only the best, and the second is that you still need to take into account water, electricity, rent, and staff salaries. But not having time to tell how the guy remembered that he had asked not to touch 20% of the turnover, because the university gives them this room for charity, and they should give this money to them as gratitude. The beauty said that in fact, since the leadership entrusted them with this, which meant huge support, and did they really need to give so much? Chen Hanshin said that everything is very difficult, and there is nothing to discuss. But these finances should never be touched. After all, it was necessary to think in a different direction. If the university had not surrendered to them this territory, they would not have the opportunity to discuss costs and income at all. A friend noted that in this case you need to think about how to save on costs, since the second and third points are fixed. The girls listened to that they needed to focus on purchases and packaging, and everyone should express their opinion on this subject. Freshmen offered to change glasses, as they were expensive. But people used them as disposable, simply threw them away. The beauty told how she used to work in a tea store with milk, and the boss reduced the amount of ingredients to keep the taste, added only the ice, and she still does not see the need to buy the best milk. Hearing all these options, the young man said that they could not change the packaging, as this is their peculiarity, and should analyze the needs of students in terms of psychology, because in fact the taste is not the main thing. He continued that this is just a cup of dairy tea worth from 4 to 7 yuan, which does not help increase mental abilities and does not guarantee the passing of exams, so he agreed with the Zhao methodology. Hu Linju did not like it much, since she believed that the cost reduction due to the use of cheap materials is bad. But a loss, making business. This is an even more stupid idea, and the guy does not have a noble heart to finance it. Chen Hanshin said that in general, cleanliness and hygiene are in the first place. And as for the decline in the cost of products, this is not a problem. The soul of this store is not in taste, but in support of the style. There was already an evening outside, going home. The boy saw Shen Yuich standing nearby, on which there was almost no face. Approaching closer, he asked, "Was it all because of the costs?" The beauty said that there are some problems that need to be discussed with Hu Lin as soon as possible. The young man explained that initially the director of LU provided this premises with the condition that he would reduce the number of poor students, and they should give 20% of their income to gratitude. He also decided to take this opportunity to connect contacts with the boss, because their elders work in a state institution and at some enterprises, and such connections are very useful. Turning to the cutie, he assured that it doesn't matter. If she does not understand, the main thing is that he understands everything, and offered to lead her to the hostel. Suddenly, the girl suggested that some students were originally going to engage in their own, but then they found that there were no free places, and left. She suggested that if you make the distance between the tables and chairs a little less, there will be more space, and they will be able to add more furniture. And because of this they will sell more tea, from which their income will grow. The boy was, to put it mildly, surprised, since maintaining quality and increasing profit through a larger sales can help solve their problem. He decided to ask again if she believes that a decrease in costs by reducing the costs of materials. This is a bad idea only because conscience does not allow. Milashka looked her comrade directly in the eye, and gently said that she did not want to be scolded. But he replied that he was not afraid of this. Indeed, in comparison with the tea on the second floor, the dining room of his business is already considered decent, and no one will dare to condemn it for this. Such a statement made the student think about it, because she tried with all her might to help everyone. Chen Hanshin suggested that if they add tables and chairs, then she will get tired more at work, and will not have enough time for herself. The atmosphere was pretty tense, and silence added discomfort, because the business that they dreamed of opening it brings them problems. Shen Yuich could not stand it, and informed her that she would go to the hostel, as it was very tired, and for a long time she wanted to rest in private. The boy agreed with her statement, letting go of her hand wished a good evening, and that she rested. "I treat the cat." The young man noticed that at least the girl was a little stupid, but it seems she became more flexible, that she even understood how to increase the number of customers to achieve a profit. Then the boy remembered that he promised to spend his girlfriend and hurried to catch up with her, because it was already late on the street. He quickly ran after her, and only a few lanterns and stars lit his path. Milashka could not stop thinking for a long time, because she was breaking herself for the fact that she was the owner, but she could not do anything about it. Suddenly, She heard her steps behind and turning around, saw the dusty Chen Hanshin who was heading right to her. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed the girl behind his back, pressing him to him from something literally speechless, and blushed a little. He looked straight into her eyes and asked why she did not even scream, because he was sure that the companion would cry out a little in surprise. But Shen Yuichi, even after these words, did not make a sound what the student asked, at least then to say something otherwise too boring. The guys stood in the middle of the street without noticing anyone around, because such a romantic moment was simply unforgettable, and their hearts fought at great speed. On the way to the hostel, the girl reported that she connected the gloves and a scarf for her uncle and aunt, and wants him to give them. The young man said that he didn't do this, because she did nothing for him to hear anything in response that this was not true, and he also has a gift. Milashka suggested that at first she wanted to finish a surprise for the students' parents, and then tomorrow she will be able to bring them to the elderly. Saying goodbye to Shen Yuichi, the guy pondered that at the beginning of her studies she would not even think of moving the tables for more placement and greater revenue. It looks like his girlfriend is growing, and at a faster pace, and to be a scum now becomes more difficult and difficult.